Chapter 1. Dad live streams while mom is away. Dear friends in the live stream and on-site audience, welcome to the inaugural episode of Mom is Away. The host exclaimed. This program is an immersive daily live stream where all viewers will join our observation team to witness the everyday life of dads caring for their children in the absence of their wives. First, let us introduce our three esteemed members of the observation team. First up, please welcome our rising pop sensation Su Binfeng. As a newly crowned diva, Su Binfeng captivated with her sweet appearance and exceptional vocal talent, particularly her fondness for children. With the host Xiao Ye's introduction, Su Binfeng gracefully rose from her seat in the observation area and smiled warmly. Hello everyone, I am thrilled to be here. My aim is to document the daily life of a stay-at-home dad to prepare for my future marriage and motherhood. Her playful charm elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Our second esteemed guest is the renowned actress, Lu Chen. Known for her intellectual beauty and stellar performances across various films and dramas, Lu Chen is also a married mother. Hello everyone, I am here to learn. My husband and I struggle to manage our child, which would be quite frustrating. The gentle and graceful Lu Chen is the dream of many men in Huaxia, and her unpretentious demeanor garnered her enthusiastic applause. The staff nodded in agreement. With such impressive guests, it was evident that the program would surely thrive, as reflected by the lively comments from the audience. Xiaoyu continued, our third observation team member is the famous and beautiful host, Fu Qingran. In addition to her hosting career, Fu Qingran is a renowned child psychology expert in Huaxia. She had deliberately cut her hair short for this program and donned a sleek black suit, exuding confidence and professionalism. Hello, everyone. I will employ my expertise in child psychology to provide insights, hoping to offer proper guidance. Amidst the anticipation, Xiaoyu gestured toward the large screen. Now, I am excited to introduce the lady of the house from the selected family. As the host's voice faded, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Could anyone outshine the previous three goddesses? The pop diva, national treasure, and CEO of Xingshan Entertainment Chen Geyao. Let's welcome Chen Geyao. The chat erupted in a frenzy. Oh my, it's the diva Chen Geyao? Chen Geyao has been married for 10 years, and the public has no idea who her husband is. So curious. I never expected my wife would choose to reveal her husband and child on this show. I'm definitely tuning in. I must see what kind of man deserves to be with Chen Geyao. I'm even more curious about what kind of child Chen Geyao has produced. Chen Geyao entered with a confident stride, clad in a stunning purple gown that accentuated her striking beauty and grace, instantly eclipsing the other three guests. Although the observers felt a twinge of envy, they all stood and applauded, greeting Chen Geyao warmly. The program was officially underway, and Xiaoyu began interacting with her. Divine Geyao, your husband and child are unaware that they are being live-streamed. Are you concerned? Seated comfortably on the guest sofa, Chen Geyao exuded a commanding yet poised presence with every smile. Honestly, I signed up on a whim. I trust my husband. He often says it doesn't matter if I'm home or not, that I believe he will take care of the household, just as he always does, and he has consistently excelled in that regard. It seems our diva is quite confident. Xiaoyu chuckled. Of course. Chen Geyao affirmed with a resolute gaze toward the camera that I hope my husband can set a positive example for other dads. If any challenges arise, it could serve as a cautionary tale for them. Laughter erupted from the audience. Could you briefly introduce your husband and child so we can gain some insight? Chen Geyao nodded. My husband's name is Lu Chen. He is 3 years younger than I and not part of the entertainment industry, just a dedicated stay-at-home dad. In my eyes, he is a wise and gentle man, caring for both me and our child with utmost attentiveness, never leaving me with worries. Speaking of her daughter, a tender warmth illuminated Chen Geyao's expression. My daughter is named Lu Xiaoyu. She is 8 years old and will enter the 2nd grade after this summer. She is bright, lively, and full of energy. Although she appears quite adorable, her personality is quite boyish. While Xiaoyu excels academically, she has little interest in studying. Perhaps only my husband can manage her. Following Chen Geyao's brief introduction, both the livestream audience and on-site viewers gained a basic understanding. Their curiosity piqued as they eagerly awaited the unfolding events. What kind of man could possibly be Chen Geyao's husband? What sort of man could manage a daughter whose spirit was seemingly uncontainable? Xiaoyu smiled at the camera. To be honest, even I, as the host, am quite eager. Now let us unveil the 360-degree camera setup in Chen Geyao's home and commence our childcare livestream. Finally, it's starting. My keyboard's refresh key is practically worn out. I must see what kind of man has taken my wife and daughter away. If he is truly remarkable, I shall extend my blessings. If he is unworthy of my goddess, I shall unleash my wrath. As the live stream began, a serene scene unfolded that in the study. A handsome man and a lovely little girl sat together at a desk. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on them. Lu Chen was gently explaining a problem to Lu Xiaoyu. Visually, it was a perfect picture of a caring father and an understanding daughter. Chen Geyao felt immense satisfaction, subtly nodding in approval. Lu Chen, you have never let me down. Wow, he is truly handsome. Xiaoyu is beautiful and eager to learn. Seeing this, I feel like abandoning my son. I've done it. Currently reprimanding my husband for not being as dashing as Lu Chen. Lu Chen pointed to the book, but suddenly fell silent. He noticed Lu Xiaoyu's fatigue, which she was suppressing out of fear. As a reborn individual, Lu Chen realized that he should not follow the same path as in his previous life. In his past life, Lu Chen and Chen Geyao had high hopes for their daughter, aspiring for her to attend Tsinghua University, even attempting to teach her trigonometry from prenatal education. The pressure they placed on her throughout kindergarten, primary school, and secondary school was overwhelming. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyu performed poorly on her college entrance exams and fell into depression, transforming from a lively child into a timid and withdrawn individual. Lu Chen and Chen Geyao deeply regretted their choices, and their marital bond began to fray. The immense and painful blow led to constant disputes, adversely affecting Chen Geyao's career and plunging her into despair. Their once happy family was irrevocably altered. In retrospect, Lu Chen was filled with remorse. Having been given a second chance at life, Lu Chen's mindset had completely changed. After the initial excitement, he found himself pondering the mistakes and issues in his previous approach to parenting. With a moment of reflection, Lu Chen attained clarity. The aspirations of attending prestigious universities and the notion that a diva's child must be extraordinary were mere illusions. What truly mattered was that the child be kind-hearted and enjoy a joyful childhood. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned to his petite daughter, focusing intently on her and asking, "Xiaoyu, I believe we cannot continue learning this way. You are already quite tired and need a break." Lu Xiaoyu looked bewildered, her beautiful eyes fixed on her father, her mind racing with thoughts. This was undoubtedly a trap. With daily assignments during the summer, could she really rest? A stern father was nothing short of a nightmare. I'm not tired," Lu Xiaoyu insisted, reluctant to trust her father entirely. Chapter 2. This father understands how to alleviate his daughter's worries. No. You are exhausted. From now on, as long as you do not wish to do your homework, then do not do it, Lu Chen asserted with increased seriousness. Lu Xiaoyu. This seems quite different from what Chen Geyao said. ISN and oppose. He's supposed to be a strict father? Why is he not allowing his daughter to do her homework? In order to convince Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen continued, I have come to a realization. The immense academic pressure I have imposed on you has robbed you of your joyful childhood, which is indeed an unworthy trade-off. You are at a tender and innocent age, and you should be playing. So, you only need to boldly tell your father what you wish to play, and I swear by the heavens that I will accompany you. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her innocent eyes and tentatively asked, Really? Don't believe him. My dad is exactly like this. It's definitely a trap. This scene is too familiar. I used to get punished for this. Me too. When my dad asked me what I wanted to do most, I said I wanted to smoke, and he slapped me, asking when I learned to smoke. I sensed that Xiaoyu might be in danger. As the husband of Xiaoyu and Oppos, as mother, I must rescue my daughter. Then, can I play a while of King of Glory? Lu Chen immediately nodded. Is that all you desire? Then I must fulfill it. I will assist you, and we shall sweetly duo together. I will let you witness the magnificence of the #1 Kong Ming in Tianqi community. What? Lu Xiaoyu was utterly astonished, scrutinizing Lu Chen's eyes with more curiosity. Dad, you won't be possessed, right? What? He actually agreed, so easily? This is impossible. Is he letting loose just because Chen Geyao is not home? I never imagined that Chen Geyao's husband would be such an irresponsible person. Not just us, even Xiaoyu seems to doubt if this is real. In the broadcasting studio, Chen Geyao suddenly felt despondent. She smiled at the camera, but her molars were nearly ground to dust. Lu Chen, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you raise the child when I'm not home? Who told me that children need strict discipline? Who claimed children cannot lose at the starting line? Who said playing games would lead to a loss of ambition? The female guests from the observation group glanced at Chen Geyao, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Geyao, it seems entirely different from what you said. Indeed, isn't he supposed to be a strict father? Isn't he supposed to focus on the child's studies? Why is he not allowing homework to be done and instead playing games with the child? Could it be that the songstress is lying? Or has your husband been too good at pretending? Chen Geyao felt wronged and, suppressing her anger, replied, "My husband is truly not like this today. I donned Appos to know what is going on. Shall you, for the sake of the program," chuckled songstress Geyao. "You can send a WeChat to your husband. We can also see the true side of him outside your view, but you cannot disclose that this is live." Chen Geyao nodded, took out her phone, edited the message, and sent it, which displayed on the big screen. "How is Xiaoyu and Appos? As homework coming along?" However, when Lu Chen's reply appeared on the massive screen in the studio, everyone was left in shock. "My dear wife, you still doubt me at home? She finished it long ago. Everything she learned is correct. Xiaoyu is currently playing the piano, and soon she will practice her dance and painting." At this moment, Chen Geyao was utterly stunned. "Lu Chen, how dare you deceive me? Is this how you have been raising the child when I am not home?" The three female stars from the observation group burst into laughter, delighted to witness Chen Geyao, who usually held a higher status, being embarrassed. "Ha ha! I can't stop laughing. I have laughed my kidney stones from 10 years ago to pieces. Thank you, Lu Chen. Did you see? No man is a good one. They all deceive their wives. All married ladies, keep your eyes wide open." Chen Geyao stared blankly at the big screen, seeing Lu Chen smugly holding his phone, wearing a satisfied smile. "Did you see? Your mother is easily fooled. If you don't say anything, I won't tea either, and we can happily duo all day long. If I don't help you reach the highest rank today, am I not your father?" Chen Geyao felt utterly defeated. Fortunately, her daughter still had some sense and cautiously asked, "What about homework?" Chen Geyao felt a slight comfort. Her daughter was still considerate. However, she then saw Lu Chen patting his chest, declaring, "Homework? I finished it in 5 minutes." Chen Geyao. The three female stars from the observation group clutched their stomachs, pointing at the big screen. "Geyao, your husband is truly amusing. I am dying of laughter. Your home must be filled with joy." "Indeed, it's really not like this usually," Chen Geyao responded, her face turning awkward. Chen Geyao felt a surge of anger, struggling to suppress her impulse to fly home and confront him. Lu Chen's persona as a strict father was deeply ingrained. He usually obeyed Chen Geyao, yet now he was so brazenly deceiving her. In a live broadcast, Lu Xiaoyu was forcing herself not to believe it. However, her desire for King of Glory was overwhelmingly strong. Then, Lu Chen feigned displeasure. "What then? I recall your mother telling you to uninstall the game, right? You go get your phone and download the game, and I will help you with your homework." Lu Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the door, but paused, peering through the doorframe. The comments suddenly surged once more. "Not bad. This father knows how to alleviate his daughter and Appos as worries. Is this really alleviating worries? This is just setting traps for the child. Wow. Have you all noticed how much Lu Chen and Appos, as handwriting resembles Xiaoyu and Appos? S? Indeed. What a talent. Is such a father truly qualified? Not allowing the child to do homework while doing it for her. For such a father, I can only say, give me one too." The studio erupted in laughter. Li Xiaolu covered her mouth, glancing at Chen Geyao and chuckling softly. "Songstress Geyao, your husband truly has retained his childlike spirit, haha. It seems your husband used to deceive you quite a bit, and now that you and Appos, are not home, his true self is revealed." Chen Geyao struggled to maintain her composure, staring at the screen, hoping for a twist. Her daughter must be understanding. She would definitely put a stop to Lu Chen. Indeed, in the footage, Lu Xiaoyu picked up her homework with a hint of curiosity. Hooray! Then she joyfully ran off to grab her phone. Chen Geyao felt utterly despondent. Fu Qingran, the previously silent expert from the observation group, finally spoke with a serious expression. As a child psychologist and a theoretical professor in family studies, I must express my opinion. Lu Chen is leading the child astray. He is unworthy of being a father. A child around 8 years old, at the most susceptible stage for developing good study habits. If misguided by a father in such a manner, will find it exceedingly difficult to get back on track later. Chapter 3. Nevertheless, one must admit, his aim is truly precise. The allure of mobile games for children is undeniably potent. Their minds are simple and easily filled with the most captivating of interests, leaving little room for contemplation on the importance of diligent study. Thus, I cannot, in good conscience, agree with Lu Chen's approach. Even if he is the spouse of the illustrious Chen Geyao, I shall boldly stand to provide the correct guidance for all. Fu Qingran's words were grave and professional, her tone heavy with conviction. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Chen Geyao. Gao, I wonder if you concur with my sentiments? Chen Geyao was caught in a tumult of contradictions, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She was aware that Fu Qingran and Amp, Oppos, as comments stemmed from a previous interview where she had posed provocative questions regarding Chen Geyao and Amp, Oppos, marriage, which had elicited a sharp retort from her. This was clearly a lingering grudge. While both Chen Geyao and Fu Qingran shared the same perspective on Lu Chen's parenting, Chen Geyao was reluctant to concede. Who are you to criticize my husband? She nearly bit out, her indignation barely contained. In that moment, she regretted her participation in the program. What is this? Criticizing my wife's husband? What authority does Fu Qingran possess? Yet, Fu Qingran's points are indeed valid. Chen Geyao and Oppos' decision to join this program has proven fortuitous. It has illuminated a vital truth. Lu Chen presents one facade publicly while concealing another privately. Only I am truly suited for Gao. Brother, draw your sword. The scene shifted to a heartwarming moment. The game was updating, and Lu Xiaoyu lay on the sofa, anxiously awaiting its arrival, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Chen had prepared some fruit, placing it on the coffee table. What rank are you? He inquired. I'm only at gold 3 with 2 stars, Lu Xiaoyu lamented. I can only sneak in a few games when you and Mom aren't home. Upon uttering this, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, casting a nervous glance at Lu Chen. His expression darkened, his hand stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Not being able to play games will indeed affect your mood. This simply cannot stand. It appears I must procure another phone for you. In that instant, Lu Xiaoyu fully believed in Lu Chen. He was one of their own. Chen Geyao, watching from the broadcast studio, could not suppress her irritation, her displeasure evident. It's rare to see the illustrious Gao so vexed. I can relate. When I'm away, my husband and son pull the same tricks on me, and it takes 3 days of punishment for them to behave. What is the purpose of marrying a husband? Isn't it just for the amusement of scolding them? Even if my husband is justified, I would still retort, why are you shouting so loudly, before continuing to chastise. At last, the update was complete. The premier mage of Tianqi community was finally poised to make a bold entrance. Lu Xiaoyu let out a cry of excitement as she eagerly launched the game. Lu Chen chuckled, entering the game alongside her. Do not concern yourself with your teammates' choices. Select the hero you desire most. If you die, it would be an affront to me. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. All troops advance. Charge! Roar. Observing Lu Xiaoyu's animated delight on the screen, Chen Geyao felt an unfamiliar pang in her heart. The last time she had seen Lu Xiaoyu so jubilant she struggled to recall. It seemed to have vanished since she entered kindergarten. Xiaoyu, the host, smiled and remarked, Gao, allowing children to relax occasionally is perfectly acceptable. The crucial factor is whether the father instills moderation. Chen Geyao nodded slightly, hoping this will hold true. Hey, are you coming? Arin and Amp, Oppos, you going to farm the minions? Isn't the mid lane farm all mine? Well, you must come over. You need to be nearby when the minions die to earn gold. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyu dashed forward, her character, slipping into the mid lane. Don't go there. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the brush, wielding an axe and frantically attacking Ji. Oh no. Lu Xiaoyu was petrified, just as did Ji and Oppos, health dwindled. Swoosh. A hook appeared, pulling the enemy hero down to the tower, followed by a stunning maneuver as Lu Chen began to absorb the damage. Ji was safe, and he launched a swift attack. Dian Wei defeated. Ha ha! I've secured a kill. Ah ha ha! Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed, and Lu Chen shared in her elation. Remember, as a mage, you must not venture into the bushes. My Tianqi community's first Zhong Kuei is not to be underestimated. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. What an accurate hook. Subsequently, Lu Chen executed another hook, and Lu Xiaoyu claimed another victory. The father and daughter duo reveled in their sweet, shared gaming experience. Are you certain this is a variety show called Mom is Not Home and not a game stream? Although I do not play this game, watching it fills me with excitement. I suddenly find this scene extraordinarily harmonious. A father gaming with his daughter, akin to friends. Harmonious my foot. As their gaming rank rises, their academic performance plummets. A few hours of joy leads to a semester of distress. Having won 2 consecutive matches, Lu Xiaoyu gleefully embraced Lu Chen, planting a kiss on his cheek and offering him a grape. Lu Chen basked in the warmth of his daughter's affection, his grin wide with delight. The live stream was filled with laughter, with viewers praising Lu Chen's gaming prowess. In the broadcast studio, Chen Geyao found herself not receiving the moderation she anticipated from Lu Chen. Rather, she felt an unexpected disorientation. Li Xiaolu remarked at home, "My husband and I would never allow our daughter to play games in such a manner. It would undoubtedly lead her astray." Fu Qingran nodded in agreement, stating, "At this age, children are most likely to view their fathers as their first role models, and thus their behaviors become objects of imitation, hence the saying and amp. Oppos, like father, like son, and oppos." Chen Geyao believed that throughout her journey in the entertainment industry, maintaining a stoic demeanor had become an essential skill, one that she would never let falter. She did not anticipate that her defenses would be breached at this moment, and from the very family she held in such high esteem. Perhaps due to her youth and fondness for the game, Su Binfeng offered a differing perspective. "I actually think it's quite joyful for Lu Chen to play games with Lu Xiaoyu. Times have changed, and I believe that combining education with entertainment isn't a negative approach. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge, his Zhongkuei and amp, Oppo's, S-hooks are truly impeccable." Laughter erupted in the studio. Su Binfeng and amp, Oppo's, S-words elicited some disagreement from Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, as well as Chen Geyao. Yet they garnered a measure of Chen Geyao and Oppo's, S goodwill. Xiaoyu, concerned about potential disputes among the observation team, quickly interjected, "We have only been live for less than an hour. According to Gao Yao, Lu Chen is entirely different from his usual self today. I believe personal transformation can occur suddenly, so perhaps a reversal may be forthcoming." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps Lu Chen is deliberately presenting himself this way, seeking an opportunity to diminish Lu Xiaoyu's interest in gaming. On the large screen, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu continue their fierce battles. Lanling Wang. Again with Lanling Wang. This is infuriating. You do not panic. It is time to unleash my output, Zhong Kuei. Chapter 4. Daddy, I want to eat fried skewers. In the studio of Mom is Not Home, all the guests, audience members, and production staff were utterly unprepared for the turn of events. From the moment the live broadcast commenced until now, the entire morning had unfolded in an unexpected trajectory. With mother absent and father at home, caring for the child, what was supposed to be a showcase of positive values, homework, dance practice, and piano lessons, had devolved into a battlefield. On screen, Lu Chen wielded the character Zhong Kuei with remarkable prowess, while his daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, gleefully cheered and collected virtual trophies in the background. Chen Geyao and Oppo's, as frustration was palpable, her teeth nearly grinding in dismay. As Chen Geyao and Oppo's, as career flourished amidst the perennial cycle of new stars eclipsing the old in the entertainment industry, she began to contemplate a transition to the role of a female CEO in her entertainment company. Under the glaring spotlight, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu's personas as a wise, cultured husband and a lively, understanding daughter seemed firmly established. It was this consideration that had prompted Chen Geyao to sign up for Mom is Not Home. Yet, her overwhelming trust was shattered when Lu Chen's shortcomings were laid bare for all to see. Chen Geyao's mood plummeted to an all-time low. Li Xiaolu laughed the loudest, her mirth sounding like a mockery in Chen Geyao and Amp. Oppo's ears. Geyao, I now suspect you are deliberately creating contrast for the sake of the show and Amp. Oppo's effect. It's truly admirable how far you are willing to go for the program. A bitter smile intermingled with anger flickered across Chen Geyao's face. Fu Qingran's remarks were even harsher. This is a fundamentally flawed approach to parenting. I truly cannot fathom what Gao Yao's husband is thinking. He is unworthy of being a father. If my husband were to behave like this at home, a divorce agreement would be swiftly thrown in his face. The atmosphere abruptly turned cold. Chen Geyao's expression darkened, her formidable aura as a star in CO erupting suddenly. Although her tone remained calm, it conveyed an undeniable authority. Ms. Fu Qingran, my family does not require your unsolicited advice. I possess the means to provide a bountiful life for my husband and daughter. They absolutely do not need to strive to emulate anyone else in Oppo's family. With a chilling smile, Chen Geyao added, I doubt you, Ms. Fu Qingran, could achieve such a feat. A collective gasp echoed through the studio. Indeed, it's reasonable to estimate that Gao Yao earns hundreds of millions a year, and as a CEO, her dividends amount to even more. Why should her husband and child strive to be like others? How cruel to attack someone's character. Who doesn't he know that Fu Qingran and Oppo's husband is in debt to the tune of 500 million? Comparatively, this is nothing for Chen Geyao. Looks like Fu Qingran has met her match. Su Binfen gazed at Chen Geyao with stars in her eyes. Her aspiration to enter the music industry had always been to become a top diva like her. Fu Qingran's demeanor suddenly shifted to coldness. I'm merely pointing out your husband and Oppo's mistakes from a professional standpoint. You're merely pointing fingers? Chen Geyao retorted with a scoff. Then my assertion that you are incapable is simply a statement of fact. She rose abruptly. There is nothing inappropriate about how my husband cares for our child. Everyone is free to discuss it, and if others can learn from my husband's example, I would be pleased. However, let me clarify, my husband and my child, no one besides me has the right to comment on them. The chief director hastily relayed a message to the host, Xiaoyu. For the first episode, let us not escalate tensions. We need to manage the atmosphere. Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward with a smile. It seems our observation team members and the family matriarch have a slight disagreement, which is a good thing. After all, every family is unique, and so are their needs. Gao Yao prefers a cheerful household, while teacher Qingran may prioritize discipline. There is no right or wrong here. Su Binfen and Li Xiaolu joined in to ease the tension. Indeed, it's already noon. Shouldn't we see what Lu Chen is preparing for lunch for you? Yes, the breakfast looked so appetizing. I can't wait to see what culinary skills Lu Chen possesses. Both Chen Geyao and Fu Qingran were seasoned veterans in the industry, adept at demonstrating a hint of unyielding attitude while maintaining decorum. Tianyi Yao smiled brightly. My husband's culinary skills are unmatched. I've never tasted anything better than what he cooks. Fu Qingran concurred. I also agree that a husband with such exceptional culinary abilities, like Lu Chen, is vital for a harmonious family and the health of the child. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Everyone turned their attention back to the big screen. Lu Xiaoyu unleashed her character Daji, while Lu Chen utilized Zhong Kuei to support her. Together, they surged ahead, accumulating over 10 stars. Lu Xiaoyu was ecstatic. With the announcement of a victory, they gained another star. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. Zhong Kuei scored 4 kills, and we got 15 heads in this round. So cool. Lu Chen chuckled as he set his phone down. Did Daddy deceive you? All right, it's lunchtime now. Tell Daddy what you wish to eat. Oh, I already bought 5 buns, intending to have them with the dishes Lu Chen makes. A man who can cook is truly charming. I'm looking forward to this lunch. Heaven, please grant me a Lu Chen. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have grown even more confident in Lu Chen and Oppo's abilities due to the game, tentatively asking, Daddy, although your cooking is incredibly delicious, can I have? What? Lu Chen inquired. Fried skewers? Lu Chen paused. Are you referring to those fried on a roadside cart? Lu Xiaoyu nodded, instinctively glancing around. Suddenly remembering that her mother was not home, yet still whispered once while waiting for you after school. I secretly tasted a bit from a classmate. Oh, that flavor was simply exquisite. The plan for the live broadcast was for Lu Chen to prepare lunch for Lu Xiaoyu, with the next session set to begin at 3 in the afternoon. At this moment, everyone in the studio, just like the viewers online, eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Chen Geyao silently pleaded, "Please, don't agree to UU's request for fried skewers. You must showcase the culinary skills you've demonstrated today. Spare me some dignity. I can understand helping the child with homework and playing games, but I cannot accept giving them such unhealthy food. I feel certain Lu Chen will refuse UU. Stay strong, my idol." Think of Gao Yao's reputation. On screen, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lu Chen with expectation. He gently patted her head. "It's fine to indulge once in a while, but just don't let your mother find out." Lu Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight. Yes, yes. I want you to make braised pork ribs, Crucian fish tofu soup, stir-fried cabbage, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Clever girl. Chapter 5. There are no men who do not deceive. Is this really the answer? This is quite indulgent for a child. I assenti it. While most fathers may not spoil their sons, they certainly dote on their daughters. In Lu Chen, I see the reflection of my father. He spoiled me in the same way when I was young, and the joy of being pampered as a daughter is irreplaceable. Fried skewers aren't necessarily unhealthy. Some use excellent oil, just as you fry things at home, don't you? The skewers upstairs have been assessed. The laughter of the audience in the studio was perhaps not as derisive as that of Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, yet Chen Geyao still felt quite uneasy. Lu Chen, was it you who said children shouldn't eat street food? You were the strictest when it came to cooking, so what has changed now? Amid her anger, Chen Geyao was also filled with confusion. Could it be that her husband had been possessed? As the scene shifted, Lu Chen instructed Lu Xiaoyu to wait downstairs while he went upstairs to change clothes before heading out to buy food. However, upon reaching the second floor, Lu Chen secretly made a phone call. "Old son, help me fry some skewers using the best oil and the healthiest ingredients, ah? Isn't this exactly the kind of fried skewers my daughter craves from the street vendors?" I thought to myself, what if it's unsanitary? You, a head chef of a large restaurant, should certainly be able to whip up something like this, right? I'll be there in 10 minutes. Oh my, Lu Chen had it all figured out. He not only let you indulge at her beloved skewers, but also ensured they were healthy. This is what a thoughtful father should do. I'm loving this. Chen Geyao gazed at Lu Chen on the big screen, feeling an immediate sense of approval. I knew it. My husband would never be ambiguous about such matters. Su Binfen also chimed in. This is indeed a considerate and clever approach. Yet, Li Xiaolu presented an opposing view with a smile. If Yu develops a taste for fried skewers because of this, we can't keep deceiving her, can we? Chen Geyao cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaolu. The old son that Lu Chen mentioned is the executive chef of a 5-star hotel not far from our home. I own 40 of that hotel. If I wished, I could have old son set up a skewer stand in my villa. Why would I need to deceive my daughter? Li Xiaolu's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. I didn't mean that. I'm truly amazed. Is it because they can't afford it? Must you, an old woman, complain? Exactly, why deceive her? Just tell her we're frying fresh ones. What is the big deal? The concern over trivial matters is quite unbecoming. Don't speak ill of my dear Xiaolu. She only wants what is best for you. The scene displayed Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu enjoying their meal. A harmonious moment that captivated countless viewers. The live broadcast was initially intended to conclude temporarily, but the barrage of comments expressed overwhelming opposition. Some viewers even initiated a vote, with an astounding 99, 8 in favor of continuing the live stream until Yu fell asleep, far surpassing the option for a break at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The chief director, Hong Bo, was elated. This variety show was highly valued within the station, boasting the popularity of Chen Geyao, Su Binfen, and others, and had been rated S-level even before its premiere. Now, after a morning of live broadcasting, it was all thanks to the father-daughter duo. This was a splendid first victory. Thus, Hong Bo waved his hand grandly, instructing his assistant. The second group can have their meal first, then we'll switch to the first group. Guests and audience members in the studio were free to dine in the restaurant if they wished. However, the deputy director, Zhang Jifeng, expressed concern. Will the station leader's Hong Bo shot him a fierce glare. Are they giving him face? Zhang Jifeng was left bewildered. Was the chief director truly this bold? Hong Bo thought to himself, if this program becomes a hit, even station head will be begging me. Chen Geyao was too apprehensive to eat, so the host, Xiaoyu, brought her some snacks and milk sponsored by local businesses. The live broadcast continued. Due to the unexpected extension of the live stream, we decided to introduce an amusing segment. After Xiaoyu announced this, many in the audience perked up with excitement. Shall we have our singing diva call you? The audience erupted in agreement, and the comments were filled with support. Xiaoyu grinned slyly. Since we're a live observational program that focuses on the daily life of a father taking care of his child while the mother is away, we are here to spy and verify. Diva Geyao, when you call you, please inquire about her morning and what she had for lunch. A sense of foreboding rose within Chen Geyao. The live broadcast had made Lu Chen seem somewhat unfamiliar to her. She had never thought he would deceive her, yet the morning's events conveyed a starkly different impression. Well, all right then. The anticipation was building. If I were to marry Chen Geyao, I could never deceive her. I bet Lu Chen is being honest. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that there exists a man who does not deceive. Now we can only hope that obedient and sensible Yu is merely saying it for show. Are you sure that Yu is obedient and sensible? Chen Geyao took out her phone, dialing while watching the scene on the big screen. Lu Xiaoyu, having just finished her skewers, was washing her hands. Upon seeing the incoming call, Lu Chen secretly instructed Lu Xiaoyu, "Your mom is calling. Don't forget what you just said." Okay. Lu Chen answered the call. His tone relaxed. "Hello, darling. Did you miss me already?" Hearing the familiar tone, Chen Geyao couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Has you finished her homework this morning?" "Yes, she has. Didn't she just message on WeChat?" Everything is correct upon checking. Lu Chen, reclining on the sofa with a carefree demeanor, showed no guilt, even exchanging knowing glances with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu wore an expression that clearly conveyed her understanding. Oh, how amusing these men. Little does Lu Chen know that every move he and Yu make is under the watchful eye of the diva, and even the entire internet is observing. It's quite comical. It's evident that the diva is getting angrier. Look, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu are grinning widely. Everyone was curious about the forthcoming question. Chen Geyao took a deep breath, attempting to maintain a calm tone amidst the mountainous emotions. "Could you tell Mommy what delicious dishes Daddy made for you at noon?" Yu hesitated, growing somewhat anxious. She really asked? Lu Chen quickly gestured for her to respond. Lu Xiaoyu's timid voice emerged. "Mommy Daddy made me 4 dishes for lunch, and they were delicious. They were braised gluten, Christian carp sausage soup, stir-fried chicken strips, and chicken skewers with scrambled eggs." Chapter 6. I shall no longer play support. I shall play marksman. Ha ha ha. Yu is simply hilarious. Braised gluten, Christian carp sausage soup, stir-fried chicken strips, and chicken skewers with scrambled eggs. Every word is comprehensible, yet when combined, it becomes utterly baffling. It is evident that peculiar things were spoken, yet the truth was also laid bare. The entire studio erupted in laughter. The host doubled over, clutching their stomach. Even the usually aloof Fu Qingran couldn't suppress a smile, covertly turning away, as if he were vibrating with amusement. Chen Geyao's temples throbbed. On screen, Lu Chen sprang up like a startled cat, swiftly covering Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. "Hush, hush, hush, you let something slip." Lu Xiaoyu, instantly flustered, tried to explain, her words echoing throughout the studio. "Mommy, I was just joking. Actually, for lunch today, I had, braised gluten." No, I meant." Her large, sparkling eyes darted around as her mind raced. I want to play the piano. I meant to say, I will play the piano. Mommy, let us discuss this when you return." Chen Geyao watched in disbelief as Lu Xiaoyu ended the call, observing Lu Chen's admonishment towards her, and then the guilt etched across Lu Xiaoyu's face. It was simply unbelievable. My sweet, obedient Yu, why has she suddenly learned to spin tales? The Xiaolu's laughter rang in Chen Geyao's ears, tinged with mockery. "Oh, Song Yao, as a fellow woman who has married and born children, I must remind you, once a child develops a habit of lying, it becomes exceedingly difficult to amend." Fu Qingran nodded in agreement. Under the guidance or allowance of a father, a child may even turn deceit into a habitual practice. Chen Geyao felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, for the truth was undeniable and hard to dispute. Lying is indeed wrong, and I shall certainly seek an opportunity to correct this. Xiaoyu interjected, Song Yao, please be mindful. Our live broadcast is confidential. You mustn't speak of it directly, and you certainly cannot disclose anything after today's session. We have selected you, along with teacher Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, with 3 families taking turns for the live broadcasts, each family participating in 4 sessions. Chen Geyao nodded resignedly. Su Binfen quickly added, sometimes, we ought not to magnify a small lie. If we do so, children may become overly cautious, fearful of saying the wrong thing. I certainly thought that way when I was young. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran exchanged glances with Su Binfen, opting not to engage further with the young girl. How could a child possibly grasp the complexities of marriage and child-rearing? Chen Geyao cast a grateful glance at her. The broadcast was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. It was only 1 o'clock, just after lunch, and no one in the studio was leaving. Aside from restroom breaks, everyone remained seated, as they were during the initial setup. Their curiosity about Chen Geyao and Appo's family had grown, and many were captivated by Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's striking appearances. Xiaoyu inquired, Song Yao, during summer vacation, what does your husband typically arrange for you after lunch? Without hesitation, Chen Geyao replied, usually after lunch. He arranges for you to take a nap for a bit, and around 2:30 in the afternoon, she practices the piano. Su Binfen's eyes lit up. Are you hoping to cultivate Yu into a musician or a singer like yourself? Chen Geyao chuckled and shook her head. Not at all. My husband and I aspire for Yu to attend Tsinghua University. Everything else is merely nurtured as hobbies and specialties. Ah, I see. I believe your daughter must have inherited your musical talent. It's rather unfortunate. Su Binfen lamented. Fu Qingran remarked, daughters often inherit traits from their fathers, while sons typically take after their mothers. Indeed, Li Xiaolu quickly concurred. My daughter has inherited her father's strengths. I can tell when she lies. As she has not inherited my acting skills at all, Xiaoyu suggested, let us see if Lu Chen will adhere to the original plan for Yu. I have discerned Lu Chen's parenting strategy. He presents one persona in public while adopting another in private, certainly not allowing Yu to sleep. That is hard to say. Regardless of how indulgent Lu Chen may be in the morning, his love for Yu is genuine, and he will undoubtedly ensure she rests. Song Yao's conviction is unwavering. I trust her judgment. On screen, the father and daughter exchanged worried glances before Lu Chen spoke. Yu, you've played all morning. Don and Appo's. Do you think it in Appo's? It's time for a nap? Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's little face immediately fell as she approached Lu Chen, shaking his arm. Daddy, I and Appo's am really neither sleepy nor tired. Haven't taken a nap. Every time wastes precious time. Lu Chen stroked his chin, pondering. It has seemed wasteful. How about you practice the piano now? What? Lu Xiaoyu sulkily plopped down. I refuse. But you Haven and Appo's. T completed the task assigned by your piano teacher last night. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's eyes sparkled. Daddy, if I finish my piano task and send the video to the teacher, can you continue to take me to play King of Glory this afternoon? Huh? Oh my, is she trying to show off? Surely, he cannot agree to this. It would be utterly unreasonable. He won't agree. Look at how Lu Chen is frowning. Song Yao seems quite concerned as well. She is frowning too. Lu Chen indeed shook his head. In that case, don't worry about completing your piano task. And you won't be playing King of Glory either. While I wish for your happiness, I must also be responsible for your health. Overexertion can harm your eyes. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted in the live stream. Chen Geyao found herself at a loss for words. Preventing excessive screen time is quite sensible. But what does it mean to neglect completing the assignment given by the piano teacher? Lu Chen, are you truly this carefree? On screen, Lu Xiaoyu appeared taken aback, her large eyes pondering deeply. It seems that one work. Mommy said, although our family is well off, my piano teacher is quite difficult to hire. Each lesson costs over 800 yuan. Lu Chen and Appo's face broke into a proud smile as he ruffled Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's hair. Wonderful. You understand the importance of not wasting money. Chen Geyao couldn't help but smile warmly at this moment. Her daughter is indeed perceptive, at least not falling for Lu Chen's dubious suggestion. Lu Xiaoyu stood up, seriousness etched on her face as she looked at Lu Chen. Then I shall practice the piano now and submit my assignment. After that, you can call the teacher and request a refund for the remaining lessons, and then you can buy me a new phone. Just like you said, we can enjoy a delightful duo. This, I thought my little darling was truly wise. If Lu Chen agrees, I grabbed my 40-meter-long knife to deal with him for Song Yao. As Chen Geyao glared at the screen, her expression murderous, Lu Chen surprisingly nodded. Then I shall no longer play support. I will play marksman. Chapter 7, Secrets Revealed. Seated before the grand piano in the living room, Lu Xiaoyu appeared diminutive, almost swallowed by the instrument. As her nimble fingers danced across the keys, a cascade of soothing melodies filled the air. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, casting a gentle, luminous glow upon her face, accentuating her delicate features and bestowing upon her an air of precocious maturity. Within the studio, a wave of affectionate smiles rippled through the audience, their hearts touched by the scene unfolding before them. Chen Geyao, her face adorned with a tender smile, nodded approvingly as she watched Lu Xiaoyu's focused demeanor. The mellifluous notes of the piano composition permeated the studio, captivating both the live audience and the online viewers, who expressed their admiration with enthusiastic nods. Chen Geyao, visibly pleased, remarked, "I am always filled with contentment whenever I hear Xiaoyu play the piano at home. She possesses a remarkable talent and learns at an astonishing pace." However, as the camera focused on Lu Chen, who was recording the performance on his phone, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. "Hold on a moment," he interjected, his voice calm yet firm. The music ceased abruptly, and Lu Xiaoyu looked up at her father. Her innocent eyes filled with curiosity. "Papa, what is it?" she asked sweetly. Lu Chen gently stroked his daughter's hair and said, "Xiaoyu, you're playing beautifully, but I and Oppos, we noticed a couple of minor issues." A look of bewilderment washed over Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos' delicate features. "Papa, can you play the piano? I never knew that." Meanwhile, Chen Geyao watched the scene unfold, a sense of confusion creeping into her expression. Su Binbin turned to Chen Geyao and inquired, "Geyao, does your husband know how to play the piano?" Chen Geyao shook her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she recalled a humorous anecdote. "Well, if you consider a one-finger technique to be playing, then yes, he does." Intrigued, Chen Geyao's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Lu Chen's earnest expression. Lu Chen responded with a confident nod. In his previous life, upon discovering the therapeutic potential of music in alleviating depression, he had devoted himself to mastering various musical forms. Gifted with innate talent, he had achieved remarkable proficiency in a wide range of musical genres. Although he had acquired these skills before his marriage, he had grown accustomed to adopting a more laid-back approach in the presence of his accomplished wife. Lu Chen then proceeded to offer constructive criticism to Lu Xiaoyu. There were a couple of instances where the notes seemed disconnected, creating a staccato effect. "Try playing those two measures again." Chen Geyao and Su Binbin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of astonishment. As accomplished pop musicians, both possessed a solid understanding of piano technique. Yet they had failed to detect the subtle imperfections in Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos' playing. As Lu Xiaoyu repeated the passage, Chen Geyao and Su Binbin were able to discern the slight discontinuity in the notes. "Indeed, there is a subtle staccato effect," Su Binbin exclaimed in surprise. Addressing the puzzled expressions around her, Chen Geyao explained, "In music, the connection between notes should be seamless, not disjointed or isolated. There was indeed a slight disconnect in Xiaoyu and Oppos' playing, but it was so subtle that I didn't in Oppos' to even notice it." Chen Geyao and Oppos' astonishment grew. "But my husband doesn't in Oppos' to even play the piano. How could he have possibly detected that?" The audience, their curiosity piqued, continued to watch the unfolding scene with rapt attention. In the scene, Lu Chen nodded seriously. "Yes, there are indeed some discontinuities. It's as if someone is walking with a skipping gait, which creates a sense of disharmony." Lu Chen sat beside Lu Xiaoyu, placed his hands on the keys, and flawlessly played the passage in question, all while providing guidance. Pay attention to my wrist and arm movements. The staccato effect arises from excessive tension in your wrist and arm, preventing them from relaxing. This stiffness translates into a rigid and disjointed sound. You need to do it like this. With deftness and grace, Lu Chen and Appo's fingers danced across the keys, producing a series of fluid, melodious notes. To achieve a smooth, relaxed sound, you need to alleviate the tension and constriction in your muscles. Lu Xiaoyu's initial surprise quickly gave way to delight as her eyes lit up with admiration. "That sounds amazing," she exclaimed, clapping her hands with glee. "Papa, you're incredible." Lu Chen smiled and continued. The second issue arises in this section. He then imitated Lu Xiaoyu's earlier playing. Listen carefully. There's a slight merging of notes. Where the preceding note has an end oppose, T fully ended before the subsequent note begins. This creates a sense of overlapping, as if two shadows are superimposed upon each other. The root cause of this is the sluggishness with which your fingers leave the keys. You need to overcome the inertia in your fingertips and focus your strength at the very tips. As the adage goes, a father is his daughter's first idol, and this moment perfectly exemplified that sentiment. Lu Xiaoyu's face was filled with admiration for her father's musical prowess. "Papa, you're amazing," she exclaimed. "My piano teacher has mentioned this issue before, but you explained it so much more clearly. Even my teacher would have considered my playing acceptable, but you still managed to detect it. Papa, you and Appo's were even better than Mommy at playing the piano." Don and Appo's exaggerate. Lu Chen chuckled. "Your mother is a master. Now, try playing it again, following my instructions." "Okay." As Lu Xiaoyu played the passage again, the improvement was immediately noticeable. Chen Geyao watched the scene with stunned disbelief, hardly able to comprehend what she was witnessing. When did he learn to play the piano? Based on that performance and his insightful guidance, his skill level is certainly not to be underestimated. A surge of resentment welled up within Chen Geyao's heart. "What else are you keeping from me? How absurd." Fu Qingran remarked pointedly. To think that two people who share their lives together would still harbor secrets from one another. Could it be that he and Appo's afraid of exerting himself to teach his own daughter? Li Xiaolu chimed in. "My husband is completely transparent with me, so I can't understand why Lu Chen would keep something like this hidden. Is playing the piano something to be ashamed of?" Chen Geyao's expression darkened further. Su Binbin hesitated, unsure of what to say. Xiaoyu interjected, "All right. It seems we have another intriguing segment coming up. Let's have our beloved diva, Geyao, call her husband and playfully scold him, saying, 'I know everything. You better come clean.'" Chapter 8. I altered 7 notes and misrepresented the necklace's price. Chen Geyao, without a moment's hesitation, took out her phone, eager to confront Lu Chen. The show is about to commence. I must ensure Lu Chen understands who truly governs this household. When the diva is enraged, Lu Chen and his daughter shall find no refuge. I suspect Lu Chen will not dare to continue his deceit, for the diva's wrath is imminent. I hope Yu remains truthful, yet I am more intrigued to see her deceive the diva. Beep, beep. The sound of Chen Geyao dialing echoed through the studio, and the audience held their breath, the silence palpable. On screen, Lu Xiaoyu was immersed in playing the piano. Her demeanor relaxed as she and Lu Chen felt untroubled, believing all was well at home. Mom and Appo's calling, "Keep playing. Let her hear that everything is perfectly normal," Lu Chen encouraged. "Okay," Lu Xiaoyu replied, her fingers dancing across the keys. As the soothing piano melody filled the air, Lu Chen answered the call, his attention divided. "Hello, dear." Taking a deep breath, Chen Geyao's expression turned icy. "Lu Chen, I'm aware of everything. You had better clarify what else you have been concealing from me." Lu Chen shivered at her tone, while Lu Xiaoyu intensified her piano playing, fearful of incurring her mother and Appo's wrath. I have nothing to hide from you," he stammered, a comical mix of evasion and urgency on his face, causing the audience to stifle their laughter. Chen Geyao and Appo's fury was palpable, far from feigned. "Lu Chen, how long will you continue to keep secrets? I am giving you a chance. Confess now." All right, I confess." Lu Chen appeared resigned, as if fate had caught up with him. Chen Geyao smirked internally. "At last, a confession? You shall disclose all regarding your child-rearing activities. Any omission will result in dire consequences. Observe. Men are truly susceptible to intimidation. A commanding woman's inquiry can yield unexpected revelations. Indeed, when I confronted my husband about his secret savings, he revealed 2 mistresses. When I questioned him about surreptitiously sending money to his mother, he confessed to purchasing a house for his parents. I once asked, and my husband admitted to being promiscuous. Oh dear, don't frighten me. I'm set to marry tomorrow. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with guilt. Last time, when you were at home composing for your company and Oppo's singer, I secretly altered a few notes. Huh? Chen Geyao was momentarily taken aback, then urgently inquired, which song? What line? It's that song, Flying to the Moon, specifically the line, escaping from the most bustling city, flying to the loneliest starry sky. And Oppo's, Lu Chen and Oppo's voice trembled slightly. Chen Geyao and Oppo's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes widening in realization. You began signaling to her mother, prompting Chen Geyao to refocus. Not this matter. Think carefully. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Chen gasped, his expression one of deep regret, realizing he had been careless. The necklace I gifted you was T140,000. It was 1040000. What? Chen Geyao was rendered speechless. Goodness, an unexpected windfall. I and Amp, Oppo's, thee gladly have 7 husbands like this, switching them daily. Isn't he a stay-at-home dad? Where did he acquire such wealth? Wait. Isn't this supposed to be an interrogation? How did it turn into a display of affection? Where did you procure such funds? Chen Geyao demanded. Lu Chen stammered. I have some personal savings. The fact that his private fund were not spent on himself only sweetened Chen Geyao's feelings. Not this incident. There's more. You're still concealing something. Lu Chen blinked, appearing to slowly piece together the situation. There's a scheme afoot. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered enough of such narratives to see through it now. He straightened his posture, regaining confidence, his tone becoming resolute. I truly have nothing left. Not a single thing. Impossible. Just tell me what you are hiding. Confess, and I shall accept it. Lu Chen attempted to infuse some playful banter into their conversation. But Chen Geyao could not directly mention the show as context. I've noticed everything. Stop hiding. There isn't. Truly, there isn't. You. Lu Xiaoyu began to gesture again. Chen Geyao, her expression darkened, declared over the phone, Fine then, I shall hang up. Lu Chen blinked in confusion, muttering to himself, This shouldn't be. Given your mother's usual temperament, such fervent questioning must indicate she's in a foul mood and wishes to reprimand me. Why has it ended so abruptly? Lu Xiaoyu pondered, could it be that her period has returned? Aha! I can hardly breathe. The diva's family is so lively and amusing. See, despite Lu Chen's minor flaws, he is undoubtedly a good man. Chen Geyao truly is our role model. Beautiful, wealthy, and with such an enviable family. Suddenly, Su Binfen recalled something. Hey, diva, is that the song Flying to the Moon? I remember it was sung by Fong Qian from your company, right? Tian Yi Yao Nu did. Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, Diva, why don't you explain it? After a moment's thought, Chen Geyao began, that song, Flying to the Moon, was my creation. Later, I noticed the chorus had changed slightly from my original version, becoming more fluid and melodious. I initially thought it was a mere coincidence during my composition. Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked, Can Lu Chen compose music? Chen Geyao shook her head gently. He has never displayed such talent. And the necklace incident? Su Binfen probed. Chen Geyao reached for the necklace around her neck. This was a gift from him for my birthday. He claimed it cost 140,000. I didn't pay much attention, thinking it was beautiful, so I've worn it ever since. Su Binfen gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this is from Washali's newly launched Snow White collection, worth indeed over $1 million. A wave of gasps swept through the audience, and the comments exploded with excitement. Are such men still available? How can one develop a case of envy just from watching a live stream? Though Lu Chen has concealed some matters from Chen Geyao, who can blame him? The child-rearing issue has suddenly become trivial. The 3 female celebrities from the observation group and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged envious glances, particularly Fu Qingran, who couldn't help but think of her own husband. When we stream from our home, you better not falter. Chen Geyao couldn't resist glancing at the large screen again. Lu Chen had just completed recording Lu Xiaoyu's piano assignment and sent it to the piano teacher. On screen, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, "Yay, it's finally done. Let us, father and daughter, sweetly duo together. Today, I shall conquer the realm." Chapter 9. How long has it been since you sang to your child? The following afternoon was filled with joyous moments of play, as Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu engaged in their games. A plethora of humorous dialogues enveloped the live stream in a delightful atmosphere. "Why isn't my robot biting him? He activated his ultimate. It infuriates me. Damn Xiaoho's lips. That and Oppo's. S Xiaoho done. It's pronounced done. Remember that." Chen Geyao, observing the lively banter in the comments and the cheerful interplay between father and daughter, fell into contemplation. She realized that since Xiaoyu began kindergarten and now at the age of 8, there seemed to be no moments more blissful than the present. This led Chen Geyao to harbor doubts. Was their approach to Xiaoyu and Oppo's education truly correct? Encouraging a child to study diligently was undoubtedly right. Yet Xiaoyu did not appear particularly joyful. With this thought, Chen Geyao gently shook her head. "No, everything is for Xiaoyu." Fu Qingran suddenly remarked. "I once again affirm that Lu Chen is an irresponsible father, leading Xiaoyu down a path of indulgence, making it difficult to pull her back." Li Xiaolu added, "Indeed, if my husband behaved like this with our son, I would absolutely not permit it." Su Binfeng immediately countered, "But Xiaoyu is very happy right now. The bond between father and daughter is harmonious and joyful. Besides, Xiaoyu has already completed her task for the day. What harm is there in a little playtime? Have you forgotten that Lu Chen helped Xiaoyu with her homework?" Fu Qingran retorted. Su Binfeng replied, "Xiaoyu just finished her summer break and is only in 2nd grade. She knows all 1st grade material. Once in a while, it's perfectly fine." No. This isn't about grades. It's a matter of attitude," Li Xiaolu interjected. Chen Geyao could only step in, stating, "Helping Xiaoyu with her homework is certainly wrong. Everyone should not emulate Lu Chen." However, the comments did not reflect this sentiment, especially among the younger viewers who either had no children or were indifferent. Who cares? As long as it's entertaining, it's simply delightful. One instance of homework assistance for a day of joy for the child is worth it. I just think Lu Chen is charming and gentle, and Xiaoyu is beautiful and adorable. That's enough for me, whose husband and child are perfect. If my husband had Lu Chen's patience to spend a whole day playing with our child, I'd be eternally grateful. Thus, the afternoon passed in blissful laughter. Lu Chen prepared a sumptuous dinner for Lu Xiaoyu, who, after a long day, enjoyed her meal heartily, causing many viewers in the live stream to salivate. Many couldn't help but compare their own husbands. In this day and age, a man who doesn't gamble or patronize and can cook. What more could one want? All thanks to Lu Chen. My son is now insisting I cook. I genuinely can't. Song goddess, you found such a wonderful man to manage the household. I'd willingly step aside. The ruse of convincing me to have a daughter has truly succeeded. Evening approached. Given her young age, Lu Xiaoyu soon grew weary after skipping her afternoon nap. Sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, by 8 o'clock, her eyelids began to droop. Her adorable demeanor elicited smiles from Chen Geyao. Lu Chen, meanwhile, busied himself tidying the mess left throughout the day. This scene prompted many to scold their own husbands. Lu Chen turned to find Lu Xiaoyu sprawled on the sofa. He gently roused her. "Xiaoyu, you haven't washed up yet?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes. Lu Xiaoyu pouted in displeasure. "Daddy, it doesn't matter if I don't wash up for a day. I want to sleep." "Let her sleep." "Oh my. This little girl is as precious as a porcelain doll." With Lu Chen so indulgent, he will surely agree, right? He must agree. If he helps with homework and allows such long playtime, how could he refuse? Yet Lu Chen shook his head. "No, Xiaoyu, I can play with you. But certain habits cannot be neglected. Girls must prioritize hygiene and develop good habits. If you don't brush your teeth after eating, bacteria will thrive. And do you want little bugs to make a home in your mouth?" Pouting, Xiaoyu slipped on her slippers. "But Daddy has to sing me to sleep." "All right." The studio erupted with astonished gasps. He actually agreed? Lu Chen truly has a way. I believe he is right. We cannot compromise on habits, as that is how children form good ones. If parents start to slack off, children will surely disregard such matters. Xiaoyu asked with a smile, "Song goddess, does Lu Chen sing to Xiaoyu?" Every night? Chen Geyao paused, shaking her head. I don't know, as Xiaoyu is quite attached to Lu Chen. He always puts her to sleep. I am very busy. Even when at home, Xiaoyu prefers Lu Chen's company. Su Binfeng expressed admiration. Oh, Song Goddess, you are truly fortunate. Chen Geyao smiled. In this regard, Lu Chen excelled, never causing her concern. The scene shifted to Xiaoyu and Appo's room, adorned in soft pink hues, exuding warmth and cuteness. Chen Geyao chuckled. This room was decorated by Lu Chen and Xiaoyu together. I remember Xiaoyu was particularly happy at that time. Even Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu displayed envious smiles. In the frame, Lu Xiaoyu lay obediently on her bed, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Chen. Daddy, sing me the song Mommy used to sing, but imitate Mommy's voice. She hasn't sung to me in ages. Seeing this, Chen Geyao and Appo's heart trembled. Indeed, how long had it been since she sang to Xiaoyu? Did Xiaoyu always wish for Lu Chen to lull her to sleep? Chen Geyao suddenly recalled moments when Xiaoyu asked her to sing. She always declined, citing work. Sometimes, she even scolded Xiaoyu for her own frustrations. Over time, as Xiaoyu entered primary school, she ceased to make such requests. Chen Geyao felt a pang in her heart. Yet Lu Chen was always exceptionally patient. In the scene, Lu Chen smiled and gently patted Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Daddy will sing you a song about our family of 3, all right? Okay. Lu Xiaoyu closed her eyes, and Lu Chen also slightly closed his, beginning to sing. Daddy, where has the sun gone now that the moon has arrived? The entire studio erupted in gasps of astonishment. Chen Geyao stood up suddenly, her face a mask of disbelief as she stared at the enormous screen. The comments section exploded. What the heck? Is that Xiaoyu's voice? Can you believe a towering man sings in a child's voice? It's uncanny. I have goosebumps. What is this vocal control? It's terrifying. What song is this? I've never heard it before. Chapter 10. This song is undoubtedly original. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Lu Chen, who was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I sang it wrong. No. An excited glint sparkled in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Daddy, your voice just now sounded like that of a little girl. Lu Chen affectionately patted Lu Xiaoyu's small head, saying, That was your voice, dear. Please be quiet now and close your eyes to listen as you drift off to sleep. Lu Chen gently patted Lu Xiaoyu again and began to hum a tune. Daddy, when the sun rises, does the moon go home? No hiss. The first line is Lu Xiaoyu asking, and the second is Lu Chen answering. I'm getting dizzy from listening. I'm about the same age as Lu Chen, and now I want him to lull me to sleep. I wish I could call him Dad. At my age, I could be Lu Chen's mother, yet I still wish for him to soothe me to sleep. Where does the sun go when the stars come out? To the sky. No matter how I search, I can't find it. It has gone home. Su Binfeng, with her beautiful big eyes wide open, had not sat down since the moment Lu Chen began to sing. She extended her slender fingers in astonishment, asking What kind of vocal control is this? Countless singers in the music industry cannot achieve this. The Queen of Ballads, you didn't know? Chen Geyao was equally astonished. I never knew that. The scene depicted Lu Chen beginning the second verse, still starting with Lu Xiaoyu's voice. Mommy, when do the leaves turn green and flowers bloom? But at that moment, a melodious and gentle female voice suddenly emerged. When the leaves fall. Wow. The audience gasped in amazement, while the visuals continued with the girl asking and the mother answering in song. When the flowers turn red, can we pick the fruit? When the flowers wither, will the fruit planted in the soil sprout? When spring arrives, Su Binfeng suddenly exclaimed this. This is the voice of the Queen of Ballads. Wow. Goodness. Truly. Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen, and the Queen of Ballads together in one song. The lyrics are magnificent, and the melody is enchanting. Is this original? I searched high and low, but couldn't find this song. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran exchanged glances, each seeing a shared concern reflected in the other's eyes. Although Lu Chen had helped Lu Xiaoyu with her homework and played games with her, he also demonstrated a rare quality not commonly found in ordinary fathers. Now, with his singing ability on display, it could even be his original creation. What if, during the second and third episodes featuring Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's families, they were compared unfavorably? Original. It's definitely original. Su Binfeng exclaimed. noting that the song could not be found on any copyright website. Li Xiaolu raised a skeptical inquiry. But the Queen of Ballads didn't even know Lu Chen could sing, let alone compose. Perhaps he inadvertently created it in her entertainment company's songwriting department. No way. Chen Geyao interjected. He has never been to my company, and I have never brought this song home. Su Binfeng insisted. Then it must be original. After all, Lu Chen has revised one of the Queen of Ballads songs. What is the matter? This song being original doesn't take away your cake, Li Xiaolu, does it? Is it really so difficult to acknowledge someone else as husband's excellence? Oh my, I'm in love. Lu Chen is so handsome. This song is simply wonderful. Lu Xiaoyu has fallen asleep. The live stream is about to end. How can I bear it? Can we switch the camera to the bathroom to live stream Lu Chen bathing? Lu Xiaoyu peacefully fell asleep, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Lu Chen gently caressed her chubby little face, a glow of paternal love illuminating his features. He rose, took a deep breath, and tidied up once more. The live stream concluded amidst the audience's praises for Lu Chen. Su Binfeng remained in shock, urging Chen Geyao to ensure she obtained the original version of the song upon returning home. Throughout the live broadcast, Chen Geyao transitioned from confidence to frustration and anger, ultimately landing in astonishment. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, leaving her filled with questions. Lu Chen, what else is there that I do not know about you? And thus, the first episode of Mommy is Not Home came to a perfect close, leaving the audience with a sense of familial harmony experienced through Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu's live stream. In the second episode, we will explore the family of Li Xiaolu, the film queen, to see how her husband manages childcare at home. See you next time. Backstage in the broadcasting studio, the chief director Hong Bo and assistant director Zhang Jifeng were engulfed in delight as they reviewed the data from the analytics department. During the live stream, they had gained some insights, but now, as they observed the figures, their excitement could no longer be contained. An average of 1.45 million viewers online, peaking at 3.89 million. This data was nothing short of explosive, far exceeding the minimum requirements for an S-level variety show. The official account of Mommy is Not Home gained over 1.9 million followers in just one day. Countless viewers left messages and private comments. Strongly urged for Mommy is Not Home to have a 24-hour live stream. Bring back Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. Strongly request the second episode to also live stream the Queen of Ballads family. Does Lu Chen have a short video account? I want to follow him. A delightful variety show, a battleground of entertainment. The positive feedback flowed in like a tidal wave. As the first episode concluded, over 300,000 viewers rated and reviewed it, pushing the show's score to an impressive 9.6. It is known that a variety show scoring above 8.5 after its premiere is considered a phenomenon. Hong Bo and Zhang Jifeng laughed heartily and embraced. The Queen of Ballads' popularity was one factor, but the live stream's appeal lay in its participants. Lu Xiaoyu was irresistibly adorable and captivating. Indeed, Lu Chen's image was impeccable, culinary skills that were top-notch, proficiency in piano, singing, and songwriting. He seemed tailor-made for our production team. You must remind the Queen of Ballads not to let anything slip when she returns home. Maintaining the element of surprise is crucial. Yes, I'll also remind Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to ensure their families maintain the same standard as Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. Chen Geyao sat in the business vehicle, gazing at the city's neon lights outside, lost in contemplation. She felt discontent over Lu Chen's excessive indulgence towards Lu Xiaoyu, displeasure over Lu Xiaoyu learning to lie, and concern regarding the continued live stream after returning home. The production team had stated that, while ensuring the family and Oppos has privacy, they needed to collect footage of Chen Geyao at home for use as highlights in the next episode. Assistant Zhao Yi turned her head from the passenger seat. Sister Yao, your husband and Lu Xiaoyu are simply adorable. I watched the entire live stream. Chen Geyao smiled faintly, experiencing both surprise and, honestly, I don't think it matters much. My mother once told me that a man remains a boy until death. At times, they can behave just like children. Children. Innocence? Chen Geyao's eyes sparkled. Is that truly the case? Chapter 11. His charmingly mischievous appearance. By the time Chen Geyao returned home, It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, the show Mom is Not Home was being broadcasted in the same city. Zhao Yi, Chen Geyao and Amp, Oppos, his assistant and his sisterly confidant, understood her thoughts and offered a few words of advice before leaving. Sister Yao, you should be grateful. This is nothing compared to what others would envy you for. Just be cautious when you get home and manage your emotions well. As the production team is compiling footage, upon pushing open the door, she found her home impeccably tidy. Lu Chen was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, a cup of tea placed before him. A warmth enveloped Chen Geyao and Amp, Oppo's heart, no matter how late it was. Lu Chen would always wait for her to return home. The house was always spotless, and if she confirmed a dinner return, delicious meals would be freshly prepared. Any lingering discontent within Chen Geyao evaporated entirely when Lu Chen handed her a cup of tea. Are you tired? Shall I give you a massage? Lu Chen asked with a playful grin. Chen Geyao shook her head, unable to resist stealing a glance at the hidden camera's location. Oh, after a long day. Let's have a chat. She settled down beside him, patting the cushion. Lu Chen paused, then broke into a smile. I see. You want to talk to me? Shut up. Chen Geyao retorted, her cheeks flushing. Mind your words. Lu Chen, undeterred, leaned closer, draping an arm around her shoulders, his chin resting there. Just like an old married couple. Come on, be serious. Chen Geyao protested, playfully nudging his head away, her heart fluttering despite her feigned annoyance. She suddenly recalled Zhao Yi and Oppo's words. Men remain boys until death, like children. Lu Chen was typically mature and composed, wise and intelligent. Yet he revealed a more childish side only when alone with Chen Geyao. Was this not another form of love? I was wondering, did you ever study music? Chen Geyao inquired, contemplating how to broach her questions. Lu Chen nodded, curiosity evident on his face. Indeed, I was the lead singer in the choir at Tsinghua Elementary, center stage. Lu Chen declared proudly. Is that all? Chen Geyao chuckled softly. Later, I was the music representative in middle school, learned harmonica and guitar in high school, and even studied piano for a while in college just to impress you. Did you really learn? Chen Geyao asked uncertainly. Of course, but once you became a singer, I felt my skills were inadequate to compete. Lu Chen replied. Did you ever learn to write songs? She pressed. Lu Chen shook his head, puzzled. Why are you asking this after a long day? Chen Geyao felt flustered, realizing her questions were becoming more pointed. How was you today? Lu Chen's expression soured. When I was home, you never worried. Yet today, you've been messaging and calling, asking if I'm going to lead your daughter astray? No. Suddenly, Chen Geyao's phone rang. Hello, this is Yu's mother. I just saw the piano assignment you sent today. I couldn't and Oppos. Resist calling you so late. Chen Geyao quickly glanced at Lu Chen and switched to speaker mode. Yu and Oppos. Piano assignment was exceptional. Among all the children I teach, hers is the most complete, both in technique and emotion, rivaling even seasoned adults. I wondered if you had been guiding her. After hanging up, Chen Geyao felt more puzzled than before. Have you been giving Yu piano lessons? Oomph. Lu Chen scoffed with my level. I can end Oppos, even compare to Yu. Chen Geyao felt a mix of frustration and curiosity, knowing the truth yet unable to ask. Why don't you come to the media room and sing for me? I suddenly feel like hearing you sing. Lu Chen stared at her, bewildered, reaching out to touch her forehead. Why are you acting so strange today? You, the diva, want to hear a mere amateur sing? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Geyao swatted his hand away. No. I saw a boy singing passionately to one of our female colleagues today. Although his singing was average, it was quite touching. Lu Chen was already restless, desire bubbling beneath the surface. How about we wash up and sleep? Chen Geyao snapped, gritting her teeth. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear. I'm all cleaned up. Instantly, Chen Geyao felt her anger dissipate, her resolve weakening. Then, I'll go take a shower. Lu Chen sprang up excitedly. All right, let us go. He dashed into the bedroom, leaving Chen Geyao blushing, stealing another glance at the hidden camera, stomping her foot in frustration. Why did I lose my composure? Darn it. I didn't Oppos to get to ask what I wanted. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Chen Geyao left home without breakfast, needing to arrive at the studio early. When Lu Xiaoyu woke up and found Chen Geyao missing, she pouted. At breakfast, Lu Chen cheerfully handed Lu Xiaoyu a card, which contained a few heartfelt messages from Chen Geyao. "You, I'm sorry for coming home so late and leaving early. But I stole several kisses while you were sleeping. Mommy loves you." Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up, her big eyes sparkling like crescent moons. It seemed like her mother had changed, becoming more attentive than ever. Receiving a card from her mother every day would surely brighten her mood. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu and Oppo's hair. "Then you should tell your mommy." "Okay." At the studio for Mom is Not Home, Xiaoyu opened the show with enthusiasm. "Good morning, dear audience. Today we welcome our second Family Live, featuring the illustrious actress Li Xiaolu. Before the broadcast, we gathered footage from last night when Chen Geyao returned home. Please enjoy the big screen." Chen Geyao felt a surge of anxiety. Would the production team be merciless? As the footage unfolded, her immaculate home drew numerous compliments. "I understand. You just finished your period and wanted to be with me. Shut up. We're like an old married couple. Besides, it's been half a month." Chen Geyao blushed, her embarrassment mirroring the scene on screen, burying her face in her chest. Lu Chen appeared roguishly charming, his infatuation with Chen Geyao evident, devoid of the mundane weariness that often plagues long-term couples. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Of course, if my wife were the diva Geyao, I wouldn't even go to work, just stay home and make babies every day." Lu Chen's mischievous demeanor is simply enchanting. He acts like a child, utterly lovable. "Let go of that diva, and let me step in. After all, I'm not so serious." Chapter 12. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be watching videos of beautiful women. The opening montage resembled a delightful interlude that brought boundless joy. The production team, witnessing over 2 million views right from the start, wore smiles that bloomed like flowers. Many viewers clamored for a continuation of the live broadcast featuring Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, while even more awaited a glimpse into Li Xiaolu's family life. As a renowned actress, Li Xiaolu's popularity was undeniable. Following the laughter, Xiaoyu gracefully opened the segment. "Now, let us invite Li Xiaolu to introduce her husband and child before we commence our live show." Li Xiaolu brimmed with confidence. She had even splurged on a renowned makeup artist, commencing her preparations before dawn broke. Standing before the camera, she smiled softly. "My husband's name is Li Liang. He is the general manager of a company and places immense importance on our child's education, particularly in fostering various abilities. He serves as a role model in all aspects of life. My son is named Li Zixuan, and he is 9 years old. He will enter the 3rd grade after the summer break. He excels academically and possesses a maturity and wisdom beyond his years." It seems the husband of the actress looks quite impressive. This appears to be a well-mannered family. How ironic. During the live broadcast of the song Diva's Family, they ridiculed others, and now they are praising their own before even starting. I'm quite eager. I hope Li Xiaolu's family is as entertaining as the song Divas. As the scene unfolded, everyone was taken aback. Li Zixuan was on his knees, tears streaming down his face. Li Liang sat on the sofa, his face darkened as he smoked. When Li Xiaolu's smiling visage was displayed on the big screen, it swiftly morphed into a look of embarrassment. Please pardon a moment. It seems Zixuan has made a rather grave mistake this morning." "What kind of serious mistake could a 9-year-old possibly make? Is it possible that in this day and age, a father would make his own son kneel? Are you sure he is the biological father?" According to Li Xiaolu, Li Liang is quite strict and authoritative, which is not surprising. Didn't she just claim he sets a good example for the child? Yet here he is, lounging in the living room, smoking like a lord? A burst of laughter erupted, discordant with the atmosphere, as all eyes turned to the observation area. Fu Qingran was stifling her amusement, while Su Binfeng appeared to be vibrating with suppressed laughter, and the source of the mirth was none other than Chen Geyao. Chen Geyao and Oppo's face flushed with embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize. It and Oppo's just that this scene contrasts sharply with what Li Xiaolu just described." Li Xiaolu struggled to contain her disdainful glare directed at Chen Geyao. "The children require strict discipline. I trust my husband has his reasons. At the very least, he wouldn't assist the child with his homework. I hope everyone continues to watch attentively." Xiaoyu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone, Let us continue to observe and discover the precious moments in Li Liang and Amp. Oppo's S parenting. Li Liang, with his legs crossed, exhaled a plume of smoke. His icy gaze fixed on Li Zixuan. Do you understand your mistake? Li Zixuan trembled. I understand. And what should you be doing now? Writing. My homework. Then what are you waiting for? Li Liang glared once more. Li Zixuan hurriedly rose and rushed to his desk to hastily scribble down his work. The camera zoomed in on Li Zixuan's homework, which appeared scrawled and riddled with errors, suggesting a focus solely on speed rather than quality. Wait, this is completely different from what Li Xiaolu described. Compared to UU's homework, this handwriting is leagues below. Look at how dark Li Xiaolu's expression has become. Is this really a serious mistake? Isn't it normal for children to resist doing homework? Why the harsh punishment, as if he desecrated the family tomb? Dad, I'm done. Li Zixuan exclaimed cheerfully. Li Liang, reclining on the sofa with a cigarette, grunted in response. Put away. Dad, may I play on my phone? Li Zixuan inquired. Go ahead, just don't pester me. Li Zixuan gleefully dashed off to grab his phone. The atmosphere in the studio shifted dramatically. Everyone seemed wary of provoking Li Xiaolu and Amp, Oppo's ire, resulting in an eerie silence. Li Xiaolu quickly interjected. My husband is very busy. He will certainly check Zixuan and Oppo's homework. He is likely attending to company matters right now. The camera zoomed in, revealing Li Liang's phone screen. The audience's expressions turned peculiar. Chen Geyao casually remarked, if I'm not mistaken. He is watching videos of beautiful women dancing. Isn't he? The answer was unmistakably clear. Chen Geyao felt a surge of satisfaction, turning to Fu Qingran. As an educational expert, what is your perspective on this? Fu Qingran, who shared a close relationship with Li Xiaolu, found herself in a precarious position. Li Liang's approach is not advisable. Making a child kneel for not initiating their homework could negatively impact their psyche. Smoking in the living room is detrimental to the child's health. Neglecting to check on the child's homework while engrossed in his phone sets a poor example, leading the child to emulate that behavior. Li Xiaolu glared at Fu Qingran, suppressing her anger. What are you doing? Aren't we on the same side? Fu Qingran shot back a look at Li Xiaolu. Given the circumstances, what else can I say? I can't exactly claim your husband is in the right, can I? I still have my career to consider. Throughout the morning, Li Liang remained engrossed in watching videos of women, while Li Zixuan busied himself with games. The atmosphere in the studio was painfully dull. Witnessing the viewership plummet from over 2 million at the onset to less than 500,000 by noon, the director and assistant director wore expressions darkened by disappointment. Xiaoyu, take charge. Xiaoyu had struggled throughout the morning and quickly declared, now we've reached an engaging segment. Li Xiaolu, it's time for you to call your husband. Nodding swiftly, Li Xiaolu retrieved her phone and dialed. Upon seeing her call, Li Liang's brow furrowed in annoyance. What with all the calls throughout the day? It's like I'm being monitored. Li Xiaolu stood in disbelief. Is this how you behave when I'm not around? Li Xiaolu has always portrayed her marriage as blissful. How does it seem so contrary now? Chen Geyao never claimed such, yet Lu Chen's affection is distinctly evident. The disparity between the two families is staggering, and this live broadcast lacks any intrigue. Li Liang answered the call, his voice dripping with saccharine affection. My dearest wife, just a few hours apart, and I already miss you dearly. In that moment, Li Xiaolu, a celebrated actress, realized that all her acting skills had vanished. Chapter 13. The husband and son's cutting critique leaves Li Xiaolu on pins and needles. Li Xiaolu took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Darling, how did Zixuan fare with his homework this morning? Did you check it? Li Liang's gaze remained glued to a video of a dancing beauty on his phone, his expression one of impatience, yet his tone was exceedingly gentle. Oh, sweetheart, Zixuan was exceptionally well-behaved this morning. He completed his homework swiftly and accurately. I and Oppo's checked it all. No mistakes whatsoever. Rest assured, I will ensure our son's studies are rigorously managed. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. If I weren't aware of the truth, I would undoubtedly be deceived by Li Liang's disingenuousness. Li Liang is truly cunning. He lies without batting an eye, so adept at feigning concern. Lu Chen is genuinely devoted, whereas Li Liang merely puts on a show. I cannot accept such a stark contrast. I suggest continuing the live stream at Lu Chen's home. Li Xiaolu, mindful of the audience, refrained from expressing her frustrations and continued, "What about lunch? How do you plan to handle that? Zixuan is growing and needs proper nutrition." "Don't worry, my dear," Li Liang replied dismissively. "I've already arranged everything. I hired a professional nutritionist to craft a meal plan and a chef to prepare the food at home. I guarantee a balanced diet that will meet Zixuan and Appo's developmental needs." Knowing that Li Liang was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, Li Xiaolu thought it best to avoid giving the impression of neglecting their child's dietary needs, and thus advised, "Darling, please invest more thought into Zixuan's well-being. Do not be solely absorbed in work. Our child and Appo's growth relies on our presence." "Understood, understood. Please, spare me the lecture." "I am aware." Li Liang's tone was noticeably impatient. Upon hanging up, Li Liang's disdain could no longer be concealed. "It's infuriating. Always asking questions. Has menopause arrived early for her?" The comments reignited. How could he speak of his wife like that? It's outrageous. I no longer have any fondness for this man. Compared to Lu Chen and Appo's genuine care for Chen Geyao, Li Liang pales in comparison. In juxtaposition to Lu Chen, he is utterly beneath contempt. Lu Chen is the epitome of a devoted husband. What kind of father could possibly raise a good child? Faced with the overwhelming criticism in the comments, Li Xiaolu panicked and hastily addressed the camera. No. Everyone has misunderstood. We often joke like this. It's just our way of speaking. He means no harm. The audience remained unconvinced, and the comments remained laden with skepticism. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The so-called professional chef had arrived with ingredients. Clad in a professional uniform, he was accompanied by 2 assistants pushing a cart laden with food. Exuding an air of affluence, Li Liang stood up, directing them to busy themselves in the kitchen. "Be careful. My cookware is imported. You don't be clumsy. I must remind you that my son is growing. Do not skimp on lunch, or I'll ensure you regret it." Before long, lunch was served, the table adorned with exquisite dishes. However, upon merely glancing at the spread, Li Zixuan frowned and muttered, "I don't want to eat this. I want fried chicken and fries." Li Liang's already frayed nerves ignited instantly, and he glared at Li Zixuan, exclaiming, "Damn it! If you don't want to eat, then don't. Go hungry." The studio erupted in shock, and the comments flooded in. His lack of decorum is appalling. Swearing in front of the child. This is a complete departure from the devoted husband Li Xiaolu described. Wasn't he supposed to prioritize education? Raising a child through intimidation. Devoid of patience. This is a far cry from Lu Chen's gentle coaxing of Yu. Li Xiaolu, witnessing the unfamiliar visage of her husband on screen, felt her face flush with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. What was even more disheartening was yet to come. The screen displayed Li Liang finishing his meal without even wiping his mouth, then strolling into the bedroom, flopping onto the bed, and resuming his viewing of the dancing videos. Moments later, the sound of snoring filled the air. The scene shifted to Li Zixuan's room, where, taking advantage of Li Liang's slumber, he stealthily grabbed the phone to play games. "Zhong Kuei, stop pulling me. Daji, I despise you. Where are my teammates? Did they all die? Damn it. How could this child behave like this?" Swearing. Does Li Liang not intervene? At such a tender age, he has already learned to curse. This is a dreadful habit. If my son acted this way, I would promptly discipline him. I could send him back to my wife's womb. The audience watched in stunned silence. The comments brimming with criticism of the father-son duo's lack of decorum and mocking Li Xiaolu's previous boasts. Li Xiaolu, overwhelmed with embarrassment, found herself at a loss for words, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Fu Qingran watched the scene unfold, a sense of worry creeping in. Tomorrow, it would be her turn. She could not afford to falter like Li Xiaolu. Chen Geyao leaned back comfortably, sighing with relief. Comparing the warm interactions between her family and Lu Chen with this spectacle, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Is this it? And you dare compare him to my Lu Chen? Even if Lu Chen had minor flaws, he was incomparable to this father-son pair. "Teacher Fu, are you feeling unwell today? You seem rather quiet," Chen Geyao purposely remarked. Fu Qingran's expression darkened as she shot a displeased glance at Chen Geyao. What are you looking at? As a child psychology expert, shouldn't you be offering your insights at this moment? Chen Geyao teased. The host, Xiao Yu, noticing the plummeting viewer count, quickly chimed in. Teacher Fu, do you have any suggestions? Reluctantly, Fu Qingran took up the microphone. Regarding Li Liang's methods of parenting, I do not agree. Children being picky eaters and overly engrossed in games are habits that require timely correction from parents, rather than neglect and criticism. Furthermore, using foul language can adversely affect a child's psyche. Parents should be attentive and intervene promptly. Having spoken her piece, Fu Qingran promptly sat back down. The live stream grew monotonous, the viewer count dwindling to a mere 200,000. In the director's room, Hong Bo's expression darkened. What on earth is happening with Li Xiaolu? Why is her husband behaving like this? The assistant director, Zhang Jifeng, appeared at a loss for words. Who knows? Li Xiaolu was singing praises about her family. Who could have anticipated this outcome? The live stream continued. Yet Li Zixuan had already been engrossed in gaming for over 3 hours, while Li Liang remained in deep slumber. The broadcast had suddenly become excruciatingly dull, prompting viewers to voice their frustrations as the numbers plummeted. Li Xiaolu felt as if she were sitting on a bed of nails, her discomfort palpable. Having exhausted all justifications and excuses, she found herself powerless against the shortcomings of her husband and son. Her words alone could not salvage their reputation. The entire online commentary clamored for a return to Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu and Oppo's live stream. Chen Geyao couldn't help but smile. Still so proud? I need not lift a finger to see Li Xiaolu's downfall. What is this? Without comparison, there is no pain. Your husband and son's merciless critiques are utterly unrelenting. Chapter 14. Grant me a Lu Chen from the heavens. Now, please, Li Xiaolu, the actress. Give your husband a call to check on their current situation, Xiao Yu urged, managing the scene with urgency. Li Xiaolu's heart raced as she picked up her phone and dialed. In the footage, Li Liang groggily opened his eyes, saw Li Xiaolu's call, and impatiently hung up, turning over to continue sleeping. Li Xiaolu and Oppo's expression darkened instantly, and the studio fell into a profound silence. The chief director, Hong Bo, could no longer bear to watch. This simply would not do. All the popularity garnered in the first segment had been squandered. Stop it immediately. Upon hearing the directive, Xiao Yu felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. This task was truly unbearable. The first segment seemed so effortless, and she had hoped this S-class variety show would bring them fame, but the second segment, it was too challenging. Dear audience, the live stream of actress Li Xiaolu's family has reached its conclusion. Li Xiaolu exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had survived a near disaster. On the way home, Li Xiaolu sat in the back seat of the Maybach, her demeanor grim. The driver was too frightened to breathe. Upon arriving home, Li Xiaolu composed herself. She could not afford to be angry. There was another live stream tomorrow. Calm. After a moment, she finally opened the door. As she stepped inside, her eyes fell upon the unwashed dishes and the mess on the table. Just then, Li Liang, having just woken up, emerged to find Li Xiaolu and Oppo's displeased expression. Wife. He stammered in surprise. Why are you home so early? Li Xiaolu cast a glance at the dining table, prompting Li Liang to hurriedly gather the mess and shove it into the kitchen. How was Zixian today? Did he finish his homework? Did you check? He wasn't playing on his phone, was he? A barrage of questions left Li Liang bewildered. Why was his wife so concerned about the child today? But he remained unfazed. Responding smoothly, he did. I checked. He wasn't playing. Today, Zixian was exceptionally well behaved. Damn it. A loud cry erupted from Li Zixian's room. Li Liang's expression darkened immediately. Wife? Let me explain, he began. Just as Li Xiaolu was about to erupt, the thought of tomorrow's live broadcast restrained her anger. Go take his phone away and bring me his homework to review, she commanded. Li Liang was taken aback. She wasn't angry? Was this still his wife? All right, I'll do that right away, he exclaimed, rushing into Li Zixian's room, only to hear a series of heart-wrenching cries that soon escalated into wails. Li Liang emerged with the homework, and before he could present it to Li Xiaolu, he opened it and was immediately struck dumb by the illegible scrawl within. Is this even human writing? Meanwhile, backstage at the Mommy Is Not Home live broadcast, host Xiao Yu clutched her chest, feeling anxious. As a host of an S-Class live variety show, this was a significant addition to her resume. However, the guests were truly a disappointment. Xiao Yu prayed silently. Even if Fu Qingran's family isn't as affluent as Chen Geyao's, please let them not be like Li Xiaolu's. Once she steadied her emotions, Xiao Yu donned her golden host smile and stepped onto the stage. Dear audience, good morning. Today we welcome our third family live stream, featuring my esteemed senior, the renowned host Fu Qingran. Not interested, still want to see Lu Chen. This woman has a dead fish face, and she and Amp. Oppos. SA child psychology expert? She scare my son. Don't mention it. My son was a handful yesterday, begging me to play King of Glory with him. Same here. Currently disciplining my son for messing up with Zhong Kuei and Oppos' skill. Hello everyone, I am Liang Jichao and Oppos' grandmother. I want to know what kind of place this is? Liang Jichao, said I, as Daji, play like a fool and asked me to come learn from the kids. Xiao Yu awkwardly observed the comments. Fortunately, her high professionalism allowed her to redirect the audience's attention back. Dear audience, as per our usual practice, we have compiled some footage of Li Xiaolu and Chen Geyao at home. Please enjoy it on the big screen. Li Xiaolu felt a surge of anxiety. The production team couldn't and Amp, Oppos, possibly expose everything just for ratings, could they? Chen Geyao languidly reclined on the sofa, exuding elegance. The goddess is so beautiful. Not to mention, I enjoy watching it. My wife loves it too. Hello everyone, I am Lu Chen. I'm still Lu Chen, truly deserving of the title of queen. She has had my child and still looks like she is 18. The person above can put down a knife now. The live broadcast unfolded, first showcasing Li Xiaolu's household. How was Zixian today? Did he finish his homework? Did you check? He wasn't playing on his phone, was he? He did. I checked. He wasn't in Oppos. Playing. Today, Zixian was exceptionally well behaved. Countless viewers began to roll their eyes at this moment. Damn it. Li Zixian and Amp, Oppos' outburst sent the audience into fits of laughter. Luckily, the footage ended there. The editors in the cutting room were on the verge of tears. Following that, when Li Xiaolu witnessed her son being scolded, a chaotic scene ensued between her and Li Liang, leaving his clothes in tatters and the situation utterly pitiful. They certainly couldn't and Oppos air that footage. Su Binfin struggled to suppress her laughter, her body shaking uncontrollably. The directing team, observing the steadily rising popularity, breathed a sigh of relief. But the comments had shifted dramatically, with many viewers clearly tuning in for Lu Chen. Xiao Yu received a timely prompt from the directing team. Next, let's take a look at the segment from the Queen, Chen Geyao and Oppos' family. Xiao Yu and Oppos' expression brightened. It seemed that only Chen Geyao's family could salvage the situation now. The footage began. As Chen Geyao approached the door, it swung open suddenly. Mama, welcome home, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, joyfully leaping from the entrance, arms wide open for an embrace. Chen Geyao was momentarily speechless, her busy work life making her forget how long it had been since she last held Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Chen stood beside the door with a radiant smile. Xiaoyu, why aren't you asleep? You insisted on waiting for me to come home. Chen Geyao happily scooped up Lu Xiaoyu, who cheerfully added, actually, I couldn't help but doze off for a bit. It was Dad who waited on the balcony for you to return. Observing the hint of fatigue in Lu Chen's eyes, Chen Geyao and Amp, Oppos' heart swelled with warmth and happiness. Oh heavens, can you grant me a man like Lu Chen? I'm already torturing my husband. I'm already torturing my old man. I admit, Lu Chen is a tad more handsome than I am after a shower. No comparison, no harm. Compared to Lu Chen, what is Li Liang even? Li Xiaolu felt as though she could sink into the ground. How could this possibly reflect on her? Su Binfin noticed the starry-eyed expression on Chen Geyao and Oppos' face. Sister Geyao, how did you find such a wonderful husband? Please teach me. Ever since the first day of the live broadcast concluded, Su Binfin had exchanged contact details with Chen Geyao as fellow queens of the music industry. Both possessing striking qualities and a strong sense of ambition, they had an abundance of common topics to discuss, naturally blossoming into good friends. Su Binfin even changed her address from Queen Geyao to Sister Geyao. All right, Sister will give you some advice. Chapter 15. I did nothing but trust him. The live broadcast continued to unfold. Upon returning home, Chen Geyao found the floor spotless, clothes drying on the balcony, and a pot of porridge simmering on the dining table. Her father explained that her mother worked very hard, so he specially prepared porridge for her, with Yu also lending a hand. Lu Xiaoyu puffed out her chest proudly. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu and Amp. Oppo's hair. Yu has been a great help. Really? Then mommy must taste it, Chen Geyao said as she approached the dining table, where Lu Chen had already prepared a bowl for her. Just in time. The temperature was perfect. Don and Amp. Oppo's worry. This millet porridge is low in calories. It won an Amp. Oppo's ruined my diva figure. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu tugged at Chen Geyao and Oppo's sleeve. Daddy is lying. It's been reheated several times. Chen Geyao felt a surge of happiness. Yet in that instant, self-doubt crept in. Having navigated the workplace for many years, she understood the significance of education. Hence, after conceiving Lu Xiaoyu, she became a workaholic. Her strictness regarding her career gradually extended to Lu Xiaoyu's studies as well. Yet she overlooked the fact that for a child, joy is the most vital aspect of childhood. Contemplating this, she unconsciously glanced towards Lu Xiaoyu's room, where Lu Chen was patiently coaxing Lu Xiaoyu to sleep. Chen Geyao's displeasure from yesterday's deception evaporated instantly. This man supports her career, tenderly cares for their daughter, and ensures she need not worry about domestic affairs. He even conceals his own talents for her sake. To others, Lu Chen may appear to be living off her success. But Chen Geyao knew that marrying Lu Chen was indeed a profoundly correct decision. Many viewers were touched by the warmth and harmony of Chen Geyao's family. In the final minute of the broadcast, it captured the moment she departed for the day. As before, Chen Geyao had written a little note at Lu Xiaoyu and Oppo's pink desk. Yu, thank you for making porridge for Mommy. Mommy loves you. After penning this note, she planted several kisses on the sleeping Lu Xiaoyu. Once Chen Geyao left, Lu Chen returned to Lu Xiaoyu and Amp. Oppo's room only to find her wide awake, joyfully clutching the note. Ah, so you were awake all along. Hee. I was afraid if I woke up early, Mommy wooed and Oppo's. Write me a note or kiss me. Little clever one, go take a nap. Daddy will call you when the food is ready. Yay. Thank you, Daddy. The broadcast seemed to conclude here. However, the production team had recorded a special segment of Lu Xiaoyu helping Lu Chen cook porridge, creating a heartwarming and delightful scene. Oh my, Yu is so understanding. What to do? I want them all, Diva, Lu Chen, and Yu. Ask Yu what color she likes for the sack. By comparison, what is Li Liang even worth? Li Xiaolu mused internally. Is this never-ending? The host, Xiaoyu, smilingly remarked, Yu truly is an understanding child. May I ask, Diva Geyao, could you share your experiences with everyone? Xiaoyu directly bypassed Fu Qingran and handed the topic to Chen Geyao. Fu Qingran and Amp. Oppo's expression fell instantly. After all, she was the child psychology expert. Chen Geyao took the microphone, her voice soothing like a gentle spring breeze. To my shame, I have neglected Yu's education in my pursuit of a career. It is primarily Lu Chen who oversees everything at home. I have done nothing but choose to trust him while he educates our child. Wonderful. Well said. After seeing the diva, I must scold my husband 10 times. This is what a warm family looks like. The Li Xiao Lu family is simply unbearable to watch. I hope Fu Qingran's family can surprise us. Fu Qingran's husband owes billions. He likely has no standing at home. In both the live stream and the studio, the appearance of Lu Xiaoyu brought boundless joy. The plummeting popularity due to Li Xiaolu was revived, with signs of breakthrough emerging. The chief director, Hongbo, was overjoyed. Many viewers were reluctant to part with the scenes from Chen Geyao and Oppo's home, yet some eagerly awaited the live broadcast from Fu Qingran and Oppo's family. After all, Mayu was also a star with several notable works, naturally garnering substantial fan support. Some fans even began to draw comparisons between Mayu and Lu Chen. Xiaoyu cheerfully approached Fu Qingran. Now, let us invite Fu Qingran to introduce her husband and child briefly, and then we shall commence the live broadcast. Fu Qingran lifted the microphone, exuding the unique aura of a host. To ensure there were no mishaps today, she had meticulously arranged all activities for Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao yesterday, even down to the hour. There would absolutely be no incidents. Fu Qing ran, faced the camera, flashing her signature smile. Hello everyone, my husband is Ma Yu. Many of you may know him. He began as a singer and, due to his passion for the performing arts, became an actor. He holds himself to high standards and is incredibly disciplined, with a well-structured approach to his work. My son, Ma Xiaobao, is 9 years old and excels in his studies. He has inherited his father and Appo's musical talent and has had a profound love for music since childhood, especially for various instruments. Once he picks one up, he cannot put it down. I've heard Ma Yu's songs. They're decent. His acting is average. I didn't amp Appo's to think it was that great. Artists are very demanding of themselves. Fu Qing Ran is a child psychology expert. I believe everything will be fine. Xiaoyu plays the piano quite well. I'm excited to see Ma Xiaobao's performance. The scene unfolded, and everyone shared a single impression, a family steeped in culture. The home was adorned with calligraphy, paintings, and instruments. Fu Qing Ran cast a haughty glance at Chen Geyao. This setup was meticulously arranged for the show, with several valuable masterpieces on display. Notably, a violin crafted by the genius Antonio Stradivari, a rare item with a manufacturing technique lost to time, of which only about 200 exist, each worth a fortune. Anticipation. Just by looking at the family and Appo's, decor and Appo's, it's clear the parents have put in significant effort. Indeed, the environment plays a crucial role in shaping a child's worldview, clearly demonstrating the parents' thoughtfulness. So many world-renowned paintings. These items must be worth a considerable amount. Xiaoyu sighed in relief, saying, as you can see, teacher Fu and Appo's home is uniquely arranged. Now, please allow teacher Fu to introduce it. Fu Qing Ran proudly raised her head, glancing at Chen Geyao before taking the microphone. Thank you, host. Everyone knows that cultivating art is as important as learning in a child's early years. Our family places great emphasis on it. We have everything from music to calligraphy. And my husband doesn't let Xiao Bao play video games. This targeted statement drew the crowd and Appo's attention towards Chen Geyao. Su Binfen timely praised. Teacher Fu has put in great effort. There are many masterworks in the home, clearly showing her dedication. Fu Qing Ran beamed with pride. It's all for the child. Just look at this violin in the living room. It was crafted by the Stradivari family in Italy, the best violin in the world, exceedingly rare, with an unparalleled tone that cannot be replicated. Chapter 16. The poisonous woman calls again. At this moment, the audience in the studio expressed their confusion, which the camera promptly captured. Isn't that the music maestro Chen Kongming? How old is he? I can't believe he watches this kind of show. He's a titan in the realm of music. What do you mean by not quite right? What's not quite right? In the director and Appo's room, Hongbo could hardly contain himself. This was a music luminary. The potential for his presence to elevate the show and Appo's popularity was immense. He abruptly seized the microphone. Xiaoyu, ensure that the maestro speaks. Receiving the message in her earpiece, Xiaoyu immediately signaled the staff to hand Chen Kongming the microphone. Mr. Chen, I never anticipated your presence at our event. When you mentioned something being amiss, could you elaborate? Chen Kongming, somewhat awkward, accepted the microphone. Haha, I feel quite embarrassed. My grandson is 7 years old, and upon hearing of this program, I came to learn from the masters. His hearty laughter instantly warmed the atmosphere. He continued, you see, I have a particular fondness for the violin, especially Antonio and Appo's violins, which are renowned for their exquisite sound quality. However, the violin on the wall seems somewhat peculiar. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a Wakima model, which set a record at an auction in New York a few years ago, fetching $15.9 million. Of course, I could be mistaken. As Chen Kongming took his seat, the camera frequently shifted between the violin and the host, Fu Qingran. The comments began to flood in. I checked and it's true. Can Fu Qingran afford such an expensive instrument? It must be fake. Perhaps he has been deceived. Hey, guess what? Not only is this violin fake, but many of the paintings on the wall are also forgeries. I specialize in selling counterfeit art. so I know what I'm talking about. I told you. How can one afford such expensive items, yet struggle to pay debts? As the barrage of comments intensified, Fu Qingran grew anxious. The director was equally distressed, not anticipating the situation would escalate in this manner. Xiao Yu quickly intervened. Teacher Fu is merely a child psychology expert and host, not a connoisseur. Hence, acquiring non-authentic items is not a grave issue. Furthermore, Teacher Fu's intention is to create an artistic environment for children, which is commendable. The focus returned to the live broadcast, shifting to observe Teacher Fu's spouse's approach to parenting. However, the living room appeared empty. Strange, it's already past 9. Haven't they gotten up yet? Isn't the poor teacher supposed to enforce strictness at home? How can they still be in bed? Laziness and oversleeping are hardly virtues. Xiao Yu glanced at Fu Qingran, who was equally puzzled, as Ma Yu had not informed her of any plans to leave that day. The production team switched the feed to Ma Xiaobao's room. Ma Xiaobao was indeed awake, but still in bed, engrossed in his phone. Curiously, why was the clock so precisely accurate today? Daji is so annoying. Can't she just go away? Ma Xiaobao exclaimed, frustrated. He tossed his phone onto the bed and began to wrestle with his pillow. Fu Qingran grimaced, her anger rising. Was he truly unable to recall anything from last night's instructions? The camera then shifted to Ma Yu's room. He was awake as well, playing on his phone, with alluring sounds emanating from the device. Was Ti watching an educational program? What's this? Crap, my headphones just died. How do I explain this to my mom? Wah, you all think it's a joke, but I really got slapped by my mom. I was scared I left my Venice backstage unattended. Su Binfeng lowered her head, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she mused, I'm a singer. I've truly never learned about managing expressions. Just as Fu Qingran felt an overwhelming urge to rush home and reprimand Ma Yu, a voice echoed from the screen. Ma Yu, I'm hungry. Hurry and make me something to eat. Ma Yu, upon hearing Ma Xiaobao's voice, quickly rolled out of bed. Xiaobao, you're hungry? I'll make hamburgers, chips, and fries. But remember, Mom insisted we have nutritional porridge this morning. Ma Xiaobao pouted, throwing his pillow at Ma Yu. You useless waste. Just do what I say. She's not home. A fleeting shadow crossed Ma Yu's face, but he quickly smiled. All right, I'll order it now. Content. Ma Xiaobao resumed his game on his phone. Once the door was closed, Ma Yu's expression fell. Damn it. Who is the parent here? Me or you? He growled under his breath. Ma Yu, what are you shouting about? Came Ma Xiaobao's voice from the room. Ma Yu quickly masked his anger, raising his voice to feign cheerfulness. Nothing. I'm just calling Kenji. Turning away, Ma Yu abruptly turned off his phone. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Shouldn't you be hungry? Maybe starving would be better for you. This father-son duo is incredible. It's the first time I've seen a father so obedient to his son. Children learn from their parents. It's evident how Fu Qingran behaves at home. I can't stop laughing. What kind of family is this? I strongly suggest changing the focus to the live-streaming Queen's household. We want to see Xiao Yu. Fu Qingran's expression darkened. Others were equally unprepared for such a scene. As a child psychology expert, Fu Qingran's familial environment was the most scrutinized among the 3 households. Yet reality was shockingly disappointing. The live broadcast became increasingly dull, and the viewership plummeted. Seeing the situation was dire, Xiao Yu urgently suggested, let us move on to the next segment and have Teacher Fu make a phone call home. Shall we? Fu Qingran could hardly wait. As soon as the host mentioned it, she pressed the dial button. On screen, the phone rang, but it was not my US device. He emerged from a bedroom with an identical phone and answered the call. As the camera zoomed in, the caller ID boldly displayed 2 words, poisonous woman. Why is this poisonous woman calling again? How annoying. Ma Yu grimaced as he answered the phone, his face filled with disdain. The studio echoed with exaggerated reactions. Hello, darling. Why are you suddenly calling me? Do you have instructions? Ma Yu. Fu Qingran's furious shout startled Su Binfeng and Chen Geyao beside her. At that moment, Fu Qingran felt as if her lungs were about to burst. You Ma Yu are watching adult films at home, and you have 2 phones behind my back. On screen, Ma Yu looked terrified, nearly kneeling. Wife, what's wrong? Who upset you? Fu Qingran tried to steady her emotions. Ma Yu, what time did you all get up today? Has Xiaobao finished his homework? Did you check it? What did you prepare for lunch? A flicker of distaste crossed my U.S. face. Of course, we followed your schedule. We got up at 7 this morning. Xiao Bao completed his homework, and I checked it. Everything is correct. I'll be cooking lunch myself, so don't worry. Chapter 17. Is this how you educate our child in my absence? Goodness, how can one speak such lies with a straight face? I have made my decision. I shall award Li Liang's Oscar to Mayu. Truly, a testament to his acting roots. Is this it? Is this the standard of a cultured family? Artists certainly hold themselves to high standards. Very well, upon my return home today, I shall review Xiao Bao and Amp, Oppo's, S homework, and after dinner, I must take him to practice the piano and send me a video. Worry not, my dear. I shall carry out this task without fail. Upon hanging up, Fu Qingran noticed the atmosphere in the studio was rather tense. It seemed everyone was amused, yet this was not their usual demeanor. Perhaps Mayu had been in a foul mood lately. Fu Qingran quickly offered an explanation. Chen Geyao wore a subtle smile and remarked, "Parents are the role models for their children. Is it possible that Mr. Fu is too harsh on Mr. Ma at home, leading Xiao Bao to show some disrespect towards him? I merely state the facts and hope Mr. Fu will take heed of this." Fu Qingran gritted his teeth internally, maintaining a calm facade. "Thank you for your suggestion, Chen Tianho, but Xiao Bao is generally well-behaved. It is likely that Ma Yu has provoked him, and this one claims to be a child psychology expert. I'm not sure about anything else, but if I dared call my father by his name, he would surely give me a good smack. This is pure slander. Well, have I ever struck you?" In the scene, Ma Yu exhaled deeply, throwing his phone to the ground in a fit of rage. "Wretched woman, old hag, if it weren't for the guarantee I made regarding the betting agreement, I wouldn't be so meek." Before Ma Yu could finish his tirade, Ma Xiao Bao burst through the door. "Ma Yu, where are my fries? Where's my hamburger?" Ma Yu turned back, forcing a humble smile. "They're on the way, they're on the way." Not pleased, Ma Xiao Bao slammed the door shut once more. Shortly after, Ma Yu's declaration of cooking dinner transformed into ordering takeout. Li Xiao Lu, feeling somewhat reassured, sat up straighter. At least Li Liang knew to hire a chef, while Ma Yu simply ordered takeout for the child. After dinner, Ma Xiao Bao intended to return to his gaming. In a rather obsequious tone, Ma Yu said, "Xiao Bao, your mother instructed you to practice the piano. Shall we practice for a while?" Ma Xiao Bao shot him a glare. "She's not even home." With no other recourse, Ma Yu resorted to invoking Fu Qingran. "But your mother wishes to see a video of your practice." A flicker of fear crossed Ma Xiao Bao's face, and he relented. Fine, I'll go practice." At the piano, Ma Yu arranged the sheet music. Ma Xiao Bao sat down and randomly struck a few notes. "Oh heavens, what sin have I committed to deserve this torment? I miss U.S. piano playing, now that S music to one's ears. What is finger yoga?" "This is finger yoga." Ma Yu's expression soured as he contemplated the repercussions of sending this video to Fu Qingran. "Xiao Bao, let's take this seriously, shall we? Your mother will be unhappy otherwise." Ma Xiao Bao immediately bristled. "Can you edit the video? Mute it and add some music. Mom, 1T, listen closely." Ma Xiao Bao rose and marched toward his room. "Stop bothering me." In a fluster, Ma Yu called after him. "There's still homework. Your mother needs to check it." Ma Xiao Bao flung a pile of books out of his room. "Just finish it for me. Stop bothering me. I want to practice Zhong Kuei." The studio fell into a heavy silence. Xiao Yu was seething with anger. With Li Xiao Lu present and Fu Qingran behind him, they wondered how long this would continue. How could a child raised by a film queen and a child psychology expert turn out like this? Compared to Chen Geyao and Lu Chen, it was utterly incomparable. The disparity between Lu Xiaoyu and Ma Xiao Bao was as vast as heaven and earth. What a peculiar situation indeed. "Mr. Fu, it is evident that Xiao Bao is quite adept with his phone, but engaging in photo editing and deception is simply unacceptable." Su Binfen stated her opinion directly. Helping Lu Xiaoyu with homework is conditional upon her needing a break, but Xiao Bao's attitude clearly reflects a failure in parental guidance. Li Xiao Lu spoke, and Fu Qingran was taken aback that Li Xiao Lu, previously aligned with her, had now turned against her. Li Xiao Lu deliberately avoided Fu Qingran's gaze. "You never stood up for me, so why should I stand up for you?" Chen Geyao shook her head slightly, realizing how fragile friendships could be. Observing the behavior of these two, She deemed Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu to be nearly flawless. Was she too much of a perfectionist, always yearning for the best? Had she been too harsh on Lu Xiaoyu, prompting her to deceive her? With that thought, Chen Geyao resolved that it couldn't be solely Lu Chen's efforts. She too must change and dedicate more time to her child. As the live broadcast continued into the afternoon, much like Xiao Lu and Amp, Oppo's household, Ma Xiao Bao was engrossed in gaming, while Mayu made a few phone calls regarding his acting roles, all of which were declined by the director. The live stream's viewership was plummeting, even lower than that of Xiao Lu's home. Xiaoyu quickly moved to the next segment. Mr. Fu, how about giving Mayu a call to inquire about Xiao Bao's situation and see how he responds? Fu Qingran was reluctant, given Mayu's performance. She feared the embarrassment that might ensue from calling. When the call connected, Mayu immediately erupted in anger. Damn it! Why do you keep calling me, you old hag? Once connected, Mayu sweetly asked, My dear, what are your instructions? Fu Qingran's expression darkened. At this hour, Xiao Bao should be practicing the piano. Yet I do not hear a sound. Is he slacking off? Mayu panicked and quickly replied, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was tired and just resting. I'll have him play a piece for you right away. Mayu covered his phone in Oppo's microphone and approached Ma Xiao Bao and Oppo's door. Xiao Bao, your mother is on the phone. Why don't you come out and play some piano? Ma Xiao Bao opened the door, shot Mayu a displeased look, and reluctantly walked over to the piano. Finally, Mayu breathed a sigh of relief. My dear, Xiao Bao is about to practice. Ma Xiao Bao lazily adjusted his posture and began to play haphazardly on the piano. The cacophony was unbearable. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to lose my mind. This is piano playing? Even Beethoven's coffin would be shaking. ISN and Amp. Oppo's Tia Picasso playing the piano? What Picasso? Clearly it's James. Without mercy. Fu Qingran chastised. Mayu, is this how you educate our child in my absence? Once the subject of education arose, Fu Qingran's eyes glimmered with determination. Mayu, trained in music, should certainly excel at piano playing, undoubtedly surpassing Lu Chen. Indeed, she intended for Mayu to perform live, to outshine Lu Chen. Mayu, you must play a piece at once. Chapter 18. That voice almost sent me away. Mayu was taken aback. Although he had a background in music, he had long neglected the piano since entering the entertainment industry. Dear, how long has it been since I last played? Just play when I ask you to. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Mayu, filled with frustration, felt his hand tremble uncontrollably while gripping his phone. All right, darling, I'll play right now. Fu Qingran immediately displayed a victorious smile and remarked, My husband graduated from the Beijing Music Academy, so playing the piano is certainly within his capabilities. He often teaches our son, Xiao Bao, to play as well. Observing Mayu and Amp, Oppo's unwilling expression, the crowd was clearly skeptical. How could that old woman dare to say and Amp, Oppo's, my husband and Amp, Oppo's. Is she trying to compare with Lu Chen? It's so obvious. Lu Chen is just an amateur, while Mayu is professionally trained. It's hard to say who is better. What is wrong with being an amateur? Lu Chen can detect even the slightest nuances in the music, and his vocal skills are quite impressive. If he debuted, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. As the comments streamed in, Chen Geyao pondered internally. Lu Chen's displayed talent in both piano and vocals indeed surpassed many professionally trained young talents in her company, yet she had never heard him mention it before. Had she been so engrossed in her work that she overlooked her family? While she was deep in thought, Mayu had already begun to play. An audience member quickly recognized that he was performing evenings in Moscow. Host Xiaoyu promptly signaled the staff to hand the microphone to Chen Kongming. Upon realizing Chen Kongming and Oppo's identity, the program team arranged a special seat for him, as his presence would undoubtedly elevate the show and Oppo's appeal. Chen Kongming took the microphone. This piece is titled Evenings in Moscow. Its melody is simple with a steady rhythm, and the accompaniment requires only single notes, making it a common practice piece for piano beginners. Just as Chen Kongming finished his first sentence, the live broadcast captured a clear mistake made by Mayu. Something seems off. There appears to be an issue with the fingering on that last note. Chen Kongming explained. Mayu noticed this as well. A single misplayed note sent him into a panic, causing his fingers to tremble, and several subsequent notes were also incorrect, easily identifiable even to those unversed in music. How could he mess this up? This piece is only for beginners. This is outrageous. Is this the level of the Beijing Music Academy? Give me a piano, and I could do better. Honestly, I sound better banging on a xylophone than this. Fu Qingran, though not musically inclined, sensed the surrounding reactions were not favorable. Her anger could no longer be contained. Mayu, what on earth are you doing? Startled by her outburst, Mayu stammered. What is wrong, dear? I'm playing the piano. Then why are you making so many mistakes? Huh? Well, it's been too long since I practiced. I'm a bit rusty. Mayu quickly justified himself. Besides, I specialize in vocals. I'm not very proficient at the piano. Fu Qingran suddenly realized, right? Mayu is a vocal major. It's normal for him not to be skilled at the piano. Then how about singing a bit for me? Mayu is utterly bewildered once again. What was wrong with this old hag today? Was she testing their son or him? All right, dear, what would you like to hear? Fu Qingran and Appo's eyes sparkled as she chose a song that Chen Geyao had previously made famous, 1,000 Miles. Sing in Appo's, 1,000 Miles in Appo's. Mayu and Appo's expression became animated. This song demanded a high level of vocal skill and musicality, requiring both breadth and depth, making it exceedingly challenging to perform well. However, since it was just for Fu Qingran, he felt indifferent. All right, my dear, I'll sing it right away. Clearing his throat, Mayu began to sing loudly. You left 1,000 miles, and my world turned black and white. I can't take it anymore. If you sing again, I'll make your life a living hell. That voice nearly sent me away. Imagining the scene where he sings and treats the whole village to a feast. Name your price. I'll let you handle the village feast from now on. For the first time, I feel that big bowl wide noodles is being challenged. Chen Kongming's face darkened, and he abruptly shoved the microphone behind him. Su Binfen desperately tried to maintain her image, covering her mouth with all her might. Chen Geyao held her forehead, feeling utterly helpless, even unable to suppress a laugh. Teacher Fu, it's clear your husband is truly making an effort, Chen Geyao said, barely containing her amusement. Li Xiaolu abandoned all pretense and burst into laughter. Fu Qingran shot a glare at Li Xiaolu, mentally cursing Chen Geyao. What did she know besides kicking someone when they were down? Finally, Mayu concluded his performance, his voice reaching an unbearable pitch. Honey, how was it? Did I sing well? Dutifully, Fu Qingran hung up the phone. The image she had painstakingly cultivated on screen was utterly ruined by Mayu. The live stream's viewership plummeted due to his disastrous performance, igniting the fury of the two directors. Aside from Chen Geyao's family, who were all these oddballs, as they watched the numbers drop, threatening their ratings, the director team swiftly communicated with Ho Xiaoyu to end the live broadcast. Dear audience, today's live stream is coming to a close, and the first episode of Appo's Mommy is Not Home in Appo's will also conclude. Starting tomorrow, we will welcome the second episode. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Tomorrow I can see my wife and daughter. I can Appo's. Wait to hear Lu Chen sing. Am I the only one who cares about Lu Chen's performance? A sweet duet between father and daughter means that the song Queen will be mine. Ho Xiaoyu clapped her hands, and a chart appeared on the live screen. Parent-child interaction is a crucial aspect of enhancing familial bonds and early childhood education. So the program team added a parent-child interaction segment for the 3 guest families. Now, let us have the netizens choose the first performance for Chen Geyao's family, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. The audience erupted with excitement. The options displayed on the live stream screen were numerous, with most leaning towards talent performances. Singing? Sister Geyao. Both Lu Chen and Yu sing beautifully. I'm so looking forward to it. Su Binfen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Chen Geyao also felt a tinge of anticipation. After so many years of marriage, the last time she heard Lu Chen sing was during the previous live broadcast. Let us see what the netizens vote for. I'm looking forward to as well. Both the goddess Binfen and the song Queen Geyao want to sing. Everyone, please support us. I and Appo's am voting. My phone is dying. Hurry up. I registered a brand new account. I can cast 2 votes. For my wife's daughter, I'm all in. As Chen Geyao and Su Binfen set the rhythm, the entire venue erupted in excitement. The votes for singing surged exponentially, quickly surpassing half of the online audience. Emerging victorious. Yay! Su Binfin joyfully raised her hand towards the camera, forming a large heart above her head. Thank you to all the netizens in the live stream for your votes. Love you all. Chapter 19. Father sings beautifully. Chen Geyao revealed a smile imbued with intellectual charm, gently raising her hand to greet everyone. Thank you all for supporting Yu and Lu Chen. Once it is confirmed that this song is originally sung by Lu Chen, I will represent Xing Chun Entertainment to release it. I hope everyone will lend their support. Su Binfin squeezed into the camera frame, raising one arm. Chen Geyao immediately understood and raised her other arm. The two stunning divas smiled radiantly. Heart gesture. My goddess made a heart gesture for me. I always said my goddess loves me. This must be the most beautiful scene of the year. Screenshot taken. I'm setting it as my computer wallpaper. You're quick with your hands. I screenshot it too. I'll change my three-fold screen. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qing ran exchanged glances, their faces darkened. All the attention was seized by these two, leaving them quite displeased. The live broadcast was nearing its end, but with Chen Geyao and Su Binfin leading the way, the popularity surged, swiftly rising from 200,000 to 500,000 and still climbing. Director Hong Bo was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Fantastic. The ratings for today's live stream have finally not dropped. Zhang Zhifeng concurred. Truly, they are divas. Despite being married and having children, their popularity remains undiminished. Xiaoyu beamed brightly. After a whole day, if not for her professionalism, she would have struggled to stand. The audience is eagerly anticipating the diva and amp, oppos, as performance. Chen Geyao maintained her warm smile. I will strive to meet the audience and amp, oppos, as expectations. Therefore, the live broadcast will commence tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Let us not miss it. Goodbye. At home, Lu Chen had just finished a battle in the King's Canyon with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu patted her belly, saying, Father, I'm hungry. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's little head and glanced at his watch. Mommy messaged that she would be home early today. What would you like to eat? Yu? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Chen. Father, we had skewers yesterday. Today I want hot pot, okay? Lu Chen hesitated. As a diva, Chen Geyao was very particular about her diet. Initially, his culinary skills had won over her palate, yet she had always maintained the principle of having a light dinner. Father, is it difficult? Lu Xiaoyu grasped Lu Chen and amp, oppo's hand, her cute little mouth pouting. Not difficult at all. Hooray! Lu Xiaoyu wore a victorious expression. Lu Chen smiled broadly, though internally he felt a torrent of frustration. It was indeed a challenge to make his daughter happy. In the evening, Chen Geyao arrived home. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Chen had been waiting at the entrance and immediately enveloped her in his arms. Wife, you finally returned. Chen Geyao was taken aback by Lu Chen and Oppo's sudden action, uncertain of his intentions. Without giving her a chance to react, Lu Chen carried her straight into the bedroom. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Chen Geyao scrutinized Lu Chen's unusual demeanor. Are you hiding something from me? Of course not. I want to talk to you. Talk about what? Chen Geyao, as curiosity piqued. Tonight, shall we have hot pot? Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Chen Geyao's, wearing a pleading expression. How about it? Chen Geyao felt a shiver from Lu Chen's overly affectionate gesture. I mentioned I wanted something light for dinner. Why hot pot? I just suddenly craved it. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head. Chen Geyao scrutinized him closely and quickly realized. She didn't mind hot pot. It was merely a matter of timing, and Lu Chen surely knew that. The only reason he would plead for hot pot was undoubtedly because of Lu Xiaoyu. All right, Chen Geyao agreed. What? Lu Chen thought he had misheard. You agreed? You really agreed to hot pot tonight? Chen Geyao nodded, as hot pot can be divided into clear broth and spicy broth. I will just have the clear broth portion. Lu Chen couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Wife, I love you so much. Don't worry, I'll have Lao Sun deliver the ingredients, ensuring they are fresh and healthy. After saying that, Lu Chen shouted towards the door. You get ready. We're having hot pot tonight. Lu Xiaoyu had actually been waiting by the door all along. Upon hearing her mother's agreement, she jumped up in joy. Mommy, I love you. Chen Geyao's eyes brightened as she waved at Lu Xiaoyu. You come here. Lu Chen, You go prepare. I need to talk to you. Lu Chen felt a twinge of worry that Chen Geyao might assign some study task to Yu, determined not to let his daughter be upset before hot pot. Wife, why do you need to keep something from me? Just say it. All right, then we want to have hot pot tonight. Chen Geyao threatened. Lu Chen capitulated, casting one last glance at Lu Xiaoyu as he left the room. Daughter, father truly tried his best. Lu Xiaoyu approached Chen Geyao, instinctively feeling a bit anxious. Chen Geyao had always arranged various hobbies and tasks for her, leaving her somewhat intimidated during one-on-one conversations. Mommy, don't worry. I will definitely complete my homework, study hard, and practice the piano. My grades will absolutely not drop. Chen Geyao was momentarily stunned, observing the tense Lu Xiaoyu with a hint of bewilderment. What is wrong, Yu? Mommy certainly believes in you. But what I want to discuss is not about that. Yu, last night when I covered you with a blanket, I heard you singing, and it sounded quite nice. What song was that? Lu Xiaoyu hadn't expected to hum a little song even in her sleep. It's a song that Daddy taught me called Jixiang Sanbao. Chen Geyao's eyes lit up. Really? Can you sing a few lines for Mommy? Of course. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes squinted with joy. Father, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? No. Where did the sun go when the stars appeared? Up in the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It went home. After the song ended, Chen Geyao noticed that aside from the childish parts, the rest was sung quite well. In less than 3 days, it was evident that Lu Xiaoyu had genuinely put effort into learning this song. Mommy, this song was taught to me by Daddy. It's sung by the three of us. Is that so? How does Daddy sing it? Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Father sings beautifully. Chen Geyao felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the task arranged by the program team. In that case, let Mommy give you a task. Tomorrow, you and Daddy will sing this song together and record a video for Mommy, all right? Really? Mommy likes it too? Daddy and you singing, Mommy loves it. Great. Chapter 20. I miss you when you're not home. At the dining table, Lu Chen served Chen Geyao a piece of meat and teasingly inquired, what secret conversations have you two been having behind my back? Lu Chen, can you sing? I've heard from you that your singing is quite good. Lu Chen paused momentarily. Oh, that? I can sing a little, but I certainly cannot compare to you. After all, you are the queen of the music industry. Is Jixiang Samba your original work? Chen Geyao pressed on. Well, I suppose it can be considered that way. Lu Chen quickly took a bite of meat to mask his embarrassment. Calculating the timeline, this song would not emerge for several more years, and its popularity would come even later. Is it, or isn't it? What does can be considered even mean? Lu Chen nodded, his voice wavering slightly. It is. Chen Geyao was taken aback. It truly was Lu Chen's original composition. While this song may not align with current mainstream pop, it was indeed a rare gem for married couples and families. Its lyrics, melody, and depth were the highest caliber. The fact that Lu Chen could create such a piece demonstrated his profound appreciation for family and his extraordinary talent. I just assigned you a task. Tomorrow, you will teach her this song at home. Is that what you were discussing in your room? Relieved, Lu Chen realized he had been overthinking. Chen Geyao emphasized, you must take this seriously. Learning vocal skills is crucial for Yu. However, the priority must always be on her studies. Only after excelling academically can she pursue other hobbies. Upon mentioning studies, Lu Chen hastily served Chen Geyao another piece of meat. Let us enjoy the meal. Today's lamb is exceptionally fresh, cut personally by old son upon hearing that the queen was dining. Chen Geyao passed the meat to Yu. I must exercise some restraint. Did you hear what I just said? Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, assuring her, I heard you. Rest assured, Yu loves this song, and I am more than willing to teach her. Yu wished to express, I really like it, but with her mouth full, she could only nod fervently, adorably so. Mission accomplished. Chen Geyao's expression brightened considerably. After dining, Lu Chen tidied up the dishes, lulled Yu to sleep, and then returned to their room. Wife, your husband has arrived. Lu Chen exclaimed as he leaped onto the bed, pinning Chen Geyao beneath him. Chen Geyao, startled, struck Lu Chen and Oppos, arm. Is Yu fast asleep? Don and Oppos, worry. She's just shy of snoring, he replied. Don't say that. My daughter does not snore like you. Huh, but today the office was unusually quiet, allowing me to come home early. Flipping over, Chen Geyao looked at Lu Chen with a serious expression. While Yu is asleep, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Geyao's rare solemnity piqued Lu Chen's curiosity about her intentions. Go ahead. I'm listening, he replied, propping up a pillow for her comfort. That song, Jixiang Sanbao, in terms of both lyrics and melody, is exceptional. I firmly believe that once it is released, it will undoubtedly achieve great success. Lu Chen nodded, having witnessed its potential firsthand. His wife and amp, Oppos, as discerning I never failed. Are you suggesting you wish to release it? But your company is mostly composed of young people. Such a song may not be suitable for them. It fits our family perfectly. You mean we would sing this song? Indeed, the song speaks of family, making it perfectly appropriate for us. Lu Chen slightly nodded, readily agreeing. All right, but you're often so busy. Is this feasible? Chen Geyao proudly lifted her chin. Have you forgotten? I am the queen of the music industry. A single song is trivial for me. With Chen Geyao on board, Lu Chen felt assured. Actually, this isn't the primary matter I wanted to discuss tonight. Chen Geyao lowered her head and gently pulled Lu Chen's hand towards her. Are you concealing something from me? I would prefer you to tell me yourself. You already know? Lu Chen asked, his voice tense. Yes. When did you discover this? 3 days ago. All right, I admit it. Lu Chen sighed in relief. I wasn't intentionally hiding it from you, but it was a limited edition, and I feared it would be unavailable if I didn't purchase it. I had planned to give it to you for our anniversary, but since you've discovered it, let it meet its owner early. Chen Geyao was taken aback as Lu Chen pulled her up and extracted a ring from beneath the pillow. 2 months ago, a renowned Italian jewelry brand released 9 diamonds, and this one, named Miracle of the Ocean, seemed perfect for you. They only released the diamonds. I crafted the band myself. Try it on. Lu Chen took Chen Geyao's hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. My wife's hand is simply perfect. Chen Geyao caressed the blue diamond. Her heart soaring. Diamonds may not retain their value, but women undeniably adore them. Lu Chen appeared troubled. It seems I must rethink the anniversary gift. Chen Geyao grew anxious, clarifying that wasn't what I was referring to. Huh. Then I truly have nothing to hide from you. He is gone, except for playing games with Lu Xiaoyu and eating skewers. Lu Chen felt uneasy. Could it be that he was discovered? Unlikely. His actions were flawless. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyu inadvertently revealed it? Oh, troublesome child. Simultaneously, Chen Geyao and Lu Chen declared, You understand music, don't you? I admit it. Chen Geyao. Lu Chen. What did you confess to? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Fine, I admit I understand music. Then why did you not tell me? I always believed you were clueless. With your musical talent, isn't it a waste to stay home and raise children? Noticing Chen Geyao's eyes welling with tears, Lu Chen quickly reassured her, Oh, having a star like you at home is more than enough. I shall be the supportive husband. Besides, I genuinely enjoy taking care of the kids. You have no idea how much I missed you while you were away. What do you mean? Chen Geyao and amp, Oppos, gaze fixed on Lu Chen. In an instant, Lu Chen realized he had said something amiss and quickly sought to amend his words. I missed you. Fearing Chen Geyao would continue to pry, Lu Chen flipped over, pinning her down to silence her. Smart move. Oh no, you're pulling my hair. The following morning, Mommy, wake up. Lu Xiaoyu called out to Chen Geyao early in the morning. Noticing that Chen Geyao had yet to rise, Lu Chen hurried to the bedroom, preparing breakfast. What's wrong, my dear? Why are you still in bed? Are you feeling unwell? This is serious. Chen Geyao was typically a very disciplined person, rising promptly at 7 every morning without fail. Yet today it was already 8, and she was still asleep. Fortunately, it was not a cold. Chapter 21. Did eating hot pot make you feel uncomfortable? Lu Chen withdrew his hand from Chen Geyao and Oppos' forehead. My dear, are you feeling unwell? Chen Geyao appeared remarkably spirited. She had not anticipated sleeping so soundly. In recent days, she had been under considerable stress and deprived of sleep. Last night, she had insisted that Lu Chen sing her to sleep, and to her surprise, she had indeed slept so peacefully. From now on, sing for me every day. Let's get up and freshen up. Today, your husband has prepared a delicious white fungus and yam porridge. Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos' eyes brightened instantly. Yay, I dreamt last night that Daddy was making white fungus and yam porridge today. Noticing the time, Chen Geyao hastily had a few bites of her meal before rushing out of the house. Lu Chen watched as her car left the community, shaking his head slightly. Sigh, she is clearly the boss, yet insists on being so punctual. Lu Xiaoyu approached her father. Daddy, my plan today is to finish my homework in the morning, then practice the piano for a while. For lunch, I want braised spare ribs, and in the afternoon, can you teach me to sing? Lu Chen, feeling a pang of concern, replied, there's no need to work so hard. If you want to rest, you can. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. No, I made a promise to Mama that I would learn into oppos, Jixiang Sanbao and oppos, today. If I learn it quickly, Mama can sing along with us. What a sensible daughter. Lu Chen agreed wholeheartedly. No problem. In the studio, Mama is not home. Host Xiaoyu appeared with great enthusiasm. Today's live broadcast was from Chen Geyao's home, and armed with the experience from the last episode, she felt immensely confident. After hardship comes sweetness. Chen Geyao arrived fashionably late to the guest seats. Oh, isn't the diva Chen Geyao supposed to be disciplined? Why is she late? Li Xiaolu seized the opportunity to confront Chen Geyao directly. Parents are role models for their children. Lateness is a bad habit that should not be imparted to them. Fu Qingran nodded in agreement. Despite having had some unpleasant exchanges in the previous broadcasts, they presented a united front. After all, only Chen Geyao's family had performed exceptionally well in all 3 live broadcasts. I don't think it's necessary to be so nitpicky. Moreover, it is only 8:50, and we have 10 minutes before the broadcast begins. Su Binfen interjected in Chen Geyao's defense. Unfazed, Chen Geyao ignored the two and took a seat next to Su Binfen. Xiaoyu felt displeased. The live broadcast had not even officially commenced. Yet these 2 women were already stirring up trouble. The director's voice came through the earpiece. Xiaoyu, get ready. The live broadcast is starting. Xiaoyu quickly adjusted her demeanor and picked up the microphone. Welcome to the 2nd episode of Mama is Not Home. After the previous episode, I believe our audience has gained a basic understanding of the 3 guest families. From today onward, our program enters its 2nd phase, and we will first broadcast from the home of the diva, Chen Geyao. Wow, finally, it's my daughter's turn to appear. I've been waiting for this. I've already quietly opened the game. 3 days have passed. Do you think Yu has reached the king level? 3 days to reach the king level? My wife's daughter is indeed impressive. Am I the only one looking forward to Lu Chen and Yu's duet? As the broadcast began, the online viewership swiftly surpassed 500,000, ranking 3rd in the regional charts. The backstage director team was absolutely thrilled with this figure. Host Xiaoyu wore a joyful expression. Clearly, our audience adores Yu. Following our sequence, let us first view a segment captured by the family's camera. The live feed displayed a warm scene of the family of 3 enjoying hot pot together, complete with mention of the song they were to sing, Jixiang Sanbao. I believe Lu Chen's actions were imprudent. Fu Qingran's statement instantly drew everyone's attention. It was evident that this was a scene of familial warmth and harmony. How could Lu Chen's actions be deemed inappropriate? He was, after all, a paragon of a good man. Xiaoyu did not expect Fu Qingran to speak up at such a moment. Oh, then what exactly did Lu Chen do that was inappropriate? Perhaps you could share some examples from your life, Teacher Fu? Chen Geyao retorted without a hint of mercy. Fu Qingran and oppos, expression soured. Children and oppos, digestive systems are quite delicate. Spicy hot pot should be consumed sparingly. Moreover, parents should not indulge every whim of a child, as it may impact their psychological development over time. Su Binfen interjected. Teacher Fu, are you being overly sensitive? It's just a hot pot. I've enjoyed hot pot with my parents since childhood. Besides, Yu is clearly more capable of handling spicy food than her peers. I see nothing wrong with it. What matters is that the ingredients are clean and nutritious. Is the old hag nitpicking? They can't even enjoy a hot pot? Agreed. Yu isn't a 3-year-old. She can eat hot pot. In our Sichuan province, children can handle spice from the age of 3. Your ma, you can just order takeout. Why criticize a clean family enjoying hot pot? The barrage of comments was rife with scorn. Fu Qingran's expression turned awkward. Chen Geyao remarked coolly, I do not concur with Teacher Fu's viewpoint. Instilling values in children does not equate to denying them reasonable requests. Parents should support their children within their means. Excessive frustration can foster inferiority in children. Her words drew applause from the audience. Xiaoyu swiftly intervened to ease the tension. All right, we see that our guests have exchanged their views. Now, let us move on to the next segment. After dinner, Lu Chen tidied up and returned to the room. Under Chen Geyao's scrutiny, he revealed the miracles of the sea. Unmarried Su Binfen looked on enviously, while married Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran seethed with jealousy. The live feed continued. Well, I admit it. I understand music. Then why didn't you tell me? I always thought you were tone deaf. With your musical talent. Isn't staying home with the kids a waste of your gift? Oh, having a star like you is enough for our family. I'll just be your supportive partner. Besides, I genuinely enjoy taking care of the children. You have no idea how much I miss you when you're not home. What about you? I miss you. My heavens, what a perfect man. Meanwhile, my husband forgot our wedding anniversary. I know that, Diamond. It's worth 5 million. Tall, handsome, a great cook, and caring. How enviable for the diva to have such a wonderful man. Li Xiaolu maintained a stoic expression, her heart twisted with envy. Fu Qingran and Appo's face clouded as she desperately searched her memories for similar tender moments with Mayu, but found only emptiness. Chen Geyao reclined on the sofa, her demeanor remarkably calm. There's no need to praise Lu Chen. Without comparison, there can be no pain. With your kind, the mere silence signifies defeat. There's simply no challenge. Chapter 22. If you don't want to listen, then I shan't. As the live broadcast behind-the-scenes segment was nearing its conclusion, Xiaoyu suddenly received a message from the director's team, prompting an immediate reaction. Dear viewers, I have just been informed by the director's team that there is an exciting snippet from this morning that we would like to showcase for you. Another behind-the-scenes moment? All eyes turned towards the large screen. Indeed, the diva's household never ceases to entertain, even in the early hours. Let me take a guess. It surely involves the diva's husband. Could it be that the diva's husband was caught secretly playing games? The footage unfolded, revealing Lu Chen in the kitchen, washing dishes in what seemed like a perfectly ordinary setting. Suddenly, he lifted his head and began to sing in an unusually peculiar tone. I rise in the morning to tend to the dung, and upon returning home, you shan't find me with my woman. I searched the east yard, then the west, then the south, and finally the north. I've scoured the 7 neighbors and 8 families. Yet if I cannot find my woman, I remain restless. As he sang, Lu Chen's hips began to sway. Instantly, I find myself in the hall, questioning the county head. What is the reason for this nonsense? Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Xiaoyu rushed out, toothbrush still in her mouth. Daddy, your singing is unbearable. The entire studio erupted in laughter. Su Binfen covered her mouth with one hand while tightly gripping Chen Geyao with the other, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Geyao and Appo's lips twitched in awkwardness as she silently cursed the production team. How utterly unscrupulous. And this is how Lu Chen behaves when I and Appo's. I'm not home? Yu, what on earth is that song? How incredibly talented. Where on earth did Lu Chen come up with those lyrics? Honestly, the more I hear it, the more addictive it becomes. He is undeniably a genius. I adore such lively and self-entertaining men. Chen Geyao shook her head helplessly, feeling overwhelmed. Were all those delicious breakfasts prepared amidst dung collection? Fu Qingran seized the opportunity, sneering. As an expert in child psychology, I feel compelled to remind you, Yao. At this stage, children often mimic adults. Displaying such grotesque lyrics and dance in front of children is profoundly detrimental to their mental development. Li Xiaolu quickly chimed in, indeed. In our household, we are always cautious with our words, fearing our children might pick up foul language from a young age. Just think about how many kids today are already spewing obscenities. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu exchanged triumphant glances, reveling in their apparent victory. I find that hard to believe. And besides, how is this even foul language? Su Binfen retorted. Many children from rural backgrounds, including successful entrepreneurs today, have humble beginnings. I recall my father saying he once carried slop as a child. It serves to encourage everyone to appreciate the hard work of laborers. How is that indecent? Supports Su Goddess. Calling dung collection vulgar is simply pretentious. Many villages have such folk songs. What is the problem? what's not allowed to be sung, and what is not allowed to be eaten. Are children committing a grave sin? When compared to the profanities heard while gaming with Ma Xiaobao, Lu Chen and Appo's singing is pure heaven. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were at their wits and Appo's end. Why was everyone siding with Lu Chen and Chen Geyao? Are you saying that if your partner watches inappropriate videos, it won't impact the child's mental growth? Chen Geyao shot back. As the saying goes, to correct others, one must first correct oneself. Is that concept so difficult to grasp? Fu Qingran's teeth ground in frustration. I am merely stating facts. If the diva believes I have erred, she is free to disregard my words. Chen Geyao shrugged and returned to her seat. Then I shone into amp, Appo's, listen. You. Fu Qingran huffed, sitting down in anger. Ho Xiao you couldn't end amp, Appo's, help but shake her head. Has the behind-the-scenes segment concluded? We want to see the live broadcast from the diva and amp, Appo's, home. We are not interested in hearing these two women. The production team needs to stop stirring trouble. This will lead to a loss of viewership. We came to watch Yu and Lu Chen, not these two older women. In the director and Appo's room, Hongbo noticed the viewer count plummeting and was furious. This behind-the-scenes clip had been hastily edited that morning, intended to capitalize on Lu Chen and Appo's comedic moment, but it had all been ruined by Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu. Hongbo grabbed the microphone. Xiao Yu, viewer engagement is dropping. Swiftly transitioned to the live broadcast. Xiao Yu immediately donned an enthusiastic expression and stepped to the center of the stage. It appears that our online audience and those present here are eagerly awaiting the performances of Yu and the diva's husband today. Without further ado, let the live broadcast commence. The live broadcast began. Daddy, I have completed my homework. Lu Xiaoyu raised her notebook to Lu Chen, who checked it over and praised her. You did brilliantly. You got all the math problems correct today. Glancing at his watch, he added, there is still over half an hour until piano practice. Would you like to indulge in a spirited game of kings? To Lu Chen's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu declined. No, Daddy. I want to practice the piano early so that you can teach me the Songji Shang Sanbao afterward, okay? With his daughter making a request, Lu Chen could hardly refuse. All right. Today Yu is the boss. We will follow her lead. Lin Xiaoyu skipped over to the piano and began to play. Today, Lu Xiaoyu chose to perform Moscow Nights. This piece, while a beginner in Appo's exercise, posed a considerable challenge for a child of her age, as their hands are not yet fully developed nor as agile as an adult in Appo's. Upon finishing, the melody was enchanting and captivating. That was incredible. You made not a single mistake. That performance was simply flawless. Doesn't someone's child also play? Our children are incomparable. My wife's daughter is simply outstanding. My wife's genes are impeccable. Yu's cheerful disposition is a testament to Lu Chen's encouraging parenting style. Originally scheduled to conclude piano practice by 11 o'clock, Lu Xiaoyu finished by 10:30, and the audience was left wanting more. You must be tired. Come have some fruit. Lu Chen offered, presenting strawberries, each meticulously washed and with their stems removed. No, Daddy, I'm not tired. Will you teach me Ji Shang Sanbao now? Lu Chen's expression grew slightly serious. No, we must balance work and rest. I know you promised your mother to practice this song well, but you also need to take breaks. Lu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. All right then. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. How about this, Yu? Let Daddy sing for you. Listening and absorbing is also a form of learning. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. Yay! Yu loves to hear Daddy sing. Chapter 23. She knows nothing about Wellington steak. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? No. When the stars come out, where does the sun go? It's in the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. As Lu Chen became increasingly engrossed in his singing, his flawless transitions between voices made it seem effortless, as if he were a seasoned performer in a trio. By the end of the song, anyone watching a live stream would have believed that a family of three was harmonizing, had they not known that it was simply Lu Chen singing alone. Oh my goodness, Lu Chen sings so beautifully. Is his voice kissed by angels? How can it be so perfect? I can't imagine how many fans Lu Chen would have if he debuted. If Lu Chen were to debut, he would undoubtedly be a titan of the music industry. A celestial pairing of king and queen. As the song concluded, Lu Xiaoyu remained eager for more. Daddy, shall we start now? I've rested well. Really? Uh-huh. I want to practice this song earlier. No problem. Since Mommy isn't here, I'll take care of her part. Uh-huh. In the broadcasting studio, Su Binfeng excitedly grasped Chen Geyao's hand. Sister Geyao, Yu and Lu Chen are going to sing a duet. Chen Geyao swallowed, her palms sweating. The thought of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu singing together made her more nervous than any grand stage she had ever performed on. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? Lu Xiaoyu's innocent voice resonated with pure clarity, even more so than when Lu Chen sang. My heavens! Lu Xiaoyu's vocal talent is astonishing. Praise Xiaoyu. Chen Geyao hadn't anticipated this. She realized that, despite her status as a music queen, she had never sung with her daughter before. Daddy, when the stars come out, where does the sun go? It's in the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. Lu Chen clapped excitedly, beaming with pride. No wonder she is my daughter. She learned so quickly. Wonderful, Yu, you're the perfect daughter. Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Shall we take a video from Mommy now? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. No, I want to sing a bit longer to give Mommy the best. Lu Chen gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. So good. As a reward, what do you want to eat? I've had skewers and hot pot. Today, I want to eat Daddy's cooking. Lu Chen promptly agreed. No problem, just watch. In the frame, Lu Chen donned a white apron and a chef's hat, embodying the role of a chef. Is Lu Chen going to cook? By the looks of it, is he preparing Western cuisine? I've set aside some steamed buns to enjoy with the dishes Lu Chen makes. I've already begun scolding my husband for putting sugar in the hot and sour soup. The camera captured Lu Chen as he laid out an array of ingredients. Steak, button mushrooms, garlic butter, parma ham, puff pastry. Nearly 20 ingredients arranged meticulously. Daddy, are you preparing all this for something special? Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the table of ingredients, brimming with curiosity. Wellington steak. Daddy is making Wellington steak, which is a culinary masterpiece. Lu Chen declared confidently. He had taken various masterclasses in Western cuisine to impress Chen Geyao's discerning palate, initially believing that, as a music queen, she must have a fondness for Western dishes. To his surprise, Chen Geyao did not enjoy Western cuisine, finding steak bland and salads unappetizing. Thus, he honed his skills in Chinese cooking. Having not cooked in a while, he wondered if he had become rusty. Lu Chen expertly seasoned the steak with black pepper. A close-up of this moment captured by the livestream. Fu Qingren couldn't help but scoff. In the realm of Huaxia, countless individuals attempted to make Wellington steak, yet only a select few could master it. Those few being top-tier Michelin chefs with decades of experience. Wellington steak is not something just anyone can make. Surely he isn't trying to show off, Fu Qingren sneered. Chen Geyao did not hesitate to retort. Even if it is showing off, it is certainly better than ordering takeout. Showing off proves he can cook. It is indeed far superior to ordering in. I find Lu Chen to be highly professional. His movements appear quite practiced. Indeed, the person above is correct. As a Western cuisine chef, I can say Lu Chen's techniques and steps are exceptionally standard, and the ingredients are top-notch. I wonder if there is anything Lu Chen cannot do. This is simply perfection. The steak required marinating for a quarter of an hour, during which Lu Chen began preparing the mushroom sauce. He chopped the button mushrooms, onions, and garlic, sautéing them in butter, salt, and black pepper. The sequence, techniques, and timing in this process demanded meticulous precision. Professional. I studied pastry, and I feel he is even more skilled than my instructor. The control over sequence, technique, and timing is impeccable. He could easily be regarded as a master. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a five-star hotel, Chef, a young man clad in a chef's uniform, rushed over to a middle-aged Western man. Lee, I have told you countless times that no phones are allowed in my kitchen. Lee, the young man, looked sheepish. He had intended to secretly watch Su Binfeng and Chen Geyao, only to become excited upon seeing Lu Chen prepare Wellington steak. Just as he thought he would be reprimanded by the head chef, the chef took the phone from him. Oh my God, is this a culinary competition show from your Huaxia? This young man must be the champion. Li was perplexed. How did a father taking care of his child turn into a culinary competition? Very well, chefs willing to make mushroom sauce from scratch are becoming increasingly rare. They often prefer ready-made options, which detracts from the beauty of Wellington steak. He is doing remarkably well. As the scene shifted back to Lu Chen, he finished the mushroom sauce and prepared to sear the steak. Flames leapt high from the skillet. I told you this wouldn't work. He is too young. With such a high flame, the steak will surely burn. How can he cook it properly? Fu Qingran seized the opportunity to mock. Burnt food shouldn't be fed to children. It can be carcinogenic. The others began to feel anxious, questioning whether Lu Chen had made a mistake with such a fierce flame. In the hotel kitchen, the head chef erupted in anger. Damn, is that woman a judge? What does she know? Your greatest blunder is allowing utterly incompetent or unrelated individuals on your show. She knows nothing about Wellington steak. Chapter 24. A humble request for the complete version of Ji Xiang Sanbao. After the steak was meticulously plated, it was served to the dining table by Lu Chen. Lu Xiaoyu was already becoming impatient. With the first bite, a burst of exquisite flavor erupted in her mouth. Delicious, Daddy. With his daughter's approval, Lu Chen felt that this meal was indeed worthwhile. Surely it must be delectable, given how sweetly Yu is enjoying it. ISN and Oppos. This supposed to be a parenting live stream? How did it transform into a food broadcast? Lu Chen is akin to the magic pocket of Doraemon. What other surprises could he possibly hold? I've heard that Lu Chen's Chinese cuisine is quite commendable. I'm eager to see it. I believe we ought to indulge less in Western cuisine. Our traditional delicacies are plentiful. If we constantly consume Western food, the children might grow up to be overly enamored with foreign cultures, suggested Fu Qingran. Indeed. Nowadays, how many children are influenced by foreign cultures online? The consequences are quite severe. Li Xiaolu quickly chimed in. Oh, is that so? Chen Geyao scoffed. I've heard that Qixi Entertainment has recently signed several endorsements with foreign brands. It seems that domestic endorsements account for less than 30%. Qixi Entertainment is the agency that Li Xiaolu belongs to. Chen Geyao continued. At Qixi Entertainment, domestic brand endorsements constitute 80% of our total endorsements. And we have invested in museums across the country. Moreover, last year, Qixi Entertainment conducted a national tour promoting traditional culture. What contributions has Qixi Entertainment made to the promotion of traditional culture? Chen Geyao's prowess was already formidable, now even more so. The surprises Lu Chen had prepared for her were truly numerous. How had she overlooked these skills? Was it that Lu Chen had deliberately concealed them? Or was she simply too busy with work to notice? Li Xiaolu and Amp, Oppo's manager was frantically gesturing to her from below the stage. Why did you provoke her? You are the leading actress. Yet the company is still nurturing several rising stars. Li Xiaolu realized her misstep and promptly sealed her lips. At this moment, the host, Xiaoyu, stepped forward. Dear audience, it is now 12 noon. We invite the guests and the audience present to take a short intermission. The live stream will continue, and we will officially resume at 3 o'clock. After sitting for a whole morning, everyone must be quite fatigued. Sister Guyao, shall we go have a meal together? Su Binfin linked her arm with Chen Geyao. Sure, I'm a bit hungry too. Su Binfin playfully inquired. Are you thinking of Lu Chen's steak? Just ask your brother-in-law to make you a special one when you get home. Chen Geyao's eyes sparkled as she shook her head. Forget it. I must exercise restraint this evening. Despite her words, Chen Geyao secretly sent a message to Lu Chen. Chen Geyao, I finished work early. I would love to have a nice meal when I get home. Chen Geyao, love you JPG. Upon receiving Chen Geyao's message at home, Lu Chen hurriedly opened it. He was conveniently situated beneath the camera, making his phone screen clearly visible. Lu Chen, no problem. What do you want to eat? Boiled cabbage? Kung po shiken. Soup-filled yellow croaker? Lu Chen, never mind. I want to let a woman make the choice. I'll prepare all of them for you. Lu Chen, flying kiss JPG. Chen Geyao instantly flushed with embarrassment and began to scold the production team. Honestly, how can you broadcast everything? What the heck? None of these dishes are simple. Not just simple, these aren't even from the same cuisine. Wah! Do you have any idea how disheartening this is for a 300-month-old baby who only knows instant noodles? I suddenly feel that the McDonald and Oppos, S in my hand, ISNT, as appealing. In the footage, Lu Chen was seen calling Uncle Son to order ingredients. Daddy, who are you calling? Lu Chen held up his phone. In Oppos, his Uncle Son, who delivered skewers to you last time. I asked him to bring over some ingredients. But don't we have plenty of ingredients at home? Mom texted me, saying she would be home early today, and Daddy is preparing some hearty dishes. Lu Xiaoyu touched her little teeth, her expression conflicted. Daddy, my teeth can't handle tough food. Lu Chen covered his eyes and chuckled. You. Hearty dishes mean they must be delicious and visually appealing, dishes that you'll instantly love. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu come to a realization. Oh, I see. So when are you going to teach me to sing, Daddy? Lu Chen glanced at the time. Anytime. Whenever you're ready, we can begin. Then let us start now. Lu Xiaoyu grinned widely. I was just about to dig in. Upstairs, you're not alone. I'm sitting back down too, though I'm rather hungry. Yu is simply too adorable to leave. For Yu, I might as well skip the meal. Wah, look over there. Is that a morincour? Can you believe there's a morincour in the home of the Queen of Song? Daddy, what kind of instrument is that? Lu Chen raised the instrument in his hand. This is a morincour. It will accompany our song. Then let us get started. Lu Chen settled on the sofa and began to play the morincour. The music flowed melodiously, intricate yet rich and smooth, profoundly moving. As the tempo softened, Lu Chen gestured to Lu Xiaoyu. Daddy, has the sun come out, or has the moon gone home? Not yet. When the stars come out, where does the sun go? To the sky. Why can't I find it, no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. As the song concluded, the audience in the live stream was still savoring the moment, reluctant to part with it. Such beautiful music. When will it be available online? This morincour is an instrument from a minority ethnic group. Isn't it? Lu Chen's multifaceted talent continues to astonish. But how unfortunate. It would have been wonderful if the Queen of Song could sing along. I humbly request for the complete version. Sister Geyao, I am also eagerly anticipating when a complete version of Jixiang San Bao will be released. Chen Geyao was still reminiscing about the song. Lu Xiaoyu's earnest efforts to complete it were not only because she wished to hear it. A significant reason was that this song was prepared by Lu Chen for their family of 3. All right, we will record it tonight and release it tomorrow morning. Chen Geyao announced, her voice resonating throughout the studio. Really? Su Binfen exclaimed without regard for her image. Long live Sister Geyao? Li Xiaolu gritted her teeth. Tomorrow is their family's live stream. Chen Geyao must be doing this on purpose to ride on their popularity. In the footage, after Lu Chen sent the video to Chen Geyao, he glanced at the time. It's still early. Yu, would you like to play a round of Honor of Kings? Lu Xiaoyu tentatively asked. Is that okay? Don't I need to study? Have you not finished your homework? I've completed today's. Then why study now? You could write tomorrow's homework. Lu Chen paused, his lips moving. Yu, tasks completed today should be finished today. You excelled at that. Therefore, this time is your reward for accomplishing today's tasks. Tomorrow's homework can wait until tomorrow, all right? Lu Xiaoyu felt that Lu Chen had changed dramatically. Previously, after she completed her tasks, both Lu Chen and Chen Geyao would assign her additional tasks. But now, Lu Chen not only played games with her, but also took her out for skewers and hot pot. Noticing Lu Xiaoyu's emotions, Lu Chen reached out to ruffle her little head. Both Mommy and Daddy are new to parenthood. We may have faltered in the past. Please forgive us, okay? Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. Lu Chen took out a brand new phone. Come on, let us conquer the King's Canyon together. Hooray. Today, I want to learn Zhong Kui. Absolutely. Chapter 25. Lu Chen and Appo's astonishing maneuvers, the Queen and Appo's heartfelt speech. In just a few days, Su Yang, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu, had ascended from gold to diamond rank. It is well known that the transition from platinum to diamond is a significant milestone. This time, Lu Chen opted for Jiao Chan, securing first blood to warm up. Lu Xiaoyu's skills had also seen remarkable improvement. Her accuracy with Zhong Kui's hook was impeccable. They navigated the promotion matches with ease, swiftly progressing from Diamond V to Diamond 4 in merely half an hour. In the newly launched season, most players remained in the Starry rank. Achieving Diamond rank allowed them to match with Starry players. Dad, why do you keep dying? Is this rank too difficult? But I and Appo's V defeated so many. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, gleefully clutching her phone. Lu Chen sensed something was amiss, extremely amiss. He had not taken the game seriously. He was merely accompanying Lu Xiaoyu, prioritizing her enjoyment. However, in this match, He had been ambushed 3 times without revealing his position. It felt less like cheating and more like being spied upon. Haha, Lu Chen finally figured out. Indeed, we are spying. Let us see how formidable you are after stealing our wife. Spying dogs are disgusting. But since the target is Lu Chen, I support it. I initially wanted to scold you, but since you're feeding you, I'll forgive you for now. The more Lu Chen played, the more furrowed his brow became. Had all the enemies activated hacks today, or was it simply an ill-fated day for him? Dad, your performance is terrible, 061. They seem to be mocking you. Lu Xiaoyu activated the microphone. This Jiao Chan is my dad. Don't scold him. Lu Chen and Appo's temper flared. To humiliate him in front of his daughter was unacceptable. He crossed his legs, determined to teach them a lesson. Dad, what are you doing? My dear, Dad is going to get serious. Lu Chen commences operations, first eliminating the blue buff. Why are you, the jungler, stealing my mage's blue? With a blue buff, Lu Chen regained his confidence. He found a bush and concealed himself. Sure enough, 2 enemies soon pursued him. At the critical moment, Lu Chen sprang into action, flashing to the center and unleashing his ultimate. With nimble positioning, the duo's skills missed entirely. In Lu Chen's eyes, they were mere super minions, executing a flawless combo. He drained their health to the brink and swiftly secured a double kill. Yay, Dad is amazing. The audience watching the live stream was left dumbfounded. What has happened? How did Lu Chen suddenly become so powerful? This awareness is absurd. The moves are incredibly smooth. Unexpected, it must be a fluke. Once we respawn, we'll make you regret it. After claiming a double kill, the opponent's mid laner and support were out of the game. Lu Chen quickly adjusted his equipment and, taking advantage of their respawn delay, eliminated the ADC in the development lane, feasting on the fruits of the mid and development lanes. By the time the enemy jungler and top laner arrived, his team had already suffered 3 casualties. Lu Chen had been waiting for them, and with a triple kill following the double kill, the enemy was wiped out. Teammate 1, Jiao Chan is awesome. Teammate 2, this awareness is impressive. Teammate 3, got it. I'll play Jiao Chan next match. Lu Chen smiled confidently. With several consecutive victories, he dominated the game. This hero is truly overpowered. Can anyone even play against this? I must say, Jiao Chan and Appo's positioning is quite flamboyant. If spying can't handle this, how can we play? In the final match, Lu Xiaoyu once again chose Zhong Kuei, while Lu Chen switched to Tai Yizhenren. Both heroes are recognized as supports. Thus, when Lu Chen selected Tai Yizhenren, he immediately became the target of countless jeers in the live chat. Are you kidding? Is he starting to sabotage his teammates? Lu Chen has gotten too arrogant. Let us see how he performs. At the match in Appo's onset, the team lacked a top laner, and Lu Chen grinned widely, relishing the opportunity. At 3.5 minutes in, Lu Chen crafted his first pair of swift boots. Teammate 1, YISNT Tai Yizhen Rin building tank items. You should be going for physical defense boots. Physical defense boots? Lu Chen chuckled. Building tank items would be an affront to Tai Yizhenren. At 4 minutes, Lu Chen finally made his move. First eliminating half-health Sunbin from the opposing team, then heading towards the mid lane. Meanwhile, a spying player had deciphered Lu Chen and Appo's intentions and prepared an ambush. However, Lu Chen preemptively leaped into the bush occupied by the spying player. In a fluster, the spying player wasted their skills, rendering the situation dire. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen flawlessly secured the kill. What began as a simple live stream of parenting transformed into an exhilarating gaming broadcast. Hongbo intended to relay a message to Xiaoyu, urging Chen Geyao to call and stop Lu Chen. Yet, rather than decreasing, the viewer count surged, surpassing 1 million. The Game King's elixir had developed over the years, attracting players ranging from children to middle-aged individuals, many of whom were avid fans. Initially, those tuning in for the parenting aspect were primarily individuals with children or those planning to have them. However, Lu Chen's impressive gameplay captivated numerous gaming enthusiasts. As viewers were swept away by Lu Chen's exceptional skills, the barrage of compliments flooded in. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu could no longer remain silent. Host, I believe Lu Chen's way of parenting has crossed into internet addiction, Fu Qingran declared, her expression stern. Li Xiaolu chimed in. Indeed, Children's self-control is already poor. When parents lead the way, it poses a significant risk of developing an addiction. Numerous older parents in the studio, who did not play games and held a certain aversion towards them, wholeheartedly agreed with Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's statements. Not even an hour had passed, and all assigned tasks were completed. Su Binfeng countered, I believe that internet addiction stems from obsession, not mere exposure. In this tech-driven age, with the internet flourishing and even leading tech giants researching the metaverse, I don't see anything wrong with introducing children to online games at a young age. Su Binfeng's words resonated with many parents present who were not narrow-minded. Otherwise, they would not have participated in the live recording of the show. At this moment, Chen Geyao stepped forward. Dear viewers in the live stream and the audience here, I am the president of Xingshan Entertainment, but I am also a mother. As a president, I certainly hope to see everyone online, but as a mother and guardian, I believe the distinction between internet addiction and online interaction lies in moderation. Children may struggle to find that balance, and it is our duty as parents to maintain it. Moreover, I believe that parents playing games with their children can not only enhance their bond, but also better regulate this balance and help children develop good internet habits. If you prohibit children from going online, will they truly refrain from doing so? Clearly not. The more compliant ones will sneakily play games, possibly even through the night. The more rebellious ones may clash with their parents, thus straining their relationship. Because of children's lack of self-control, they may become obsessed, even resorting to foul language. Therefore, I believe that accompanying children in gaming not only strengthens the parent-child bond, but also prevents addiction and, most importantly, fosters healthy and positive online habits. This is my personal viewpoint. If there are any discrepancies, I welcome your critiques. Thank you. Chen Geyao, renowned as the President Queen, delivered her speech with such eloquence that it swayed the audience. Parents erupted into thunderous applause, igniting a fervor throughout the venue, while the live stream was filled with empathy. Finally, someone understands me. I want to say more. I'm taking my son to the canyon for a match right now. May I ask, Heavenly Queen? My son claims I'm not skilled enough and refuses to play with me. Do you have any advice? I wish to join my wife and daughter in gaming. To the person above, you might as well give up. Your skills do not match those of Lu Chen. Chapter 26. A wife so exceptional, one cannot find another. At 4 in the afternoon, with a triumphant exclamation, Lu Chen guided Lu Xiaoyu to yet another victorious round. Isn't the skill of Lord Lu simply remarkable? The national server probably cannot boast such caliber. If Lord Lu were to compete in the KPL, he would undoubtedly be a champion-level player. His awareness and execution are at a professional level, even surpassing that of many professionals. Xiaoyu is also progressing rapidly. She might very well become a professional esports star in the future. In the office of Superplay Entertainment, General Manager Su Baran marveled, genius. Lu Chen was born for this. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's age does not favor him against today's new stars, Secretary Gu Kong replied, shaking his head. Su Baran, however, disagreed. I see that many of Lu Chen's maneuvers are beyond what even professional players can achieve. His speed and awareness are top tier. Gu Kong countered, even so, Lu Chen cannot pursue a career in esports. He is, after all, the husband of a diva. Su Baran stroked his chin in contemplation. While he may not compete, we could invite him to endorse our products or to participate as a guest in non-professional tournaments. His eyes lit up as he declared, I will personally discuss this with the diva. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, the audience eagerly anticipated Lu Chen and Oppo's next extraordinary play, but he turned off his phone. Xiaoyu, we've been playing for an hour and a half. We cannot continue any longer. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, feeling indeed fatigued. Let us take a nap. When you wake up, Mommy will be back. She nodded earnestly and returned to her room. After tidying up, the doorbell rang. Old son, you've come all this way. You've worked hard. Lu Chen accepted the ingredients. Mr. Lu, are there guests at home today? No, the diva is returning home early today. I am merely preparing a treat. Mr. Lu is truly a good husband. Lu Chen felt a surge of pride. Indeed, but our diva is a wife so exceptional that one cannot find another. In the broadcasting studio, Chen Geyao blushed at Lu Chen and Oppo's as compliment. A wife so exceptional. One cannot find another. Su Binfeng led the playful banter, and laughter filled the studio. Which woman does not envy a love everlasting? Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu exchanged envious glances, contemplating how long it had been since their partners had whispered sweet nothings to them. At noon, a video showcasing Lu Chen and Oppo's Western culinary skills went viral online. With his handsome appearance and culinary prowess, the reposting accounts garnered a legion of fans. In the kitchen that afternoon, Lu Chen passionately prepared a meal that was nothing short of a national feast, stirring buzz among numerous admirers. While his Western cuisine is commendable, his Chinese dishes are executed at a national banquet level. Lord Lu is simply flawless. How can you judge it as a national banquet when he hasn't finished cooking yet? The naysayers should hold their tongues. Just look at his knife skills. They are extraordinary. These dishes are quite renowned, yet few can replicate them today. If Lu Chen can recreate even half, it would astound 90% of Chinese chefs nationwide. Such a lavish use of ingredients for a single meal. How wasteful. Fu Qingran immediately voiced her concerns. Why is it that Lu Chen can do everything? Why should someone so talented be the husband of Chen Geyao? Her jealousy was palpable. Many people struggle to put food on the table. As a public figure, shouldn't he practice thriftiness? Such extravagance could severely impact a child's values. Li Xiaolu quickly chimed in. Indeed, some dishes being lost to time is to be expected. How much precious ingredients are wasted on a simple boiled cabbage? Unlike Western cuisine, which never promotes waste. Have you not heard? In the West, they have long established a coefficient. The more a family spends on food, the poorer they are. Su Binfeng was displeased. Chinese cuisine has a rich heritage, is a cultural treasure, and a testament to the skills of our chefs. One dish cannot encapsulate its essence. Li, as a celebrated actress and public figure, how can you make such statements? Well said. Those who fawn over foreign cultures are the most disgusting. This sycophantic attitude is truly repugnant. How can she still be an actress? The entertainment industry is truly accommodating to all sorts. Do Westerners even understand cuisine? Have they ever tried konjac jelly? The studio erupted in heated debate as Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu criticized Su Binfeng. Chen Geyao could no longer remain silent. Fu, I believe your household has quite the collection of paintings and violins, which must have cost a fortune. If I am not mistaken, did you not recently purchase a villa in the prestigious Tanming Yuan? As soon as she spoke, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu fell silent. My tireless work is solely for providing my child with a superior environment and better living conditions. The notion of waste is absurd. At Xingchen Entertainment, we allocate 10% of our profits annually to charitable causes, a sum that has exceeded 100 million in the last 3 years. I am not boasting. I simply believe that those who earn more should bear greater social responsibilities. This is the correct value system we should instill in our children. Compared to the ostentation of the West, I believe that the luxury of China embodies true depth and culture. The studio erupted in applause once more. Su Binfeng joyfully grasped Chen Geyao and Oppo's hand. Sister Geyao, your words resonate profoundly. Chen Geyao smiled gently, her gaze resting on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, how much more do you have that I do not know? In the director and Oppo's team, Zhang Jifeng approached Hong Bo with a phone in hand. Director, the chairman is on the line. The chairman? Hong Bo frowned slightly. The company behind the program is not home, is Jiang and Xinyu Group. Although Hong Bo serves as the chief director, he lacks direct communication with the group's board members. The chairman's personal call must signify something of great importance. Hong Bo promptly answered, Chairman, this is Hong Bo. Yin Yunji's voice came through the line. I am Yin Yunji. I am watching the live broadcast, and I believe you understand why I am calling. Hong Bo quickly grasped the situation. Is it regarding Lu Chen? Indeed, Yin Yunji confirmed. You must be aware of Lu Chen's commercial value. The company wishes to maximize the program's potential. Does the chairman mean to alter the program's format? Hong Bo inquired tentatively. Yin Yunji sounded displeased. You are the chief director. Must I instruct you on what to do? Hong Bo was taken aback and quickly replied, No. I know what to do. With that, Yin Yunji hung up, leaving Hong Bo feeling disheartened. How am I to know what to do? Chapter 27. The song goes viral. Li Liang's performance is quite dazzling. At Chen Geyao's residence, after dinner, Lu Chen was intercepted by Chen Geyao as he was preparing for his nightly routine. Darling, Are you in such a rush? I can shower quickly, Lu Chen said, his excitement barely contained. Chen Geyao shot him a playful glare and scolded, "Stop being frivolous. I have something serious to discuss." Lu Chen, intrigued, wondered why Chen Geyao had so many serious matters to address these past few days. "All right, my dear, go ahead," he prompted. "I want to record that song in amp. Oppos, Jixiang Sanbao and amp. Oppos, and release it under our family amp. Oppos, S-name. What do you think?" She proposed. "Of course, that sounds great. By the way, you haven't released a new song in quite some time," Lu Chen replied. Chen Geyao immediately declared, "Let's do it tonight. It's still early. We can head to the studio." "So urgent?" Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Absolutely. Let an amp, oppos, let's go." At the company studio, Lu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of nervousness as it was her first time there. "Mommy, do you mean our song will be released on mobile?" she asked. "Yes. Don't you want that?" Chen Geyao responded. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head, stating earnestly, "Of course I want to, I'm just a bit nervous." Lu Chen scooped Lu Xiaoyu into his arms. "Don't be nervous. You sing beautifully, even better than Daddy. Believe in yourself." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Absolutely. Yay!" she exclaimed joyfully. By the time the recording concluded, it was well past midnight, and Lu Xiaoyu had fallen asleep on the studio sofa. Lu Chen thought they were finished. But Chen Geyao asked, "Do you remember the song you sang for me yesterday?" "Of course, why?" he replied. "I want to record that song as well and release it under your name," she said. Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. "Why? I don't want you to bury your talent. Especially not for my sake," Chen Geyao replied. Lu Chen smiled. "All right." The following morning, in the broadcasting hall, just as Chen Geyao settled into her seat, Su Binfin approached her, holding up her phone. "Sister Geyao, your song has gone viral. It and Oppos, as trending on Weibo. It's #1 on the charts." Chen Geyao was equally astonished. How could it gain such rapid popularity in such a short time? Not just Jixiang Sanbao. There's also Xiang Yao, credited to Chen Geyao. That wouldn't happen to be Lu Chen, would it? Su Binfin inquired. Chen Geyao smiled, but did not respond. The discussions surrounding Lu Chen on Weibo were fervent. Chen Geyao, is that the legendary Lu Chen? He actually released a song. It and amp, oppos, s so beautiful. Lu Chen is incredibly talented. Lu Chen credited as and oppos, Chen Geyao, and oppos, flaunting their love. Did you notice? Both the lyrics and composition are by Lu Chen. That and oppos. S impressive. The song's popularity soared to such heights that even before the broadcast began, the production team received countless messages urging them to start. Hongbo quickly signaled to the host. Xiaoyu, we will begin the broadcast 10 minutes early today. Let an oppos, s play and oppos, Jixiang Sanbao and oppos, and an oppos, Xiang Yao and oppos, first. Upon receiving the director and oppos, s signal. Xiaoyu gestured for the crew to prepare for the broadcast. Isn't there still 10 minutes left? Why are we starting now? Su Binfin was puzzled. Xiaoyu stepped to the center of the stage. "Hello, everyone in the audience and those watching online. Today, we are starting the broadcast 10 minutes early to celebrate Queen Chen Geyao and oppos. S return to music after 2 years and her partner Lu Chen and oppos. S debut song." The applause was thunderous, showcasing the audience's enthusiasm for both the queen and her beloved. Now, let us enjoy an extraordinary performance from Queen Chen Geyao's family. The sound system resonated with Jixiang Sanbao, as Lu Xiaoyu's youthful voice, Lu Chen's hearty baritone, and Chen Geyao's melodious soprano intertwined, complemented by the emotive tones of the mournchor. The audience was captivated, as if transported into the performance itself. As the song ended, the audience was reluctant to part with it, but the accompaniment resumed. The prelude ignited the emotions once more. Childhood dreams, the sorrows of growing up. Time will carry me. I want the moon from the sky and the frost from the ground. I desire a sunlit study and the wildness of youth. I crave the green of spring and the yellow of leaves, leading to where I am destined to go. Tears flowed. Lu Chen is unbeatable. He perfectly embodies youthful recklessness and dreams. It's a shame Lu Chen isn't a professional singer. Watching this show makes me want to scold my husband 10 times a day. The genes in Queen Chen and oppos' family are simply perfect. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in cheers. Encore! Encore! Xiaoyu posed a question that many online users were eager to know. Chen Geyao, when did Lu Chen compose an amp? Amp, oppos. Zhang Yao an amp? Amp, oppos. Chen Geyao suddenly felt shy. Actually, right after Duxiang Sanbao, I asked Lu Chen to sing me to sleep, and that's how this song came about. Wow. Su Binfan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaolu and Fu Yanran looked on enviously. Viewers in both the live hall and online were treated to a feast of affection. Within just 10 minutes of the broadcast, the online viewer count surpassed 1 million. With this momentum, Xiaoyu felt confident. After the behind-the-scenes segment, the viewership reached 1.2 million. Now that the behind-the-scenes with Queen Chen's family has concluded, we welcome a captivating segment featuring the acclaimed actress Li Xiaolu. I haven't had enough. We want to see Lu Chen. Yu, we want to see Yu. What is interesting about Li Xiaolu's family? Not watching. I want to see my wife and daughter. The comments erupted, and although the live broadcast hadn't officially started, the viewer count plummeted by 100,000. Li Xiaolu gritted her teeth, feeling displeased, but tried to ignore the comments and viewer numbers. The scene unfolded with Li Zixuan sitting by the coffee table, begrudgingly doing homework. Li Liang was equally displeased. He couldn't understand why Li Xiaolu insisted he tutor Li Zixuan in the living room when there was an important meeting at the company today. What are you looking at? Right? Li Liang barked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked innocent, pointing to a problem in his notebook. Dad, I don't damp. Oppos, to understand. Even a pig could solve this. Li Liang slammed the table in frustration. I pay for you to attend an elite school, and you can't solve such a simple problem? What use are you? If you can oppos, solve it, leave it blank, write something down. Li Zixuan wiped his tears and wrote an answer. Li Liang, growing impatient, sprawled out on the sofa. Engrossed in his phone, Li Xiaolu and oppos' heart sank. Before leaving home, she had repeatedly instructed Li Liang to help Li Zixuan with his homework, and yet, this was his idea of tutoring? I'm done with this father. Last time he made his son kneel, this time he has him squatting to do homework. Didn't Li Xiaolu say Li Liang was the boss? Why is he so idle at home? I've seen enough already. This is boring. I'm leaving. The viewer count continued to plummet. Within less than 5 minutes of the broadcast, it had fallen to 800,000 and continued to decline. Chapter 28, Food Poisoning. Lu Chen is thoughtful. As the live broadcast approached noon, the number of online viewers dwindled to 500,000. Li Zixuan was crouched on the coffee table, diligently completing his assignments, while Li Liang lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. With lunchtime imminent, the host, Xiaoyu, hastily sought a topic of discussion. Dear viewers, it's almost lunchtime. Shall we ask Li Yingho to give a call home? No. We want to see Lord Lu. I'm here for my wife and Lu Chen. Li Liang and Ma, you should really learn from Lu Chen. To those above, Confucius is about to address his 3001 disciples. No apprentices taken. What to do? What can be done? Li Xiaolu could only pretend not to see and picked up her phone. On screen, Li Liang suddenly sat up. My dear wife, why did you call out of the blue? I've spent the entire morning watching Zixuan work on his homework, and he has been so serious about it. ISNT that right? Zixuan? Li Liang shot a glare at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, trembling with trepidation, managed to stammer. Yes, Mom. Li Liang beamed. Dear, did you hear that? Li Xiaolu's chest heaved with indignation, her breathing quickening. What a family of actors. So talented. Li Liang deserves an award for his performance. Huh? Who is Chen Chenglong? The village fool. Li Xiaolu composed herself. What are your lunch plans? Just call a chef to cook at home. Li Liang said nonchalantly. Can't you cook something for Zixuan? ISNT'd enough that we have eggs at home. You must know how to fry an egg, right? Stop playing on your phone and help Zixuan with his homework. I'll check his assignments tonight. And don't forget, I asked you to teach Zixuan to sing this morning. After a barrage of lecturing, Li Liang, exasperated, hung up the phone. Li Xiaolu glanced at her phone in disbelief. How dare he hang up on her? This is infuriating. I'm your wife, not your mother. I can't stay here for another moment. Li Liang looked at Li Zixuan. All right, stop writing. Your mom wants you to sing. There's a song called and oppos. Jixiang Sanbao and oppos. Online. Learn it and send it to her. What do you mean your mom? Aren't you his father? He can't compare to Lord Lu at all. Don't ruin our UUS song. Does he even know how to sing? I'm dizzy. Half an hour later, Li Liang presented a burnt fried egg to Li Zishuan. Hurry and eat. Li Zishuan grimaced, eyeing the charred egg. Dad, it's burnt. Burnt? Your mother ordered it. If you're not satisfied, tell her, Li Liang retorted. Reluctantly, Li Zishuan took a bite of the burnt egg. After the meal, Li Liang picked up his phone to film. All right, sing the song you just learned. Dad, I haven't learned it yet. Are you a pig? It's been so long, and you still haven't learned. Li Liang was clearly displeased. You should know how to sing something. Just do your best. Li Zishuan had no choice but to set down his phone, close his eyes, and begin to sing. Dad, the moon is out. Has the sun come home? Why did you stop? Li Liang demanded. Dad, it's your turn. Are you singing, or am I? But Li Zishuan looked pitiful, tears welling up in his eyes. But what? You can't even sing a song properly. How could I have a son like you? Li Liang stood up, impatient. Forget it. I have things to do. Finish your homework and play on your phone. Li Liang dressed and stormed out. If that were my dad, I'd give him a piece of my mind. Fatherly love and filial piety. We don't expect Li Liang to cook like Lord Lu, but he could at least put in some effort. The entire afternoon passed without Li Liang returning home. The number of viewers in the live broadcast steadily declined, soon dropping to 200,000. The chief director, Hong Bo, was so furious he took off his headphones. At that moment, Zhang Jifeng suddenly exclaimed, Something is off. What is wrong with Li Zishuan? The staff in the studio also sensed something unusual. Isn't Li Zishuan suffering from food poisoning? Why is his face so flushed? Su Binfen anxiously stared at the screen. Sister Xiaolu, did Li Zishuan eat breakfast this morning? Li Xiaolu, caught off guard by Su Binfen and Oppos, as questioned, panicked. I don't know. Chen Geyao, equally alarmed, added he didn't eat breakfast, spent the whole morning squatting, and for lunch he had burnt eggs. It's easy for him to get sick. Seeing Li Zishuan lying on the sofa, his energy waning and even retching, Chen Geyao urged, What are you waiting for? Call his father immediately. Li Xiaolu finally snapped to attention, but after several attempts, Li Liang did not answer. What to do? No one is picking up. She looked around desperately. Chen Geyao immediately stood up. You go home and check on the child. I'll contact the hospital. Li Xiaolu nodded persistently, disregarding the ongoing broadcast, and hurriedly left. The sudden incident also indirectly led to the interruption of a live stream. At the hospital, the doctor sternly addressed Li Xiaolu. As a mother, you must not be so careless, no matter how busy you are. Breakfast is crucial. Do you not understand that? Thankfully, you arrived early. Had you come later, the condition could have worsened, and you would have regretted it. Li Xiaolu couldn't help but cry. She had worked tirelessly her entire life for Li Zishuan. If anything happened to him, she simply could not go on living. Seeing Li Xiaolu in such distress, Su Binfen felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Xiaolu, don't blame yourself. It's not entirely your fault. Chen Geyao entered the ward. These are the medications prescribed by the hospital. The instructions for taking them are written down. Li Xiaolu glanced at Chen Geyao, begrudgingly muttering, Who asked you to help me? Chen Geyao chuckled. Oh, you think I want to help you? I'm concerned about Zishuan. I couldn't care less about you. Li Xiaolu turned her head away, pouting in defiance. At that moment, another figure entered the room. Wife, dear wife, I'm here. Lu Chen rushed in with a thermal food container. Upon seeing that Chen Geyao was fine, he let out a sigh of relief, having feared that she might have fallen ill after staying up too late the previous night. However, since Chen Geyao was fine, who was the other person? Lu Chen tilted his head and caught sight of Su Binfen and Li Xiaolu sitting on the sofa. To his astonishment, Li Xiaolu and his wife were getting along, which was quite the contrast to his previous life where they were at odds. Li Xiaolu, embarrassed, averted her gaze, while Su Binfen looked at Lu Chen with admiration. Chen Geyao took the thermal food container from Lu Chen's hands and opened it for the doctor to see. Doctor, can Li Zishuan eat this now? The doctor glanced at it and exclaimed with delight, Millet yam and red date porridge. Of course, he can. Eating something light and nourishing is the best right now. The sweetness of the red dates will be appealing to children. How thoughtful of you, young man. Chapter 29. My wife is incredible. Thank you, Lu Chen, Li Xiaolu said. Giving a slight bow, Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. No. What merit do I have for the illustrious Lida Ingho to thank me? It's just a coincidence. I thought my wife was ill. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. Chen Geyao shot him a blissful glance. You're here. We're into oppos. SU? Tian yi yo in Korea. At home. This place is rife with viruses. Yu is studying at home. Really studying? Chen Geyao narrowed her eyes. She is not secretly playing on her phone, is she? Lu Chen immediately stood up straight. No, absolutely not. How could that be? Yu is very well behaved. But how did you all end up together? Lu Chen curiously pointed at Li Xiaolu and Su Binfen. The music diva, the film queen, and the rising star all gathered in one place. It seemed even an entertainment industry annual meeting could not assemble such heavyweight women. This made Chen Geyao nervous, just as she was brainstorming a response. Another person barged into the ward. What's going on? Why is Zixian hospitalized? Li Liang rushed in, only to be greeted by the captivating Chen Geyao. Despite being the same age as Li Xiaolu, Chen Geyao still radiated youthful beauty. Song. Before Li Liang could greet her, Li Xiaolu dashed up to him. Where have you been? Ignoring my calls and not coming home. Seeing Li Xiaolu's fierce demeanor, Li Liang felt a twinge of annoyance. I was at the office. Didn't I tell you to stay home? Why'd you go to the office? Well, I am the boss. I can oppose. Just stay cooped up at home all the time. Li Liang replied, exasperated. All right, let us focus on our son. What happened that caused him to be hospitalized? Li Xiaolu was even more infuriated, pushing Li Liang forcefully and scolding him. It's all because of you. Zixian didn't eat breakfast this morning and had your burnt fried eggs for lunch, leading to food poisoning. If anything happens to my son, you'll pay for it. Li Liang was startled, quickly stepping forward to comfort Li Xiaolu. Wife, please, don't be angry. You know I'm not good at cooking, and I had an urgent meeting at the office this afternoon. Li Xiaolu shook off his hand. What could possibly be more important than our son? You clearly don't care. Li Liang was also displeased. How could I not care? I checked on him this morning, and he was fine. I didn't expect him to get food poisoning right after I left. Besides, he is a boy. His constitution is too weak. I ate burnt food when I was a kid and never got poisoned. You spoil him too much. It's your fault. Li Xiaolu pointed at herself. Her face flushed with anger. Spoiling him? And you dare blame me? Li Liang? You're heartless. Li Liang was about to retort when the doctor intervened, raising his voice. Enough. This is a hospital. It needs to be quiet. What's with all this racket? Li Xiaolu fell silent, her heart aching as she gently caressed Li Zixian's face. Li Liang, feeling discontent, remarked, Who do you think you are? I'm paying for the treatment. Just focus on healing and mind your own business. The doctor became angry, but before he could respond, Chen Geyao interjected, Li Liang, what else with your attitude? This is a hospital. If you can't listen to the doctor, you should leave. Li Liang, a mere small-time boss, found himself overshadowed by Chen Geyao, the real president of a leading entertainment company. His arrogance dissipated, and he slinked out of the ward, defeated. Lu Chen puffed out his chest proudly. My wife. She is incredible. Chen Geyao surveyed the room and said, All right, let us not linger here anymore. Let us go. As Lu Chen drove, his expression was jubilant. Wife, your outburst just now was so impressive. Li Liang didn't dare say a word and left in disgrace. Chen Geyao, sitting in the passenger seat with her arms crossed, scoffed. I despise men like Li Liang who only get angry when something goes wrong. She turned her head to glance at Lu Chen and asked softly, You wouldn't act like that, would you? Of course not. Lu Chen replied, chuckling. Chen Geyao's eyes widened. What do you mean? I mean, with me around, nothing bad would happen. Flatterer. Chen Geyao turned her head away, but wore a blissful expression. By the way, you still haven't answered me. How did you three end up together? Lu Chen asked. Chen Geyao tensed, quickly concocting a response. There is a major brand meeting, and we three were invited as special guests. What is the matter? Chen Geyao tilted her head, checking Lu Chen and Oppo's expression. Nothing, it's just that with three beauties together, I realized how beautiful my wife is. Compared to her, those other actresses pale in comparison. Chen Geyao beamed with delight, her smile wide. You charm her. Let us go home. I want to see if you is really studying. On the way home, Lu Chen drove slowly. He hadn't reminded Lu Xiaoyu to do anything before he left. The thought of spending the past few days with Lu Xiaoyu in joyful education made him worry she might lose control and play games. Upon returning home, Lu Chen found his worries unfounded. Lu Xiaoyu had not only completed her homework, but was also studying English. "Good afternoon, Mom and Dad," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Chen Geyao joyfully lifted Lu Xiaoyu into her arms. You can speak English now." Lu Xiaoyu, feeling shy, scratched her head. Hee. I only know a few simple phrases." "Mom, did I say correctly?" Chen Geyao nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely right. You're amazing." Lu Chen sighed in relief, giving Lu Xiaoyu a thumbs up. "You're fantastic. Your mom and I can be assured that you're studying well without us. Now, tell us what reward you'd like." Lu Chen blurted out, then quickly amended, "Since you has done so well, I think a reward is in order." "This doesn't count as spoiling her, right?" "Of course not," Chen Geyao replied with a smile. What reward do you want?" Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and then made a request that shocked Lu Chen. "I want to play King of Glory with Mom and Dad." Lu Chen was instantly petrified. "Oh no, what would that sound like to Chen Geyao? It's like saying, I don't want to go to Tsinghua anymore. I don't want to study hard. I want to become a gaming addict." This was disastrous. Lu Chen could already imagine Chen Geyao's expression resembling that of an endangered species facing extinction. First, she would scold Lu Xiaoyu, then drag her into the bedroom for a stern lecture. "Lu Chen, is this how you raise you when I'm not home? I'm so disappointed in you." "No way. I cannot let this happen." As Lu Chen snapped back to reality, he instinctively took the phone that Chen Geyao handed him. "You can only play for an hour, and you must not lose." Chapter 30, Sun Jia. Grandfather will teach you the lightning 5 whips. In the studio of Mom is not home. Due to Li Xiaolu's absence, Fu Qingran found herself alone, sitting across from Chen Geyao and Su Binfen. Although Chen Geyao and Su Binfen paid her no mind, Fu Qingran was filled with anxiety. This was largely due to the fact that the online vote from the previous day had chosen martial arts. But what might you know about martial arts? Before the live broadcast commenced, there was the usual pre-show footage. However, with Li Xiaolu missing, this segment became a solo showcase for the Chen family. As the live stream began, Lu Xiaoyu joyfully raised her hand, exclaiming, "Mom, you and Oppos, amazing. You got first blood." The viewers were captivated as the family of 3 played a game together. "Oh no, my wife has been corrupted by Lu Chen. Once one gets into the game, it's nearly impossible to quit." The diva plays marksman, and Lu, the great, plays support, while Yu takes mid as a mage. This is hilarious, indeed. A child born a surprise. Lu's support is unparalleled. Sun Shangxiang cleared a wave and is now 200 gold short. Sun Shangxiang, a steel sword costs 50. Why don't you go and grab it? 7 minutes into the first match, Lu Chen proudly lifted his phone. "How about it, my dear wife, Yu? Am I impressive?" Lu Xiaoyu shouted with excitement. "Daddy is so awesome. You an amp, Oppos, my idol." Lu Chen struck a pose, resembling a proud rooster. "You are a singing diva with millions of fans, while I am a full-time dad with a fortune in my pocket. We are perfectly matched." An hour passed, and Chen Geyao was left wanting more. She had never played a game before and found it incredibly enjoyable. "Let us play another round. This time I will play support," she declared confidently. Lu Chen agreed, but just as he was about to start, Lu Xiaoyu snatched the phone from him, hands firmly on her hips, her cheeks puffed out. "Daddy, Mommy, we agreed to only play for 1 hour. Adults and children must keep their promises." Chen Geyao suddenly realized she had become quite addicted to the game. Yet, she truly wanted to continue playing. Leaning closer, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "All right, tonight, I and Oppos. LL duo with you." Chen Geyao nodded vigorously. Yu is so understanding. "Haha, the diva and Lu the Great have given birth to a little manager. Is this a subtle advertisement from the Civil Affairs Bureau, tricking me into having a daughter? They're already at it, already working on a son." As the pre-show footage concluded, the live stream's popularity soared, surpassing 1 million viewers. It was at this moment that Fu Qingran spoke up. "I believe this is inappropriate. Parents playing games with their children can be framed as interaction. But on a harsher note, it can easily lead to internet addiction. Habits are formed in childhood, and it is getting late. What if the child cannot sleep well? Do you know why Lu Chen and I are playing games with you? Chen Geyao retorted directly. This was the second episode, and she had never targeted Fu Qingran. Yet Fu Qingran constantly found ways to undermine her. Because Lu Chen and I weren't home, Yu completed all her homework and even studied English. As a reward, allowing her to play games is not harmful. It is an acknowledgement of her hard work. I accompany her because only by understanding the game can I fairly evaluate her gameplay, and that is why I agreed. Chen Geyao's powerful rebuttal was both logical and justified, leaving Fu Qingran feeling quite distressed as she fumed silently in her seat. Host Xiaoyu quickly intervened, shifting the focus. All right, we see that the two parents have exchanged opinions on this matter. Next, let us welcome the final group, teacher Fu Qingran and Amp, Oppos, as family, for a live broadcast. As the screen unfolded, Fu Qingran clenched her fists. The doorbell rang, and two elderly figures entered. Fu Qingran stared in disbelief. Was it he that Ma Yu's father, Ma Baohua, and mother, Wang Tsinghua? What trouble were they causing? Fu Qingran gritted her teeth. If Ma Baohua and Wang Tsinghua disrupted the live stream, she would have a stern word with Ma Yu when they returned. In the footage, Ma Yu appeared elated. The night before, Fu Qingran had given him a task to teach Ma Xiaobao martial arts. But he was far too weak for that. Ma Xiaobao was robust and weighed 100 pounds at just 9 years old. If he landed a punch, it would take half a year to recover. Therefore, he brought his father along. Ho Xiaoyu inquired, Teacher Fu, who are these two? Fu Qingran maintained her politeness, smiling. These are my in-laws. ISNT that Ma Baohua, the one known for the lightning 5 whips. Wow, it really is Ma Yu's father, Ma Baohua. He is the contemporary master of the Ma family Xingyi Quan. They say his lightning 5 whips can defeat any foreign opponent. This is certainly intriguing. The live stream's audience continued to rise, and Fu Qingran, initially anxious, found a surprising twist. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu asked, Teacher Fu, your father-in-law is actually Ma Baohua? Fu Qingran swiftly organized her thoughts. Indeed, my father-in-law has dedicated himself to traditional martial arts and has contributed to the country and Oppos' intangible cultural heritage. The audience erupted in applause. In the footage, Ma Baohua surveyed the room, his eyes filled with admiration. Son, after being married for so long, it's my first time visiting your home. Not bad. You got quite the spacious place. Ma Yu offered an awkward smile and quietly reminded, Dad, Mom, please don't let Qingran know you're here. She wouldn't be happy. Ma Baohua's expression turned stern. What do you mean? I am her father-in-law. Does she not wish for my presence? No. Ma Yu quickly corrected, I didn't tell Qingran you were coming today. She would definitely be upset. Ma Baohua's expression softened slightly. All right, take me to the restroom. I've been holding it in all this time. It's all your fault. You couldn't get a plane ticket, and you bought a train ticket instead. And a hard seat at that. Buying a hard seat on a train? What a dutiful son. I'm impressed. The child is all grown up. Yet the in-laws have never visited their home. What an eye-opener. They can't even find the restroom. Ma Yu is truly humble. The comments flooded in, and Fu Qingran's expression darkened. The label of being unfilial was firmly placed upon her. After lunch, Ma Yu got to the point. Dad, I called you here today to clarify. Teach Xiaobao martial arts, what do you think? Ma Xiaobao jumped up, his chubby cheeks quivering with excitement. Grandpa, I want to learn the lightning 5 whips. Ma Baohua laughed heartily. All right, my dear grandson, Grandpa will teach you the lightning 5 whips in due time. Chapter 31. Master Ma offers a kill. Ma Baohua demonstrated his lightning 5 fists in front of Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao. The sequence left the live audience and viewers utterly bewildered. Was he electrocuted? Is that it? Xingyi Quan? Lightning 5 fists. Welcome to the Even a Dog Can Do It show. Don and Amp, Oppos, mock him. Perhaps he possesses genuine skill. Master Ma is quite popular abroad. Ma Yu wore an embarrassed expression. Dad, perhaps we should reconsider? Ma Baohua immediately protested. What? Are you afraid Xiaobao won and Oppos? To learn? Rest assured, I wouldn't trust anyone else to teach him. But your father is a grandmaster. I guarantee Xiaobao will master it. Ma Xiaobao raised his hand. Yay, I want to learn from Grandpa. Ma Yu despondently covered his face. How are we supposed to film this? After an exhaustive hour of instruction, and being tripped by his grandfather 10 times, Ma Xiaobao felt he had completed his apprenticeship. Grandpa, I want to spar with you. Ma Xiaobao shouted. Ma Baowu was overjoyed. Xiao Bao, your talent is remarkable. In just an hour, you and Oppos V already achieved a level of competence. However, your grandfather is a grandmaster. The gap between us is insurmountable. Ma Xiaobao clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Grandpa, I and Oppos V made up my mind. I still want to spar with you. Ma Baowu immediately agreed. Very well. Suehua, film this carefully. Wang Suehua nodded repeatedly, raising her phone to record. Ma Baowu clasped his hands behind his back. Xiaobao, come. Grandpa will give you a 3-move head start. Ma Xiaobao adopted a fighting stance and shouted, Grandpa, here I come. A punch. Thud. Grandpa. Dad. Husband. Good heavens. I can't take it anymore. This grandson is too filial. One punch sent the grandmaster packing. I can't breathe. My stomach hurts. Young people these days have no martial ethics. The old comrade hasn't even said begin yet. In the frame, Ma Baowu stood up. His right eye already red and slightly purple. Dad, are you all right? Ma Yu asked with concern. Ma Baowu stood up and pushed Ma Yu aside. Don't worry. I was careless and didn't in Oppos dodge. Ma Baowu laughed heartily. Truly, the student has surpassed the master. Grandson, your martial arts have reached their zenith. But you still lack a bit of refinement. Try again. Ma Xiaobao nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll give it my all. Ma Baowu clenched his fists nervously. Please. Don and Oppos, give it your all. Begin, my dear grandson. Grandpa, here I come. Thud. Grandpa. Dad. Husband. Whoa. Good heavens, this is incredible. Brothers. Today was worth it. The Ma Yu family is too entertaining. Ma Baowu. A grandmaster will never forget this harrowing day. Poor old Mr. Ma. He traveled 1,000 miles to offer a kill, and he came in a hard seat. Ma Baowu was taken away in an ambulance, and the live stream was forced to end. The directors were furious. First, Li Zixuan suffered food poisoning, interrupting the live stream. And now Ma Baowu was beaten into an ambulance by his grandson. What's wrong with these two families? Are they deliberately trying to sabotage the show? Hongbo was in a fit of rage when his phone rang. Hello, Hongbo. This is Yin Yunji. What happened with the live stream? Are you capable of doing this job? Hongbo wore a bitter expression. Chairman, please listen to me. I and Oppos am not here to listen to your explanations. I have an idea for you. Change the 3rd live stream to a joint broadcast of all 3 families, and the 4th live stream to an offline variety show. The planning department is already in contact with the resort. Hongbo panicked. Chairman, but the show and Oppos' original intention was to live stream the most authentic scenes of fathers taking care of their children when the mothers are away. If we change it to an offline variety show, before Hongbo could finish, Yin Yunji interrupted him. That and Oppos, that's not your concern. If you can end Oppos, do it. We and Oppos, LL replace you. Hongbo reluctantly agreed. All right, Chairman, I and Oppos, LL do my best. Hongbo brought the microphone to his mouth and informed Xiaoyu of the 3rd live stream in Oppos' format. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. A joint broadcast of 3 families was a viable solution. Even if 2 families failed, at least Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu could carry the show. To our live stream viewers and audience members, due to unforeseen circumstances, our 2nd live stream may have to end. However, we will be making some changes to the content of our 3rd live stream. The 3rd episode will feature a joint live stream of 3 families. The production team will set up challenges for the 3 families, and based on comparisons, we will showcase the measures fathers take to deal with unexpected situations while taking care of their children at home. A joint live stream sounds good. That way, we can see the great Lu and Yu. I really can and Oppos, stand the Li Xiaolu family and the Fu Qingran family. One is a child-pitting parent, and the other is a grandpa-pitting grandchild. Ma Baowu. A grandmaster will never forget this somber day. I wonder what kind of challenges the production team will come up with. No matter what the challenges are, we have unwavering faith in the great Lu. After the live stream ended, Chen Geyao, Su Binbin, and Fu Qingran were invited to the show's backstage area. Director Hongbo was already waiting for them. Director, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with us? Su Binbin asked. There will be some changes to the 4th episode. The first 3 episodes have focused on live streaming scenes of fathers taking care of their children at home. For the 4th episode, we plan to live stream outdoors. The production team has made arrangements at a resort in the city where parents and children can participate in interactive activities in the style of a summer camp. We're here to gather your opinions. Seeing Hong Bo's hesitation, Fu Qingran immediately agreed. Letting children go out and see the world is indeed beneficial for their growth. I and Amp, oppose, am in favor of it. Chen Geyao thought for a moment and asked, Director, how long will the summer camp last? It will be a 3-day, 2-night event. Will there be any safety concerns? Hong Bo quickly explained, Ms. Chen, please rest assured that we have taken comprehensive safety precautions. Our main goal is to test the interaction between fathers and children in unfamiliar environments. In that case, I have no objections. Chen Geyao immediately agreed. However, it would be best to postpone it by 2 days. Li Zixuan is still taking medication, and a change of environment at this time might worsen his condition. Of course, we will definitely take that into consideration. Sister Geyao, you actually dared to ask about Chen Zixuan's condition today. Su Binbin sidled up to Chen Geyao. Chen Geyao smiled faintly. In Amp, oppose, it's true that I dislike Li Xiaolu, but that has nothing to do with the child. Su Binbin and Amp, oppose, S car arrived. Sister Geyao, I and Amp, oppose, LL leaving now. Chen Geyao nodded, standing in place to wait. Soon after, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan pulled up to the curb. Well, if it isn't the Heavenly Queen? Lu Chen opened the front passenger seat. Heavenly Queen, please. As Chen Geyao entered the front passenger seat, her view was suddenly blocked by something soft. Mommy, guess who it is? Chapter 32. At this moment, you are my queen. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoyu shielded Chen Geyao's eyes. Mommy, you mustn't peek. Chen Geyao was somewhat puzzled. What are you and Daddy up to? Lu Xiaoyu remained tight-lipped. Daddy said it's a surprise, and I'm not allowed to tell Mommy. Lu Chen gave Lu Xiaoyu an approving nod. After a rustling sound, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released her grip. The house was adorned with a variety of ambient lights arranged by Lu Chen, while Chen Geyao stood amidst colorful balloons, resembling a fairy. Lu Chen held a guitar in his hands. Gao, today marks the 10th anniversary of our acquaintance. I have a song to dedicate to you. Lu Xiaoyu was brimming with excitement. Lucky. Chen Geyao was taken aback. Lucky? What luck? Lu Xiaoyu flashed a V sign to Chen Geyao. Daddy wrote a song for Mommy called Lucky. Lu Chen smiled knowingly and strummed the guitar strings. In his previous life, having devoted all his time to Lu Xiaoyu's studies, he had never performed this song for Chen Geyao. Now, he intended to make amends. How fortunate it is, at the most beautiful age, to encounter you, my most correct decision. Embracing you with all my strength, not letting happiness slip away, yet as the song concluded. Chen Geyao was already brimming with tears. Lu Chen set the guitar aside and, as if performing magic, produced a bouquet of roses from behind, presenting them to Chen Geyao. At this moment, you are my queen. The following day, in the live broadcast room, the behind-the-scenes footage perfectly showcased this splendid scene. Lu Chen and Amp, oppose, as song Lucky ignited the live stream. Oh my heavens, is this the original song? I couldn't find it. It must be an original by Lu Chen. Writing a song for his queen and making her cry. Lu Chen is simply the epitome of perfection. The highlight must be Yu. 10 years ago, Lu Chen met his queen, and a decade later, they have the fruits of love. Ugh, even a man in his 30s like me was brought to tears. Su Binfin, like a little fangirl who had stumbled upon an incredibly sweet candy, clung tightly to Chen Geyao's arm. Sister Yao, you must teach me how to find such a wonderful boyfriend. He is simply perfect. Chen Geyao was equally moved. Teach? How could she? She felt this was her own fortune. The host, Xiao Yu, deftly seized this moment and swiftly shifted the focus to Chen Geyao. Queen Gao Yao, both the online audience and those present are evidently envious of your relationship with your beloved. Do you have anything you wish to share? This song is clearly a heartfelt creation from your partner. Did you truly not notice? Chen Geyao picked up the microphone, and, as the queen, she rarely displayed such innocent naivety before the camera. I truly feel that marrying Lu Chen is my fortune, and I genuinely didn't realize this song was for me. Xiao Yu pressed on. Are you considering releasing this song? Chen Geyao affirmed, of course. I have thoughts in that direction, but it hinges on Lu Chen and oppose. as willingness. As long as Lu Chen agrees, I will promptly release this song under Xingchen Entertainment. And I guarantee that during the 10-year copyright period, this song will be entirely free for the public. Long live Queen Geyao. Free? I can't even imagine how much money this song would earn if released normally. The Queen says, truly not lacking. Hey, have you seen the headlines? Lu Chen and Oppos, S and Oppos, Jishang Sanbao and Oppos, was praised by CCTV. Chen Geyao quickly grabbed her phone. The top headline read, Jishang Sanbao, a song that perfectly depicts a harmonious and happy family through the innocent voices of children, a cheerful boy, and a gentle girl. The accompanying text read, Jishang Sanbao brings joy, treasures in the home shine bright. Growing up healthily and happily, wisdom like stars illuminating everywhere. Ho Xiaoyu led the applause. Let us congratulate Queen Geyao. The applause thundered, filling the room with joy. Fu Qingran felt discontent, casting glances at Li Xiaolu beside her. Li Xiaolu seemed to be in a strange mood, indifferent to everyone that morning. After the behind-the-scenes footage concluded, the main program commenced. Xiaoyu stepped to the center of the stage and addressed all the guests, dear friends in the live stream and audience present. Today's broadcast is a collaborative effort among 3 families. Hence, the show has devised 3 challenges for each family. The 3 parents with children instantly felt the tension rise. Xiaoyu produced a card and read, for the first challenge, we invite Queen Geyao, actress Li, and teacher Fu to call your partners and keep them away from home for half an hour. Fu Qingran furrowed her brow. Host, may I inquire about the purpose of this segment? ISNT the show about the fathers staying at home with the children? Why must we send the fathers away? Fu Qingran and Amp, Oppos, as concern was genuine. If Mayu were not at home, she couldn't imagine what kind of mess Ma Xiaobao might create. Li Xiaolu shared the same worry. With Li Zixuan ill, she had specifically asked Li Liang to take leave to care for him at home. Chen Geyao appeared considerably more relaxed. After all, Lu Xiaoyu had spent time at home by herself and was proactive in learning English. However, the host's next words caused the expressions of the 3 parents to change dramatically. Once the fathers leave home, there will be staff from the production team to take the children out, primarily to test how they react to strangers. Now, please call the children into Amp, Oppos, as fathers, and remember, during the call, do not directly or indirectly remind them. In order, Chen Geyao was the first to make the call. The camera showed Lu Chen tidying up while Lu Xiaoyu completed her homework. Wife's calling. Lu Chen answered. Hello, darling, what's the matter? Chen Geyao and Oppos. Mind raced. Lu Chen could not help but feel anxious. What's wrong? Is something the matter? I left a document on my office desk. Could you please bring it back home? I suspect I will be quite late tonight. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. I thought something serious had happened. Don't worry, I'll head over right now. After hanging up, Lu Chen walked into Lu Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppos' room. Yu, Daddy has to step out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. Finish your homework and wait for Daddy to come back and play with you. Lu Xiaoyu paused her writing. Daddy, where are you going? Lu Chen gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, speaking softly. Mommy forgot a document at the office, and I'm going to fetch it. Then Daddy, hurry back. Lu Chen gave an okay sign, donned his coat, and left. Impressive, decisive. Looks like Lu Chen is not just a doting father, but also a devoted husband. Listening to his wife will surely lead to prosperity. I and Oppos am so nervous. Do you think Yu will open the door for a stranger? Pray for my Yu. Chapter 33. My child usually opens the door first. As Lu Chen departed, the production team promptly arrived at his doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lu Xiaoyu approached the door, and a young lady appeared on the visual screen beside it. Yu, I am a friend of your father. He asked me to take you to your mother's company. No way. The production team is so cunning, specifically sending a beautiful young lady. Yu won't fall for it, will she? Yu, this is a bad person. Do not open the door. Upon seeing this, Fu Qingren couldn't help but smirk. Regardless of gender, children are often defenseless against attractive young women. Chen Geyao anxiously clenched her fingers, her palms beginning to sweat uncontrollably. Su Binfan also exhibited considerable tension, scanning the area around the sofa with a desperate gaze. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu raised her chin defiantly. Then do you know what my daddy and Amp, Oppos' name is? Lu Chen, your father and amp. Oppo's S name is Lu Chen. The young lady hesitated for a moment before quickly responding, You, I am not a bad person. Do I look like one? Yes, Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. That response was unexpected. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. I never thought Lu Chen would say that. But why does she look like one? Daddy said if there's a beautiful young lady, I don't know claiming to know him, then she must be a bad person. Let us do this, you call my daddy. If he says he knows you, I will open the door for you. The sudden sweetness melted the hearts of everyone in the studio. Chen Geyao lowered her head, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Su Binfan let out a sigh of relief, teasingly nudging Chen Geyao. Sister Geyao, you're blushing. Chen Geyao quickly covered her face, feigning annoyance. No, it's just that the air conditioning in the studio is too high. It's hot. Su Binfan covered her mouth. You're such a terrible liar. In the footage, the production staff remained undeterred. You, I truly am a friend of your father, but my phone is out of battery. I'm really not a bad person. If you wait a bit longer, your father will be angry if he kept waiting, and he might scold you. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the door and shouted, See, Daddy would never scold you. You are the bad person. Humph. Didn't you say your phone was dead? Yu has a phone. I will call Daddy. Lu Xiaoyu shifted the sofa cushions and retrieved a phone that Lu Chen had secretly bought for her. After a few taps, the call was successfully connected. The staff, sensing trouble, quickly retreated. Hello? Yu, why did you call Daddy? Daddy, a strange lady, said she's your friend and wants to take Yu to find you. Lu Chen's tone immediately turned tense. Yu, you must not open the door for her. Daddy will be home soon. Daddy, don't worry. Yu didn't open the door. She has already left. Lu Chen relaxed slightly, though still a bit anxious. All right, just wait at home. Daddy will be back shortly. You can hear Luda Shun and Oppo's tension over the phone. Yu is so clever. She is truly a dream child. That is a good child. In my house. Not only would a stranger at the door be a problem, but even a dog would have to be brought home. My child usually opens the door first. The number of viewers in the live broadcast surged, quickly surpassing 2 million. Such program effectiveness made Xiaoyu feel immensely comfortable, and he immediately praised. To all the viewers in the live broadcast room and the audience present, are you satisfied with Xiaoyu and Oppo's performance? The entire audience rose, enthusiastically shouting, satisfied. Very well. Xiaoyu has set a great example for everyone. Now, let us take a look at Li Xiaolu and the situation at Li Yingho's home. Now, please have Li Yingho call the child and amp. Oppo's father. The scene at Li Liang and amp. Oppo's home was magnified. Hurry up and take your medicine. Li Liang placed the water and medicine on the table and left. Li Zixuan picked up his cup, but accidentally let it slip. Dad, it's too hot. If it's hot, wait a bit longer to eat. Li Zixuan adjusted the cooling patch on his forehead and resumed playing games on his phone. Just then, Li Liang's phone vibrated with incoming messages. Why the incessant calls every day? He cursed under his breath, but still picked up the call, his voice strained. Hello? Wife. Why are you calling me? Don't worry, Zixuan has already taken his medicine. Li Xiaolu replied with a stern face, her frustration simmering. My package has arrived at the station. Go pick it up. Li Liang's expression soured with impatience. Wife, why should I go for such a trivial matter? Just have the security guard get it. Li Xiaolu was displeased. If you don't go, what if my valuable items get lost? But I still need to keep an eye on Li Zixuan. Don't use Zixuan as an excuse. Go now. All right, I'm going. Li Liang hung up the phone, muttering, every day it's the same. She must be going through menopause with such control issues. Humph, she want me to go immediately. I'll wait a while. Li Liang lay back on the sofa, scrolling through several videos. Only when Li Xiaolu sent multiple messages did he reluctantly step out. The production team quickly arrived outside Li Liang's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Li Zixuan opened the door and saw a stranger at the threshold. Little brother, I'm from upstairs. I bought a new toy gun. Want to go out and shoot some targets? He just opened the door like that? I bet he'll run off with someone. I'll wager 3 packs of Red Tower cigarettes. I'll wager a box. Don't the family usually educate him properly? Sure. Li Zixuan readily agreed. The live broadcast shifted to the miniature camera on the staff member. In the footage, Li Zixuan wandered around the neighborhood with the toy gun. Suddenly, a corgi appeared in his line of sight. Hey, moving target. Li Zixuan raised his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The rubber bullet struck the corgi, causing it to yelp and dash away, its owner rushing over. "What is wrong with you, kid? Why are you shooting my dog?" Frightened, Li Zixuan dropped the gun and ran, colliding with the returning Li Liang. "Li Zixuan, what are you doing here?" Seeing the production team staff, Li Liang exploded with anger. "How dare you run off to play with strangers? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Before Li Liang could unleash his fury, the dog owner grabbed his arm. "You're his parent, right? I should tell you that your child shot my dog. If you don't pay for the damages today, you aren't leaving." Li Liang shook off the dog owner. "Are you crazy? You let your dog run loose. If it gets hurt, that's its own fault. Li Zixuan, come home with me. I'll teach you a lesson. A live father, a live son. Such malicious thoughts at such a young age. What a lack of upbringing. What do you mean it's the dog's fault? Is making mistakes justified? Why is it that Lu Chen never scolds you? How can there be such a disparity between fathers?" Chapter 34. Let a child go freely. Li Liang's actions completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The barrage of insults flooded the screen. Fortunately, the production team reacted swiftly, quickly switching the live broadcast to a scene where Lu Chen was diligently practicing piano with Lu Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing this, the aggressive comments from netizens gradually subsided. Xiaoyu stood in front of the camera, wearing a professional smile, and said, "Friends in the live room and the audience present, I'm sure you're all eager to see the broadcast situation of the third family. Now, let us welcome a live feed from teacher Fu Qingran's home. Teacher Fu, please prepare yourself." Xiaoyu had to divert everyone's attention in this manner. Upon hearing her name suddenly called, Fu Qingran felt a jolt of anxiety. But the strong psychological resilience cultivated over the years quickly helped her regain her composure. The live feed shifted to Fu Qingran's home, where Ma Xiaobao was angrily shouting, "Humph! Grandpa is just a big liar. His cooking is terrible, yet he boasts of being a master." In his frustration, he seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at Mayu, loudly complaining, "It an amp. Amp, oppos. That's all your fault. If you hadn't an amp, oppos. T called Grandpa over, I wouldn't amp, oppos. T have been scolded by Mom. This is all on you." Mayu forced a smile, quickly bending down to pick up the cushion from the floor, gently coaxing, "Xiaobao, it's Dad's fault. Please don't be upset." Ma Xiaobao, still fuming, crossed his arms tightly over his chest, sulking in his room. Ding, ding, ding. Mayu picked up his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and a malicious glint flickered across his face as he softly said, "Hello, dear. What's the matter?" Fu Qingran endeavored to keep her tone calm and natural as she inquired, "What have you been doing all day?" Mayu felt a pang of anxiety and stammered, I haven't done anything today. Don't worry. Our son has finished his homework, and there's a caregiver at my dad's place. I'm just cleaning up right now." Fu Qingran continued, "I sent you a document. Could you please print it for me?" Upon hearing this, Mayu was immediately displeased at the prospect of being asked to run an errand, his expression darkening. Every day, being ordered around. Am I your husband or your hired help? Yet, recalling his debts, he begrudgingly agreed. All right, dear, I'll go right away. After hanging up, Mayu could no longer contain his anger. He flung his phone away and unleashed his fury on the cushion on the sofa, cursing, "Damn it, she just knows how to order me around. Doesn't she see how hot it is outside? The UV rays are intense. I'm going to be a movie star. What if I get tanned?" Netizens reacted to this spectacle with derision in the comments. Movie star? With his looks? He is just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. At least a toad can see a swan. Does Mayu even know what a TV drama is? He claims to be a professional, yet he is nowhere near Lu Chen. Speaking of which, when is Lu Chen debuting? In my opinion, Mayu and Fu Qingran are quite adept at performing their domestic farce. After venting his frustrations, Mayu's eyes darted around, and he quietly approached the door of Ma Xiaobao and Appo's room, saying softly, "Xiaobao, Dad needs your help." Ma Xiaobao turned his head slightly, his expression wary. "What do you need?" Mayu pulled out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and waved it in front of Ma Xiaobao, saying, "Dad has 10 yuan. Could you help me print this document at the usual place where we pick up deliveries?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xiaobao refused. "I'm not going. 10 yuan is too little." Mayu gritted his teeth and tentatively offered, 20? Ma Xiaobao shook his head again. "No way." Mayu, determined, raised the stakes, 50. This time, Ma Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed, deal. Ma Xiaobao extended his small hands, and Ma Yu, with reluctance, handed over the 50 yuan. You're really letting the child go alone? This father is quite something. What kind of family has the production team encountered? Even if the neighborhood security is excellent, shouldn't they at least give a few words of caution? Xiaoyu watched this scene in disbelief, momentarily speechless. Fu Qingran's face turned ashen in the studio. Su Binfeng unreservedly criticized. Even with the best neighborhood security, you cannot just let a child go out alone. It's so dangerous. Fu Qingran hurriedly defended herself. It's not like that. Our family has always emphasized fostering Xiaobao's independence, allowing him to try many things on his own. But before she could finish, Su Binfeng sharply interrupted. Is fostering independence really about enticing him with money? Fu Qingran was momentarily at a loss for words, opening her mouth but unable to respond. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Teacher Fu, how about calling the child's father to check on the situation? Fu Qingran gratefully glanced at Xiaoyu, then took out her phone and dialed Mayu. On the screen, Mayu glanced at his phone, disdainfully rolled his eyes, and muttered, so annoying, just knows how to call. He then set his phone to silent and tossed it aside, saying, out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, Fu Qingran could no longer hide her anger. Had it not been for the ongoing recording, she would have rushed home to confront Mayu. Fortunately, the production team had been following Ma Xiaobao, and nothing unexpected occurred during the live broadcast. Suddenly, the live feed switched back to Chen Geyao's home. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu had just completed their learning tasks for the day, and Lu Chen had even recorded Lu Xiaoyu's piano practice to send her teacher. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was filled with joy, preparing to play games with Lu Chen, she noticed that Lu Chen's expression was serious and different from usual. With a puzzled expression, Lu Xiaoyu asked, Dad, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Lu Chen patiently replied, You. Today you didn't open the door for strangers and promptly called Dad. You did an excellent job, and I want to commend you. In the future, if Dad and Mom are not home and someone knocks on the door, you must not open it and must contact Dad immediately. Understood? Chapter 35. No man can endure such a test. Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's eyes twinkled with curiosity as she asked, What should I do if I can and Appo's reach Daddy and Mommy? Lu Chen replied earnestly, You. No matter what the person outside says, you must not open the door. You must protect yourself. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously and chirped, Daddy, I remember. At last, a smile of satisfaction graced Lu Chen's face. Now, Daddy is going to reward you. Today, we will conquer the canyon and rise to stardom. Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's face flushed with excitement as she raised her phone high, cheering, Long live Daddy. In the broadcasting studio, the audience gave Lu Chen's parenting style a thumbs up, whispering to each other with approving glances. In the afternoon live broadcast, Xiaoyu walked energetically to the center of the stage, facing the camera with a clear voice. Dear viewers, this afternoon we will conduct a test for fathers, assessing their reactions when a stranger knocks at the door while they are home with their children. The familiar ring of the doorbell echoed through the live stream, starting once again with Lu Chen's household. All eyes turned meaningfully towards Chen Geyao. It turned out the production team had sent a beautiful young woman to knock on the door. The production team is quite cunning, trying to seduce the great Lu. This is supposed to be a test of fatherhood. Why target the father? With Lu's current popularity, the production team is riding the wave. Throughout history, heroes have struggled against the charms of beauty. Lu, hold strong. Experience tells me that no man can withstand such a test. Don't ask why. Just know that he'll end up with nothing. When Lu Chen opened the door, the production team and Appo's cameras quickly focused on his expression but found him not surprised by the beauty at the door. Instead, he appeared slightly wary. Hello, is there something I can help you with? After what had just happened with Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen now harbored distrust toward strangers. Hello, sir. I just moved in and haven't had a chance to buy a mop yet. May I borrow yours? The staff member smiled radiantly, exuding youthful vitality. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu exchanged glances, secretly pleased. A homebound Lu Chen would surely be unable to resist such a lively young woman. However, Lu Chen's response surprised everyone in the live stream. I know everyone upstairs. I haven't heard of anyone moving in. His eyes narrowed slightly. And why would you borrow from me instead of a neighbor? Speak. Who are you really? The production staff grew awkward. Chen Geyao laughed. What excuse do you think would work? Not just in our building, but half the residents in our community are familiar with Lu Chen. The production team felt thwarted. They had hoped to create some buzz, only to find Lu Chen impervious to allure. Su Binfen Kuden and Oppos. T help but add exactly. Lu Chen sees Geyao every day. His taste has become refined. No random person can easily win him over. As Lu Chen noticed his visitor struggling for a reason, his vigilance surged. If you don't explain, I may have to call the police. Someone just tried to trick my child into opening the door. Are you their accomplice? Or are you the one? Upon hearing the mention of police, the production staff hastily retreated. Lu Chen calmly took out his phone to contact the community security. The production team was thrown into chaos. Getting caught was not an option. The scene abruptly switched to Li Liang's home. Listen, beauties, the job market is tough right now. You must be discerning. Li Liang lounged on the couch, casually smoking a cigar. Li Xiaolu's expression darkened at once. Li Liang had not only opened the door, but also invited the woman inside. What do you do? If you're still looking, since we're neighbors. I happen to need a secretary. A few thousand a month is just pocket change. Li Liang ostentatiously displayed his watch. The staff felt awkward, their minds racing for a strategy. What? You think that in amp, oppos, as too low? Li Liang rose and sat beside the staff member, speaking softly, don't worry. As long as you work well, promotions and raises are guaranteed. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out his hand, startling the staff who quickly stood up. Sir, I have things to attend to. I must leave. The staff member hastily fled before finishing their sentence. Li Liang smiled slightly, appearing self-satisfied. Look at that, getting shy. What a pity. Ugh, why is Li Liang so greasy? A secretary making several thousand a month must have a tough job. Earning is hard work. Several thousand a month isn't excessive. What kind of role model can such a person be for children? Simply a scoundrel. Li Xiaolu's teeth ground in frustration. Li Liang, though a company owner, lacked business acumen and squandered extravagantly, with all expenses covered by her. Yet, he still dared to act frivolously. The production team was at a loss. Although the live broadcast response Kuden and Oppos, TB deemed bad, it was certainly far from good. The live feed switched again to Fu Qingran's home, where she wore a confident expression. Typically, Mayu treated her with the utmost respect, serving her like royalty, especially given his considerable debts that made him too afraid to stray. However, as the scene unfolded, Fu Qingran was left dumbfounded. The staff member gazed at her in admiration. Teacher Ma, is that you? I've heard your songs and watched your dramas. You're exceptional. Mayu beamed widely. Really? Which one do you like the most? The staff member felt flustered, realizing they had forgotten to introduce themselves. Yet, Mayu remained oblivious and pulled the staff member back to her home. Teacher Ma, is it inconvenient for me to come in? Mayu glanced at Ma Xiaobao, who was playing video games in the room, and led the staff member toward the bedroom. Xiaobao is studying. Come, let me teach you some acting. The staff member and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened. Teach acting? In the bedroom? This is live streaming. Please don't ruin my job. Besides, I'm not an actor. No. Teacher Ma, I have other things to do. I'll definitely seek your guidance another time. The staff member hurriedly escaped. Mayu chased after, calling, add me on contact. I have so much experience to share. The staff member dared not pause. Work was already tedious enough without encountering a rogue. As the person vanished from sight, Mayu wore a look of disappointment. Chapter 36, Locking Down These Two. Never let them enter the market. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the wedding photo of Fu Qingran hanging in the living room, and Mayu's irritation grew, prompting him to seize a broom and strike at it. It's all your fault, woman. You hinder my acting career. Had I not married, I would have already achieved fame. This man is truly disgusting. How can such a person enter the entertainment industry? He is a disgrace to it. A white-eyed wolf raised with billions. One can only hope to keep these two locked away, never to let them enter the market. The program team's actions spiked the show's popularity, soaring to 5 million viewers, setting a new record. The joint live broadcast by 3 channels yielded excellent results. Host Xiao Yu felt an unprecedented ease, and as the live broadcast neared its conclusion, she stepped to the center of the stage to announce, Dear viewers in the live stream and the audience here, the third episode in Oppo's broadcast is about to conclude. Thank you for watching. There will be a slight adjustment for the fourth episode. We will be moving the broadcast location to a resort, set to air in 3 days. Now, please rate the performances of our 3 guests from these 3 episodes and provide your feedback on their splendid presentations. I must vote for you. She is just so adorable. Lord Lu, I cast my vote for you. Your parenting style is fantastic. I can't wait to see what Lord Lu will showcase in the 4th episode. Is the program team asking us to rate them related to the arrangements for the 4th episode? The person above is right, brothers. Let an Oppos all vote for Lord Lu. As evening approached, Lu Chen donned an apron and emerged from the kitchen carrying a final platter of visually appealing and fragrant dishes. Smiling as he addressed Chen Geyao, "Wife, you've been coming home quite early these days." Chen Geyao nodded gently, her expression slightly awkward as she replied, "Recently, the company has not been too busy." Once seated, Lu Chen noticed that she had not touched the array of dishes laid out before her. Concerned, he asked, "What is wrong, my love? Is there something on your mind? Please share it with me." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Geyao slowly confessed, "I will be on a business trip in 3 days." Lu Chen exhaled in relief, having feared something more serious. As the president of Xingchen Entertainment, business trips were commonplace for her, attending various galas and business activities. However, during the previous life, after the birth of Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Geyao had declined many opportunities to focus on family. This had caused Xingchen Entertainment to miss numerous developmental prospects and sowed the seeds for the company and Oppo's eventual decline. "That's perfectly fine. You can leave you to me. Rest assured," Lu Chen said with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. Chen Geyao lifted her eyes to Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, stating, "I will be away for about 3 days. I thought it would be nice for you to unwind a bit, so I signed you both up for a parent-child summer camp." Lu Chen momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Was this truly the same Chen Geyao from his memories, who had been so strict about their daughter's education? In their previous life, not only was Lu Xiaoyu enrolled in various summer camps, but even weekends were filled with numerous tutoring classes. During that time, Lu Xiaoyu had a nutritionist, a professional chef, and several tutors providing her with personal guidance. Lu Chen had to schedule appointments just to see his daughter, leading to a sense of distance between them. Lu Chen pondered, could it be that Chen Geyao had also been reborn? What could explain this sudden shift in her approach to their daughter and Oppo's education? "Mommy, is that really okay?" Lu Xiaoyu paused, her eyes wide with excitement as she asked. Chen Geyao gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, smiling as she replied, "Of course. These days, you can play to her heart's content and truly relax." "Thank you, Mommy. You're the best. Please take care of yourself while you're on your trip," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Lu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of whether she had traversed time, as long as it allowed their daughter to grow up happily, he would wholeheartedly support it. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, Lu Chen drove Lu Xiaoyu to the summer camp site early. Upon checking in with the camp staff, Lu Chen discovered that the families participating in this session of the summer camp were quite distinguished. The husband and son of award-winning actress Li Xiaolu, as well as the husband and son of renowned host Fu Qingran, would also be attending. Upon hearing that there would be other children to play with, Lu Xiaoyu burst into cheers, bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood frozen in place, inwardly lamenting. These two families were not easy to deal with. Though rumors suggested that actress Li Xiaolu and her husband Li Liang had a stable relationship, Lu Chen recalled that around this time, news of their discord had surfaced, becoming widely known. Not long after, they indeed chose to divorce, a scandal that rocked the entertainment industry and sparked intense media and fan discussions. In contrast, the situation surrounding renowned host Fu Qingran was even more dire. Her husband had accrued massive debts, suffered business losses, and was embroiled in infidelity rumors. The couple engaged in a fierce online feud, neither yielding to the other. It was said that as the topic remained hot, Mayu leveraged this opportunity to gain notoriety, securing roles in several television dramas. However, Lu Chen had never been particularly interested in entertainment news and rarely browsed the internet, thus lacking detailed understanding of the situation. A staff member approached Lu Chen politely, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Since you have arrived, you may choose a room first. Mr. Li and Mr. Ma have yet to arrive." Lu Chen glanced at the remaining available rooms and couldn't help but internally criticize the camp's scheming arrangements. The competition had already begun before they had even entered. Only 3 rooms remained. One was a beautifully decorated duplex, another a 2-bedroom flat, and the last a cramped apartment measuring only a few dozen square meters. With determination, Lu Chen resolved that since this was a competition among families, he could not afford to lose. "Is it as simple as just choosing?" Lu Chen confirmed. The staff member smiled and affirmed, "You are the first to arrive, so you can indeed choose first." Without hesitation, Lu Chen decisively selected the exquisitely decorated duplex. Lord Lu is bold. Being the first to arrive, why should he concede the better room? He should choose the best. Absolutely right. If one arrives late, they must bear the consequences. Lord Lu is doing the right thing. If one desires a better room, they should have come earlier. They can't complain about being late. Chapter 37. Goddess Su, the Internet's Voice. In the broadcasting room, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu expressed their dissatisfaction upon witnessing Lu Chen's choice. After all, who would not desire a more comfortable living situation for their children? Fu Qingran was the first to speak, her tone laced with sarcasm. "It is evident that Lu Chen dotes on his daughter. If it were my you, he would certainly have offered this room to Lu Xiaoyu, as our family has always emphasized the virtue of humility in our children's education." Chen Geyao, upon hearing this, immediately felt displeased. Was this not a veiled accusation that Lu Chen lacked the quality of selflessness? With her brows furrowed, Chen Geyao retorted earnestly, "I work diligently to provide my family with better living conditions and to afford my children a superior environment and education. Thus, I believe that there is no need for selflessness when one obtains something through their own legitimate efforts." Her words garnered nods of agreement from numerous viewers, who voiced their support for Chen Geyao and Amp, Oppos, as perspective. Su Binfeng, unyielding and sharp, countered with precision, "Isn't it quite challenging to secure a spot in the prestigious school that Ma Xiaobao attends? Why have you not relinquished that opportunity?" Fu Qingran was left speechless, her face fluctuating between red and white, her mouth opening and closing without sound. Li Xiaolu silently rejoiced at her own restraint from speaking out earlier. The attack was too incisive. Who could withstand it? Outside the camp, the roar of automobile engines resounded. At last, the second parent arrived, Lilian. The sleek black Maybach glided to a halt, and the secretary promptly exited to respectfully open the car door. Meanwhile, the driver was already prepared with an umbrella to shield Li Liang from the sun. As Li Liang stepped out of the vehicle, his brow furrowed in distaste. He remarked, "So this is the summer camp? I truly cannot fathom how your mother chose such a shabby place." A staff member hurriedly approached Li Liang, politely presenting the remaining 2 keys. "Greetings, Mr. Li. According to the summer camp's regulations, only you and your son may participate, and you are permitted to bring only some daily necessities. Please select your room. Mr. Lu has already chosen one, and these are the remaining 2. Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu?" Li Liang inquired, puzzled. Beside him, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is it Uncle Lu Chen?" The staff member smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, it is Mr. Lu Chen." Li Zixuan cheered, while a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Li Liang's face. Recalling the sight of Lu Chen standing alongside Chen Geyao in the hospital room, towering and strikingly handsome, Li Liang felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite being of similar age, Lu Chen appeared at least 8 years younger, especially being married to a captivating woman like Chen Geyao. "I'll take a look at the rooms," Li Liang said coldly, with a hint of impatience. The staff member promptly displayed images of the remaining 2 rooms to him. Upon a mere glance, Li Liang's expression darkened. "Are you out of your minds? Is this a place fit for human habitation?" Li Liang vociferously questioned, his face contorted with disdain. "You expect me to stay here? Even my dog has better accommodations." The staff member, harboring intense disdain for Li Liang's attitude, nonetheless maintained their professionalism and explained in a gentle tone, "Sir, this event has 3 participating families. We have previously communicated thoroughly with each of your spouses, and these 3 rooms were unanimously agreed upon." Upon hearing this, Li Liang felt as though his head had exploded, his anger igniting as he erupted in a tirade. Is Li Xiaolu a fool? How could she possibly agree to such an unreasonable arrangement? This remark reached the broadcast room, causing Li Xiaolu's face to flush crimson with fury, her chest heaving violently. Su Binfeng tightly grasped Chen Geyao and Amp Oppo's arm, laughing uncontrollably, while Chen Geyao tilted her head back, struggling to stifle her laughter, her shoulders quivering slightly. Ultimately, Li Xiaolu, suppressing her rage, awkwardly grasped the microphone and stammered Please Don and Oppos, misunderstand, we often joke like this. Su Binfeng could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter as she mockingly quipped. The way you refer to each other is truly unique. One moment discussing menopause, the next calling someone a pig. I hereby declare that Goddess Su is my voice on the internet, articulating my true sentiments. Perhaps we should provide my goddess with 2 microphones, for one is simply insufficient. I'm a bit concerned that Goddess Su's boldness may lead to her being sidelined by the company. Do not worry. Though Li Xiaolu was once an esteemed actress, that is now in the past. Goddess Su is currently a rising star in the music industry. The company would not dare to sideline her. Li Xiaolu could no longer muster a smile, her expression darkening as she sat in silence, striving to conceal her displeasure. At that moment, a BMW was seen slowly entering the camp. Ma Yu exited from the driver's seat and hurried to the other side to open the door for Ma Xiaobao. The latter, engrossed in his phone, appeared quite impatient with Ma Yu's gesture. Damn it, this is definitely a loss. It's way over the top, Ma Xiaobao exclaimed, cursing his teammates in the game while grumbling at Ma Yu. It's your fault. You didn't hold the umbrella properly, and I got killed in the game. The staff member furrowed their brow slightly, maintaining a humble demeanor as they approached Ma Yu. Greetings, Mr. Ma. According to the summer camp's regulations, only you and your son are permitted to attend, and you may only bring some daily necessities. Please select your room. Mr. Lu has already chosen one, and these are the remaining 2. Li Liang, instantly displeased, shouted, What into Amp? Amp? Oppos. That's the meaning of this? I haven into Amp. Amp? Oppos. He made my selection yet. Why are you showing room information to him? And you do not select. Ma Yu, not one to be bullied, instantly flared up at Li Liang's unreasonable attitude. What do you mean? We are all here to participate in the event. It should be a fair competition. Why should you receive special treatment? Chapter 38. The great Lu was once a warrior. Before he could finish his words, Ma Yu and Amp Oppos gaze caught sight of Li Liang and Amp Oppos' luxurious Maybach, causing his imposing demeanor to diminish significantly, and his tone involuntarily lowered a few notches. Li Liang cast a scornful glance at Ma Yu, filled with disdain. Look at this Ma Yu, so thin and frail, and at his age, still adorned with heavy makeup, utterly devoid of any masculine spirit. He appeared to be nothing more than a soft target, easily bullied. Kid, I arrived before you. What's the problem with me choosing first? Li Liang spoke arrogantly, his eyes challenging. Ma Yu opened his mouth, intending to retort, but the words died on his lips, leaving his face flushed with indignation. What a coward, utterly lacking in backbone. If it were me, I wooed and Oppos, have endured it. I and Oppos, have punched him right away. To be honest, even his son possesses more masculinity than he does. This father is simply pathetic. Look at him. If you didn't tell me it was Ma Yu, I would have thought he was some beauty-obsessed aunt. Despite his contempt, Li Liang reluctantly took the keys to the small apartment. Ma Yu stood by, his face a mask of helplessness and frustration, resembling a deflated balloon. However, Ma Xiaobao was not pleased. He erupted in fury, shouting at Ma Yu. Ma Yu, how could you let him take that apartment? Hurry up and get back for me. Ma Yu hurriedly tried to placate Ma Xiaobao, speaking in a soft tone. Xiaobao, this apartment we chose isn't bad at all. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao grew even angrier, cursing incessantly Ma Yu, you useless coward. You can Amp Oppos to even fight for a single room. I Amp Oppos he truly wasted my hopes on you. In the broadcasting hall, Fu Qingran's expression was utterly grim. Su Binfeng, observing this, deliberately fanned the flames, speaking sarcastically, Oh my, is this the spirit of humility that teacher Fu often speaks of? Today, I have truly witnessed it. What a valuable lesson. Chen Geyao gently nudged Su Binfan, whispering, "Aren't amp. Amp, oppos. Tiwi being a bit too conspicuous? Let an amp, oppos. Let's not go too far." Yet, Su Binfan remained unfazed, responding with a haughty demeanor. Who told her to target you throughout the first 3 episodes? What I and amp, oppos. Am doing is and amp, oppos. Using the enemy and amp, oppos. S methods against them and amp, oppos. She deserves it. Chen Geyao nodded in appreciation, a slight smile forming on her lips. Although I'm not quite sure what Goddess Su and the diva are whispering about, Su's expression is mischievous, inexplicably amusing. I want to laugh. Just look at Fu Qingran's expression. It's as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was just extolling humility, and now he's been slapped in the face. Though I find Li Liang quite disagreeable. For some reason, watching him reprimand Ma Yu felt rather satisfying. I can hardly tell who is the son and who is the father between Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao. The scene shifts back to the summer camp. After 3 families successfully moved in, the atmosphere was starkly different. As soon as Lu Chen entered the room, he rolled up his sleeves and began cleaning. Lu Xiaoyu, not to be outdone, eagerly assisted, handing over tools and wiping the table, the father and daughter working in perfect harmony. In stark contrast, Li Liang and Ma Yu and Oppos, as families were filled with complaints. Li Liang directed his anger at the staff, storming over in fury. What's going on here? The room conditions are bad enough, but can't you at least manage a basic cleaning? How are we supposed to stay here? Li Liang scolded imperiously. The staff hurriedly explained with patience, "Mr. Li, this is a parent-child summer camp. Cleaning together is an essential part of the activities, aimed at enhancing interaction and cooperation between parents and children." The staff added, "Additionally, Mr. Li, within our summer camp resort, any purchases require the use of exclusive camp vouchers. We will issue vouchers based on each family and Oppos, as performance in various activities. For instance, the family that completes their cleaning first will receive a 200 yuan voucher. The second will receive 100 yuan, and the last will get 50 yuan. Li Liang glanced disdainfully at Lu Chen and Oppos. S duplex, secretly pleased, thinking, let you choose the biggest. Now you and amp, Oppos, I'll have a hard time. With such a large area, it will surely exhaust you. Cleverness can backfire." Upon learning this news, Ma Yu could no longer sit still. He rushed back to his room, frantically tidying up, secretly relieved that he had chosen the smallest apartment. In the broadcasting hall, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu watched the live feed, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Su Binfan, filled with anxiety, grasped Chen Geyao's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Geyao, what do we do now?" Lu Chen and Xiaoyu are responsible for cleaning the largest room. The task is daunting. Chen Geyao, however, remained composed and relaxed. "Don't worry. Our home is over 300 square meters, and Lu Chen keeps it spotless all year round. A mere duplex is a piece of cake for him. Nothing to challenge him." Within the duplex, Lu Chen was showcasing his creativity, meticulously folding a small hat from newspaper and gently placing it on Lu Xiaoyu and amp, Oppos, S head, even thoughtfully giving her a mask. "Xiaoyu, our first battle begins now. Are you ready for the fight?" Lu Xiaoyu, her eyes resolute and fists clenched, responded loudly, "Daddy. Let an Oppos. Let's go. I and Oppos am all set. Xiaoyu, let an Oppos. S give it our all. Together, we will achieve resounding victory." Lu Chen echoed with high spirits. Lu Chen and amp, Oppos, S confidence stemmed from his prowess in cleaning, honed through experience. Of course, this was not solely because he was skilled in household chores. A crucial reason was that Lu Chen had once served as a naval soldier. The rigorous standards of military life had equipped him with exceptional organizational skills. For him, cleaning a small apartment was utterly effortless. Lu Xiaoyu also performed admirably during the cleaning, not only working diligently, but also cheering on her father, providing abundant emotional support. Her earnest and adorable demeanor quickly garnered a multitude of fans in a live stream. Xiaoyu is simply amazing. She works swiftly and cleanly, and she and Oppos, so considerate. What a little angel. Guys, come quick. You won't believe what I just discovered. Lu Chen was once a naval soldier. What? No wonder I always sensed a unique aura about Lu Chen. It turns out he was a naval soldier, full of righteousness. Now it makes sense. Xiaoyu is so outstanding due to her family's influence. She is rooted in solid values. Half an hour later, the summer camp broadcast announced exhilarating news. Congratulations to the first family, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, for being the first to complete their household cleaning, successfully earning a 200 yuan voucher. Upon hearing this joyful announcement, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu leaped up in excitement, joyfully high-fiving each other. Xiaoyu, you're incredible. Without you, Daddy couldn't have finished the task so quickly. Lu Chen beamed, showering his daughter with praise. Daddy is also super amazing. I want to be capable like Daddy in the future, Lu Xiaoyu said, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Liang and Ma Yu were left shocked and speechless upon hearing the news. Li Zixuan, can you hurry up? How many times have I urged you? Why are you so slow? You're driving me crazy. Li Liang couldn't help but roar at Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaobao and Appo's voice was equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you waste. The room is so small, and it's taking you this long to clean? I'm truly at my wit's end with you. Ultimately, the contest for cleanliness has come to a close. The Ma family, benefiting from a smaller living space, was the first to finish, earning a voucher worth 100 yuan, whereas the Li family, due to their sluggishness, received only a 50 yuan voucher. In the studio, Xiaoyu, brimming with energy, stepped to the center of the stage and addressed the audience, elaborating. This summer camp has meticulously designed a series of challenges. The first challenge aims to observe how parents strive to secure a suitable living environment for their children. Hence, we prepared 3 different types of housing: excellent, good, and average. The second challenge focuses on assessing the collaborative abilities between parents and children, fostering good habits and tidiness through shared household chores, and enhancing the parent-child relationship. As for the forthcoming third challenge, it will spotlight the fathers, examining how they utilize limited resources to thoughtfully prepare a sumptuous lunch and dinner for their children. Now, let us continue to tune into the live broadcast to witness the remarkable performances that these 3 families will deliver in the upcoming challenges. Chapter 39. Do not allow children to squander money. Half an hour later, the summer camp broadcast announced exhilarating news. Congratulations to the first family team, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, for being the first to complete their household cleaning, successfully earning a voucher worth 200 yuan. Upon hearing this joyous announcement, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu leaped up in excitement, celebrating with cheerful high fives. You are amazing. Without you, Daddy could never have completed the task so swiftly. Lu Chen beamed, lavishly praising his daughter. Daddy is super capable too. I want to be as competent as you when I grow up, Lu Xiaoyu replied, her eyes filled with admiration for her father. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Ma Yu were left in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Zixuan, can you hurry up? How many times have I urged you? Why are you dawdling like this? You're driving me insane. Li Liang could no longer contain his frustration, shouting at Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaobao's voice was equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you useless brat. The room isn't that big, yet you're taking forever to clean. Truly buffeted. Ultimately, the competition for cleanliness came to a close. Ma Yu and Appo's family, benefiting from a smaller room, finished first and received a 100 yuan voucher, while Li Liang and Appo's family, due to their sluggishness, only earned 50 yuan. In the broadcasting hall, Xiaoyu, brimming with energy, stepped to the center of the stage and addressed the audience, elaborating. This summer camp has meticulously crafted a series of challenges. The first challenge aims to observe how parents strive to secure an appropriate living environment for their children, which is why we prepared 3 different specifications of housing: excellent, good, and average. The second challenge emphasizes the collaboration between parents and children, fostering good habits and housework through joint efforts, thereby nurturing the parent-child relationship. As for the upcoming third challenge, it will focus on fathers, evaluating how they utilize limited resources to prepare a sumptuous lunch and dinner for their children. Now, please continue to stay tuned to the live broadcast to witness the splendid performances of the 3 families in the forthcoming challenges. At the resort market, although it was a village fair, The array of goods was dazzling and diverse. Notable chain brands like KFC, McDonald's and Oppo's, and Wallace stood prominently along the roadside, complemented by numerous stalls. As Lu Chen entered the market, he felt overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. Grasping the 200 yuan voucher in his hand, he mused about the myriad of items he could purchase. After a moment's reflection, he entrusted the decision on how to spend the money to Lu Xiaoyu. Yu, we have 200 yuan now. How we spend it is entirely up to you. However, I must clarify that until we ascertain when we might receive more money, we must ensure that our current funds are well spent. Lu Chen patiently explained, of course, you need not worry about earning money. Daddy will handle that. If you particularly wish to have KFC, that's perfectly fine too. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her eyes darting toward KFC and other establishments. Daddy, is this all the money we have? Can't we use our own money? She innocently inquired, looking up at him. Lu Chen similarly nodded with seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu sweetly suggested, then let us go buy groceries. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu would unhesitatingly choose KFC. Yu is so considerate. She clearly wants KFC but still opts to purchase groceries. Lu Chen is truly a wonderful father, allowing his child to take charge of financial decisions. Supporting Lu Chen, it is essential for children to develop a sound understanding of money management at an early age. Lu Chen even emphasized that earning money is an adult's responsibility. And if Yu wants KFC, that's entirely acceptable. This approach eclipses 99% of parents. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair and asked with concern, Yu, do you not want KFC? If you do, it's perfectly all right. We have 200 yuan to spend. Daddy, KFC is too expensive. Let us eat it when we go home, Lu Xiaoyu replied with her big, sparkling eyes. And you also said, we don't know when we'll earn the next sum of money. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at how understanding his daughter was. They wandered around the market, enjoying a fruitful shopping spree, gathering an array of items. Lu Xiaoyu's sweet, adorable demeanor, paired with her soft, tender voice, charmed the stall owners, who treated her with exceptional care. After their shopping, they still had 50 yuan remaining from the voucher. Daddy, with all these things we bought, what delicious meal do you plan to make for Yu? Lu Xiaoyu asked, her little face beaming with anticipation. Lu Chen stroked his chin, already devising a plan. Yu, since Daddy has entrusted you with the decision, what we eat is still up to you. Really? Lu Xiaoyu cheered excitedly. I've been thinking about it. I want to eat barbecue. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, for Chen Geyao had enrolled them in the summer camp, and it would be quite difficult to conceal a barbecue from someone as perceptive as her. Just as he hesitated, he caught a glimpse of Lu Xiaoyu's expectant expression, her eyes pleading, Daddy, please. In the end, Lu Chen could not resist. All right, we shall have barbecue. He resolved, if my daughter desires it, it must be arranged. If my wife gets upset later, I can always find a way to appease her. Long live Daddy! Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. Lu Chen gathered the ingredients they had purchased and, taking the remaining 50 yuan voucher, approached a staff member. Hello, I have 50 yuan left. I'd like to inquire if I can exchange it for a barbecue grill, along with charcoal and some barbecue supplies. I didn't see any available for sale at the market. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, who would have anticipated that Lu Chen intended to barbecue here. There had been no preparations for such items prior to the program's commencement. Just as the staff member prepared to decline, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Agree to his request. If not available, go buy some now. Upon receiving confirmation, the staff member instantly brightened. Certainly, Mr. Lu. But are you sure you want to exchange it? You only have this 50 yuan voucher left. Lu Chen firmly nodded. I am certain. At that moment, in the broadcasting hall, Fu Qingran expressed his views. Indeed, allowing children to decide how to spend money inevitably results in them exhausting it all. Parents should guide their children on how to use money wisely rather than letting them squander it aimlessly. Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is only the first day of the program, and the money is all gone. How will they manage tomorrow? Lu Chen displayed a complete lack of foresight. Isn't this nitpicking? You managing to resist buying KFC and still thinking of groceries is already impressive. Truly, they're splitting hairs. Lu Chen and Yu have purchased enough groceries to last them 2 or 3 days without issue. Now, criticizing Lu Chen, you both received 150. Let us see how you manage for 3 days. Will you be eating instant noodles every day? Chapter 40. A prodigy at dishwashing. Li Liang escorted Li Zixuan into a KFC outlet. The brightly lit interior welcomed them, and a staff member inquired with a smile. What do I get for you? Daddy, I want a family bucket, a double portion. Li Zixuan pleaded, tugging at Li Liang and Appo's sleeve. Li Liang, visibly annoyed, raised his voice and addressed the staff. 2 family buckets, please. A staff member, impeccably dressed, approached with a warm smile and requested politely, Certainly, sir. May I see your voucher? Li Liang cast a dismissive glance at the counter and questioned, Where and amp? Appo's. As your online banking QR code? I apologize, sir, but during the resort and amp. Appo's activities, we are required to accept vouchers for payment. The staff member explained patiently, maintaining a professional demeanor. Li Liang, Appo's. Isa patiensya. His face darkened, and he retorted, Are you people out of your minds? I can pay with cash or transfer funds. Why insist on a voucher? I'm truly sorry, sir. But it and Appo's. It's our policy to only accept vouchers. The staff member responded courteously. Li Liang remained unconvinced, exclaiming, Refusing to make money? I can and Appo's. Fathom what you and Appo's. Rethinking. Li Liang, unaccustomed to such treatment, had been in a foul mood since morning. He felt deliberately thwarted, and his anger surged, his face flushed with indignation. Li Zixuan, with trepidation, looked up and whimpered, Daddy, I. Li Liang, consumed by rage, struck Li Zixuan's head with a forceful blow, bellowing, You what? It's all your mother's fault. Would we be in this predicament if not for her? Li Zixuan burst into tears, overwhelmed with grievance. Li Liang persisted, delivering more blows. Stop crying, you spineless thing. Let an Appo's. Go. I refuse to believe I can and Appo's. Spend my money. With that, he seized Li Zixuan and stormed out of KFC. Not far off, they stumbled upon a convenience store. Li Liang, eyeing the merchandise, finally felt relieved. At last, something within his means. Li Liang impulsively purchased a large quantity of spicy sticks and various snacks. Li Zixuan, clutching the snacks, managed a faint smile but remained cautious, trailing behind Li Liang. Meanwhile, at a nearby McDonald's and Appo's, Ma Xiaobao was heartily devouring a family bucket. Ma Xiaobao clutched a chicken drumstick, his cheeks puffed out like small balloons, while intermittently gulping down Coca-Cola. His face glistening with grease. Ma Yu sat beside him, his brow furrowed, gazing forlornly at the remaining 32 yuan voucher in his hand. The family bucket had cost 68 yuan, depleting their funds significantly, and he hadn't even tasted a morsel. Just then, Ma Xiaobao caught sight of Li Zixuan passing by outside McDonald's. His eyes widened with excitement as he pointed at the snacks in Li Zixuan's hands and clamored, Ma Yu, I want those too. Go buy them for me. Ma Yu, glancing at their meager funds, gently reasoned, Xiaobao, we only have 32 yuan left. That's not enough. Before he could finish, Ma Xiaobao erupted in fury, yelling, Ma Yu, what do you mean? My mom gave you so much money. You won't even spend 32 yuan on me? Go now. Ma Yu, you're useless. Are you trying to starve me? I'll tell Mom when we get back. In the studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu hung their heads, mortified. Su Binfan derided them mercilessly. You were just mocking Lu Chen for his lack of planning. Look at your own families. Spending money recklessly until it and Appo's. That's all gone. Fu Qingran gritted her teeth in anger, while Li Xiaolu and Appo's face flushed crimson, wishing she could disappear. Chen Geyao, on the other hand, appeared relaxed and content, confident in Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu's exceptional performance. As the 3 families' courtyards were adjacent, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, after their midday meal, immersed themselves in preparing for the barbecue. Lu Chen, with practiced ease, washed, chopped, and skewered the vegetables, followed by washing, slicing, and skewering the meat. With the parents and Appo's collaborative effort, an array of barbecue skewers adorned the table within an hour. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with vibrant hues of orange, Lu Chen surveyed the scene, ready to ignite the grill. You, stand back a bit, so you Don and Appo's get burned. Lu Xiaoyu, overflowing with excitement, could hardly bear to move away. Daddy, I am not tired. Is there anything else I can do? Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, unwilling to dampen her enthusiasm, and suggested then, Yu, could you fetch a couple of plates and wash them? We'll need them for the grilled skewers later. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, like a joyful bunny, and skipped off to wash the plates. The studio camera zoomed in on her, capturing her nimble, methodical movements. She rinsed the plates, applied detergent, scrubbed them meticulously, rinsed them with clean water, and arranged them neatly, embodying the image of a proficient dishwashing aficionado. Su Binfin curiously leaned toward Chen Geyao and inquired, Geyao, does Yu often wash dishes at home? Chen Geyao, equally impressed by her daughter's performance, replied, I'm not sure. Lu Chen has never mentioned it to me. Su Binfin's face displayed envy as she nearly voiced her oft-repeated sentiment. If only I could have a husband like Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's masterful barbecue skills attracted a crowd of onlookers. In addition to the production crew, the aroma also drew in the families of Li Liang and Mayu. Lu Chen, wielding a brush, sprinkled cumin and chili powder evenly over the skewers before turning to Lu Xiaoyu and asking, Yu, would you like them spicy or mild? Spicy. Lu Xiaoyu responded without hesitation. Lu Chen chuckled heartily. All right, Daddy will make sure you get what you want. With that, he generously added more chili powder and cumin, followed by a brush of vegetable oil, instantly releasing an enticing aroma that made mouths water. Li Zixuan, standing nearby, gazed at the glistening, sizzling skewers, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Having only consumed snacks since noon, he could hardly resist the tempting fragrance. Li Liang, witnessing Lu Chen and Appo's display of skill and popularity, was consumed by envy and resentment. Chapter 41. Just grab 10 skewers and I'll take you for a ride. How ridiculous it is to be so elated over a barbecue. After all, those who live off others will always remain what they are. Li Liang seized Li Zixuan and turned back to the room, preferring not to witness their antics. Mayu was consumed with jealousy. Since arriving here, nothing had gone his way. To him, Li Liang was merely a petty boss, hardly deserving of any pride, reliant as he was on his wife. As for Lu Chen, Mayu regarded him with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a homemaker without a legitimate job. What right did he have to flaunt himself here? Especially Lu Chen and Appo's handsome visage, which he found utterly grating, as if it stole his own limelight. These two, with their jealousy on their faces, it's all too apparent. Indeed, lacking in ability, they cannot bear to see others thrive. They deserve to go hungry. Let us hope they don't dare approach our Lord Lu for skewers. Lu Chen was acutely aware of Li Liang and Mayu's odd demeanor, recognizing the jealousy etched on their faces, yet he dismissed them entirely, viewing them as no competition at all. Once back in the room, Ma Xiaobao was not having it. Hence on heats, he imperiously commanded manantayu. I order you to go to Lu Chen right now and fetch me 10 skewers. At last, Mayu could bear it no longer. The pent-up anger erupted. If you want to go, then go yourself. I will not. Ma Xiaobao, upon hearing this, exploded in fury. Mayu, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your superior. I hold this position, and what of it? Without hesitation, Mayu seized Ma Xiaobao and delivered a few merciless kicks. After venting his frustration, a sinister grin crossed his face as he declared, Let me make this clear. If you ever dare to give me orders again, I will beat you. After dishing out a sound, thrashing, Mayu finally felt a sense of relief, collapsing onto the bed and soon snoring thunderously. Ma Xiaobao, however, curled up in a corner, weeping loudly, his stomach growling incessantly. Later that evening, as Ma Xiaobao wandered outside, he fortuitously encountered Li Zixuan. You, come here, he bellowed. Li Zixuan, grimacing in disgust, had no inclination to engage and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ma Xiaobao erupted anew. You scrawny monkey dare to disregard my orders. He lunged at Li Zixuan, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. Let me tell you, from this day forth, I am your boss, and if you dare disobey me, I will hit you. In the studio, Li Xiaolu witnessed this scene and was instantly incensed. How can this be allowed? This is blatant bullying. She glared at Fu Qingran, demanding, Is this how you raise your son? Fu Qingran understood that her son was at fault, yet admitting it was out of the question. Acknowledging his wrongdoing would tarnish her reputation as an expert. Clearly, it was Li Zixuan who was rude first. Both parties share the blame. How did these two suddenly start quarreling? This relationship has soured too quickly. The friendship ship has capsized. How can Fu Qingran call herself an expert? Her child is already learning to bully at such a young age. Who knows what misdeeds he will commit in the future? Is Yu in danger by participating in this program with them? If they dare to touch a hair on Yu and Appo's head, they will see. We must not let them near Yu. Contrary to expectations, after washing the dishes, Lu Xiaoyu roamed off to play. Unfortunately, she happened upon Ma Xiaobao, who had just reduced Li Zixuan to submission. Ma Xiaobao, with an air of dominance, commanded, "Call me boss." Li Zixuan, reluctant, lowered his head and muttered, "Boss." Ma Xiaobao, brimming with self-satisfaction, continued, "Since you are my subordinate, you must obey. I command you to come with me to ask Lu Xiaoyu for skewers." Li Zixuan nazitata. And seeing this, Ma Xiaobao seized his collar and threatened, "What? You want to even heed your boss? Do you not wish to eat?" Lu Xiaoyu has skewers but refuses to share. She is selfish and lacks the spirit of sharing. We will ask her, and that is a favor to her, understand? She is just a girl. We can easily intimidate her, and she will surely hand over the skewers. Got it? Internally, Li Zixuan was conflicted. Ever since tasting the congee made by Lu Chen, he harbored no ill will towards Lu Chen or Lu Xiaoyu. However, the persistent growling of his stomach began to sway him. Coupled with Ma Xiaobao's twisted logic, he found himself almost convinced by Ma Xiaobao's reasoning. This cannot be allowed. Two boys are plotting to bully a girl. It infuriates me. Where's this summer camp? I wish to rush over and teach these thoughtless children a lesson. Indeed, like father, like son, children reflect their parents. Lu Chen, please appear. We cannot allow you to be bullied. Tian Yi, watching from the sidelines, also felt a surge of anxiety. She realized the situation was spiraling out of control and hastily addressed the host. "Host, I believe the production team must intervene. This behavior is utterly atrocious. These children are so young, and if not handled properly, it could leave them with lasting psychological scars." The host, Xiaoyu, appeared flustered, unsure of how to respond. Fu Qingran, too, grew anxious, lamenting Ma Yu's inaction. Why hadn't he come to take Ma Xiaobao away? If Lu Xiaoyu were truly bullied, she could hardly fathom what Chen Geyao would do. The production team was backed by Jiangnan Xingyu, and Xingchen Entertainment was equally formidable. Should Chen Geyao become truly enraged, it could lead to the immediate cessation of the show. An air of tension enveloped the studio, as if a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, Li Zixuan spoke up. "No, I still think it's not right to scare Lu Xiaoyu." Ma Xiaobao, upon hearing this, became irate, threatening. "Are you saying you don't want to come with me? Do you want to be beaten?" Li Zixuan, frightened, shook his head repeatedly and hastily clarified. "What I mean is, we could discuss this with her calmly. What if Lu Xiaoyu agrees to give us the skewers herself? Besides, Uncle Lu is nearby. If he finds out we are bullying Lu Xiaoyu..." Ma Xiaobao, upon hearing this, felt fear creep in as well. Lu Chen was a towering figure. Ma Yu, that coward, would be no match for him. Well, that might work, but if she refuses, we'll just scare her a bit. As long as we don't truly hurt her, Lu Chen shouldn't be able to do anything to us. The two approached Lu Xiaoyu. She had not overheard their earlier conversation and curiously inquired, "What are you two brothers talking about?" Ma Xiaobao stepped forward. A broad smile plastered on his face as he said, "Lu Xiaoyu, we have a super fun game. Do you want to play with us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's eyes lit up. "Really?" Yes. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu bite the bait, Ma Xiaobao revealed his true intentions. "However, you can't play for free. Isn't your dad grilling skewers? Go fetch us 10 skewers, and we'll let you join us." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu agreed. "All right, you wait here. I'll go get them." Chapter 42. Chen Geyao is capital itself. You're back? The skewers are just perfect." Lu Chen smiled as he handed a perfectly grilled skewer to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu accepted the skewer, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons of joy. "Daddy, I want 9 more." Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's hair. "Don and Appo's, worry, after you finish this one, Daddy will give you more. If you take too many at once, your little hands, one and Appo's, be able to hold them. However, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and earnestly explained, "No, Daddy. I want to share." "Share?" A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu quickly added, "It's with Brother Xiao Bao and Brother Zixian. They said there's a really fun game, but I have to bring 10 skewers to play with them." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's brows instinctively furrowed, a hint of displeasure bubbling within him. It is completely normal for children to play together and share food. However, if the condition for playing is merely to bring tasty treats, the situation takes on a different nature. Yet, seeing Lu Xiaoyu's eager expression, he was reluctant to dampen her spirits. Thus, Lu Chen carefully selected 10 skewers and handed them to Lu Xiaoyu. "Go on, you. But be sure to come back soon. Otherwise, the other skewers will get cold." Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, cradling the skewers delicately as she skipped away. Yu is too innocent. I hope she doesn't get tricked by those two little rascals. Just the thought of those two brats bullying you makes my blood boil. How could someone as kind and lovely as you be deceived like that? I can't take it anymore. Give me the director's address. I want to send a complaint. If Lu Chen dotes on you so much, he would be furious if he knew the truth. Look, Lu Chen is following her. Lu Chen kept a respectful distance behind Lu Xiaoyu, watching over her. Chen Geyao felt a warm surge in her heart. Lu Chen's attentive care for their daughter filled her with gratitude. However, Fu Qing ran, and Li Xiao Lu were tense with worry. If their child truly played joyfully with Lu Xiaoyu, it would be a delightful outcome. But if, as everyone feared, they were deceiving her, it would be utterly embarrassing. In the scene, Lu Xiaoyu rushed over to Ma Xiao Bao and Li Zixian. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Bao, Brother Zixian, I brought the skewers." Instantly, Ma Xiao Bao and Li Zixian were captivated by the skewers, eagerly rushing to snatch them. In the scuffle, Ma Xiao Bao accidentally bumped into Lu Xiaoyu, causing her to slip and fall hard on the ground, her small face contorting in pain. "It didn't amp, oppos, SOK, Brother Xiao Bao, it doesn't hurt." Lu Xiaoyu forced herself to stand despite the discomfort. Yet, Ma Xiao Bao showed no intention of apologizing, too absorbed in devouring the skewers. Li Zixian was similarly preoccupied, both of them eating ravenously. "What game are we playing?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, her face filled with anticipation. Ma Xiao Bao and Li Zixian acted as if they hadn't heard her, continuing to indulge in their feast, oblivious to Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's inquiries. "This is so delicious. I can't get enough. Li Zixian, give me yours." Ma Xiao Bao et Galim, reaching to grab the skewer from Li Zixian. Naturally, Li Zixian was unwilling to part with his skewer and attempted to protect it, but Ma Xiao Bao, being larger, easily snatched it away. "You've gone too far. I'm your boss. How dare you defy me?" Though Li Zixian felt resentment, he could only swallow his anger and silently endure. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyu approached Li Zixian again and gently asked, "Brother Zixian, what are we playing?" "Without skewers, what can we play?" Li Zixian, feeling frustrated, snapped at her. "You silly girl, we never intended to play with you in the first place. This insolent brat is too much. If it weren't and Oppos, for the screen separating us, I would teach him a lesson. What audacity to scold you. I can't and Oppos, bear it anymore. I truly want to jump through the screen and give those two rascals a good talking to." Bumping into someone without apologizing and eating their skewers while being rude, what kind of child grows up to be such a menace to society? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes instantly filled with tears, the moisture threatening to spill over as she pressed her lips tightly together, striving to hold back her tears. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Chen rushed out, embracing Lu Xiaoyu tightly, his heart aching. "Yu, let's go." His expression darkened ominously, causing Ma Xiao Bao to drop the skewers in shock. Back in the room, Lu Chen intended to wipe away Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's tears, but was taken aback to find that she had bravely held back her tears. Igriku, em sorry. It's Daddy's fault for letting you suffer," Lu Chen said, filled with remorse. However, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head in understanding and asked, "Daddy, why don't Brother Zixian and Brother Xiao Bao want to play with me anymore? Is it because they don't like me?" Lu Chen's heart twisted painfully at her words, and he hurriedly explained, "Of course not, Yu. You must understand that there are all kinds of children in this world. Some are kind and friendly, while others are inconsiderate. You just happen to encounter some who are not very thoughtful. You are wonderful. Your willingness to share the skewer shows how kind and generous you are. So, this is all on them, not you. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, saying, Daddy, I understand. Lu Chen clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his inner fury as he tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Daddy, shall we go eat? Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen softly. He nodded and took her hand as they left the room. Yu is so understanding, it breaks my heart. I'm about to explode with anger. Wang Dechue, give me the program team's address. I need to have a serious discussion. Lu Chen is truly a devoted father. His handling of this situation was commendable. Indeed, Lu Chen didn't lash out at the two children in front of Yu, but first comforted her. What a great father he is. Chen Geyao observed everything, her chest heaving with emotion, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran. Li Xiaolu felt unnerved under her scrutiny, not daring to utter a word. In terms of accolades, though she was an acclaimed actress, Chen Geyao was the reigning queen of the music industry in social status. She was merely a regular artist, while Chen Geyao was the embodiment of capital itself. Fu Qingran, fully aware of her shortcomings, nevertheless steeled herself to take the microphone, attempting to defend herself. I think it wasn't said that we wouldn't play with you, was it? Isn't you just too much? Su Bin Fun, unable to hold back any longer, interrupted her angrily for the first time. Teacherful, if you consider yourself a mother, you have seriously failed in your duties. If you still wish to call yourself a child psychology expert, I must say you are utterly unqualified. Absolutely right. Fu Qingran, just be quiet. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Thank you, Chen Geyao. Thank you, Lu Chen, for revealing that some people may appear glamorous on the outside, but are truly vile within. The biggest flaw of this program is Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu. The host sighed helplessly at the chaotic scene. This batch of guests is indeed quite difficult to manage. Chapter 43. Only when the book is needed do we regret its scarcity. What a remarkable song. In a live stream, Lu Chen had already adjusted his emotions. As he skillfully grilled skewers, he joyfully sang Jixiang Sanbao with Lu Xiaoyu. A young boy approached with a lively gait, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the skewers on Lu Chen and Appo's grill. Shyly, he said, Uncle, your skewers look so delicious. Can I trade my toy car for some of your skewers? Lu Chen immediately recognized the boy as the child of a villager from the resort. This resort was not solely staffed by workers. It also housed many local villagers. However, due to the ongoing summer camp, the villagers rarely ventured into the resort's premises. The boy continued, Uncle, I carved this toy car myself. I'm sure my little sister would love it. I and Appo's. He never had skewers before. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked up at the toy car, instantly captivated, and tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, Daddy, I want one. Lu Chen smiled gently. Come now, let's not trade. Let us sit down and enjoy together. However, the boy shook his head earnestly, his eyes reflecting innocence. Uncle, I only want a few skewers. I'd like to bring some back for my grandma and sister to try. Lu Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. What a wonderful child. So young, yet already showing care for his family. Reflecting on Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan and Appo's behavior, he realized that without comparison, there would be no pain. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen said, Don't worry, my dear boy. You can eat as much as you want. I truly admire your toy car. When you return home, I'll make sure to give you some skewers, so your trip won't be in vain. The boy in Appo's face lit up with joy, and he shyly sat beside Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu generously handed him a skewer, cheerfully saying, Here you go, big brother. Watching this heartwarming scene, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something and swiftly entered the room. Moments later, he emerged with a guitar. What to say barbecue without music? Yu, would you like to hear Daddy sing a folk song? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she clapped and cheered, Yay. I love hearing Daddy sing. Settling comfortably on a stool, Lu Chen cradled the guitar, took a sip of cola, and gently strummed the strings, singing with deep emotion. I carry luggage heavier than my body. Swimming to the bottom of the Nile, passing through flashes of lightning, and seeing a cluster of halos. Unsure if this is the place. I see several people standing together, holding scissors to take my luggage away, wiping my head. No chance to return. Until I hear a voice. I'm certain it's you. But do you remember me? Lu Chen's song was languid yet filled with sentiment, seemingly unspoken about his mother. But each lyric echoed her presence. In the broadcasting room, the unique emotional expression in Lu Chen's singing moved many listeners to tears, evoking profound empathy. The following morning, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu rose early, diligently making their beds. Yu, we can enjoy our time here without doing homework or waking up early, Lu Chen suggested. However, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head earnestly, saying, Daddy, we can't. Mama says if you sleep in once, it's hard to wake up early again. Lu Chen felt a sense of pride in his daughter's maturity. After breakfast, they received a notification from staff. Upon stepping outside, they waited for a while before Li Liang and Li Zixuan, still groggy, emerged. Ma Yu followed closely behind Ma Xiaobao. Looking disgruntled from a phone call the night before that had brought him bad luck, leaving him with a simmering anger. Lu Xiaoyu pouted and moved to Lu Chen's other side. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Daddy, Brother Tao. Following her gaze, Lu Chen saw Tao Mingyuan standing nearby, enthusiastically waving at them. The staff didn't intervene, allowing Tao Mingyuan to jog over to Lu Xiaoyu. He carefully pulled out a handful of berries from his pocket and offered them to her, saying, Yu, these are berries from our mountain. They and apples, really sweet, and you can't find them at the market. After presenting the berries, Tao Mingyuan looked up and met Lu Chen's gaze, suddenly becoming flustered and stammering, Uncle Lu, would you like to have some too? Lu Chen grinned and took the berries. Thank you very much. What a thoughtful child. Lu Chen's inner thoughts. Why do I feel like my little girl is being eyed by a pig? Tao Mingyuan's inner thoughts. In that moment, I felt utterly captivated by Uncle Lu and Appo's gaze. I can't stop laughing, Uncle Lu, why not have a couple too? One adorable statement. Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao, witnessing this exchange, were filled with jealousy. Having had little to eat the previous day, they were still hungry. Ma Xiaobao strode over, demanding, Kid, give me some of those berries. Tao Mingyuan quickly covered his pocket, looking serious. You're not good kids if you bully Yu. I won't give you any. Furious, Ma Xiaobao rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. You country bumpkin, if I say give, you should just give. Don't be ungrateful. As Ma Xiaobao reached for him, Tao Mingyuan reacted swiftly, dodging and grabbing Ma Xiaobao's hand. Although Ma Xiaobao was taller, he could not pull his hand away no matter how hard he tried. You dare to fight back, bumpkin. Ma Xiaobao, exasperated, prepared to kick Tao Mingyuan. However, Tao Mingyuan was quick on his feet, releasing his grip just in time, causing Ma Xiaobao to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ouch, you poor thing. How dare you touch me? Ma Yu, are you blind? Go beat him up. Ma Xiaobao yelled, sitting on the ground while shouting at Ma Yu. Ma Yu felt a surge of anger. Although he often disapproved of Ma Xiaobao's insolence, he was still his son. He stepped forward and shouted at Tao Mingyuan, Kid, how dare you hit my son? You must apologize. Just as Lu Chen was about to step in to intervene, a muscular man with deep brown skin quickly positioned himself between Tao Mingyuan and Ma Yu. Who needs to apologize to whose son? The man's voice boomed, carrying an undeniable authority. Upon seeing the man's formidable physique, Ma Yu's bravado diminished, and his anger dissipated. Ma Xiaobao, frightened, scrambled to his feet and scurried away. The man turned to Lu Chen with a sincere smile. Hello, I am Mingyuan's father, the village chief here. My name is Tao Fengyan. Chapter 44. Adjusting breathing and maintaining rhythm, Ma Yu felt a profound discontent, and the more he pondered, the angrier he became. He directly confronted the staff, demanding, What is going on here? How can you allow such chaotic individuals into the camp? Tao Fengyan, hands resting on his hips and chest puffed out, boomed. I am here to deliver vegetables. What of it? Do you have a problem with that? With a grand gesture, he signaled as a robust yellow ox, pulling a cart brimming with fresh vegetables, ambled toward them. The staff hurried over, beaming with gratitude, exclaiming, Village chief, look at this. We truly appreciate you taking the time to come personally. Tao Fengyan flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, his face radiating a simple, genuine joy. Well, I just wanted to see what the city folks are like. But, he paused, glancing at Ma Yu, and added, they're really not that impressive. Realizing the implications of his words, Tao Fengyan quickly turned to Lu Chen with a grin. I didn't into Appos. Mean you. Lu Chen, humbly smiling, took no offense. Lu Xiaoyu released Lu Chen and Amp, Oppo's, hand and skipped over to the yellow ox. The creature seemed to sense her friendliness, lowering its head and standing docilely, appearing entirely non-threatening. This old yellow ox is remarkably perceptive. Today has truly been an eye-opener. The folks from the mountains are indeed straightforward. Yet they possess a keen sense of discernment regarding good and bad. Haha, just by hearing the village chief's accent, one can tell he hails from our Dongshan province. Hey, we from Nanhe province do not concede. With the arrival of the vegetables, the event commenced in earnest. The staff stood before the crowd, cleared their throats, and announced loudly, "Today, we shall engage in a parent-child vegetable relay race. The relay time is 5 minutes. The father and child will stand at the starting line. The child will run 100 meters to retrieve vegetables before returning. Then the father will run the same distance to collect vegetables. The vegetables you ultimately gather will constitute your meal for today." Upon hearing this rule, both Li Liang and Ma Yu displayed identical expressions of smug satisfaction. Lu Chen was merely a homemaker, with little opportunity to exercise. How could he possibly compete with them? Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu was just a little girl, surely incapable of outrunning Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao. They felt certain of their victory. Lu Xiaoyu nervously tugged at Lu Chen and Amp, Oppo's, shirt. He bent slightly, his face adorned with a gentle smile, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Yu, winning or losing in this competition is not what matters. What truly counts is your happiness. As long as you give your utmost effort, even if we end up with the least vegetables, I will be proud of you. Besides, you know my culinary skills, right? No matter the ingredients, I can create delicious meals. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, Yu will do her best, and you must too. She raised her small fist and bumped it playfully against Lu Chen's. In the broadcasting room, Chen Geyao and Su Binfeng exchanged glances, a hint of worry crossing their faces. After all, Lu Xiaoyu was a girl, likely at a disadvantage in terms of stamina, and Lu Chen had hardly engaged in any strenuous activities over the years. In contrast, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, like Li Liang and Ma Yu, wore expressions full of confidence, convinced their children would effortlessly triumph in a race. The audience present felt apprehensive for Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. This activity is utterly unfair. Yu is merely a little girl. How can she compete with 2 boys? The production team is truly desperate for sensationalism. They'll do anything for show. I believe in Lu Chen. Let us not forget, he is a retired soldier. He must have a strategy. On screen, the staff raised a whistle high. 3, 2, 1. The sharp whistle pierced the air, and the 3 children dashed forward. Li Zixuan sprinted ahead, quickly establishing a considerable lead. Ma Xiaobao, though trailing closely, struggled due to his weight, rendering his advantage over Lu Xiaoyu minimal. As Lu Xiaoyu ran, she continuously recited Lu Chen's words in her mind. Adjust your breathing. Maintain your rhythm. Despite the widening gap between her and the 2 boys, she remained calm and did not opt for a sprint. Su Binfeng, observing this, grew increasingly anxious. Sister Geyao, why aren't you worried? Yu is falling behind significantly, and it seems she isn't running to her full potential. Chen Geyao, however, wore a confident smile. Yu is doing splendidly. Su Binfeng looked puzzled, unable to comprehend. Tianyi io paciently elucidated. Though the relay appears to be only 100 meters, the duration is 5 minutes. This means the child must run for at least 2.5 minutes, or even longer, while also retrieving vegetables. Carrying the vegetables afterward increases the load. If they sprint the entire time, they will surely tire out. Yu's decision to maintain a steady pace is quite astute. Su Binfeng and Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up with understanding, and she clapped her hands in excitement. Yu is simply brilliant. Li Xiaolu, brimming with self-satisfaction, was confident in Li Zixuan's stamina, believing victory was assured. Fu Qingran shared her enthusiasm, convinced that as long as Ma Xiaobao outpaced Lu Xiaoyu, they would prevail. It appears Lu Xiaoyu is somewhat distracted. Although this is merely a small event, in today's society, competition intensifies. Children must be nurtured from a young age. I believe Lu Chen lacks in fostering Lu Xiaoyu's enthusiasm. Fu Qingran began to voice her opinions again. Su Binfeng felt speechless at her remarks. It seemed that whenever an opportunity arose, Fu Qingran sought to showcase herself. Uncharacteristically, Chen Geyao refrained from retorting, which only bolstered Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's overconfidence. On screen, Li Zixuan reached the vegetable cart first, grabbing several cucumbers before sprinting back. In his haste, however, he clumsily dropped 2 cucumbers. Bending down to retrieve them, he only managed to drop more. Consequently, his speed diminished, allowing Ma Xiaobao, clutching a pumpkin, to overtake him. Lu Xiaoyu, not to be outdone, grasped a handful of chili peppers, closely following behind. Li Liang, initially pleased with Li Zixuan and Oppos, as lead, grew increasingly frustrated upon witnessing his repeated blunders. However, upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu with the peppers, he felt a surge of pride. Children will be children, after all, lacking in understanding. They were to use the vegetables they brought back for cooking, and peppers were hardly a staple. They wouldn't suffice to stave off hunger. Just as he reveled in his own satisfaction, Mayu surged forward. Li Liang furrowed his brow, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Li Zixuan, hurry up and run." Chapter 45. Unless one inflates oneself. In a flash, a shadow darted past him. Lu Chen, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly overtook Mayu and reached the vegetable cart first. With keen reflexes, Lu Chen seized a piece of pork and dashed back. By the time Mayu reached the finish line, Li Liang had only just begun his run. Upon returning, Lu Chen did not hasten to let Lu Xiaoyu run. Instead, he bent down and whispered a few words in her ear. This scene sparked concern among the online viewers. Why isn't and Oppos, the great Lu anxious at all? He and Oppos, still chatting with you. Oh no, Mayu's already returned. Li Liang has also obtained his item. After gaining such a hard-won advantage, is it all going to be lost? Mayu completed his relay, and Ma Xiaobao shot out like a cannonball. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and, with a bright voice, declared, "Daddy, I understand." With that, she too dashed forward, though her speed was not particularly swift. After finishing his relay, Li Liang shouted at Li Zixuan, "Run fast." Startled by the shout, Li Zixuan stumbled at the start, dashing off in a flurry. Li Liang and Ma Yu stood breathless on the side, glancing at Lu Chen, who appeared utterly composed. As Ma Xiaobao began to tire, his speed diminished, and he found himself running alongside Lu Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the cart, Ma Xiaobao grabbed a carrot and turned back, while Lu Xiaoyu's eyes scanned the cart rapidly until they settled on an egg. She picked up one egg and tucked another into her clothing pockets. At that moment, Li Zixuan had already collected his item and started his return run. A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Xiaoyu's face, but she quickly steadied herself, reminding herself to adjust her breathing and maintain her rhythm. Upon her return, Mayu and Li Liang had already dashed out. "Daddy, you brought back something." Lu Xiaoyu handed the eggs to Lu Chen, who smiled and praised her. "Well done. Leave the rest to Daddy." Lu Chen immediately rushed out. Although he had a strategy in mind, seeing Li Liang and Mayu ahead of him stirred a twinge of dissatisfaction within him. Feeling a chill at their backs, Li Liang and Mayu turned to find Lu Chen had surged ahead of them once again. Lu Chen had already determined what he would grab during his previous run, and upon reaching the cart, he swiftly snatched his target and darted back. Lu Xiaoyu successfully completed her relay. By the time she returned, Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan had only just begun their run. 5 minutes had already flown by. Lu Xiaoyu was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, while Li Liang and Mayu, who had exerted themselves from the outset, were now utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Chen stroked his chin, murmuring, These ingredients are perfectly matched. Stir-fried meat with chili, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, and a delicious pork and vermicelli stew. We still have the skewers we didn't get to grill earlier. Thanks to you, we can have a hearty feast for lunch." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu jumped with excitement, cheering, "Yay, Daddy is amazing." Meanwhile, Mayu and Li Liang stared despondently at their pile of ingredients. Pumpkins, bananas, cucumbers, watermelons. A chaotic assortment that could not even be combined into a proper dish. How infuriating. It's all your fault for bringing back these useless items. Li Liang fumat, habitually venting his frustration on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan hung his head, looking aggrieved yet too intimidated to speak. The situation on Mayu and Oppos S side was no better. Ma Xiaobao, having failed to acquire suitable ingredients, was berating him so thoroughly that he could hardly lift his head. In the broadcast room, the audience watched in realization. The previously confident Fu Qingran and Lu Xiaolu were now blushing with embarrassment, nearly burying their heads in the ground. Chen Geyao, who had remained silent, slowly stood up and directed her gaze at Fu Qingran. Teacher Fu, I can now respond to your earlier remarks. Indeed, the phenomenon of excessive competition in society is severe, and we cannot demand our children refrain from it. However, what I wish to convey is that we should not resist competition, but rather avoid being short-sighted. Steady progress is the correct path. After all, one cannot become fat in a single bite, unless one inflates oneself. What a splendid retort. No wonder she is the queen of songs. Her words are utterly satisfying. I wondered why she had been silent. It turns out she was waiting for the right moment to unleash a powerful statement. Look at the expressions on Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's faces. They resemble liver from a pig. What a coincidence. Liu Yang and Ma Yu fought for a pile of items, only to end up with nothing that can be cooked. Yet the great Lu and Yu excelled, having planned wisely what ingredients to procure, ensuring a delectable feast at noon. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Lu Chen enthusiastically called over Tao Fengyan, while the two children ran off to play. Lu Chen and Tao Fengyan busied themselves in the kitchen. During their conversation, Lu Chen learned about Tao Fengyan and Appo's as family circumstances. It turned out that Tao Fengyan and Appo's wife had fallen ill after giving birth to Tao Mingyuan prematurely. Though her ailment was initially minor, the family's financial struggles prevented proper care, and what began as a small issue ultimately led to her untimely passing due to lack of treatment. Now, Tao Fengyan had two children, along with the responsibility of caring for both his mother and his late wife's mother. The weight of familial burdens rested solely on his shoulders, and life was exceedingly frugal. Later, when a resort was built in the village, their circumstances improved slightly. Yet the family's finances could only afford to send either Tao Mingyuan or Tao Jihong to school. The Tao family did not harbor a preference for sons over daughters. Tao Jihong excelled academically, prompting the family to invest all their resources in her education. Tao Mingyuan was also very studious, although he lacked the opportunity to attend school. Tao Jihong always taught him upon returning home. Now, Tao Mingyuan not only mastered the basics of arithmetic, but could also speak English. Misfortune tends to seek out the unfortunate. The Tao family in Appo's life is far from easy. Though we currently implement 9 years of compulsory education for some underprivileged rural families, the cumulative costs of various school fees can still be substantial. It's not that they don't wish for their children to receive an education. It in Appo's simply that their circumstances do not permit them to support more than one. There are many families like the Tao and Appo's across the nation. But since we are aware, if we can help, we should. Can the production team disclose the address? I wish to make a donation. Chapter 46. The path children need to take upon hearing about the Tao family's circumstances. Chen Geyao's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. She turned to the host and declared, "Host, I have something to say. I have decided to fund Tao Mingyuan and Appo's tuition fees from this moment until he completes his education. Furthermore, I would like to personally donate 100,000 to the Tao family and 500,000 to the village, hoping to provide them with assistance." Su Binfun, equally moved, immediately added, "I also wish to contribute my modest support. I will donate 100,000 to the Tao family and 300,000 to the village." In the footage, Lu Chen and Chen Geyao spoke almost simultaneously. "Brother Tao, there is something I wish to express." Tao Fengyan scratched his head, smiling innocently. "You can say whatever you wish, my brother. Do not be modest with me." Without hesitation, Lu Chen stated, "If you do not mind, I can cover all of Mingyuan and Appo's tuition fees until he finishes his studies. Additionally, I pledge to support your family with 100,000 and Tao family village with 1,000,000. 1 million. Tao Fengyan was taken aback by this figure and quickly waved his hands in refusal. No. It dawned on Lu Chen that his offer might have been too abrupt, leading to a moment of awkwardness. "I apologize. I did not consider it thoroughly and was too hasty. Tao feng yan chuko, bating Lu Chen va apos, et xiao de. Brother, do not overthink it. It is not that we find the amount insufficient, nor do we wish to dismiss your goodwill. What our children truly need is a path to step out into the world. At noon, Li Liang and Ma Yu gathered together, their faces etched with resentment. I believe Chen Geyao must have secretly bribed the summer camp. Otherwise, why would all the benefits go to Lu Chen? Li Liang and Appo's countenance was dark, his tone brimming with jealousy. Ma Yu nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Li Liang's sentiments. Although he did not particularly like Li Liang, his disdain for Lu Chen far surpassed any animosity he felt toward Li Liang. In his eyes, if it weren't and Appo's, T for Lu Chen and Appo's presence, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure at the summer camp, basking in the admiration and accolades of others. It's all Lu Chen and Appo's fault. We must protest. The afternoon and Appo's competition must be under our control. Ma Yu clenched his fists, speaking with fierce determination. Indeed, we shall vote. And whoever receives the most votes will host the competition. Let us see how Lu Chen continues to shine. Li Liang echoed in agreement. A smug smirk appeared on their faces as they envisioned Lu Chen being trampled beneath them. In the afternoon, as everyone gathered, Lu Chen quickly learned of this news. The program team initially had no intention of heeding the unreasonable demands of these two, but the director issued an order, and reluctantly, they agreed. With an air of confidence, Li Liang strutted to Lu Chen, tilting his head with his nostrils flaring. Lu Chen, this afternoon and Appo's competition will have a different format. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Lu Chen sensed their ill intentions, but remained unfazed, calmly replying, What do you propose? Ma Yu stepped forward eagerly, exclaiming, Let us compete in vocal music. Do you dare? Lu Chen nearly burst into laughter. He had heard Ma Yu sing, and it was a cacophony of sound. Li Liang chimed in, I will compete with you. Li, I have a suggestion. How about this? Lu Chen behauptet, esports amazement. Li Liang was about to retort, but Lu Chen continued, If I lose, the room will be yours, and all the ingredients will belong to you. Are you certain? Li Liang and Appo's eyes widened with greed. But you must first tell me what you wish to compete in. Maintaining his smile, Lu Chen turned to Tao Fengyan, stating, This year, Tao Family Village has had a bountiful harvest of watermelons. Shall we see who can sell the most watermelons? Business? Li Liang scufa, la wing de recibedi. In his view, Lu Chen was merely a domestic cook, incapable of understanding the intricacies of commerce. ISN and Appo's. He digging his own grave? Once the competition and Appo's content was established, both sides busied themselves. The program team prepared various props in each participant's room. Ma Yu strutted out without even glancing at the instruments, while Lu Chen cradled the guitar, further inciting Ma Yu and Appo's disdain. Lu Chen, now is your chance to back out. Just so, you know, I graduated from a music academy, Ma Yu proclaimed proudly, attempting to intimidate Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, retorted dismissively, At your age, one would expect only newcomers in their careers to flaunt their qualifications so brazenly. You. Ma Yu pointed angrily at Lu Chen, but upon seeing Lu Chen and Appo's muscular build, he withdrew his finger in frustration. The atmosphere in the studio became tense. Chen Geyao and Su Bin Fun and Appo's expressions starkly contrasted with those of Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qing Ran. Sister Geyao, Lu Chen is quite ruthless. Directly pointing out Ma Yu's age while implying he lacks the merit to boast about his education, Su Binfen chuckled, praising Lu Chen's sharp tongue. Chen Geyao shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness on her face. It was her first time witnessing Lu Chen's incisive wit. Su Binfen turned to Fu Qing Ran, deliberately raising her voice. Teacher Fu, why is it so quiet now? This is so unlike you. Won't you come forward to offer a critique? Fu Qing Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to vanish into the ground. In the past, she would have seized the opportunity to belittle Lu Chen while extolling Ma Yu's virtues. However, Lu Chen, as previously displayed, musical talent was evident, easily eclipsing Ma Yu's capabilities. Even if she wished to comment, she found no suitable rationale. Meanwhile, Li Xiao Lu though feeling somewhat anxious, maintained a semblance of composure. After all, Lu Chen had never engaged in business, while Li Liang was a genuine company owner, managing a substantial enterprise. To her, selling a watermelon would be child's play for Li Liang, and victory was assured. At the summer camp's competition venue, Mayu took the stage first. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. No matter how many days of break I have, it always feels too short. The 8th day, he says there's no rush. On the 7th, I'll get back to it. I always procrastinate, always procrastinate. This song is about procrastination, procrastination. Why do everything last minute, last minute? Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. Mayu, oblivious to the absurdity, even added exaggerated gestures. The bank call me again. The bank call me again. It an amp. Oppos. At the end of the month, still no results. After paying the car loan and the mortgage, my balance is back to zero. Chapter 47. Mayu not only insults rap. Someone, quickly silence him. His singing is pure torment. It is evident that he is merely scrambling at the last moment. His level of skill is appallingly low. I always defecate without toilet paper. Mayu has not only insulted rap, but has also disrespected it. Lu Chen had anticipated Mayu's poor performance, but he never imagined it could be this dreadful. Lu Xiaoyu, unable to endure the noise, covered her ears. Her little face scrunched up in distaste as she complained, "Daddy, it an oppos. That's so loud." Her expression was filled with disdain. Lu Chen, feeling a pang of sympathy, covered Lu Xiaoyu and amp, oppos, ears with an additional layer and softly reassured her, "Yu, just hold on a bit longer." With his stamina, he wanted amp, oppos, to last long. Finally, Ma Xiaobao could no longer tolerate it and rushed forward, snatching the microphone from Mayu's grasp, exclaiming, "Mayu, what on earth are you doing?" Mayu, lost in his own musical realm, was taken aback by the sudden interruption and glanced at Ma Xiaobao with irritation. "Isn't my performance electrifying? This little brat clearly has no understanding of what art is." Standing nearby, Lu Chen felt a gentle breeze caress him, causing the white t-shirt he wore to flutter, rendering him refreshingly handsome. He softly closed his eyes and lightly plucked the strings of his instrument, allowing a captivating melody to flow forth. "I am merely a silent passerby basking in the sun against the wall. If weariness befalls me, let me awaken here in solitude. I stand atop the drum tower, detached from all the bustling glamour around me. It is a crowded place, yet I remain ordinary." His voice was melodious and enchanting, instantly transporting the crowd into a serene world brimming with stories. What is happening? Listening to Lu Chen and Oppo's song, I feel as though I have glimpsed the essence of the ancients. I am not a mere scholar from a small town. I am a wanderer from a humble county, and this song truly resonates with my heart. Every song by the great Lu evokes a profound sense of empathy. This is the essence of true music. This is what a song should embody. Those lacking clear lyrics cannot even be regarded as songs. The great Lu has not merely scrambled at the last moment. His talent is truly admirable. As the performance concluded, the contrast was stark. Mayu attempted to defend himself, but he found no justification. At 1:00 and Oppo's clock in the afternoon, the watermelon selling competition between Lu Chen and Li Liang officially commenced. Li Liang, dressed in a sharp and extravagant suit, sat beside the watermelon stand, while Li Zixuan wielded a large fan, lazily fanning him. To sell watermelons, one must shout loudly. The louder you call, the more customers you attract. Understand? Li Liang instructed like a seasoned expert. Li Zixuan nodded, albeit somewhat confused, and upon Li Liang's urging, began to shout, "Watermelons for sale. Big and sweet watermelons." Li Liang listened, clapping in satisfaction. "That an Oppo's, it. Shout with vigor." Passers-by turned their heads throbbing from the noise. Li Liang and Oppo's expensive suit appeared incongruous amidst the bustling market atmosphere, drawing attention. Li Zixuan worked diligently, and before long, a customer approached. "Hello, how much are the watermelons?" The customer inquired. Li Liang, with a sense of pride, gestured for Li Zixuan to respond. Li Zixuan, feeling nervous, stammered, "This variety is 80 cents, and this one is 1 yuan. Suddenly, he froze, turning to Li Liang with an embarrassed expression. "Daddy, I forgot." Li Liang and Oppo's good mood vanished in an instant. His face darkened as he shouted, Is your brain made of pig's brain? You can't remember such a simple thing. The abrupt yell startled the customer, who instinctively took a step back. Let me say it again. This one and Oppos. That's 80 cents, and this one is 1 yuan 40. Understood? Li Liang, suppressing his anger, reiterated. Li Zixuan quickly nodded, repeatedly saying, understood, understood. Yet when he turned back to address the customer, the latter had already turned away, visibly annoyed. Li Liang was now thoroughly incensed. He kicked Li Zixuan's leg and scolded, how could I have such a foolish son who can't even manage this simple task? Li Zixuan and Amp. Oppos. His eyes glistened with tears as he silently wiped them away, standing aside in distress. A neighboring vendor, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to advise, brother. The child is still young. You shouldn't scold him like this. Li Liang, already brimming with frustration, retorted angrily, mind your own business. Upon hearing this, the vendor's temper flared as well. How can you speak like that? I was only trying to help. Li Liang, incensed that the other dared to retort, pointed a finger at the vendor, berating, you a hillbilly, what qualifications do you have to advise me? The money I make in a year is enough for you to earn a lifetime. I don and Amp, Oppos, need your guidance. This person is simply out of their mind. This is outrageous. Li Liang can't possibly have a superiority complex. His temper is far too volatile. I truly wonder how Li Xiaolu initially fell for him. Indeed. Like attracts like Li Zixuan and Oppos. S personality is undoubtedly a reflection of Li Liang and Oppos. S parenting style. In the broadcasting studio, Li Xiaolu watched Li Liang and Oppos. S atrocious demeanor on screen, feeling both pained and embarrassed. Even if those words were his true thoughts, he should not have expressed them so bluntly. Now, his image was utterly tarnished. Her agent had nearly been driven to madness by Li Liang and Oppos' behavior, incessantly complaining that it would tarnish her reputation. Chen Geyao sat nearby, shaking her head at the scene. At this moment, she was more concerned about Lu Chen's situation, curious about how he would approach selling watermelons. The scene shifted to Lu Chen's stand, where he and Lu Xiaoyu were busily engaged. They meticulously weighed each watermelon, neatly marked the prices, and organized the watermelons into 3 distinct sections. The first section contained watermelons priced under 10 yuan. The second housed those priced above 10 yuan, while the third displayed a conspicuous bargain zone. Lu Chen procured a piece of cardboard, took up a pen, and diligently wrote, spend over 18 yuan, get 2 yuan off. Spend over 26 yuan, get 3 yuan off. Spend over 36 yuan, get 5 yuan off. Group purchases allowed. Lu Xiaoyu, with wide, curious eyes, inquired Daddy, why do we calculate it this way? Lu Chen patted his chest, brimming with confidence. This is Daddy's promotional strategy. Look, if someone buys a watermelon under 10 yuan, we sell it at the regular price, nothing special. However, if someone wishes to buy a watermelon over 10 yuan, they might consider purchasing another one for 9 yuan, as it would only cost them an additional 7 yuan. Doesn't end Amp. Amp, Oppos, that seemed like a fantastic deal. Moreover, with group purchases, we can sell even more. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with realization, and she eagerly asked, Daddy, won't we lose money this way? Not all. While the profit per watermelon may be less, the volume sold will increase, which is called thin profit margin with high sales, Lu Chen explained, gently ruffling Lu Xiaoyu's hair, smiling. Daddy is so impressive. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen with admiration. Lu Chen beamed with pride, of course. Your father is the most remarkable person aside from your mother. Chapter 48. Skill inferior to others, yet blame Lu Chen. As the afternoon wore on, Lu Chen and Li Liang returned before dinner. Lu Chen had sold all his watermelons, while Li Liang, looking disheveled, returned with a cart full. After a heated argument with the vendors, he had spent the entire afternoon in debate, hardly managing to sell any watermelons at all. I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe Lu Chen sold that many. Li Lian shotavaminli. However, Lu Chen paid him no mind, and the staff were equally disinterested. According to the game rules, only Lu Chen had the opportunity to select the vegetables. Both Li Liang and Ma Yu were quite hungry, finally realizing that a forceful approach was not effective. Is this a metamorphosis or a variety show? These two are simply hilarious. Serves them right. Those four are quite the troublemakers and deserve to feel hungry. Is Li Liang still hungry? What nerve! He sneakily devoured several watermelons while selling them. In a broadcast hall, Li Xiaolu appeared worried. After all, Li Zixian had not eaten anything substantial all day. Fu Qingran was equally distressed. Ma Xiaobao was already plump, and hunger only exacerbated his discomfort. Host Xiaoyu stepped to the center of the stage and announced, "Now, we will transition to an offstage segment. We invite the three parents to make a phone call to their loved ones. Let end oppos. Let's begin with the songstress, Chen Geyao." Chen Geyao took out her phone and dialed. On the screen, Lu Chen was seen grilling, and Lu Xiaoyu rushed out with the phone. "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy and Amp, oppos, as calling." Lu Chen wiped his hands on his apron and answered, "Hello, dear wife, what instructions do you have? Is the summer camp going smoothly? How does it feel? Rest assured, everything is going splendidly. Yu is having a delightful time." Lu Chen's response left Li Xiaolu and Fu Qing ran feeling quite awkward. Li Liang and Ma Yu repeatedly sought trouble, clearly showing that Lu Chen was not concerned in the slightest. "What is the matter, my love? Missing me after 2 days apart?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Geyao, seemingly waiting for her to retort. However, to their surprise, she simply replied, Lu Chen chuckled heartily. "Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll prepare a sumptuous meal for you to savor my culinary skills." Tianyi Eo blisit. And after exchanging a few pleasantries, she finally ended the call. Host Xiaoyu smiled and turned her attention to Li Xiaolu. "Say, Ms. Li, it's your turn to call Mr. Li." With a hint of exasperation, Li Xiaolu sighed, took out her phone, and dialed Li Liang and Oppo's number. On the other end, Li Liang, sitting grumpily, cursed when he saw the caller ID. "What a nuisance. If it weren't for you insisting I participate in this ridiculous show, I wouldn't be in such a predicament." Yet, as he pressed the answer button, his tone softened. "Wife, what is up?" Li Xiaolu, noting the stark contrast in her husband's demeanor, felt a mix of emotions but still inquired, "Honey, how is the summer camp treating you?" Li Liang grimasa, complaining. "Don't even get me started. There's a guy named Lu Chen here who is simply insufferable, always opposing me at every turn. During today's competition, he resorted to underhanded tactics, making me lose face. You have no idea how frustrated I am." Li Xiaolu glanced awkwardly at Chen Geyao. "Has Zixian eaten?" Li Liang rubbed his stomach, feeling disgruntled that she hadn't asked about him first. "Li Zixuan? He has eaten," he said, glaring at Li Zixian, who had intended to speak but quickly retreated. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Xiaoyu then announced, "Ms. Fu, it's your turn to call Mr. Ma." Fu Qingran nodded and dialed. Upon seeing her name pop up, Ma Yu immediately adopted an affectionate tone, calling out, "Wife Fu Qingran," feeling exasperated, feigned concern, "Honey, how is Xiao Bao doing?" Ma Yu quickly replied, "Xiao Bao is doing just fine, don't worry." But before he could finish, Ma Xiao Bao snatched the phone, exclaiming loudly, "Mommy, it's bad. I'm hungry, and there is no food. That useless Ma Yu won't even get me a meal. I'm starving." Upon hearing this, Fu Qingran struggled to contain her anger. Chastising Ma Yu on the other end, "Ma Yu, how are you taking care of the child? You can't even manage to prepare a meal." Ma Yu hastily explained, "Wife, it's not my fault. That Lu Chen fellow is too much. We lost the competition and have no ingredients to cook." Fu Qingran, uninterested in his excuses, coldly retorted, "Enough with the excuses. Figure out yourself." With that, she angrily hung up the phone. In the broadcast hall, the audience could not help but discuss the unfolding phone calls. Li Liang and Ma Yu are utterly ridiculous. Instead of accepting their shortcomings, they blame Lu Chen. Indeed, look at Lu Chen's mentality. He doesn't take their provocations to heart at all. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu seem quite helpless with such husbands. Helpless? They've earned such husbands, it seems. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was enjoying the sight of his daughter, happily devouring the grilled skewers he had prepared. Lu Chen looked at his daughter's satisfied expression, a blissful smile adorning his face. Li Liang, holding his stomach, realized he hadn't eaten a proper meal since arriving at the summer camp and was now quite hungry. Li Zixian, speaking softly and cautiously, suggested, "Daddy, why don't we ask Uncle Lu Chen for some food? He is so nice. He'll surely share." Upon hearing this, Li Liang shot a fierce glare at Li Zixian, scolding loudly, "Shut up, you spineless wretch, always seeking help from others. I, Li Liang, cannot afford such humiliation. Li Zixian, startled by the sudden outburst, quickly fell silent, his face a portrait of grievance. Li Liang's eyes darted around, and then he stood up, patting Li Zixian on the shoulder, adopting a seemingly gentle tone. Zixian, it's inconvenient for Daddy to go, but it's suitable for you. Go ask Lu Chen for dozens of skewers. Tell him I'll pay him back after the summer camp. Li Liang felt triumphant. A handsome and talented figure like Lu Chen would undoubtedly hesitate to accept money from Chen Geyao. With a financial incentive, Lu Chen would surely shift his demeanor to please him. Li Zixian was reluctant, feeling that this was not the right course of action, yet his stomach betrayed him. Growling audibly, Li Liang, hearing the sound, chuckled triumphantly. You're hungry too, aren't you? Hurry up, and when you return, Daddy will share some skewers with you. Li Zixian has grown up. I cannot blame him. Li Liang is already exploiting his son. Goodness, asking for dozens of skewers. Is he trying to make Lu Chen his cook? Oh, Lu Chen, please don't give in. Li Liang deserves to be hungry. Li Zixuan, feeling helpless, stood up and walked outside. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Ma Xiaobao, who was idly wandering around. Ma Xiaobao, spotting Li Zixian, straightened up and shouted, Li Zixian, why didn't you greet the boss when you saw him? Do you not acknowledge your superior? Li Zixian, intimidated, shrank his shoulders and lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Boss. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao's vanity was instantly satisfied. He grabbed Li Zixian's arm with such force that Li Zixian couldn't help but wince. Come, let us go find Lu Xiaoyu. Ma Xiaobao stit dai si vin. Chapter 49. This is truly desperate. Li Zixuan felt a tightening in his chest, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, Boss, are you still going to bully Lu Xiaoyu? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao and Appo's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a scowl of displeasure as he retorted loudly. Who said I must bully her? She clearly doesn't and Appo's know how to share. I and Appo's am merely teaching her how to interact with friends. What an Appo's, that's the matter. You don't want to come with me? Do you wish to be beaten? Ma Xiaobao raised his fist and shook it in the air, his stance suggesting that it would come crashing down upon Li Zixuan at any moment. Terrified, Li Zixuan and Appo's face turned pale as he hurriedly shook his head. I was wrong. Boss, I'll go with you. Is that all right? Ma Xiaobao dragged Li Zixuan over to Lu Xiaoyu and Tao Mingyuan, who were happily sharing freshly grilled meat skewers. Laughing and enjoying their meal, Ma Xiaobao stepped forward, hands on his hips, and shouted at Lu Xiaoyu, ein Appo's. I'm giving you one more chance. Hand over those meat skewers, or you'll regret it. Startled by the sudden shout, Lu Xiaoyu instinctively hid behind Tao Mingyuan, who stood protectively before her, fearlessly locking eyes with Ma Xiaobao. Don't go too far, Tao Mingyuan exclaimed. You've been bullying you for too long. Today, you won't get away with it. Ma Xiaobao scoffed. You think you can protect her? You're just a kid. I was careless during the day, but today, you'll learn the consequences of meddling. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Tao Mingyuan. Unfazed, Tao Mingyuan waited until Ma Xiaobao approached, then deftly sidestepped and lightly tripped him. Ma Xiaobao stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, seeing stars as he lay there, unable to get up. Ouch, that hurts. You dare knock me down again. He groaned in agony. Tao Mingyuan looked at him with righteous indignation. You brought this upon yourself. I was merely defending myself. If you continue to bully others, I won't hesitate to act again. Struggling to rise, Ma Xiaobao felt utterly humiliated and seething with anger. Suddenly, he remembered Li Zixuan standing nearby and vented his frustration on him, shouting at the retreating figure, You useless waste. You just stood there while I was beaten. What kind of brother are you? At that moment, Lu Chen emerged from the room, having finished tidying up. Upon seeing Ma Xiaobao's disheveled state and Lu Xiaoyu and Tao Mingyuan in scathe, he quickly grasped the situation. Lu Chen approached Ma Xiaobao, his expression serious. Ma Xiaobao, we are all here for the summer camp and should get along. Why do you always bully others? Ma Xiaobao defiantly retorted. Who told him to meddle? He knocked me down. Lu Chen shook his head. You struck first. Tao Mingyuan was only protecting Lu Xiaoyu. You must learn to respect others and not bully them just because of your size. Ma Xiaobao and Appo's face flushed red as he pointed at Lu Chen, shouting, "What do you know? You and Amp, Appo's, Regis the useless freeloader. What right do you have to lecture me?" Li Zixuan flinched at Ma Xiaobao and Amp, Appo's, sudden outburst, instinctively trembling. His gaze filled with concern for Lu Chen, fearing that he would be provoked. After all, if it were Li Liang, he would have already received a thrashing. "You waste of space. Get lost." Ma Xiaobao yelled at Li Zixuan. "Boss, you said that. I and Appo's am leaving," Li Zixuan exclaimed, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, and he bolted away. Ma Xiaobao turned to face Lu Chen, who remained unfazed, calmly replying, "So, those who live off others have their meals, while you, who live off hard work, will go hungry." Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, taking a bite of a meat skewer, her cheeks puffed out adorably, though her words were anything but gentle. "Daddy is right. It's better than being someone who begs for food." Furious, Ma Xiaobao shouted, "Who are you calling a beggar?" Seeing this, Tao Mingyuan stepped forward without hesitation, standing firmly in front of Lu Xiaoyu, his eyes locked on Ma Xiaobao as he shouted, "Who are you yelling at? Do you want to fight? If you're capable, let us have a contest and see who is stronger." Ma Xiaobao was momentarily intimidated by Tao Mingyuan's presence, taking a hesitant step back, yet the stubbornness within him was still brewing, preparing to retaliate. At that moment, Li Zixuan returned, panting heavily. Before Lu Chen could respond, two figures approached rapidly behind Li Zixuan. Li Liang appeared, his face twisted with anger, shouting at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, how can you, an adult, bully a child?" Seeing Ma Xiaobao felt a surge of relief and turned to him, angrily shouting, "Ma Yu, you useless father. Your son is being bullied, and you arrive late. I want you to beat Lu Chen right now." Beat Lu Chen? Ma Yu merely glanced at Lu Chen's imposing figure and was overwhelmed by a deep-seated fear, his legs trembling slightly, leaving him with no inclination to act. "Beat Lu Chen? Are you sure that's not a death wish?" Ma Yu's thoughts. "With my meager strength, I wouldn't Appo's to even be enough for Lu Chen and Appo's skewers. What good is bringing in the older generation when the younger one has the upper hand? Lu Chen can handle it effortlessly. No wonder these two youngsters are so brazen. It seems the father is an even worse example." In the broadcast studio, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Everyone was on edge, eyes glued to the screen, fearing that a brawl might erupt at any moment. After all, if a physical altercation occurred during a live show, it would spell disaster. The director and Appo's team sensed the brewing trouble and scrambled for a solution. Hongbo ripped off his headset, cursing, "Damn it, none of these father-son pairs are easy to deal with. Who suggested this? Get them out." Assistant Director Zhang Jifeng anxiously watched the screen, wondering why Li Liang's arrival had stirred up so much trouble. In the studio, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran clutched each other in Appo's hands tightly, palms slick with sweat. Su Binfeng, too, was flustered, grabbing Chen Geyao and Appo's hand, her voice trembling. "Sister Geyao, do you think anything bad will happen?" Chen Geyao remained calm, gently patting Su Binfeng's hand to reassure her, "Don't worry. Do you think any of them would dare to touch Lu Chen?" On screen, Lu Chen surveyed the group before him, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. He raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "Gentlemen, are you making such a fuss because you wish to fight?" Li Liang hesitated, his gaze flickering. "Of course not. I'm here to discuss business. I know you're a stay-at-home dad, and Chen Geyao, surely doesn't he give you much pocket money? How about you grill me a skewer of meat, and I'll pay you $10 for it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, utterly incredulous. "Are you here to sell food?" It seemed he was truly desperate. Chapter 50. Bullying arises. Parents are responsible. "I'm sorry, not for sale." Lu Chen was speechless, wondering what kind of genius could come up with such a scheme. They were at odds in the morning, and now they're here for a free meal. "10 you want a skewer? How insulting." Li Liang was incredulous that Lu Chen had refused him. How dare Lu Chen turn down such a lucrative opportunity? "Lu Chen, I'm warning you. If you agree now, I'll give you an extra 5 yuan per skewer. If you still disagree, I won't buy any." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I never intended to sell them in the first place. Leave and don't disturb our meal." Li Liang gritted his teeth, and turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, if you don't persuade your father, we won't let Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao play with you anymore. Think carefully. If you don't have any friends, you'll be all alone. Lu Chen stepped in front of Lu Xiaoyu, glaring at Li Liang. Li Liang, I and Amp, Oppos, am warning you, Don and Amp, Oppos, to even think about touching my daughter. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what measures I'll take. Li Liang chuckled, full of disdain. Based on what? A stay-at-home dad? A kept man? What qualifications do you have? You're not allowed to talk about my daddy like that. Lu Xiaoyu shouted, rushing in front of Lu Chen. Tao Mingyuan approached Lu Xiaoyu. His expression towards Li Liang still unfriendly. Li Liang, ISN and Amp, Oppos, to your company dependent on your wife to stay afloat? Lu Chen chuckled. If Chen Geyao knew you were bullying Lu Xiaoyu, do you think your wife could handle it? If your wife's reputation crumbles, your company. Lu Chen didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Li Liang scoffed and turned to leave, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke them. Ma Yu stood rooted to the spot, watching Li Liang's retreating figure. He's just leaving like that? Ma Yu murmured. Ma Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask Lu Chen for meat skewers. Ma Yu remained frozen. Lu Chen's aggression was evident. He wouldn't dare provoke Lu Chen now. Mr. Ma, are you here to cause trouble as well? Ma Yu hesitated, then quickly replied, of course not. I just came to take Ma Xiaobao back. Ma Xiaobao tried to resist, but Ma Yu covered his mouth and dragged him away. The scene shifted to the studio. Fukingran looked displeased. Pop Diva Geyao, I acknowledge your success, but such abuse of power sets a terrible example for children. What kind of children can a parent like Lu Chen raise? Suvimfen immediately retorted. Are Ma Yu and Li Liang raising good children? Li Xiaolu was equally displeased. She was a movie star, and Chen Geyao was a pop diva. Why should she feel so insignificant in front of Chen Geyao? Pop Diva Geyao, I admit that Li Liang's actions were excessive, but I absolutely disagree with Lu Chen's parenting style. Under the gaze of the audience, Chen Geyao finally picked up the microphone. I unconditionally support Lu Chen's decisions. And if Lu Xiaoyu is bullied or Lu Chen is humiliated, I will do far more than Lu Chen has said. Chen Geyao and Oppos' words carried a subtle threat, making some audience members uncomfortable. Chen Geyao then changed her tone. If I can and Amp, Oppos, to protect the husband who sacrificed his career for our family. If I can and Amp, Oppos, to protect my daughter, then I am a derelict wife and an unfit mother. Don and Oppos, parents bear responsibility for the emergence of bullying? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran immediately fell silent. Chen Geyao, with her sharp wit, directly asked Li Xiaolu. Li Liang offered Lu Chen 15 yuan per skewer to grill meat. I'll offer you 150 yuan per skewer. I wonder if movie star Li would be willing to grill a few dozen skewers for me? Li Xiaolu suddenly became flustered. After putting herself in Lu Chen's shoes, she understood how he must have felt. Just as Fu Qingran was about to retort, the live broadcast cut to Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao and Oppos' room. Ma Yu, you and Oppos, useless. How could I have such a useless dad? Ma Yu and Amp, Oppos' face darkened, but he endured it. Ma Xiaobao angrily smashed everything in the room. Just let me catch him. Or I and Oppos. LL teach that Lu Xiaoyu a lesson. Ma Yu was alarmed. What did you say? What are you yelling about? Ma Xiaobao glared. Ma Yu became anxious. Ma Xiaobao. I'm telling you, I don't care what you do, but don't ruin our family. Ma Yu disliked Lu Chen. But targeting Lu Chen wouldn't affect him much since Lu Chen was a stay-at-home dad. Lu Xiaoyu was different. She could enrage Chen Geyao. Subconsciously, Ma Yu still believed that Lu Chen had no status with Chen Geyao. He reasoned that if he was being oppressed by Fu Qingran despite having a job, then Lu Chen, who was useless, must have even lower status in the family. The next day, Li Liang and Ma Yu were immediately displeased when the day's task was announced. The summer camp was making them plant vegetables. The specific task was for the fathers to lead their children in experiencing the hardship and dedication of working people. You and Oppos, just making us do free labor. I protest. Li Liang shouted at the staff, dissatisfied. Ma Yu didn't and Oppos dare yell at the staff but expressed his dissatisfaction with his eyes. It wasn't just the dissatisfaction with having to work. He was an artist. Planting crops? It was tiring, and the sun would darken his delicate skin. The staff looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. They desperately needed a role model. As long as Lu Chen agreed, the activity would proceed smoothly. Predictably, Lu Chen agreed. Tao Mingyuan handed over a straw hat, which Lu Chen immediately placed on Lu Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu, it might be a little tiring later, are you afraid? Lu Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips and proudly raised her head. Daddy, don't underestimate Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will definitely be better than you. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Okay, Daddy believes in Xiaoyu. In the field, Lu Chen happened to be assigned to Tao Fengyan and Oppos as family. Brother, the production team won into Oppos. T, let us help you. But here are our latest tools. Chapter 51. The live manid with a tiger's back and a honeyed waist. The sweltering air of midday summer enveloped everything, causing beads of sweat to trickle down one's back. Within the broadcasting studio, an atmosphere of palpable tension lingered. Su Binfeng's eyes brimmed with concern as she could no longer restrain herself and inquired, Sister Geyao, has Lu Chen ever engaged in farm work? Surely there won't be any mishaps? Chen Geyao gently shook her head. I don't know. I have never witnessed him perform agricultural labor. As for his strength, he indeed possesses a commendable physique. At this point, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Fu Qingran, standing nearby, scoffed, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, she remarked, having an admirable physique doesn't necessarily equate to physical stamina. There are plenty of individuals who emerge from the gym with mere superficial strength. Moreover, Lu Chen spends all day at home. When would he find the time to work out? I wonder if he sneaks off to the gym while he is at work? Upon hearing this, Su Binfeng couldn't help but roll her eyes, her expression one of exasperation as she retorted, Sister Geyao, pay no heed to her. Such individuals sour grapes when they can't have what they desire. How dare she speak of Lu Chen? In my view, the most feeble among them is Mayu. He has no match for a child's vitality. If I were to seek a boyfriend, I certainly wouldn't choose someone like that. Youthful and beautiful. I'll take responsibility for everything. Fu Qingren glared at Su Binfeng, her face turning a shade akin to liver. Haha, Goddess Su's sharp tongue never fails to amuse me. Such double entendre. It both mocks Mayu's frailty and his overly flamboyant demeanor. No, it's a triple entendre, also suggesting that Mayu is no longer young. Humph, does my Lu Chen lack stamina? Has she forgotten the relay race when he effortlessly surpassed both of us? At that moment, the live broadcast showcased an undeniably captivating scene. Lu Chen swiftly removed his t-shirt, revealing a sculpted physique that left everyone in awe. Sister Geyao, is this physique merely commendable? Su Binfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Her cheeks aflame as she hastily shielded her eyes, her ears reddening. Chen Geyao looked at the screen, a sheepish smile gracing her lips as she pondered silently. Was it truly such a spectacle? She was accustomed to seeing this almost daily. My heavens, is this what one achieves in a gym? I have heard tales of a tiger's back, a honeyed waist, and mantis legs. Lu Chen has brought this to vivid life. This physique is akin to that of the esteemed Genie Wei. What does one need to do to attract a partner like Lu Chen? Papa, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Lu Xiaoyu trotted over, cradling a bottle of water. Yu is such a good girl. Daddy isn't thirsty yet, Lu Chen said, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Papa, I want to help you work. Please give me a task. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her large, watery eyes, gazing eagerly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head, scanning the patch of melon field. There truly was no suitable task for Lu Xiaoyu regarding the harvesting of watermelons. How about this, Yu? Are you afraid of little bugs? Lu Chen knelt, looking gently at Lu Xiaoyu. She nodded at first, then quickly shook her head, mustering her courage to declare, I'm not afraid. Seeing her reluctance, Lu Chen smiled and said, since Yu isn't afraid, could you help Daddy move the watermelons to the cart? Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Yu is willing. Without hesitation, she darted into the melon field, struggling to lift a large watermelon. Her petite figure appeared even smaller against the backdrop of the fruit, yet she gritted her teeth and trudged towards the cart. Lu Chen observed his daughter's determined silhouette, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he bent down, focusing intently on harvesting the watermelons, his movements fluid and practiced, devoid of any hesitation. Chen Geyao, watching the live feed, was taken aback. If cooking and music were merely pastimes for Lu Chen at home, it was astonishing that he could also engage in farm work. What other talents did Lu Chen possess that she remained unaware of? When Tao Fengyan arrived to check, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. In just a single afternoon, Lu Chen had completed an entire day and Oppo's worth of work. Bro, how are you so impressive? How did you finish so quickly? Lu Chen chuckled, but offered no response. In his previous life, following the complications with Chen Geyao, he had spent some time in the countryside. During that period, he learned a great deal from seasoned farmers about agricultural practices. However, he eventually returned to the city to seek Chen Geyao, unable to resolve the turmoil within his heart. This time around, Lu Chen vowed never to repeat the mistakes of his past. Brother, just in time for you to arrive, Lu Chen said, picking up a watermelon and pointing to a small section of the field. This area is evidently suffering from inadequate irrigation. Many of the watermelons show signs of hollowness, which severely affects their quality. Tao Fengyan leaned closer, examining the cracks in the watermelons, and sighed, alas. There's nothing we can do. This year has been excessively dry. We can't carry enough water to irrigate. Lu Chen nodded seriously, aware that the issues plaguing Tao family village extended far beyond this. While there was a resort in the village, the profits did not benefit the villagers, who received only meager dividends each year. Otherwise, they wouldn't struggle to establish even a basic irrigation system. A soft, melodic voice called from nearby, Papa, look what I found. Everyone turned to see Lu Xiaoyu bouncing over, her small hand cradling a smooth, thumb-sized stone, exclaiming excitedly, it's a gem. Lu Chen gazed at the stone in his daughter's hand, his face lighting up with surprise as he enviously remarked, you were so lucky. With a beaming smile, Lu Xiaoyu tucked the gem into her pocket. The scene shifted to another pair of melon fields. Li Liang and my U.S. fields were adjacent, yet they were not working at all. Since their arrival, they had not experienced a single pleasant day, and at that moment, the four of them were leisurely indulging in 4 watermelons. Li Liang turned his head toward Lu Chen's direction, his face clouded with displeasure. Isn't Lu Chen foolish? He could return home this afternoon, but has chosen to labor instead, Li Liang mocked without reservation. Ma Yu remained silent, yet his eyes were filled with venom as they fixed on Lu Chen. Compared to dismissing Li Liang, the pretentious wealthy man, he harbored even greater disdain for the more accomplished Lu Chen. To him, Lu Chen was nothing short of a thorn in his side. Chapter 52. This is not an entrepreneur, but a capitalist. I think he will be more adept as a farmer. Mayu's snorted coldly. A watermelon, devoured beyond recognition, was left less than half intact before Li Liang carelessly tossed it onto the ground. Li Zixuan, bring me another one, Li Liang commanded imperiously. Obediently, Li Zixuan walked into the melon field, picked up another watermelon, and handed it to Li Liang. Just as Li Liang reached out to take it, a stone suddenly flew through the air, interrupting his motion. Who the hell is that? Who dares to strike me? Li Liang erupted in fury, springing to his feet and glaring at the approaching villager. The villager pointed at the ruined watermelon on the ground and scolded Li Liang. This was our melon. Look at what you've done. So many melons wasted. Impatiently, Li Liang smashed the watermelon that Li Zixuan had handed him onto the ground, growling, I smashed it. What are you going to do about it? You want to nitpick over a few melons? I have plenty of money. As he spoke, he extended a finger arrogantly, declaring, 1,000, is that enough? Your entire field wouldn't earn 1,000. Seeing the villager fall silent, Li Liang felt even more triumphant and disdainfully remarked, country bumpkin. Hurry and bring me a few more melons. The villager, enraged, clenched his fists and charged at Li Liang, pushing him to the ground and shouting, so what if you and Oppos? Re-wealthy? Why insult us? At this shout, several nearby villagers gathered around. Instead of retreating, Li Liang only resorted to further insults. A bunch of poor wretches, truly, poverty breeds contemptible people. You lot deserve to be poor for the rest of your lives. Is it just envy of the rich? Let me tell you, the earnings of your entire village combined wouldn't match mine. In your lifetime, you wouldn't be able to afford even one of my car wheels. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'll say it one more time. Tell me the address. I'm going to kill him. He lives a life of luxury, enjoying food and drink, all of which comes from the hard work of farmers. This kind of person deserves a beating. Which company does he belong to? Let us expose him and bring him to ruin. Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. In the broadcasting room, the director's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the scene, hastily switching the footage. But it was too late. The entire live stream was drowned in curses, and even the audience could no longer contain their outrage. Li Xiaolu, is this the successful entrepreneur husband you speak of? This is not an entrepreneur. This is a capitalist. You are the wife of a capitalist. You are no different from him. The majority of those present had parents who were farmers, and Li Liang's remark struck a painful chord with everyone. Li Xiaolu looked at the chaotic scene before her, filled with regret, wishing she had discreetly informed Li Liang that they were recording a show, so he could at least put on a facade. The most crucial point was that after so many years with Li Liang, she had never witnessed such arrogance from him. The audience's emotions grew increasingly agitated, and with no other option, Li Xiaolu had to leave the scene in disgrace amidst the crowd and oppose his accusations. Fukingran grew anxious, worriedly watching the live broadcast, fearing that Mayu might cause more trouble. In the footage, taking advantage of the chaos, Mayu prepared to leave with Ma Xiaobao. Clutching a large watermelon, Ma Xiaobao was unable to run quickly and was soon spotted by the villagers. Someone's stealing melons. Quick, catch the thief. Everyone turned to Mayu and rushed towards him. Without a second thought, Mayu abandoned Ma Xiaobao and fled. Ma Xiaobao angrily shouted after him, Mayu, you useless coward, come back. Just wait. I'll make sure my mom teaches you a lesson. Mayu, realizing he couldn't catch up, Ma Xiaobao threw the watermelon to the ground and turned to run. Lu Chen, witnessing the unfolding situation, quickly rushed over. Don't fight, don't fight. Upon seeing Lu Fengyan, the villagers parted ways. Lu Fengyan grabbed the villager at the forefront, blocking him. Old Wu, we cannot resort to violence. The villager, called Old Wu, looked frustrated. Fengyan, look at what they've done. They ruined all these melons. I'm not a petty person, but they are infuriating, seeing the damage to the melons. Lu Fengyan's expression darkened. Li Liang shouted at the top of his lungs, it's just a watermelon. Can't I compensate you? Old Wu became even angrier. I don't want your dirty money. Get out. Leave our village. The surrounding villagers echoed in unison. Get out. We don't welcome you. Li Liang felt the sting of humiliation and hurriedly took his leave with Li Zixuan. At that moment, Lu Chen rushed over, quickly offering, everyone, I apologize. It's our fault for causing you trouble. The villagers were not unreasonable. Mr. Lu, you are a good person. We do not blame you. We only fault this man for his lack of decency. Well said. He is indeed not a decent human being. I truly wonder where the production team finds such characters. They seem to disregard everything for the sake of ratings. I thought the famous singer's family would add a touch of glamour, but it turns out they brought nothing but trouble. Mr. Lu is simply wonderful. Despite having no connection to this mess, he still comes to apologize. The villagers are quite reasonable. The third day of the event concluded amidst the chaos. After returning to their room, Lu Chen found Lu Xiaoyu somewhat downcast. Daddy, are we leaving? Lu Chen smiled. What's wrong? Don't you want to leave? Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. I like it here. All the uncles, aunts, and everyone are so nice, and Mingyuan brother and Fengyan uncle are great too. Lu Chen reassured her, but we cannot oppose. Stay here forever. We still have school and need to go home. Plus, your mother is waiting for you at home. She must miss you dearly. A flicker of light crossed Lu Xiaoyu's face, but it quickly faded to a calm demeanor. Chen Geyao felt a stir within her, but soon quieted as she noticed Lu Xiaoyu's placid expression. Others also sensed the tension. Su Binfen approached, asking. Sister Geyao, Chen Geyao, seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the live broadcast. Lu Chen noticed Lu Xiaoyu's mood and quickly inquired, What is wrong, Xiaoyu? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head, softly saying, Daddy, I haven't studied these past few days. If Mommy finds out, she'll surely be upset, right? Could you please tell her that I don't want to go to tutoring classes? I promise to study hard, okay? Lu Chen and Appo's heart trembled. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? In his previous life, it was around this time that Chen Geyao had enrolled Lu Xiaoyu in several tutoring classes, robbing her of an entire weekend. Chapter 53. All has been revealed. Chen Geyao, her emotions a tapestry of conflicting feelings, gazed at the screen. As the president of a prominent entertainment enterprise, she possessed an intimate understanding of the trials and tribulations inherent in the industry. During her pregnancy with Lu Xiaoyu, she had made a solemn vow to redouble her efforts, ensuring a life of affluence for her daughter. Throughout Lu Xiaoyu's formative years, Chen Geyao had been meticulous in her approach to her daughter's upbringing, enrolling her in a diverse array of extracurricular activities to cultivate her artistic sensibilities. She also emphasized academic excellence, aspiring for her daughter to gain admission to a distinguished institution of higher learning. Furthermore, she imparted the principles of interpersonal relations, all in the hope of equipping Lu Xiaoyu with a plethora of life choices, whether embarking upon a professional career or establishing a family. Chen Geyao desired her daughter to navigate life with poise and competence. Recently, however, she had discerned a growing affinity between Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Chen, with her daughter confiding in him with secrets she was unwilling to share with her mother. This engendered a subtle sense of despondency within Chen Geyao, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them. As the live broadcast drew to a close, Lu Chen encountered an unforeseen predicament. The prearranged transportation back home had been disrupted due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving him in a quandary. Li Liang, sensing an opportunity to retaliate, seized upon Lu Chen's predicament. With a sardonic tone, Li Liang remarked, "Oh, what's this? Stranded, are we? How unfortunate." Lu Chen, dismissing Li Liang's words, prepared to contact alternative means of transportation when a large bus gracefully approached. A staff member alighted from the vehicle, addressing Lu Chen with deference. "Mr. Lu, we are here to escort you home." Lu Chen's countenance illuminated with delight as he grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand, ready to board the bus. Li Liang, incensed by this turn of events, stomped his foot in frustration, averting his gaze. The staff member approached Li Liang, inquiring politely, "Mr. Li, would you care to join us?" Li Liang, casting a disdainful glance at the bus, scoffed derisively, "Hardly. I would never deign to travel in such a dilapidated vehicle." The staff member, irked by his insolence, frowned and returned to the bus. The bus smoothly pulled away, gradually receding into the distance. Mayu departed in his BMW, leaving Li Liang stranded and isolated. He vented his frustration with a barrage of expletives. "Confounded driver, Zhang. How dare you ignore my calls? I'll have you terminated upon my return." As he waited, a notification appeared on his phone, a message from driver Zhang. "Mr. Li, I apologize for any inconvenience, but I tender my resignation. You may retain my salary for this month." "I never imagined you were such a person." Li Liang, bewildered by this message, was at a loss to comprehend the situation. He promptly contacted his secretary, inquiring anxiously, "What's the meaning of this? Why has Zhang resigned?" The secretary's tone was tinged with resignation. "Mr. Li, are you truly unaware of what has transpired?" Li Liang was even more perplexed. "Stop being cryptic. What is going on?" The secretary sighed. "I suggest you peruse the trending topics online." Li Liang swiftly accessed his phone and navigated to the trending topics on Weibo. His face paled as he absorbed the information. He then dialed Li Xiaolu's number, launching into a tirade. "Li Xiaolu, you have jeopardized me. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Meanwhile, Mayu was driving, his son, Ma Xiaobao, snoring loudly in the back seat. Much to Mayu's annoyance, as he cursed Ma Xiaobao under his breath, his phone rang. Recognizing the contact, his face lit up with delight as he answered the call. "Hello, Director Chen, what an unexpected pleasure. I must say, I am supremely confident in our upcoming production. However," Director Chen and Oppo's voice carried a hint of aloofness. "Mayu, let us reconsider our arrangement. You need not prepare for the time being." Mayu was dumbfounded. He had invested considerable time and resources into this production, only to have it abruptly canceled. He pleaded, "Director Chen, I implore you to provide an explanation. Why the sudden change of heart? I have already—" Director Chen, his voice tinged with urgency, interjected, "What are you implying, Mayu? This predicament is entirely of your own making. We have shown leniency by refraining from seeking damages. Are you truly unaware of the circumstances? I suggest you consult the trending topics online." With that, Director Chen terminated the call. Mayu, perplexed, had limited access to news updates during his time in the mountains. Could something significant have occurred? He swiftly accessed Weibo, and upon reading the trending topics, his face alternated between crimson and pallor. Mayu roared in fury. Slamming his fist on the steering wheel, Fu Qing ran. Mayu's countenance hardened as he abruptly brought the car to a halt, dragging the slumbering Ma Xiaobao out of the vehicle and subjecting him to a brutal thrashing. Lu Chen, seated on the bus, observed the sleeping Lu Xiaoyu and gently gestured for silence. Lu Xiaoyu, comprehending his intent, immediately covered her mouth with her small hands. Lu Chen dialed a number. "Mr. Lu, what an unexpected honor," came the jovial voice of Boss Su. Lu Chen chuckled. "Boss Su, if I recall correctly, you specialize in agricultural machinery. I am contemplating the purchase of a batch of such equipment." Boss Su replied, "Are you planning to procure them for Taojia village, Mr. Lu?" Lu Chen was taken aback. How did Boss Su possess this information? Boss Su explained, "Mr. Lu, are you truly unaware? You have become a trending sensation." Lu Chen frowned, realizing that he had neglected to check the trending topics for quite some time. As he prepared to access Weibo, Chen Geyao's call came through. Lu Chen said to Boss Su, "I must attend to a call. I shall forward the specific details to you later." Lu Chen answered Chen Geyao's call, but before he could speak, Chen Geyao said urgently, "Lu Chen, I must divulge something to you. I have been of late." Chen Geyao confessed everything in a single breath. A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line. Chen Geyao, receiving no response from Lu Chen, continued, "Are you displeased? I acknowledge that my actions were misguided." Lu Chen responded, "Not at all." As he spoke, he gently draped a garment over Lu Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly, and said with a smile, "Yu has fallen asleep. I am merely ensuring she remains comfortable." Chen Geyao, clutching her phone, inquired hesitantly, "Are you truly not angry with me?" Lu Chen chuckled, "Of course not. Your husband has acquitted himself admirably, becoming a national idol. Why would I be displeased? Have I brought shame upon you?" Chen Geyao, relieved, patted her chest and said, "You scoundrel, you terrified me." She then ventured to ask Lu Chen, "Are you truly averse to making your debut as an entertainer? With your talent, you are guaranteed to achieve stardom. While your age may not be advantageous, your innate gifts and abilities will undoubtedly." Chapter 54. The urgency lies with them. Before Chen Geyao could finish her sentence, Lu Chen resolutely declined. "No." Taking a deep breath, he added earnestly, "I do not care about fame. What matters most is you and you. My sole desire now is to take good care of you and to accompany you as she grows up healthily." Chen Geyao was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. With a sudden realization, Lu Chen teased, "No wonder you've been sharing all my songs online lately. What is this? Are you hoping for a superstar husband?" Chen Geyao shyly smiled. "Indeed. A king paired with a queen. What do you think?" Lu Chen's expression turned serious. "Comrade Geyao, I believe my talent is not inferior to that of any superstar." By the time Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu returned home, it was already 6 in the evening. As Lu Chen opened the door, a familiar aroma of delicious food wafted towards him, and he was pleasantly surprised to see a lavish spread prepared by Chen Geyao. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Wow, my dear wife, you have quite the culinary skills." He rushed forward, ready to embrace Chen Geyao, but abruptly halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings cautiously. "Have the cameras been removed?" Chen Geyao's cheeks flushed as she nodded gently. Seeing this, Lu Chen promptly scooped her up and showered her with kisses on her face. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyu quickly covered her eyes and squeaked, "Oh dear, Mom and Dad are being all lovey-dovey." The following morning, 2 pieces of news quickly spread across the internet, swiftly pushing Lu Chen into Oppo's song off the trending list. Chen Geyao informed Lu Chen about the news in advance. Lu Chen was merely acting in the live broadcast. All of Lu Chen's songs were pre-written by Chen Geyao, who intends to make him famous. Upon seeing these headlines, Chen Geyao felt speechless. As the president of an entertainment company, she was all too familiar with this kind of diverting public relations strategy. After messaging her PR team, she prepared to comfort Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen showed no signs of displeasure. He calmly regarded Chen Geyao and said, "So, we need to restore our reputation, but we must avoid falling into a self-incrimination trap. There's no need for you to rush. The urgency lies with them. They are the ones who need to salvage their image, and they will come looking for you." True to his words, no sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than Chen Geyao's phone rang. With a tone brimming with flattery, Hongbo's voice came through. Geyao, I hope I'm not bothering you. Are you busy at the moment? Surprised by Lu Chen and Oppo's calm demeanor, Chen Geyao coolly responded, Director Hong. Hasn't the live broadcast concluded? I have a few matters to attend to. Please get to the point. Hong bostone shifty to urgency, Geyao. You've seen the recent online sentiment. While I trust you, the public is unaware of the truth. Would you consider doing another live broadcast? It could help reverse the negative perception. And if this escalates, it might affect your family as well. Chen Geyao and Oppo's expression turned icy, and her tone chilled. Director Hong. Are you threatening me? Hongbo broke into a sweat, hastily clarifying, and no, I would never dare. Chen Geyao interrupted. Let me think. When is the next broadcast scheduled? 3 days from now, Hongbo replied eagerly. After hanging up, she turned to Lu Chen, who nodded with a smile. Agree to it. I have no objections. At Li Xiao Lu's home, Li Liang sat on the sofa, his face contorted with anger. The moment Li Xiao Lu returned home, he was about to explode when he saw her slam the door shut like a crazed lioness. Li Liang was momentarily taken aback, his movements faltering. I haven't even asked you yet. Why are you angry with me? Li Xiao Lu glanced at Li Zixian, who, frightened, quickly retreated to his room and shut the door. Only then did Li Xiao Lu glare at Li Liang. What do you think I'm angry about, Li Liang? Do you even realize what you've done? She stepped closer, causing Li Liang to back away and stumble onto the sofa. You always brag about how great you are at home. I thought it would be nice for you to appear on a show. And what do you do instead? Li Liang was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Li Xiao Lu narrowed her eyes disdainfully. I see you've grown a temper, daring to be impatient with me, and even have the audacity to flirt with other women. Let me tell you, Li Liang, if you dare betray me, this family, or our son, I will ensure you go bankrupt and end up on the streets. Li Liang panicked, losing all bravado, and quickly grasped Li Xiao Lu's shoulders. I was wrong. My dear wife, I promise to change. Please give me another chance. At Ma Yu's home, he knelt on the ground, shame washing over him. Fu Qingran tenderly touched her son's injured face, then, without hesitation, kicked Ma Yu. He's your son too. How could you be so cruel? Facing Fu Qingran's furious outburst, Ma Yu dared not utter a word. After beating Ma Xiaobao, Ma Yu regretted his actions. After all, his reputation was nearly ruined. And without any new projects, if Fu Qingran decided not to help him with his debts, he would be doomed forever. Endure, just as he had before. Ma Yu picked himself up from the floor. Fu Qingran shot him a glare. Ma Xiaobao smagli atema igreku. I am hungry. Go make me dinner. Ma Xiaobao ordered without hesitation. Fu Qingran frowned. Just as Ma Yu was about to rise, she interjected, Not so fast. Fu Qingran looked at the bewildered Ma Xiaobao. Xiaobao, your father and I are married. You can call him Ma Yu casually, but you must call him Dad. Ma Xiaobao immediately protested. I refuse. I won't call such a coward Dad. Fu Qingran's brow furrowed. She had already discussed with Li Xiao Lu about conducting a 5th live broadcast to restore the paternal images of Ma Yu and Li Liang. They would then hire online commentators to feign arguments, and subsequently pay to have the trending topics removed, allowing the matter to dissipate quietly. Now Ma Xiaobao must comply. If you don't listen, starting today, you will no longer be allowed to play on your phone or any gaming consoles. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao panicked. Losing his phone and gaming consoles felt like losing his very life. Reluctantly, he turned to Ma Yu. Dad. Hearing this title, Ma Yu was utterly stunned. But before he could fully process it, Fu Qingran suddenly spoke. Ma Yu, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 55. Hiring Online Trolls? A performance from both sides. 3 fleeting days passed, and the 5th episode of the show officially premiered amidst great anticipation. The moment the doors to the live broadcast opened, over 1 million viewers flocked in like moths to a flame. During these 3 days, Chen Geyao remained strategically silent, refraining from issuing any public relations statements, resulting in a balanced cacophony of support and derision online, creating a subtle standoff. In the early hours of today, Chen Geyao unexpectedly posted a brief yet powerful message on Weibo. The clear-minded will clear themselves. Welcome everyone to judge. This announcement was swiftly shared en masse, propelling the excitement for the 5th episode to new heights before it even began. As the host, Xiao Yu, entered the studio, she keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, brimming with determination, fixed their steely gazes on Chen Geyao, evidently well prepared for confrontation. Su Binfen, virin a warriete preson, hurriedly grasped Chen Geyao's hand upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Sister Geyao, don't pay attention to them. I wholeheartedly believe Lu Chen is not acting. A good father and a good man cannot simply be feigned." Chen Geyao smiled gently at Su Binfen, her heart warmed by the gesture. The host swiftly navigated through the established procedures. As the live broadcast unfolded, 3 families appeared on screen simultaneously. This time, the production team ingeniously utilized 3 large screens, each depicting a different family and Oppo's situation, with Lu Chen's family occupying the most prominent center screen. As the broadcast commenced, Lu Chen was seen diligently tidying up at home, just as he always did. However, to the astonishment of viewers, the other 2 families were engaged in identical activities. Ma Yu and Li Liang fumbled with brooms and mops in their living room, their actions resembling a comedic dance rather than a genuine cleaning effort. Ma Yu even exaggeratedly scrubbed the bottom of a vase, while Li Liang, with his stiff movements and disordered steps, appeared as if he was performing some sort of broom ballet. What nonsense! Who cleans so thoroughly that they scrub the bottom of a vase? Li Liang is even more absurd. I can't tell if he's sweeping the floor or having a fit. The signs of pretense are too evident. It's clear they're not accustomed to household chores. Lu Chen is indeed reliable. He is clearly skilled at housework. His movements are so natural. A torrent of comments flooded in, and Chen Geyao beamed with satisfaction at the barrage of supportive remarks. Meanwhile, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu seethed quietly, filled with resentment and fury. They understood that if Li Liang and Ma Yu had shared the household responsibilities more evenly, they wouldn't and amp Oppos to have appeared so awkward on camera. Yet, as the comments continued to proliferate, an inexplicable shift in sentiment occurred. Ma Yu is a celebrity, and Li Liang is an entrepreneur. Their contributions to the country through taxes are significant, so it's understandable they're not adept at housework. Exactly. If a family man like Lu Chen can't manage household chores, that is truly pitiful. A grown man, constantly revolving around chores and children, while also gaming with his daughter. What a waste of potential. Such a man living off a woman. Which woman would be fortunate to marry him? Su Binfen's face flushed with anger as she read these comments, her chest heaving with indignation, wishing to confront these individuals immediately. Chen Geyao, quick to react, restrained the impulsive Su Binfen. She recognized that these were clearly online trolls hired by Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to stir up trouble. In such instances, any support for Lu Chen would instantly become a target for these trolls. Observing Lu Chen diligently cleaning on screen, Chen Geyao recalled his words from the night before. Once the trolls reveal themselves, send a message to Chao want interactive entertainment. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and swiftly sent a message. Meanwhile, on screen, Lu Xiaoyu had completed her homework. Unbeknownst to her, the family was being broadcasted live, as both Lu Chen and Chen Geyao chose not to inform her for her protection. "Daddy, I finished my homework. Will you help me check it?" Lu Xiaoyu, with her big, sparkling eyes, asked sweetly. Lu Chen took the homework, gently setting it aside, and asked tenderly, "Yu, was today's homework difficult?" Lu Xiaoyu pondered seriously before responding. A few application questions were a bit tough, but I managed to solve them all. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "In that case, let us play a game." However, Lu Xiaoyu seemed less excited than usual and instead asked with concern, "Daddy, it seems like you and Mommy Haven T been very happy these past few days. Did you two have a fight?" It was then that Lu Chen realized the impact of the recent online discussions on Chen Geyao's mood. She had indeed been spending more time at home. And although he had relaxed some of his expectations for Lu Xiaoyu, it still placed some pressure on her. Lu Chen hadn't anticipated that the subtle shifts in his and Chen Geyao's demeanor had been so astutely observed by the perceptive Lu Xiaoyu. Yu is such a thoughtful child, so mature at such a young age. Indeed, how can those despicable online trolls target such a lovely family? We must resolutely oppose these trolls and refuse to allow them to tarnish the reputations of the songstress and Lu Chen. Those hiring trolls are utterly outrageous. Everyone knows who is behind this, but we want to expose them. In the studio, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran clenched their teeth in fury upon hearing the comments, struggling to maintain a facade of composure while their insides boiled with rage. Chen Geyao was equally surprised, not anticipating Lu Xiaoyu's profound insight. Su Binfun, feeling a pang of sympathy, whispered to Chen Geyao, "Sister Geyao, Yu is truly wise. Perhaps we should consider easing some of our expectations and not place too much pressure on her." Chen Geyao nodded slightly, reflecting on her past educational methods with newfound contemplation. On screen, Lu Chen, observing Lu Xiaoyu's worried expression, patiently explained, "No, Daddy would never argue with Mommy. It's just that Mommy has been very busy with work lately, so Daddy is giving her some space and not disturbing her." Lu Xiaoyu stared at Lu Chen for a long moment, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. Finally, she nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Okay, Daddy. If you and Mommy are ever unhappy, come to Yu. I'll help you both play games." Lu Chen was amused by Lu Xiaoyu's cuteness, laughing heartily as he raised his phone, saying, "All right, come on." Chapter 56. The invitation from Chao won interactive entertainment just as they were about to commence the game. The doorbell suddenly rang on the screen. Lu Chen rose to answer the door and was met by a distinguished gentleman clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by a burly bodyguard wearing sunglasses. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the broadcasting studio erupted in excitement, and the online viewer count surged like a rocket. Isn't that Su Baran and Gu Kong from Chao won interactive entertainment? Chao Wan is the leading titan in the domestic esports industry. Not only in esports, they also excel in mobile game development and IP incubation. How could Chao Wan possibly be looking for Lu Chen? Could it be related to Chen Geyao? "Good day. May I inquire if you're Mr. Lu?" Su Baran politely asked. Lu Chen nodded slightly, responding with curiosity. "And you are?" With a smile, Su Baran presented his business card, stating, "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Su Baran, the general manager of Chao Wan Interactive Entertainment." Lu Chen accepted the card with a smile. At this moment, the viewer count in the live stream had surpassed 2 million, with audiences fervently sharing news about Su Baran and Chao Wan Interactive. Chao Wan's standing in the esports arena is unparalleled, a veritable leader in modern electronic sports, with its teams consistently securing championships in various competitions. Its profitability in video gaming and esports is nearing that of industry giants like the Goose Factory. "Are you here for me, or for Geyao?" She is not home at the moment. In truth, Lu Chen was already aware of Su Baran's visit. He was a devoted husband and father, yet not one to be trifled with. Given that the fifth live broadcast was a test of the father's acting skills, why should he, Lu Chen, refrain from performing? Authenticity? That was merely an added value. Lu Chen stepped aside and gestured invitingly. "Please, come in." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, clutching her phone, peeked out upon hearing someone enter. Su Baran smiled and waved at her. "Hello there." Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. "Hello, uncle. You look so handsome." Lu Chen, Su Baran, and Gu Kong were taken aback, not expecting such a compliment from her. After Su Baran took a seat, Lu Chen poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Su, you would have come here without a purpose. Please, speak plainly. I'm merely a homemaker. What do you seek?" Su Baran chuckled humbly. "Mr. Lu, there's no need to undervalue yourself. I have seen clips of your gaming skills. Even our strongest team members may not measure up. Are you suggesting that you want me to compete professionally?" Lu Chen exaggeratedly queried. Su Baran quickly waved his hand. "Certainly not, Mr. Lu. I wish to invite you to be our brand ambassador, as we plan to host a national non-professional open tournament, and we hope you can be our guest. The remuneration is quite generous. As brand ambassador for 3 years, you will receive 5 million annually, and as a guest for the tournament, a one-time payment of 5 million. Additionally, we promise a profit sharing of 1/10 of related products during your tenure as ambassador. This amounts to a substantial income, indeed. One could even say it is a fortune. Should Lu Chen agree, there would be no significant risk, and he would have 10 million at his disposal almost immediately. The potential for profit was truly staggering. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, observing the conversation on screen, felt a surge of frustration. Their previous strongest argument against Lu Chen had been his lack of earning ability as a homemaker, yet now he was poised to earn such a sum. An idea they found unacceptable. Fu Qingran sneered. "It seems the influence of a superstar is indeed formidable. Does this imply that Chao One Interactive is also inclined towards collaboration with Xingchen Entertainment? Fu Qingran's words were sharply pointed, insinuating that Lu Chen's current gains were merely a result of his connection to Chen Geyao and Xingchen Entertainment. Tianyi unperturbiert Realität. There is currently no collaborative intent between Xingchen Entertainment and Chao One Interactive. However, as modern enterprises, it would be beneficial for us to communicate if the opportunity arises. Nevertheless, Mr. Lu cannot be compared to Mayu in this regard, as he is someone who can easily sign several $100 million in betting agreements. Chen Geyao's counterattack left Fu Qingran seething with rage. The envious Fu Qingran never misses an opportunity to challenge the superstar and Lu Chen. Honestly, I don't think Fu Qingran is entirely wrong. If not for Lu Chen's connection to Chen Geyao, why would he receive such compensation? Here comes another wave of envy and jealousy. Why should I care? Does it affect my $3,000 a month? The live stream continued. After exchanging contact information with Subaran, Lu Chen bid him farewell. Throughout the broadcast, Lu Chen had not directly agreed to Subaran's proposal. It was only after Subaran departed that Lu Chen approached Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. All right, Yu, let us begin. At Mayu's residence. Aware that he was live streaming, he was determined to present his best self. As soon as the clock struck 9, Mayu had already applied his makeup and had risen early to tidy up. The entire room was immaculate, as if he wished to dismantle and clean every screw. After completing the cleaning, Ma Xiaobao finally emerged from his slumber. The father and son exchanged glances, both recognizing the underlying tension in each other's eyes. Mayu had prepared nearly everything for the day, save for Ma Xiaobao. As long as Ma Xiaobao behaved, all would be well. Although it was already past 9, Ma Xiaobao had not yet reached for his phone after waking up, which was nothing short of miraculous for him. I knew it, the teacher and Oppos. S-child cannot merely be mischievous. Teacher Fu truly possesses remarkable skills. Ma Xiaobao has shown significant improvement. Compared to Lu Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaobao's blend of obedience with a hint of mischief is truly commendable. Indeed, it seems that the bad boy can easily redeem himself. Have we all forgotten the bullying incident involving Ma Xiaobao? Children will be children. Who among them is flawless? The polarizing comments left Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran genuinely believing that the cost of hired commenters was indeed significant. Xiaobao, are you awake? Have you finished your homework? Mayu inquired. Ma Xiaobao jolted, suddenly aware he was live streaming and must maintain his facade. If discovered by his mother, he would surely face a severe reprimand. Hastily, he retreated to his room and began scribbling his homework. Yet, after less than 10 minutes, he was overwhelmed. Why is this so difficult? I just want to play a game. His eyes darted around until he confirmed there were no hidden cameras. Then he discreetly placed his phone beneath his book. A sound emerged from the screen. Timmy. Startled, Ma Xiaobao quickly muted the sound, but Mayu had already noticed. Xiaobao, are you playing on your phone? Mayu questioned sharply. Upon seeing Mayu approach, Ma Xiaobao felt a wave of impending doom. Chapter 57. Father, I do not want to tutor. Ma Xiaobao bit the pen, the nib tracing circles on the homework paper. Writing homework? How could he write when he was utterly at a loss? Mayu approached, his gaze sweeping across Ma Xiaobao's desk. Before leaving, Fu Qingran had granted him the authority to discipline Ma Xiaobao, and now, the sight of Mayu made Ma Xiaobao tremble with fear. No, I and Oppos am doing my homework, he stammered. Mayu glanced at the exercise book, which was a sight to behold. Scrawled handwriting, and even the simplest multiple-choice questions were answered incorrectly in a chaotic manner. However, this was a live broadcast, and Ma Xiaobao's performance reflected his image in the public eye. Mayu gritted his teeth. Xiaobao, we're doing well. Keep up the good work. I can't hold back. Such blatant lies. Where are the trolls? Why aren't they showing up? This guy thinks he can compare to Master Lu? Can he even match up to Lu Xiaoyu? We're not even asking you to excel in studies, but your performance is riddled with errors, truly disappointing. In the midst of this, the live stream featuring Lu Chen suddenly erupted with the sound of piano music. Lu Xiaoyu was practicing, while Lu Chen recorded a video beside her. Just when everyone assumed Lu Chen would guide Lu Xiaoyu as he had done before, he remained still. Only after the piece concluded did the production team shift their focus to Chen Kongming. Ho Xiaoyu inquired, Mr. Chen, you witnessed Lu Xiaoyu's piano performance just now. What are your thoughts? Chen Kongming picked up the microphone and responded candidly. Lu Xiaoyu's piano skills rank among the finest of her peers. Her finger technique and rhythm are commendable. However, it is evident that she still feels unfamiliar with several key positions. With the guidance of a professional piano teacher, she could improve significantly, though there is no need to rush. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience, directed not at Chen Kongming, but at Lu Chen. I knew it. Last time was undoubtedly a performance orchestrated by Lu Chen. He has no real talent. If Lu Chen's piano skills were that high, why couldn't he recognize it? The truth comes to light. I recently heard the new batch of agricultural machinery arrived at Taojia village. It must have been sponsored by Lu Chen. They have been in collusion all along. Chen Geyao clenched her teeth. As the comments in the chat began to sway public perception, Su Binfeng wore a tense expression. She believed in Lu Chen. But the public was easily influenced by trending topics. Li Xiaolu exchanged a knowing smile with Fu Qingran, each seeing pride reflected in the other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Chen spoke. Yu, shall we switch places? Lu Xiaoyu nodded, stepping down from her spot. Father, will you play the piano too? Lu Chen smiled gently. You played beautifully just now, but there were a few areas that could be improved. Listen to your father play a piece, and then you could try again. All right? Lu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Yes. As Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly in preparation, the moment his fingers touched the keys, a melodious sound filled the studio. Upon finishing the piece, Chen Kongming sprang to his feet. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The director quickly shifted the camera to Chen Kongming, whose voice trembled with emotion. Instead of offering a critique, he presented a sheet of music. Ms. Chen, may I request Lu Chen to perform this piece? Chen Geyao was momentarily taken aback. Chen Kongming pressed further. Ms. Chen, may I ask, has your husband truly never studied piano? Chen Geyao, as confusion deepened. I have never seen Lu Chen play the piano. Is something wrong? Chen Kongming promptly fell silent. Oh, nothing, Ms. Chen. I simply hope you will allow Lu Chen to perform this piano piece. Chen Geyao nodded. As a luminary of the music festival, Chen Kongming was granted expedited access by the production team. The sheet music was transmitted to Chen Geyao by Chen Kongming. Upon seeing the score, Lu Chen was initially taken aback. This was a piece of music that had become quite rare. Modern compositions, even those that have survived, tend to incorporate contemporary elements to align with popular songs. Yet, in an era before popular music emerged, piano compositions were a unique art form of the West. The piece before him was one he had encountered during his early piano lessons. It seemed his wife was participating in a program with exceptional talents. He must make her proud. Lu Chen composed himself and sat at the piano. The haunting melody began to flow, moving Chen Kongming to rise from his seat. He gently closed his eyes, raising his hands, and allowed his fingers to dance to the rhythm of the music. As the piece concluded, Chen Kongming was in tears. I never imagined, in my lifetime, I would hear such authentic classical music. Chen Kongming exclaimed, moving towards Chen Geyao. Ms. Chen, I must meet Mr. Lu. The audience was left in shock. To evoke such reverence from Chen Kongming indicated the astounding caliber of Lu Chen's performance. In fact, many audience members found themselves lost in the moment as Lu Chen played. Naturally, Chen Geyao was eager to forge a connection with a figure of Chen Kongming and Appo's stature. As the clock struck noon, Lu Chen was preparing for lunch when an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged foreign man standing outside, accompanied by a young man of Chinese descent. Good day, may I ask who you are? Hello, are you Mr. Lu? This is Mr. James Long, president of the International Culinary Association. Upon hearing the name, Lu Chen immediately envisioned the man. James Long was a notable figure, renowned for his culinary excellence. He was the chef behind sumptuous meals that attracted the wealthy, who would spend fortunes just to have him cook for them. To be cautious, Lu Chen conducted a quick search online to confirm James Long's identity before allowing him entry. Mr. Lu, may I request that you prepare the Wellington steak you made previously? The young man beside James Long produced a thermal box. Mr. Lu, we have brought all the necessary ingredients. James Long's expression was one of sheer excitement. I realize this may seem presumptuous, but even through the live broadcast, I could sense the authentic flavor of your Wellington steak. I have dedicated my life to the culinary arts, and I came here explicitly to learn from you. At the sight of James Long, Lu Xiaoyu quickly hid behind the sofa. Father, I do not want a tutor. Chapter 58. The reverence of world-class chefs. Lu Xiaoyu crouched at the doorway, her eyes eagerly fixed on James Long. The gaze made James feel somewhat awkward. Mr. Lu, may I inquire when you began learning how to prepare beef Wellington? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. I can and Oppos. To recall precisely, perhaps 7 or 8 years ago. James and Oppos' mouth fell open in astonishment. Mr. Lu, you must be jesting. With that level of culinary skill, you could undoubtedly be regarded as a head chef. You should seek grander venues to showcase your talents rather than remaining here as a mere home cook. Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos' little face fell at this remark. She dashed in front of James and extended her hand to shield Lu Chen. Daddy doesn't want to go cook for others. He says the happiest thing is cooking for you and Mama. Lu Chen smiled gently, affectionately tousling Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Mr. James, I have no intention of becoming a Western cuisine chef. For me, the utmost priority is caring for this family. What a good man. Lu Chen is truly the epitome of a devoted family man. Where are those detractors now? Our Lu Chen isn't incapable of earning money. He simply doesn't need to. Lu Chen is certainly not short of wealth. Soon after, 2 servings of beef Wellington emerged from the kitchen. James Long eagerly sampled Lu Chen's creation. With just a single bite, the joy on his face faded. The disparity was too vast. Mr. Lu, the gap between us is insurmountable. I have spent a lifetime preparing Western cuisine, believing myself unmatched, yet you truly are a genius. Might I have the honor of requesting your guidance on other dishes? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This was somewhat, since it was aimed at silencing the critics. It was of little concern. Could it be construed as a challenge? James Long smiled slightly, expressing his hope that Mr. Lu would accept a challenge. I am not very familiar with new dishes. How about starting with a portion of Ningxiang foie gras mousse? In the studio, the audience gradually began to disregard Li Liang and Ma Yu and Oppos' family as they witnessed the scene at Lu Chen and Oppos' home. Chen Geyao looked at Lu Chen with newfound admiration, as if she had never known him before. If it were not for this show, she would have never realized Lu Chen's exceptional prowess in Western cuisine. James Long, a chef famed worldwide, was willing to concede to him? At this moment, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu began to feel uneasy. How could they allow Lu Chen to steal the spotlight? They had planned this 5th episode to salvage their image while undermining Lu Chen. In the ensuing moments, everyone witnessed James Long's astonishment and reverence. Lu Chen had achieved his objective, skillfully declining James Long's invitation and finally sending him away. At that moment, the host, Xiao Yu, received a message from the production team. She promptly stepped to the center of the stage. Dear viewers in the live broadcast and the audience present, after a morning of observation, we have witnessed the different parenting styles of 3 fathers. Now, we will have each family call their father to assign a task. For the first family, please welcome the diva, Geyao. The camera swiftly focused on Chen Geyao. As the pivotal figure of the 5th episode, her appearance undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Chen Geyao stood up and dialed a number. While cooking, Lu Chen heard the incoming call and promptly answered. Hello, dear, what's the matter? Chen Geyao asked straightforwardly. Honey, have you checked your US homework? Lu Chen paused. He truly hadn't checked. The audience's gaze converged on Lu Chen, eagerly anticipating his response. What do you think Lu Chen will say? In the 5th episode, the fathers are aware. He certainly cannot claim to have already checked. If he admits he hasn't checked, one that appear quite irresponsible. But he genuinely hasn't checked the homework. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Geyao's question. Lu Chen replied warmly, no, but that was intentional. Chen Geyao raised an eyebrow, her tone inquisitive. Why? Are you trying to take it easy? Of course not. Lu Chen replied earnestly. I believe checking homework should not occur immediately after it is completed. If you feel satisfied with her work, it indicates the assignment and Oppos' difficulty is manageable for her. Therefore, I believe she should be allowed to enjoy her other activities and play well. Once everything is concluded, I can review her homework with her, which will reinforce her understanding without causing her distress over mistakes during other tasks. Lu Chen advocated for joyful education. Though Chen Geyao found his reasoning compelling, she instinctively felt some disagreement. After all, Children's playful nature can lead to difficulties in regaining focus once they are allowed to indulge. However, given that this was a live broadcast, Chen Geyao chose to align with Lu Chen's views. Just don't forget to assist you with her studies. Also, I'm considering hiring her an English tutor. Upon hearing about the tutor, Lu Chen's expression shifted. However, he quickly regained his composure. Dear, isn't it a bit early for you, who is only in second grade, to have a tutor? Chen Geyao slowly shook her head. You must start her English learning now. Many children begin learning in kindergarten, and by third grade, it'll be too late. Lu Chen fell silent for a few seconds before responding with a smile. All right, dear. After hanging up, Fu Qingran wasted no time in confronting Chen Geyao. Diva Geyao, I believe your educational approach has significant flaws. Chen Geyao had anticipated Fu Qingran's interjection, thus she chose to ignore it. During a child's developmental stage, apart from academics, they should also thrive in moral, physical, artistic, and labor aspects. Little Xiaoyu is still young. Excessive pressure could lead to a distaste for learning. After Fu Qingran spoke, seeing that Chen Geyao paid her no mind, she angrily returned to her seat. At this moment, Su Binfen approached, somewhat conflicted. Sister Geyao, I also feel that hiring a tutor for you at this early stage might be premature. Chen Geyao looked at Su Binfen in confusion. She couldn't understand why Su Binfen would echo Fu Qingran and Appo's as sentiments. With third grade approaching, if we don't familiarize you with English beforehand, she could easily fall behind. After all, the initial stages of language acquisition require a significant amount of linguistic talent. Chen Geyao was unwilling to gamble on Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's language aptitude. She felt compelled to start early, even if many disagreed with her. Chen Geyao firmly believed she was right. As this minor episode concluded, Li Xiaolu called Li Liang. Feeling somewhat bored at home, Li Liang and Appo's eyes lit up upon receiving Li Xiaolu and Appo's call. He cleared his throat, astonished. My wife is calling me. Upon answering, his voice was overflowing with affection. Hello, dear wife. You finally called me. I miss you so much. Chapter 59. Goodness, both families are putting on a show together. Li Liang and Appo's affected tone evidently stirred discontent among the audience in the studio. It wasn't in Appo's that they could not tolerate his manner of speaking, but rather the stark contrast in his demeanor towards his wife and child suggested a depth of cunning character. Li Xiaolu noted this discrepancy, prompting her voice to take on a more serious tone, heavy with concern. Enough with the frivolity. What have you been doing at home? Have you been diligently assisting Li Zixuan with his homework? Upon hearing the shift in Li Xiaolu's tone, Li Liang's mind raced, quickly grasping the implications. His wife was upset. This was the perfect moment for him to showcase his gentle husband persona. My dear, are you unhappy? Have you encountered some troubles? Please, share with me, and I shall help you resolve them. Li Liang and Appo's evasion of the pressing issue only deepened Li Xiaolu and Appo's frustration. The audience and Appo's murmurs grew louder, clearly voicing their disapproval of Li Liang. This family of three is all actors. I bet if Li Liang entered the entertainment industry, he would earn far more. If I hadn't in Appo's watched the previous episodes, I might have thought Li Liang was a good husband. Come on, the 5th episode has already aired. Who is he trying to impress? Good acting? Not necessarily. Just look at Lu Dazhong. Anyone who truly treats their wife well makes it abundantly clear. As the barrage of comments increasingly favored Lu Chen, Li Xiaolu grew anxious. Li Liang, I ask you, how is Li Zixuan's homework coming along? Spare me the nonsense. Li Liang and Appo's irritation flared, his lips twitching in displeasure. If this weren't and Appo's a live broadcast, do you think I would be so amicable in my responses? Unfortunately, this live stream was crucial for his social reputation and business, so despite his annoyance, he had to endure. Zixuan's homework is, of course, completed and exceedingly well done. He approached Li Zixuan's room, where the boy hastily stashed his phone away upon seeing him. Li Liang caught the subtle movement, his teeth gritting in frustration as he shot Li Zixuan a warning glare, causing the boy to break into a cold sweat. Zixuan, how is your homework coming along? Li Liang endeavored to embody the image of a caring father, but left Li Zixuan feeling deeply uncomfortable. How had the once stern father transformed into this? Li Liang subtly conveyed a warning glance to Li Zixuan, urging him to choose his words carefully. The stark contrast in his demeanor only heightened Li Zixuan's unease. I and Oppos, V, finished writing, Dad. Today I worked on math. Li Zixuan and Oppos. S eyes darted, his expression desperate. The multiplication and division combinations, and I also learned. Is he rehearsing lines? I remember struggling with classical Chinese like that. This confirms it. Even when rehearsing lines, he stumbles. His performance is simply subpar. Look, Li Liang's face has turned green. Li Zixuan faltered again, igniting Li Liang's displeasure further as his mouth twitched and his eyes widened in frustration. Is this really the extent of your memorization skills? It was evident that Li Xiaolu's acting talent had not been inherited by Li Zixuan. Fortunately, the homework had been meticulously completed by someone else in advance, with neat handwriting and rigorous formulas. Li Liang proudly held up Li Zixuan's homework for the camera to capture clearly. Oh dear, Zixuan, your handwriting is exquisite. Yes, and all the answers are correct. Truly outstanding. Li Zixuan lowered his head in embarrassment, his expression a blend of disbelief and discomfort. Li Liang, grinning, addressed the camera. My dear wife, rest assured. Zixuan's homework is splendidly done. All correct. The livestream camera focused on Li Zixuan's work, which indeed looked impressive. Neat, fluid strokes. Not at all resembling the scrawls of a child. Many viewers recalled Li Zixuan's previous haphazard attempts at homework, casting doubt on the authenticity of his current work. Li Xiaolu clenched her hands tightly, inwardly cursing the production team for deliberately showcasing the homework. Was this not an embarrassment? And how had Li Liang failed to notice such a simple detail? Chen Geyao sensed something amiss, his eyes lighting up as he seized the microphone to inquire. Ling Ho, may I ask, how old is Li Zixuan now? Li Xiaolu furrowed her brow, replying slowly, he is in the 3rd grade, 9 years old. Chen Geyao chuckled, causing Li Xiaolu and Oppos' heart to race with trepidation. She fixed her gaze on him, attempting to decipher the source of his amusement. Beside her, Su Binfin chimed in. As far as I know, 3rd graders haven't learned to solve equations yet. Zixuan is quite exceptional to be tackling equation problems at this age, and the approach seems reminiscent of calculus techniques. Ling Ho, how do you educate your child? Care to share? This is blatant flattery turned to ridicule. The diva and the little diva are in perfect harmony. Li Xiaolu is utterly defeated. When actors stumble, so do props. The quality of this short play is abysmal. This is public humiliation. Li Xiaolu has nowhere to hide. Li Xiaolu forced a smile, feeling increasingly uneasy in her seat, her gaze darting nervously around. Actually, it was all Li Liang and Oppos' doing. I Haven and Oppos' T exerted much effort. She hastily concluded the topic, casting a pleading glance at Fu Qingran, who appeared to be avoiding her gaze, as if she were a plague. Li Xiaolu bit her lip in frustration. In matters of child-rearing, her family could never compare to teacher Fu and Oppos'. I see Ma Yu is teaching Ma Xiaobao. Shall we take a look at how he educates? The host, Xiao Yu, was eager to wrap up the awkward scene involving Li Xiaolu and Oppos' family. Fu Qingran confidently picked up her phone. Ma Yu's unlike Li Liang. He hails from a legitimate acting background. Upon dialing, Ma Yu, upon seeing the caller ID, brightened, deliberately raising his phone where the camera could catch it. ISN and Oppos'. T the note and Oppos'. Poisonous woman and Oppos'. Why has it changed to and Oppos'? Beloved wife and Oppos'. Beloved wife. Does that imply there are other wives he doesn't and Oppos'? T cherish? Goodness. It seems they're both ready to put on a performance. Isn't this a live parenting show? Why has it morphed into a drama between Fu Qingran's and Li Xiaolu's families? You all carry on watching them. I'll stick to Lu Dazhong. The comments caused a subtle shift in Fu Qingran and Oppos' demeanor. The 3 families were broadcasting together, but were divided into 3 separate streams, allowing them to see the online viewer counts for each. Lu Chen and Oppos' stream maintained over 4 million viewers half an hour in, while their 2 families combined barely reached a fraction of that. This was unacceptable. They had come to improve their public image. Once Ma Yu answered the call, he immediately adopted a demeanor and tone 10 times more syrupy than Li Liang's. My love, you finally called. Did you know I spent the entire morning thinking of you? Chapter 60. 2 families stuck in the mud. The audience in the broadcasting hall was instantly engulfed in a chill, too apprehensive to meet each other's gaze. Chen Geyao and Su Binfen stifled their laughter, desperately trying to suppress any sound. Fu Qing ran appeared awkward, his toes digging into the ground. Mayu, how is Xiao Bao's homework coming along? Have you been diligent in checking it? Mayu cast a proud glance at the diligent Xiao Bao, who was engrossed in his assignments. In a bid to ensure Xiao Bao's compliance, Fu Qing had granted Mayu the authority to discipline him before leaving. Although Xiao Bao resisted, Fu Qing was the undisputed authority in the household. Consequently, Xiao Bao behaved exceptionally well throughout the day. Rest assured, my dear wife, I have Xiao Bao under control. He is diligently working on his homework, so you need not worry. Fu Qing finally donned a satisfied expression. Just as she was about to end the call, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Geyao, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of triumph. Darling, once Xiao Bao completes his homework, please spend some time playing with him. Do not place too much pressure on him. After all, a child's joyful growth is paramount. There is no need for tutoring classes. Mayu was momentarily taken aback by Fu Qing's blatant double entendre. His brain quickly processed her implication, and he became resolute, his demeanor grave. Wife, how can you say such a thing? The competition is fierce. We cannot allow Xiao Bao to fall behind. He continued, once he finishes his homework, I and Amp, Oppos, LL have him complete 10 sets of practice papers. And with school approaching, we must schedule tutoring sessions. I'll search for suitable options shortly. English is essential. I shall hire an English tutor for Xiao Bao. We need not worry about the expense. Even with school starting, we cannot slack off. After school, Xiao Bao should head straight to tutoring. I'll prepare dinner. Physics and chemistry, biology and geography, they must all be studied now. And as for mobile phones, they are detrimental to children today. No more phone usage. As he spoke, Mayu seized Xiao Bao's phone. Xiao Bao immediately protested. Mayu, what are you doing? Give me back my phone. Mayu shook his head resolutely. No, from today until you gain admission to a doctoral program, you shall not use your phone. Xiao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea how long it would take her a doctorate, but he knew it would be an eternity. Mayu, you are going too far. Xiao Bao's eyes bulged, his face trembling with indignation, his breath quickening. Xiao Bao, how dare you speak to me like that? You must listen and study diligently so that you can earn a good living and show filial piety to your parents. Filial piety, my foot. Xiao Bao lunged to reclaim his phone. Their bodies collided, and Mayu lost his balance, crashing to the ground. The phone slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the corner of the wall. With a resounding crack, the screen shattered, plunging into darkness. Xiao Bao stood frozen, bewildered and at a loss. Mayu rose from the floor, his expression seething with anger. He could be a nurturing father, but this moment called for a stern demeanor. Xiao Bao, how could you strike me? Do you not understand? I am your father. This is an act of disobedience. Xiao Bao hung his head silent. Mayu straightened his clothes. Mindful of the live broadcast, he could not physically reprimand his son. Xiao Bao, apologize now, and I shall spare you from punishment. Yet, Xiao Bao remained immobile, like a statue, unyielding. Mayu and Amp, Oppos, S lips twitched, his expression darkening. Xiao Bao and Amp, Oppos, S blatant disregard for him was intolerable. It was time for consequences. Xiao Bao, I am your father. You must apologize. Mayu's tone turned frigid, delivering an ultimatum. Finally, Xiao Bao moved. I am your father. He shouted, and with that his fist struck Mayu's face. True fatherly love. Don and Amp, Oppos, T mentioned Xiao Bao. I feel like giving him a piece of my mind. Is there such a father? Teaching physics and chemistry to a third grader? If he manages to get a doctorate, it would be a disgrace to academia. In the director's room, Hong Bo wore an expression of utter embarrassment. These two families were indeed hopeless. For the 5th episode of the live broadcast, he had granted Fu Qing and Li Xiao Lu ample preparation time, hoping to double their popularity, yet they delivered such dismal results. Director, only Lu Chen's live stream is performing exceptionally well, the other two families. Zhang Zhifeng's expression was grim, his demeanor conflicted. What happened? Hong Bo's irritation was evident, his voice questioning. Is there something you cannot say directly? After a long pause, Zhang Zhifeng finally spoke, director. The performances of Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qingran in the 5th episode have severely impacted our show and Oppo's S ratings. To put it bluntly, if Lu Chen's 5th episode does not surpass 5 million in viewership, our program will be deemed a failure. Hong Bo was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. He had no option but to prioritize the show's reputation. After much contemplation, he positioned the microphone before him and assigned a task to the host, Xiao Yu. The viewership in the live streams of Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qingran plummeted, while Lu Chen and Oppo's S numbers steadily rose. Teacher Fu. I believe my Yu's approach to education is problematic. Keeping a child in tutoring and school all day is detrimental to their physical and mental development. Su Binfen's face was wrought with concern, her tone urgent. She was genuinely anxious. Apart from Fu Qingran, how many parents, out of fear for their children's studies, enrolled them in numerous tutoring classes? An excess of such classes stunted a child in Oppo's S healthy growth, leading to potential issues in adulthood. However, Fu Qingran did not appreciate Su Binfen and Oppo's S well-meaning advice. She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. My Yu and Oppo's S actions reflect a father and Oppo's S aspirations for his child. Besides, isn't Geyao preparing in the same way? Doesn't she also want to hire an English tutor? At this point, Fu Qingran was indifferent to others' opinions. It was evident that Lu Chen and Oppo's S victory in the 5th episode was assured, leaving no opportunity for Ma Yu and Xiao Bao to turn the tide. If she could not attain success, neither would anyone else. With Fu Qingran's comments, the focus shifted back to Chen Geyao. Host Xiao Yu seized the moment to inquire, Geyao, what is your perspective on this matter? Chen Geyao paused, her gaze questioning as she looked at Xiao Yu. As a host, Xiao Yu and Oppo's S question was clearly aimed at generating discussion and increasing viewership. If she were to refute her previous intentions of hiring an English tutor for Lu Xiao Yu, it would undoubtedly provide ammunition for critics, suggesting she was merely succumbing to pressure rather than expressing her true sentiments. Conversely, if she maintained her stance, it would be falling into Fu Qingran's trap. Chapter 61. Is he only capable of saying Ella no oil? This question, regardless of how it is answered, is inherently flawed. Su Binfeng also recognized this, her gaze fixating on Xiao Yu. The latter and Oppo's S eyes darted away, her demeanor tinged with a hint of anxiety. In that moment, both Su Binfeng and Chen Geyao comprehended that the director was placing his bets on Lu Chen. Chen Geyao felt a surge of displeasure. She had mentally prepared herself to be the topic of conversation before participating in the show, but if the intent was to malign her, that was simply intolerable. Perhaps it would be better for the songstress to have another conversation with Lu Chen. Xiao Yu quickly sought a resolution for Chen Geyao. After all, Chen Geyao was the president of a top-tier entertainment company, and how could a mere host provoke her? Chen Geyao's beautiful eyes softened, yet at that moment, Fu Qingran, the one posing the question, was not pleased. Her inquiry was designed to prompt Chen Geyao into making a mistake. How could she allow another phone call? Host, isn't this somewhat unfair? If every question necessitates a phone call, our show loses its essence. Or is it that the songstress can't even address my question? You may choose to decline to answer. Fu Qingran was resolute in dragging Chen Geyao down with her, just as Chen Geyao composed herself, preparing to retaliate. A twist occurred in Lu Chen's live stream. Ever since his phone call with Chen Geyao, Lu Chen had developed a strong aversion to the idea of hiring a tutor. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of his past life. His solution was straightforward. It was merely English, a language he was certainly capable of. Lu Chen called for Lu Xiao Yu. However, she appeared somewhat uncomfortable, her gaze conflicted as she looked at him. Daddy, I don't want to hire a tutor. I promise I will study hard, and I won't play Honor of Kings anymore, okay? Seeing this resolute man's heartache, if she doesn't want to hire one, then she shouldn't. Oh, why would she need a tutor? Yu is quite capable. It's clear that Lu Chen has no desire to hire a tutor for Yu. He must have a plan. Lu Chen, please save Yu. Lu Chen gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's little head, assuring her, don't worry, Yu. Daddy won't hire a tutor. I will be your teacher. How does that sound? Lu Xiaoyu and oppose. S eyes widened in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Daddy, do you mean you can speak English? Lu Chen speaks English. Not just Lu Xiaoyu, but everyone in the studio was taken aback. Eyes turned toward Chen Geyao, who sat frozen, at a loss. She had never heard Lu Chen speak English before. Wait, she had. Su Binfeng's face was urgent, her expression flustered as she quickly asked Chen Geyao. Sister Geyao, is it true? Can Lu Chen speak English? Chen Geyao's expression was exceedingly awkward. She had indeed heard Lu Chen speak English, but it was a distinctly Chinese accented version, essentially a phonetic approximation. If phonetics counted, he might know a handful of words. No one had anticipated such a version of English, prompting a wave of good-natured laughter from the audience. Haha, I finally found a similarity between myself and Lu Chen. Sister, you don't understand. Phonetic learning is the genius's path in learning English. However, with that level, the songstress would never allow Lu Chen to teach you, right? Perhaps Lu Chen has a hidden talent? Everyone remained calm. Fu Qingran scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If he can't speak English, he shouldn't teach it. Otherwise, he would mislead students. As a father, he should possess a sense of responsibility. Simply staying at home to educate his children would not suffice. As Chen Geyao prepared to counter Fu Qingran and amp, oppose, as sharp remarks, she suddenly heard standard English emanating from Lu Chen's livestream. My name is Lu Xiaoyu, a second-grade elementary school student. Lu Chen explained. What Daddy just said was, my name is Lu Xiaoyu, and I am a second-grade elementary school student. Lu Xiaoyu and oppose. S eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, Daddy, you can actually speak English. How amazing. The audience in the studio looked at Chen Geyao with puzzled expressions. Is this phonetic English? This sounded quite authentic. I am an English major in college. I can attest that Lu Chen and oppose. As pronunciation is impeccable. My goodness. Is Lu Chen truly a house husband? Are we sure he isn't an English teacher? 99,999 sincerely seeks Lu Chen to tutor my child in English. Chen Geyao was equally astonished, almost frozen in place, staring intently at Lu Chen's gentle visage on the screen. The few times she had heard Lu Chen speak English were during their marriage when he had uttered Ella no oil. In their everyday life, Lu Chen would occasionally joke with her, slipping in a few heavily accented English phrases. Moreover, Lu Chen had never claimed his English was this proficient. At that moment, Chen Geyao felt as if she were rediscovering a new talent in Lu Chen, casting doubt upon herself. The exalted songstress and female president of an entertainment company had unconsciously positioned herself as the pillar of their home. Was it possible that in doing so, she had overlooked many of Lu Chen and oppose's abilities? Or was it that Lu Chen, in his desire for her to shine ever brighter, had willingly concealed his own talents? Amidst the audience's bewilderment, Chen Geyao's phone rang suddenly. Hello, wife. I have something very important to discuss with you. Chen Geyao feigned curiosity and asked, Oh, what is it? Lu Chen replied, Regarding you hiring a tutor, I wholeheartedly agree. However, I believe it is unnecessary to spend that money, as my English is quite good. Chen Geyao and oppose. Lips curled into a smile. Oh, you can speak English? Why was I not aware? Lu Chen chuckled playfully. As a house husband, I rarely have a need to use English, so I haven't mentioned it. In fact, I'm at the level of English Proficiency 10, with a score of 9 in IELTS and 119 in TOEFL. Once again, the audience was astounded by Lu Chen and oppose's revelation. What did it mean to score 9 in IELTS and 119 in TOEFL? The combination of the two only totals 130 points, yet Lu Chen achieved an impressive 129. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Wife, why are you silent? How about I tutor you? Rest assured, I am completely reliable. Only then did Chen Geyao grasp Lu Chen and oppose's words, exhaling deeply before responding slowly. Since you are so confident, then of course you may, but I have one condition. Upon hearing that Chen Geyao actually agreed, Lu Chen was overjoyed, waving his hand. Don't mention just one condition. I agree to 100. Chen Geyao smiled slightly, her satisfaction evident. You must create an English song. If I am pleased, I will allow you to tutor you otherwise. Before she could finish, Lu Chen, caught off guard, effortlessly opened his mouth, and a melodious English song resonated through the air. I'll smile. I know what it takes to fool this town. Chapter 62. My husband is too exceptional. What can I do? I and Oppos. LL smile. I know what it takes to fool this town. I will wear a bright smile, fully aware of the price one must pay to deceive the masses. I shall endure until the sun sets, and throughout the long night, even as darkness envelopes me. Oh yes, I will tell you what you wish to hear. A tremendous bolt of lightning struck through Chen Geyao's mind. She sat there, phone in hand, stunned as if turned to stone. Within the screen, Lu Chen's enchanting voice continued to sing, while Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him like an idol, her small hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Countless viewers watched this scene, their minds struggling to comprehend the grandeur unfolding before them. When Lu Chen said that earlier, I thought he was boasting, but hearing him sing has convinced me. Shoo, let me kneel in reverence for a moment. As an American-born Chinese, I must say this English is simply impeccable. I believe it now. There truly are individuals capable of being omnipotent. At this moment, Su Binfeng and Chen Geyao wore identical expressions. As a singer, Su Binfeng recognized from the very first verse that this song was far from ordinary. As the chorus approached, Lu Chen and Oppos' voice soared to new heights. The entire studio resonated with Lu Chen's captivating magnetism and powerful delivery. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche without brakes. I am invincible, and I shall triumph in every single game. Those who understood English recognized the sentiment. Indeed, I shall triumph in every single game. This had been the prevailing tone of Mom is Not Home from the very beginning. Initially, everyone was unaware that they were being broadcasted live. Yet Chen Geyao and Oppos' household had dominated the competition effortlessly up to this point. In the final episode, Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qing Ran had meticulously scripted their plans, even going so far as to hire online influencers to twist public opinion. They tried to complicate matters regarding Chen Geyao's tutoring. But with just one phone call from Lu Chen, all doubts were dispelled. At this moment, Chen Geyao felt as though she were meeting Lu Chen for the first time. He had simply sung a song, and the distinction was glaring. The entire performance in flawless English was a masterpiece that would surely captivate anyone who laid eyes on it, and the conclusion was unequivocal. This was an original creation. While English may not be inherently difficult, no one in this world had ever managed to sing such a high-quality English song in such a brief time frame. The expressions of Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qing Ran were evidence of their disbelief. The astonished faces of Chen Geyao and Su Binfeng were the answer. The influx of viewers and the adoring comments flooded the live stream, reflecting the outcome. The stirring melody and powerful lyrics resonated deeply with everyone present, including the audience watching online. Chen Geyao and Oppos' mouth hung agape, her complexion flushed. Su Binfeng excitedly shook Chen Geyao and Oppos' arm. Sister Geyao, is Lu Chen really that amazing? Mastering English and composing English songs are entirely different realms. Wow, is this what a master looks like? This song ignites a fire within. Am I mistaken? Or does this song perfectly complement the game? I feel the same. Let's message the game developers to get this song released immediately. Lu Chen is truly a genius. Creativity knows no bounds. The number of viewers surged, quickly surpassing 5 million and continuing to rise. Given the current activity, reaching 6 million before the live stream concludes seemed inevitable. Director Hong Bo and Oppos' heart raced with excitement, his elation palpable. If this live stream could reach 6 million, the second season would be all but guaranteed. Simultaneously, the entertainment company closely monitoring the stream recognized the opportunity. Quick, contact Lu Chen. Su Bo Ran instructed Gu Kong, his urgency apparent as he feared missing out on Lu Chen's talent. Gu Kong understood the significance of Lu Chen's song. The commercial potential was off the charts. Su Bo Ran, filled with excitement, leapt from his seat, grabbing the car keys from the table. No time to waste. Draft a contract. I need to negotiate with Lu Chen immediately. Su Bo Ran felt a wave of regret wash over him. Although he had previously visited Lu Chen and Oppos' home and appreciated his skill, it was Chen Geyao and Appo's presence that had largely influenced his willingness to offer $1 million. After all, there were many exceptional gamers in the world, some even surpassing professional players. In the realm of esports, a player's skill is merely the cherry on top. The continuous revenue stems from the expansion of a significant intellectual property. Individuals like Subo Ran are acutely sensitive to any potential IP. Once Lu Chen's song becomes associated with a game, it is destined to achieve global recognition. Currently, King's remedy is limited to the domestic market, lacking international openness. What is urgently needed is a track like Lu Chen's to serve as a stepping stone into the international arena. In the studio, Subinfin glanced at the viewers in Appo's comments and remarked to Chen Geyao, "Sister Geyao, your agent in Appo's phone must be ringing off the hook right now." Chen Geyao shook her head helplessly, as if drained of energy, and said softly, "My husband is too exceptional. What can I do?" Wow, does he want shrimp and pig heart too? The sense of helplessness radiating from the goddess is incredibly enviable. It's just too extravagant. I would gladly trade 50 years of my life to have Lu Chen as my husband. On screen, Lu Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight. "Daddy is amazing. I never knew English songs could sound so beautiful. I want to learn English diligently from Daddy. I want to sing such lovely English songs too." The answer was becoming increasingly evident. As Li Xiao Lu and Fu Qing Ran struggled to conceal their anger while maintaining composure on camera. Chen Geyao spoke into the phone with a gentle tone. "Husband, you are fantastic. You decide about the tutoring matter." "Yes. I'll hang up now. Thinking of you." Lu Chen, like a gentle spring breeze, made the hearts of all the female viewers in the live stream flutter once more. "You and Appo's done." Lu Chen flashed a victory sign at Lu Xiaoyu. She leaped into his embrace. "Daddy, hooray!" In stark contrast, the other two live streams showcased Li Liang persistently directing Li Zixian with unyielding fervor while engaging in conversations with the heir. He rambled on about his undergraduate degree, recounting tales of his time as vice president of the student council and planning the school and Appo's anniversary celebration. Fu Qing ran into Appo's household was even more chaotic. After a fight with Ma Xiaobao, Ma Yu and Appo's face swelled up significantly. He simply abandoned Ma Xiaobao at home and left. The only point of interest remained focused on Lu Chen and Appo's household. Chapter 63. Mere hours after the song and Appo's debut having accomplished the tasks, Lu Xiaoyu picked up her phone and inquired, "Daddy, now that I and Appo's finish my piano practice, may I indulge in a game for a bit?" It and Appo's a must. It and Appo's been ages since we and Appo's witnessed the Divine Lu in a sweet duo. When will the Divine Lu establish a personal account? It would undoubtedly become a top-tier internet sensation. Boosting this, a man at 31 is in his prime. I and Appo's am a fan of the Divine Lu. By the looks of it, Xiaoyu seems unaware that they're live. Does the Lu household need to put on a performance like some? Lu Chen was on the verge of agreeing, but he suddenly recalled that they were currently live. Yet, as he contemplated declining, he remembered the previous streams where he played games with Lu Xiaoyu. Chen Geyao was likely aware, but she hadn't and Appo's mentioned it. So, should he consent or not? Lu Chen stroked his chin and addressed Lu Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, we've been secretly playing Honor of Kings for quite some time now, without informing Mom. Shouldn't we seek her permission?" Upon hearing that Chen Geyao needed to be consulted, Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's enthusiasm waned considerably. Witnessing this, Chen Geyao felt a sharp pang in her heart for reasons she couldn't and Appo's explain. Lu Chen detected Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's apprehension, lowered his head, grasped her hand, and offered a reassuring smile. "Xiaoyu, we and Appo's been keeping our and Appo's Honor of Kings and Appo's sessions for Mom for so long without telling her. But eventually, we can and Appo's keep it hidden. We can have benevolent deceptions. But we must also be sincere. What do you say?" Rest assured, as long as Xiaoyu speaks to Mom properly, she won't and Appo's scold you. Lu Xiaoyu finally looked up. gazing at Lu Chen with hope and tentatively asked, "Really? Mom 1 and Oppos. T really be angry?" Lu Chen nodded with a gentle smile, instilling boundless confidence in Lu Xiaoyu. Finally, Lu Xiaoyu mustered her courage and dialed Chen Geyao and amp. Oppos. S number. Chen Geyao, who was watching this scene in the studio, felt a sudden unease upon hearing her phone ring. "Geyao, answer the phone quickly." So we mean it anxiously. Chen Geyao answered the call. The first thing she heard was Lu Xiaoyu's childish voice. "Mom, are you busy? I have something I want to tell you." The previously uneasy Chen Geyao suddenly felt her body relax upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu and amp. Oppos. S voice. Chen Geyao immediately replied, "Is that you, Xiaoyu? Mom is free. What an Oppos S on your mind?" Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Chen somewhat nervously. Lu Chen nodded slightly and whispered to Lu Xiaoyu, "Don and Oppos. T worry. Mom will definitely agree." Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically and said into the phone, "Mom, I and Oppos. Finished my homework, practiced the piano, and learned a lot of English with Daddy. Can I play a game for a little while?" Then Lu Xiaoyu added, "I won't play for long, just a little while." Chen Geyao Kuden and amp. Oppos. T helped but feel sorry for Lu Xiaoyu, seeing her cautious demeanor. After all, she was flesh and blood from her body. How could Chen Geyao bear to make Lu Xiaoyu unhappy? Su Binbin looked at Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos. As cautious appearance, her eyes filled with pity. "Geyao, why not let Xiaoyu play?" Chen Geyao glanced at Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran with a nonchalant expression and said, "Sure, Xiaoyu can play whatever she wants today." Yay! Chen Geyao felt another pang in her heart as she watched Lu Xiaoyu's joyful expression on the screen. Actually, Xiaoyu had always been obedient. It was just that she had overlooked many things before, always thinking that Xiaoyu was too young to understand moderation. Participating in this program had also allowed her to see many things she wouldn't normally see. My husband is the best father in the world. Outsiders may think that my husband is not worthy of me, but in fact, Chen Geyao looked up at Lu Chen, who was playing games with Lu Xiaoyu. Her eyes filled with love. In fact, he did far more than everyone saw. The calmness on the screen could never be imitated or acted out in a few days. This was the result of years of accumulation. This was a person and amp. Oppos, as purest and most original self. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The comment section was flooded with messages. Well said. After this season of live streaming, everyone can see clearly what each family is like. It takes years of consistency to be like Lu Chen. It definitely can and amp. Oppos, be faked. Has no one noticed that no matter what Lu Chen does, whether the Heavenly Queen is at home or not, he exudes something called love? Can the next season only feature the Geyao Heavenly Queen and Oppos as family live? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran knew very well that they had lost. A complete defeat. The kind that Kudin and Oppos turn around. So, the two of them Kudin and amp. Oppos say a word at this time. The best way was to remain silent. They were both thinking about one thing. Maybe they should get divorced when they got back. Taking advantage of this program, they might be able to create a story about their husband's irresponsibility towards the family and children. At worst, it would just be that they had poor judgment. There was still an hour left before the end of the 5th live broadcast. The families of Li Liang and Ma Yu had basically been eliminated from the audience and amp. Oppos, S view. Hong Bo was worried. The number of viewers in Lu Chen and Oppos' live broadcast room had been hovering between 5 and 6 million. It would be difficult to break through 6 million in the remaining time. Due to the program rules, the production team Kuden and amp. Oppos forcibly interfere with Lu Chen and amp. Oppos as childcare process. Hong Bo had already resigned himself to fate. But at this moment, a doorbell rang in the live broadcast room. Lu Chen opened the door and found 3 people standing outside. He recognized 2 of them, Su Baran and Gu Kong, who had come in the morning. Beside them was a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Su Baran immediately introduced him eagerly. "Mr. Zhao, this is Lu Chen." Zhao Yifo. His expression clearly showing some displeasure towards Lu Chen. He was just a stay-at-home dad. How dare Su Baran introduce Lu Chen first instead of him? This was simply disrespectful to him. Just because he had a CEO wife? What was so great about a kept man? Lu Chen noticed the displeasure in Zhao Hui and amp. Oppos, his eyes. But he didn't end Oppos. Take it to heart. Instead, he looked at Subaran and said, Mr. Su, we and Oppos. We already discussed everything we need to. What brings you here this time? Subaran quickly said, Mr. Lu, don't misunderstand. We're here to introduce Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is a senior executive at Tencent Technology. He and Oppos, is here specifically to discuss the copyright of your songs. Song copyright? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. After the live broadcast exposure, Lu Chen basically knew that his songs had become very popular. But what did these songs have to do with Tencent? Then please come in. After entering the room, Subaran and the other two appeared in the live broadcast room, which obviously added fuel to the fire. Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast soaring, Director Hong Bo was overjoyed. The audience and guests at the studio were also stunned. Everyone looked at Chen Geyao, but Chen Geyao shook her head, also puzzled. There was no news that Lu Chen's music had been sold for copyright. In the scene, Subaran was in high spirits. Mr. Lu, we're here for your newly created English song. English song? Lu Chen suddenly understood. Unstoppable? No way. He had only finished singing this song a few hours ago. It hadn't in Oppos even been released online. And they were already here to discuss the copyright? That was too fast, wasn't in Oppos it? Chapter 64. You are merely a henpecked husband living off his wife. Lu Chen and Oppos. Astonishment was evidently anticipated by Subaran. Mr. Lu, although I have only heard your rendition of this song, I believe that its emotional expression, both in terms of performance and lyrics, aligns perfectly with our project and Oppos, King and Oppos, as remedy. And Oppos, therefore, we wish to acquire this song before its official release. Subaran and Oppos, words shattered the hearts of countless CEOs watching the live broadcast. With the advancement of technology, gaming has begun to rise and become an indispensable mainstream of contemporary society. Subaran and Oppos' youthful achievements are a testament to his astute vision. In contrast, Zhao Hui wore an expression of disdain. To him, Subaran was still too young. Investing a substantial amount of capital into a song that had not yet demonstrated commercial value was something only a pre-IPO company like Superplay Entertainment would do. Established companies like Goose Factory must consider shareholder interests. When do you plan to release this song? Zhao Hui asked bluntly. Lu Chen smiled slightly and replied, currently. There are no plans for release. However, if my wife wishes for me to do so, I shall consider it. Zhao Hui and Oppos' smile grew even more contemptuous. In his eyes, this was merely a tactic by Lu Chen to inflate the price. We are not prepared to collaborate with you yet. We are merely here for an assessment. If we can create this song within 3 days and find it suitable, we will offer you a fair price. What an attitude. Our Lord Lu has and Oppos. He expressed any desire to collaborate with you yet. Executives? Is this all? How arrogant. Oppos, I'm sorry. But our Lord Lu truly does not need your trifling offerings. Chen Geyao furrowed her brow, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly displeased with Zhao Hui's attitude. Disparaging Lu Chen was akin to belittling her. Goose Factory was significant, but Starry Entertainment was no small player either. What qualifications did an ordinary executive have? In the broadcast, Lu Xiaoyu leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, Daddy, I don't really like this uncle. Lu Chen wholeheartedly agreed. No wonder she was his daughter. Apologies if I was and Oppos. Clear enough. I currently have no intention of releasing this song. Even if I were to release it, it will be through a contract with Starry Entertainment. If you wish to discuss the licensing rights to this song, you should contact the planning department of Starry Entertainment. Not me. Lu Chen stood up, preparing to show them out. This is my home. Unless there is anything else, please take your leave. Lu Chen's demeanor was not arrogant, yet he exuded the authority of a host. In his eyes, there was no room for individuals whom Lu Xiaoyu disdained. What are you being so arrogant about? You are merely a henpecked husband. We offer you an opportunity, and you don an Oppos. Cherish it. In an Oppos. No wonder you and Oppos. Being supported by a woman. Zhao Hui had always looked down upon Lu Chen. Had Lu Chen been subservient and flattered him, he might have considered giving Lu Chen a lucrative opportunity. But how could Lu Chen be so ungrateful? Zhao Hui's words caused Subaran to frown. Even if they were not planning to collaborate, Zhao Hui's attitude was problematic. It was hardly the demeanor one should display when negotiating. Just as he was about to rectify the situation, Lu Chen burst into laughter. Mr. Zhao, you hit the nail on the head. I truly am a henpecked husband. All my songs are managed by my wife. Who could blame me for having such an exceptional partner? Zhao Hui was left speechless, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. Su Boran silently gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Who else could make living off one's wife sound so enviable? In the broadcasting studio, Chen Geyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Beside her, Su Binfen Kuden and Oppos. T help but tease. Henpeck husband, huh? Chen Geyao playfully swatted at Su Binfen, exclaiming, You are insufferable. Chen Geyao felt elated. She quickly asked the host, Xiao Yu, host, may I give my husband a call? Hongbo quickly signaled to Xiao Yu. Agree to her. Quickly agree. The host, Xiao Yu, nodded and replied, Of course you can. In a live broadcast, just as Lu Chen and Zhao Hui were at loggerheads, Chen Geyao and Oppos, as call came through. Darling, put the call on speaker. Lu Chen nodded, and Chen Geyao and Oppos' voice resonated through. Mr. Zhao, I am Chen Geyao. My husband has been quite straightforward, so I shall be even more direct. We do not intend to collaborate with Goose Factory on this song. Zhao Hui may have looked down upon Lu Chen, but he held a deep respect for Chen Geyao. Si Chen, that and Oppos. That's not what I meant. Zhao Ristamel de quality. That and Oppos. That's all right. I just want to announce here that this song will definitely be released, so please stay tuned. As for whether or not to collaborate with Goose Factory, that decision lies with my husband. Zhao Hui regretted his contempt. Had this song been promoted by Starry Entertainment, he could only imagine the immense commercial value it would possess. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Mr. Zhao, Goose Factory is vast and prosperous. I am merely a humble house husband, unworthy of such grandeur. Zhao Hui felt as though he had been slapped, his face burning with embarrassment. Su Boran now regretted having brought such a peculiar individual into the mix. What should have been a straightforward matter had been utterly disrupted by Zhao Hui. Su Boran had initially intended to explain further, only to see Lu Chen extend his hand in a gesture to escort them out. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su, I won't keep you for dinner. Please take care. Su Boran sighed in resignation and had no choice but to leave. Now you know what it feels like to look down on others, don't you? Su Boran's judgment is still lacking. He is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. The aura of a superstar is truly formidable. Am I the only one concerned about when this song will be released? I can't wait to hear the full version. Although Lord Lu's performance was impeccable, I feel the female vocals would enhance the song even more. As the 5th episode was nearing its end, Chen Geyao suddenly asked in the studio, Bin Fan, would you be willing to perform this song? The studio fell silent, the tension palpable. I am immensely grateful for your support since the show began. Would you be willing to help me one more time by singing this song? Chen Geyao smiled as she inquired. How could Su Binfen refuse? This was not assistance. It was Chen Geyao aiding her. For a singer, a good song is of utmost importance, especially one like an amp. Oppos, unstoppable. And amp. Oppos, of course. I will give my all. Su Binfen nodded repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. The live broadcast popularity skyrocketed, surpassing 6 million viewers before concluding. Hongbo and Zhang Zhifeng embraced in exhilaration. The S-level broadcast rating was secure. Upon returning home, Chen Geyao was in high spirits. Lu Chen's performance had truly impressed her. As netizens had noted, Lu Chen was indeed multi-talented. Suddenly, Chen Geyao had a thought. For a song, lyrics and the performer are crucial, but there is one other element equally important: arrangement. While she had no doubt that Lu Chen could arrange music, she wanted to discern whose arrangement would better suit the song, hers or Lu Chen's. Chapter 65. The Chaos of Two Families the Next Day. Chen Geyao was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. While she anticipated that Lu Chen would likely excel in composition, she never expected his skill to be so extraordinarily refined. In her pursuit of crafting a fitting melody, she spent several hours tirelessly listening to Unstoppable countless times. She had assumed that even if she fell short of Lu Chen and Amp, Oppos, as prowess, at least their efforts would be evenly matched. Yet Lu Chen, in merely half an hour, produced a composition that rendered her own attempts utterly powerless, leaving her in dismay. It seemed that Lu Chen was one of those rare individuals blessed by divine fortune. endowed with exceptional talent. Noticing Chen Geyao's despondency, Lu Chen, with a warm smile, reassured her, "Fear not, my dear. In truth, I am not as formidable as you think. If it weren't for the inspiration your composition provided, I couldn't have accomplished this so swiftly. The credit for this song truly belongs to you." However, rather than alleviating her gloom, Lu Chen's words deepened her discontent. "Spare me the flattery. I am fully aware of the circumstances," Chen Geyao thought, though secretly, her heart brimmed with sweetness, for Lu Chen had an uncanny ability to perceive her emotions. "Mommy, don't be sad. Here, have some candy," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, extending a piece of candy toward Chen Geyao. Chen Geyao felt genuinely grateful for the live-streaming show Mommy's Not Home. Despite some unpleasant incidents during the episodes, without this program, she might have never come to appreciate the brilliance of her husband. She might also have remained oblivious to Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's discontent. Upon returning home from work, Chen Geyao's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Upon inspection, she discovered a plethora of private messages from her manager. After 5 episodes of the live stream, netizens had eagerly edited and shared highlights of the 3 families' performances across various platforms. Overnight, a multitude of accounts bearing Lu Chen's name emerged, their authenticity difficult to discern. Having just completed the recording of Lu Chen's new song Unstoppable, she was now inundated with the task of addressing the flood of impersonating marketing accounts, leaving her overwhelmed. With a sigh, she turned to Lu Chen, lamenting, "Now I understand why you shun fame. It's utterly bothersome." Lu Chen chuckled in response. "Such is the price of notoriety. People perceive me as merely a house husband, unaware of the joys that come with it." Chen Geyao scoffed lightly, presenting her phone to Lu Chen. "A house husband indeed. Our illustrious Lu Chen is now quite the household name. Wouldn't you agree?" Undeniably, Lu Chen, once an obscure figure, had seen his compositions soar to popularity, becoming a household idol almost overnight. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. While Chen Geyao's family reveled in Lu Chen's newfound fame, the families of Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were shrouded in a somber atmosphere. With the rapid dissemination of short videos, a torrent of vitriol was directed at Li Liang and Ma Yu. In a Li household, Li Zixian locked himself in his room, burying his head in his arms, muffled sobs escaping him. The public outcry had inevitably tarnished Li Liang's company, and competitors seized the opportunity to strike. Within a day, the company's stock plummeted by 30, inciting outrage among shareholders, some even contemplating divestment. Under the dual pressures of corporate and public scrutiny, Li Liang could no longer maintain his composure and erupted in a heated argument with Li Xiaolu upon returning home. Unable to contain his fury, he wreaked havoc, leaving their home in a state of disarray. Amidst the chaos, he resembled a rabid animal. Li Xiaolu shook her head in a bittersweet manner, filled with self-deprecation. "Li Liang, I must have been blind to not see your true nature until now." Li Liang, shedding any pretense, bellowed his disdain. "What kind of person do you think you are, Li Xiaolu? You're no better than I am. Is it all my fault that things have come to this? Had you not agreed to participate in this live stream, would our family be in this predicament?" This marked the first time Li Liang had shouted at Li Xiaolu in such a frenzied manner. Li Xiaolu felt her face flush with indignation, a tempest of grievance and fury swelling within her. How dare he raise his voice at her? If not for her, Li Liang would have long been bankrupt. "Li Liang, your audacity has grown. Now you dare to yell at me. And what if I do? You should never have been on this program. Now look, our company is on the brink of collapse. What about your precious company? Li Xiaolu Raplia, Skormfudi. Without me, your company would have been in far worse shape. And now, you could dare to blame me? Fine, Li Liang, let's divorce. I won't give you a single penny after this. Divorce it is." Li Liang roared in fury. "You scoundrel." Meanwhile, Fu Qingran returned home to find Ma Yu sitting sullenly on the sofa, lost in thought. Ma Yu lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare on Fu Qingran that sent shivers down her spine. Feeling unnerved by his gaze, she snapped, "What are you staring at? You pathetic loser. You botched your performance. So what else can you do? With all that makeup, one might mistake you for a woman." Ma Yu sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Fu Qingran, fuming with rage. "I'm a public figure. Who else is to blame but you? You are neither an award-winning actress nor a superstar, lacking resources and connections. My stagnation all these years is solely due to your dragging me down. Had I remained single, I would have already been a sensation. You have squandered my bright future. Fu Qing ran. I have had enough of you. He slammed a white A4 paper on the table, declaring, I have made up my mind. Let's get a divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Fu Qing ran felt a rush of disbelief. Mayu had always been timid and submissive, bending over backward to appease her at the slightest hint of displeasure. She had never imagined he would utter such words. Mayu, you better think this through. If you divorce me, I want to take responsibility for the debts from your gambling. Mayu looked up, his expression dripping with disdain. Let me be frank. There's a foreign television series about to start filming, and the producer wants me for the role of the male lead. You venomous woman, be gone. Ma Xiaobao burst into the room, pointing an accusatory finger at Mayu. Mayu, how dare you insult my mother? Mayu's face twisted with malice as he glared at Ma Xiaobao, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Oh, did you forget? Mayu is not what you call me. I am your father. He seized Ma Xiaobao and began to strike him. Fu Qing Ran's eyes widened in shock as she lunged at Mayu, shouting, Mayu, if you dare to lay a hand on my son, I will not let you get away with it. Chapter 66, Unstoppable Ablaze. Today's trending topic, a new star shines in the music industry. Su Binfeng's latest song, Unstoppable, makes a powerful debut. A post on Su Binfeng's personal account ignited fervor across the internet. Just days ago, during the program Mom Is Not Home, Chen Geyao promised to have Su Binfeng perform this song, already generating significant anticipation among netizens. Coupled with Lu Chen's viral a cappella rendition circulating online, the excitement remained consistently high. As discussion surrounding Mom Is Not Home intensified, public expectations soared daily. Su Binfeng, not one to be complacent, diligently worked for 3 days to officially release Unstoppable. Within a mere half hour, the song amassed over 1 million shares, a staggering momentum that left many in awe. In her Weibo post, Su Binfeng expressed heartfelt gratitude for her fan support and highlighted the song's creative background. Dear ones, my new song is out. I appreciate everyone's support. Thanks to Xingchen Entertainment's Chen Geyao for trusting me with this opportunity to sing this piece. The lyrics and composition were both crafted by Chen Geyao. I hope you will pay attention. Simultaneously, the excitement for Mom Is Not Home lingered, with Lu Chen and Amp, Oppo's a cappella video going viral due to the buzz surrounding Unstoppable. In the wake of Unstoppable and Amp, Oppo's success and the conclusion of Mom Is Not Home, Lu Chen's 3 Chinese songs, including Jixiang Sanbao, began to dominate major music platforms. The explosive success of these 3 songs even led to a surge in the market value of Xingchen Entertainment, with Chen Geyao receiving numerous substantial investment inquiries within just 1 day. Audiences were captivated by Lu Chen's talent, eagerly sharing and reposting. Within an hour, Lu Chen's Weibo followers surpassed 3 million, setting an astonishing record. As the song's popularity continued to rise, various music platforms extended olive branches to Su Binfeng, vying for exclusive rights to Unstoppable. Additionally, many reached out to Chen Geyao, offering handsome sums for Lu Chen to compose a song for them. In a flash, Unstoppable received overwhelming acclaim, becoming the focal point of online discussions. We must support Lu Chen's song. Su Goddess's performance is simply phenomenal. Lu Chen is extraordinarily talented. Every endeavor is explosive. Who has Lu Chen's a cappella version? I'll pay a premium for it. Faced with such a fervent response, Su Binfeng was profoundly astonished. She had anticipated success, but never to this extent, especially upon learning that Lu Chen composed the arrangement in just half an hour. She was nearly rendered speechless in disbelief. Sister Geyao, you cannot be serious. This arrangement was created by Lu Chen in half an hour. The ability to spontaneously create such a divine composition was already astonishing. But Lu Chen's capacity to complete it in such a brief period truly rendered her talent pale in comparison. At that moment, Su Binfeng finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase. Genius merely sets the threshold for my aspirations. Chen Geyao patted Su Binfeng's shoulder and reassured her. Do not worry. I was even more stunned when I first discovered it. With a sense of regret, Su Binfeng inquired Sister Geyao, are you truly not considering letting Lu Chen debut? With such talent, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the industry. Chen Geyao shook her head helplessly, explaining, Lu Chen does not wish to debut. I cannot force him. He prefers spending time with children, so let him be. Besides, with his looks, I cannot bear to let him debut. Su Binfeng immediately felt dejected. Sister Geyao, I realized something quite serious. Chen Geyao furrowed her brow. Her expression concerned as she softly asked, what is it? With a deep sigh, Su Binfeng shook her head in lament. Sister Geyao, Lu Chen has significantly raised my standards for a partner. I fear I may never marry. Not only did Unstoppable create waves domestically, but it also swiftly gained international acclaim. In a foreign entertainment company, a Chinese netizen posted the song online, instantly attracting the attention of numerous foreign friends. Annie, currently the top diva in the M country, found herself deeply captivated by Unstoppable. What did you say? This song is sung by a Huaxiao individual? She gazed incredulously at her assistant. The assistant nodded emphatically, yes. It is sung by a female Huaxiao artist. Annie, brimming with excitement, declared, I must meet this person. Help me contact her. I want to witness the talent behind such a composition. If possible, I wish to cover this song. As the entire internet reveled in the fervent atmosphere brought by Unstoppable, the executive meeting room at Goose Factory was enveloped in silence. Everyone bowed their heads, and Zhao Hui, in particular, sat in his seat, afraid to even breathe hastily. Su Kaming sat at the head of the table, exuding a cold and imposing aura, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhao Hui, causing the latter's scalp to prickle with anxiety, his heart racing like a frightened rabbit. Goose Factory, a leading technology giant in the country, had firmly established its position in the domestic gaming market with its blockbuster mobile game King's Solution, captivating the attention of gamers for over a decade. Various thrilling competitive events had continuously drawn national interest. As the competition system gradually improved, domestic players eagerly anticipated King's Solution making its international debut, hoping to shatter the stereotype surrounding domestic games and restore pride in Chinese gaming. However, international expansion posed significant challenges for a gaming company. Beyond aligning gameplay design with global trends, the expansion of major IPs was equally crucial, and the rapidly rising Unstoppable was undoubtedly a highly promising IP. Yet, Su Kaming could not have anticipated that at the most opportune moment for acquiring Unstoppable, one of his executives had managed to offend the Song and Oppo's genius creator, Lu Chen. At this moment, Su Kaming was anything but enlightened. Prior to the meeting, the data provided by his secretary revealed a torrent of complaints flooding their official messages. As one of the top enterprises in the country, every action they took drew the scrutiny of countless players and citizens. After a prolonged silence, Su Kaming finally spoke. I may not understand the technical aspects as well as you all do, but I must emphasize one thing. Unstoppable must be secured. Chapter 67. Su Binfeng's overbearing attitude in the conference room. Zhao Hui abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Su Kaming's eyes. Resembling a guilt-ridden schoolboy caught in a blunder. Chairman, I acknowledge my mistake. Zhao Hui's voice brimmed with remorse. Su Kaming shot him a piercing glare and retorted brusquely. Realizing your mistake is one thing. This is a company, not a school classroom. Zhao Hui lifted his head, hastily assuring, rest assured, Chairman, I will exert every effort to reclaim the rights to Unstoppable and rectify this error. Su Kaming coldly mocked. Now you're in a hurry? What happened to your previous arrogance? Did you not look down on Lu Chen, calling him a freeloader? Zhao Hui's face flushed with shame, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. He murmured, Chairman, I truly understand my mistake. I promise to resolve this matter. If I fail, I willingly accept any punishment. At this point, Su Kaming's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and he glanced at Zhao Hui, coolly stating, many competitive game developers are eyeing and Oppos. Unstoppable and Oppos. Your time is limited. If you fail, I shall have to reassess your capabilities. A sense of urgency gripped Zhao Hui. He was acutely aware of Su Kaming's decisive demeanor. If he could not manage the situation, his position within the company would be jeopardized. After the meeting, Zhao Hui returned to his office, dejected and filled with frustration, sweeping everything off his desk onto the floor. The secretary, startled by this sudden commotion, understood the reason behind Zhao Hui's fury after reading the news. She approached cautiously, attempting to soothe him. "Zhao, please calm down. It's not worth ruining your health over this." Zhao Hui, overwhelmed with irritation, replied coldly, "Today, Su issued me an ultimatum. If I cannot secure the rights to Unstoppable, my days of comfort are over. It's all Lu Chen's fault, that useless freeloader and Chen Geyao. They're deliberately targeting me." The secretary leaned closer, whispering a suggestion. "Zhao, perhaps we don't need to go through Lu Chen. The song Unstoppable is sung by Su Binfeng. It's likely the rights have already been sold to her. We can approach her directly to resolve the issue." Zhao Hui's eyes lit up. Indeed, why had he not thought of this sooner? However, a moment of hesitation crept in. Su Binfeng was quite close to Chen Geyao. Would she be willing to sell the rights to him? The secretary scoffed. In the entertainment industry, there is no genuine affection. It's all superficial. As long as we offer a sufficient price, why would she refuse? After pondering, Zhao Hui found merit in her words and burst into laughter. "Let us proceed, as you suggest." He seized the secretary and Oppo's hand, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "You truly are my lucky star." That afternoon, Zhao Hui contacted Su Binfeng's manager to propose a meeting. Upon hearing Zhao Hui's name, Su Binfeng rejected the offer without a second thought. Undeterred, Zhao Hui went to great lengths to obtain Su Binfeng's phone number. She vividly remembered his arrogant demeanor during the live broadcast. He was undoubtedly seeking the rights to Unstoppable. As she was about to hang up, her manager intervened. Su, he is from the Goose Factory. We must give some regard to their standing." Reluctantly, Su Binfeng heeded her manager's advice and answered the call. "Hello, Miss Su, this is Zhao Hui. It's quite challenging to reach you, given your busy schedule." Zhao Hui's greasy voice echoed through the phone. Su Binfeng grimaced, responding coldly. "Mr. Zhao, what is it? If there's nothing, I have other matters to attend to." Hearing this, Zhao Hui and Oppo's brows furrowed in displeasure. He was incensed. How dare this minor star speak to him, a senior executive of a leading internet company, in such a manner? Yet, with a request at hand, he suppressed his anger, vowing silently, "Once I secure the rights, I will ensure Su Binfeng understands the consequences of crossing me." "Miss Su, I will be frank. Congratulations on the success of your new song, Unstoppable. We at the Goose Factory hold this song in high regard and wish to purchase the rights from you. Rest assured, money will not be an issue. We will offer a fair price." Su Binfeng sighed, recognizing the reason for his call. After offending Lu Chen, he now had his sights set on her. "Mr. Zhao, Warren and Oppo's, to you dismissive of Lu Chen previously? Why seek to purchase the rights to this song now? Is it possible the board has pressured you, and you're struggling to meet expectations?" Zhao Hui was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, cursing Su Binfeng internally for her interference. Her silence confirmed her suspicions. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but I cannot assist you. I only possess the performance and usage rights for this song. The copyright belongs to Mr. Chen Geyao. If you wish to purchase it, you must approach him. However, I advise you to apologize to Lu Chen first." Fury coursed through Zhao Hui's veins. How could he, a high-ranking executive at the Goose Factory, be humiliated by a mere artist? A freeloader like Lu Chen and a superficial celebrity dare to disregard him, a legitimate executive. "Miss Su, I believe I have not offended you in any way." Zhao Hui's voice darkened, his displeasure increasingly evident as he clenched the phone tightly. The secretary beside Su Binfeng anxiously gestured to her, but Su Binfeng ignored her, fully disregarding her manager's concern. "Mr. Zhao, if merely a few words from me can offend you, you must be quite easy to upset." Su Binfeng spoke with a tone that was neither obsequious nor aggressive. Her words ignited Zhao Hui and Oppo's rage, and just as he opened his mouth to retort, the line went dead. Su Binfeng had hung up. Her manager looked at her with a resigned expression. "My lady, you have truly made an enemy of Zhao Hui. The Goose Factory wields considerable influence. They may try to make things difficult for us in the future." Su Binfeng shrugged indifferently, her expression resolute. I entered the entertainment industry on the merits of my talent, not through flattery. If I cannot survive due to a few words, then this industry is not worth my time. The manager shook her head in resignation, but understood that Su Binfeng had the talent to back her words. Observing Su Binfeng's unwavering determination, the manager momentarily saw a reflection of Chen Geyao when she first debuted, pure passion for music and a refusal to bow to societal pressures. Indeed, the entertainment industry is a realm where the new supplants the old, and fresh talent emerges as the previous generation fades away. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui stood frozen, his face aflame with humiliation. The secretary, sensing his distress, cautiously approached. Mr. Zhao, please do not take offense. Su Binfeng truly lacks awareness of her position. She should understand her worth. Chapter 68. I apologize, but no amount of money will convince me to sell. Zhao Hui was utterly stymied. Since he couldn't find an opening with Su Binbin, he would have to try to persuade Lu Chen. Chen Geyao possessed an imposing aura. In contrast, Lu Chen seemed easier to sway in his eyes. However, the thought of swallowing his pride was unbearable for Zhao Hui. Frustrated, Zhao Hui smoked a cigarette as his secretary offered another suggestion. Mr. Zhao, I don't think we need to be beholden to Lu Chen, the secretary said confidently. Zhao Hui's eyes lit up instantly, though he tried to maintain a composed demeanor. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Seeing Zhao Hui's interest piqued, the secretary beamed with pride. Lu Chen is just a stay-at-home husband. So what if he has some talent? Someone like him certainly wouldn't be given much freedom by Chen Geyao. First of all, Lu Chen definitely doesn't have money, or if he does, it's probably his secret stash. Therefore, as long as we bestow a few small favors upon him, he'll eagerly agree to our terms. Zhao Hui listened, wholeheartedly agreeing and feeling that the secretary was absolutely right. My dear, you truly are my lucky star. Overjoyed, Zhao Hui pulled the secretary back into the room. That afternoon, a gleaming Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Lu Chen's apartment building. Zhao Hui emerged from the car, followed by his secretary, who was carrying a bulging briefcase. As they were about to head upstairs, the secretary suddenly stopped Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui looked at the secretary quizzically. What's wrong? The secretary slapped his forehead, saying ruefully, I apologize, Mr. Zhao, but look at my memory. The last time Lu Chen rejected you wasn't amp. Amp? Oppos. Tea at home? A henpecked husband like Lu Chen must have had hidden cameras installed by Chen Geyao. Otherwise, how could he have performed so well on the show? He must be used to putting on an act. Zhao Hui had a sudden realization, inwardly marveling at Chen Geyao's cunning. No wonder she was the president of an entertainment company. She had considered everything thoroughly before the show. Zhao Hui rang the doorbell, and when Lu Chen opened the door, he saw Zhao Hui standing there with a malicious grin. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Lu Chen's tone was unfriendly. He saw no need to be polite to someone like Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui gave an awkward smile, craning his neck to peer into the room. His shifty-eyed demeanor made Lu Chen increasingly disgusted. Mr. Zhao, if you have nothing to say, I'll close the door, Lu Chen said coldly. Zhao Hui hurriedly waved his hand. No. I just wanted to see if Miss Chen was home. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned even more deeply, even if it was a matter of business. He didn't want Chen Geyao to have any contact with someone like Zhao Hui. Moreover, for him to seek Chen Geyao at their home was simply impolite. If you need to find Geyao, go to the company. What are you doing here? Zhao Hui leaned closer, lowering his voice. Actually, I'm not looking for Miss Chen. I'm looking for... Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen slammed the door shut. Zhao Hui was caught off guard, his nose taking the full impact of the door, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The secretary rushed forward to wipe the blood from Zhao Hui's nose. Just as Zhao Hui was about to explode with anger, the secretary quickly stopped him. Mr. Zhao, the copyright is what's important. Once we get the copyright, we can deal with Lu Chen later. Zhao Hui saw the logic in this and suppressed his anger, ringing the doorbell again. This time, Lu Chen was even more impatient. Zhao Hui took a step back, gesturing with his hand. Mr. Lu, could I have a word with you? Lu Chen shook his head without hesitation. No. The smile on Zhao Hui's face faltered for a moment, then he chuckled again. Mr. Lu, I've come with the utmost sincerity. Please, just a word. Seeing Zhao Hui's persistence, Lu Chen had no choice but to follow him to the car. As soon as they were inside, the secretary opened the briefcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. Lu Chen immediately understood Zhao Hui's intention. He wanted to bribe him. A mere 100,000? That was an insult. Zhao Hui looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with smugness. Mr. Lu, this 100,000 is just a deposit. As long as you give me the copyright, I could give you another 300,000. Zhao Hui deliberately drew out the words 300,000. Lu Chen sneered, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect such a big boss like you to be so stingy. Only 400,000 in total? Are you even serious? Or is it that Tencent has no intention of buying it at all? I think 400 million would be more like it. Zhao Yui's expression shifted. Displeased with Lu Chen's attitude, he thought he was already being very generous, but Lu Chen's aloofness made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhao Hui was becoming unhappy, the secretary quickly interjected, Mr. Lu, we truly came with sincerity. How about this? You name a price. How much do you want? Lu Chen remained as resolute as before. I'm sorry, but no amount of money will convince me to sell. I've said it before. The copyright for Unstoppable belongs to my wife, Starlight Entertainment. The secretary glanced at Zhao Hui, who leaned closer to Lu Chen, acting as if he understood. Mr. Lu, we're all men here. I understand. How about 500,000? Don and Oppos. T worry. I definitely won in Oppos. T tell Ms. Chen. Lu Chen finally understood what Zhao Hui was up to. He still looked down on him and lacked sincerity. Mr. Zhao, if that's what you think, then you've come to the wrong person. I'll say it again, talk to my wife about anything. Zhao Hui's expression instantly turned ugly, and he shouted angrily, Lu Chen, I've already been very generous to you. Don't push your luck. How about 1 million? You'll never earn 1 million in your entire life as a stay-at-home husband. What do you say? As long as you work with me, all this money will be yours. Lu Chen ignored him, pushing open the car door and leaving. Zhao Hui could no longer restrain himself, and he stormed out of the car, enraged. Lu Chen, don't be so ungrateful. Do you really think Tencent cares about your song? We're just being polite. Let me tell you, once this opportunity passes, it's gone. When Unstoppable is stuck in your hands and you can't sell it, don't come crying to me. Lu Chen turned around, a playful expression on his face. Since Tencent thinks that way, I'll be sure to inform my wife of their thoughts. I believe my wife doesn't want to work with Tencent either. Zhao Hui's arrogance was instantly extinguished by Lu Chen's words. If Su Kaming knew he had said such things, he would dare to fire him. Lu Chen, let an amp. Oppos. Let's talk this over. Everything is negotiable. ISN and amp. Oppos. T-it? Lu Chen had lost his patience and gave Zhao Hui a final warning. I and amp. Oppos V said it before. Talk to Starlight Entertainment about the copyright. Also, if you don't leave, I'm going to call security. Chapter 69. Here comes the villain to deliver his head. Nearby, the patrolling security guards noticed the commotion involving Lu Chen and quickly approached. Upon recognizing Lu, their faces immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Oh, it's Brother Lu. What brings you here? Lu Chen raised his hand, pointing at Zhao Hui, and coldly remarked, These unruly individuals are obstructing my view. Unruly individuals? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui's face flushed crimson, infuriated that Lu Chen dared to dismiss him as such. However, the security guards paid no heed to Zhao Hui's status. If Lu Chen deemed him unruly, then unruly he must be. The leading burly guard strode up to Zhao Hui, towering over him, gazing down with disdain. You dare disturb Brother Lu? Do you not know that all of us in the security department are sworn brothers with him? Zhao Hui, intimidated by the burly guard's imposing presence, took 2 steps back, his heart racing. Yet, he feigned calmness and threatened. Do you know who I am? 1 word from me, and you could lose your job. The burly guard, enraged by this statement, retorted, Oh, you're quite bold. Listen up, brothers at the north and south gates. We have an unruly individual here disturbing Brother Lu. Get over here. After shouting, the guard patted his round belly, confidently warning Zhao Hui, Let me tell you, once I'm in this uniform, I only recognize the manager and the owner. If you don't take the hint and leave, you won't be able to go anywhere soon. Zhao Hui, realizing he was outmatched, hurriedly dove into his car as the driver pressed the accelerator, speeding away. On the way back, Zhao Hui and Oppos' anger simmered. He felt that misfortune had been following him, as if everyone was against him. Thus, he attributed all his troubles to Lu Chen. Once this period passes, I will surely deal with Lu Chen. However, at present, his greatest headache was the copyright issue. It appeared his only option was to seek out Chen Geyao. Zhao Hui was somewhat reluctant. As the female CEO, Chen Geyao exuded an overwhelming aura, and he had always been averse to dealing with such women. His secretary quickly sought to console him. "Mr. Zhao, please don't be upset. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so ungrateful." But given the situation rubbing his temples, Zhao Hui sighed. "I suppose I have no choice but to discuss this with Chen Geyao." The secretary's eyes twinkled as she suggested, "Mr. Zhao, don't you find it peculiar? Why does Lu Chen consistently direct us to speak with CEO Chen? We offered $1 million, but still couldn't sway Lu Chen." At that moment, Zhao Hui was too preoccupied with his own troubles to ponder such matters. He impatiently replied, "Just say what you mean. No need for roundabout talk." The secretary leaned closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, Chen Geyao must have colluded with Lu Chen, intending to negotiate with us using this song to inflate the price. Otherwise, how could a mere house husband like Lu Chen resist $1 million? Zhao Hui's eyes widened as he absorbed the secretary's words, realizing their validity. "It must be as you say. But if that's the case, how do we negotiate?" The secretary, wearing a self-assured expression, replied, "We should start with a particularly low offer and wait for Chen Geyao to raise the stakes. At that point, we can reach a compromise and potentially save a considerable sum. After all, how much insight could a woman possess? I believe we could secure the copyright for 800,000. If we succeed, the company will save a fortune, and perhaps Director Su will commend you." As Zhao Hui listened, images of Director Su praising him danced in his mind, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. "Ha ha, you make a valid point. Truly you do." Downstairs at Xingchen Entertainment, Zhao Hui and Appo's face flushed with anger as he shouted at the receptionist, "What is the matter with you? How many times have I told you? I want to see CEO Chen. Do you not understand human language? Do you realize you are delaying a multi-million deal?" The receptionist, exasperated, patiently replied, "Sir, I have explained numerous times that an appointment is required to meet CEO Chen." Zhao Hui's brows furrowed in frustration. Ever since Goose Factory ascended to become the leading company in the country, he, as a pioneering executive, had always been treated with utmost respect. He had never encountered a situation where he needed to schedule an appointment to meet someone else. Chen Geyao had slapped him across the face, utterly humiliating him. "I warn you, I am here with a multi-million deal. If you delay this, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. If CEO Chen gets angry, you will all be out of job." Zhao Hui raised his voice, attempting to intimidate. The receptionist hesitated, her expression conflicted, before saying, "Please hold on a moment. I'll contact Secretary Lin for you." A few minutes later, she approached the front desk with graceful strides. Her gaze fell upon the fuming Zhao Hui. As Chen Geyao's personal secretary and manager, she was well aware of Zhao Hui's performance on the Mom ISNT home program. Recently, Unstoppable had gone viral, attracting numerous major companies eager to collaborate with Xingchen Entertainment, even drawing interest from abroad. Thus, Shi knew precisely why Zhao Hui was here. Noticing her, Zhao Hui and Appo's attention shifted. Shi, clad in a sharp professional attire paired with nude stockings, perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Zhao Hui was momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away from her. His secretary, standing nearby, watched Shi with envy and discontent, embodying the spirit of a scorned woman. Shi, sensing their glances, felt increasingly displeased with Zhao Hui. In a novel, he would undoubtedly be the archetypical, mindless villain. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Chen Geyao's secretary, Shi." Shi greeted politely, her voice crisp and melodious. Upon hearing Chen Geyao's secretary, Zhao Hui snapped back to reality, hastily suppressing his inappropriate demeanor and donning what he believed to be a suitable smile. "Ah, it is Secretary Lin. I have long awaited this meeting. I am here specifically to discuss a significant business opportunity." Zhao Hui's face was plastered with a smile, his tone laced with self-satisfaction. Shi, fully aware of the true nature of Zhao Hui's so-called significant business, maintained her composed demeanor. I'm afraid, Mr. Zhao, that if you did not schedule an appointment in advance, CEO Chen may not be able to meet with you, as she has been exceedingly busy. Lin, she replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Zhao Hui's expression darkened at her words. Busy? Was he not busy as well? He was nearly overwhelmed with work. Secretary Lin, you may not realize that I am here to discuss a multi-million deal. This is not a trivial matter, Zhao Hui reiterated, attempting to emphasize his importance. Lin Shi, internally rolling her eyes, understood that while a multi-million deal was indeed substantial for the thriving Xingchen Entertainment and the hit Unstoppable, it was hardly significant. According to the conservative valuation by the marketing department, the worth of Unstoppable is at least 100 million. Mr. Zhao, you have come this time to discuss the collaboration regarding Unstoppable. Haven to you? Lin Shi inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui and Appo's face revealed a hint of surprise. How did you know? Chapter 70. Within a day, the song shall not reach the hands of the Goose Factory. Lin Shi's lips curled into a polite smile as she faced the visibly irate Zhao Hui. Calmly, she addressed him, Mr. Zhao, your timing is rather unfortunate. Our general manager, Chen, is currently not meeting with anyone interested in negotiating the copyright of Unstoppable. Zhao Hui's heart sank at her words, clearly directed at him. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Lin Shi discreetly signaled to the security guard. Enraged, Zhao Hui and Appo's face flushed crimson, and he shouted, Secretary Lin, what is the meaning of this? I'm a senior executive at Goose Factory. How can you treat me this way? I represent Goose Factory, and if you have the guards throw me out, be prepared for your company to make headlines tomorrow. Lin Shi maintained her smile, her tone unwavering. Mr. Zhao, you misunderstand. Our general manager Chen has always valued Goose Factory, but perhaps not your personal standing. And to suggest you would be thrown out is incorrect. We're merely asking you to leave. As for making headlines, that is entirely your prerogative. The security guard promptly approached, and despite Zhao Hui and Appo's reluctance, he had no choice but to leave in defeat, accompanied by his secretary. Once outside the doors of Xingchen Entertainment, Zhao Hui, devoid of restraint, bellowed, Xingchen Entertainment, you will regret this. Just wait until I find an opportunity. You will be sorry. As he vented his frustration, his phone suddenly rang. His secretary quickly handed it to him, and upon seeing the caller ID of Su Kaming and Appo's secretary, his heart sank again, prompting him to answer the call. Zhao Hui, what on earth are you doing? Su Kaming's secretary's reprimand was merciless. Have you lost your mind? Causing a scene at Xingchen Entertainment? You may look down on Lu Chen, but do you also disregard Chen Geyao? Zhao Hui's face paled in fear as he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I've now realized the copyright has not been sold to Su Bin Feng. It remains with Chen Geyao. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will do everything in my power to secure it. After hanging up, Zhao Hui, consumed by rage, smashed his phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the presidential office of Xingchen Entertainment, Chen Geyao observed the furious Zhao Hui from the floor-to-ceiling windows, a disdainful smirk gracing her lips. Her secretary, Lin Shi, inquired softly, General Manager Chen, are you truly not considering a collaboration with Goose Factory? With a scoff, Chen Geyao replied confidently, Unstoppable is indeed immensely popular at present. Yet we do not require a partnership, as we're not reliant on this song for profit. Goose Factory, however, is in dire need of this major IP to penetrate the international market. Thus, as long as Zhao Hui does not apologize, this song shall never belong to Goose Factory. At that moment, Chen Geyao turned to Lin Shi and instructed, isn't the international star Annie eager to perform this song at her concert? Go negotiate the authorization. It's time to make Goose Factory anxious. Lin Shi nodded humbly, acknowledging the task before departing the office. A day later, the already soaring popularity of Unstoppable surged once more. Internationally renowned singer Annie performed the English song as the grand finale at her concert, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with the audience erupting in fervent applause. The song and Appo's original composer hailed from Huaxia, undoubtedly providing a remarkable free promotion for the nation, sparking curiosity among numerous foreign celebrities regarding the creator. Lu Chen, whose influence had waned following the conclusion of the first season of Mama, is not home. Seized this opportunity to regain his fame, with his official account's follower count skyrocketing. News reports flooded in, incensing Zhao Hui further. As the deadline from Goose Factory loomed ever closer, he found himself with no progress to show. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the streets, Chen Geyao took a rare day off, and Lu Chen celebrated by cooking an elaborate feast. Over the past few days, Chen Geyao had been busy as well. Lu Chen's impressive performances on the show continually reshaped her perception of him. She realized how her previous focus on work had led to neglecting both her daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, and her husband. After the show concluded, Lu Chen returned to his usual self, with the only constant being the delicious meals he prepared. "Darling, how have you been at home lately?" Chen Geyao leaned forward, cautiously inquiring. For years, she had asked this question countless times, mostly to inquire about Lu Xiaoyu's situation. But today marked the first time she genuinely cared about Lu Chen. Lu Chen, with his usual warm smile, responded, "I've been quite happy. After teaching you, I discovered I actually have a knack for teaching." Lu Xiaoyu eagerly nodded, her innocent face radiating joy as she chimed in, "Yes, Daddy teaches so well." "Oh, how has you been learning lately?" Chen Geyao gazed at her daughter with anticipation. Upon hearing the question, Lu Chen felt a pang of anxiety, knowing children often dislike being questioned about their studies. He nervously glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, who sat up straight, like a little adult, and began enthusiastically recounting the household items. Table, table, bed, bed, television, television. Lu Xiaoyu effortlessly listed over a dozen English words, leaving both Chen Geyao and Lu Chen astonished. Over the past few days, while teaching Lu Xiaoyu English, Lu Chen had adhered to a joyful educational approach, merely introducing words without thorough checks. He never anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu would retain everything and speak so fluently. Chen Geyao was utterly astounded by Lu Xiaoyu's performance. During her time Mama is not home, Lu Chen had consistently employed joyful education, leading Chen Geyao to have modest expectations regarding Lu Chen tutoring Lu Xiaoyu. However, after participating in the show, her mindset shifted. She would have been content with even slight progress. But who could have imagined that Lu Xiaoyu was not just making progress, but leaping forward? Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding performance bolstered Lu Chen's confidence immensely. "Wife, what did I tell you? Leave you to me, and you can rest easy." Chen Geyao nodded like a dutiful student, perceiving Lu Chen as a radiant figure in her eyes. After dinner, as Chen Geyao prepared to take Lu Xiaoyu for their nightly routine, an unexpected phone call interrupted her. She glanced at her phone and saw it was Su Baran calling. With her keen insight honed from years in the industry, Chen Geyao quickly deduced that this call was likely related to Unstoppable. After Zhao Hui faced setbacks, he would probably seek help from acquaintances. And the only mutual contact between her and Zhao Hui was Su Baran from Chao1 Interactive. Chapter 71. 6 million? Who are you trying to fool? Chen Geyao answered the call, and Su Bo ran into Oppo's voice, tinged with a hint of apology, came through the receiver. "President Chen, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Chen Geyao had always held a favorable impression of Su Bo Ran. This young man, despite his youth, had ascended to the position of president at Chao1 Interactive Entertainment, leading the company into the ranks of the nation's foremost gaming clubs and esports firms. His capabilities not to be underestimated. If there was any shortcoming, it was perhaps his poor judgment in people, particularly for valuing someone like Zhao Hui. Su Bo Ran felt helpless. With the vast expanse of Goose Factory's business, the demand for talent was immense, allowing Zhao Hui to ascend to the role of head of IP rights for King Solution based solely on his credentials. Had it not been for Chao1 Interactive acquiring the agency rights for King Solution esports events, he would have preferred to avoid dealing with Zhao Hui altogether. "Su, calling me at this hour, surely ISN and AMP. Oppos. Tea about personal matters, is it?" Chen Geyao cut straight to the point. Even though the two had never met face to face, Su Bo Ran could sense the formidable pressure emanating from her. The market value of Chao1 Interactive was on par with Xingchen Entertainment, and due to his father, Su Kai-ming, industry insiders often gave him a measure of respect. However, Chen Geyao was different. She had fought her way from being a regular individual to a diva and now stood as the most successful and youngest female entrepreneur president. Their presence in the room was of entirely different magnitudes. I truly apologize for the disturbance, but I wanted to see if you might be available for a coffee tomorrow at noon. Would that be convenient for you? Su Ran tentatively inquired. Chen Geyao snorted softly, stating plainly, "This is about unstoppable, isn't it? Zhao Hui didn't team meet with me today, so he sent you as his emissary?" Su Ran sighed deeply. Chen Geyao had dissected his intentions with remarkable clarity, stripping away all pretenses. "President Chen, Zhao Hui indeed has his shortcomings, but if you could find it in your heart to grant me this favor, we could have another discussion." Chen Geyao glanced at Lu Chen, her eyes inquiring, seeking his opinion. Lu Chen smiled gently. "Wife, I will follow your lead." Chen Geyao smiled faintly and told Su Ran, "Then let us meet." Su Ran's voice brimmed with excitement. "Then let us meet tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at the Miles CAF downstairs from your office. I look forward to it." The following day at 3 in the afternoon, Lu Chen hesitated as he trailed behind Chen Geyao. "Wife, didn't we agree that you would manage external affairs while I handle the internal ones? Is it appropriate for me to accompany you to the contract negotiations?" Chen Geyao straightened her face and replied earnestly, "What could be inappropriate? You are the lyricist and composer of this song. In a sense, this song belongs to you. It is only fitting for you to participate in the negotiations." Realizing he could not persuade her otherwise, Lu Chen was relieved they had brought Lu Xiaoyu along. Upon entering the CAF, Lu Xiaoyu excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy, is that word pronounced cough?" Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. "Yes, Yu is so clever." During this time, Lu Xiaoyu had made significant progress in learning English vocabulary alongside Lu Chen. As they entered the CAF, Zhao Hui, seated beside Su Ran, suddenly felt uncomfortable upon seeing Lu Chen and Chen Geyao together. Lu Chen casually glanced at Zhao Hui and smiled. "Isn't this the so-called idle person?" Zhao Hui's lips twitched in irritation, but he could only endure it, as he was the one in need. Chen Geyao sat down opposite Zhao Hui and stated directly, "You are Zhao Hui, correct? To be frank, I have nothing to discuss with you. I'm here out of respect for President Su. If you wish to talk about the copyright for Unstoppable, you must first publicly apologize to Lu Chen." Zhao Hui glanced at Su Ran, who deliberately averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Frustration filled Zhao Hui. The deadline imposed by Su Kaiming was approaching, and failure to secure the contract could lead not only to his exclusion from the upper echelons, but also to potential demotion. He was acutely aware that his current position was solely due to his tenure, and any further decline would spell disaster for his future. Accustomed to admiration, he was unwilling to relinquish his status. "President Chen, I'll record the apology video." Zhao Hui gritted his teeth, suppressing his discontent. Promptly retrieving her phone to record. "Since that is the case, let us begin." Starting so suddenly, Zhao Hui felt somewhat flustered. "President Chen, shall we not first discuss the signing?" Chen Geyao scoffed, disdain evident in her voice. "Zhao, I said you must apologize first before we discuss the contract. If you cannot comprehend this, then perhaps Goose Factory should send someone more sensible to negotiate." Zhao Hui's expression darkened further. Su Ran discreetly shifted positions, directing Chen Geyao's phone camera toward Zhao Hui. In the frame, Zhao Hui appeared awkward, fully aware that the success of this meeting hinged on his attitude. "Here, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Lu Chen, the husband of the esteemed Chen Geyao. Due to my ignorance of the facts, I rashly judged Mr. Lu Chen. One must admit, Zhao Hui spoke with considerable poise before the camera as a corporate executive. Once he completed his apology, Chen Geyao smiled satisfactorily and turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. "You handle it as you see fit." Did. "Very well. I am pleased with your attitude, Zhao. Now, we can discuss the signing." Zhao Hui sighed in relief. They were finally addressing the critical phase. Chen Geyao produced the contract, and Lu Chen took a seat beside her, causing Zhao Hui to instinctively feel displeased. "President Chen, what is Mr. Lu doing here?" Chen Geyao linked her arm with Lu Chen's, stating, "Lu Chen is my husband and also the creator of and oppose Unstoppable. and oppos. He is participating in the signing with me. Is that inappropriate? Su Bo Ran quickly interjected. Of course, there is nothing inappropriate. Having Mr. Lu here is quite fitting. Chen Geyao responded with a lukewarm acknowledgement. Zhao Hui then presented his offer. President Chen, Unstoppable is indeed a remarkable song, but as you know, the pace of change in popular music is swift. So our offer from Goose Factory is 6 million. This is already a very generous price. Just as Chen Geyao was about to respond, Lu Chen interjected. 6 million? Zhao, who are you trying to fool? While the lifespan of pop music is generally short, that applies to ordinary pop songs. I believe you are well aware of the commercial value of Unstoppable. Moreover, Goose Factory's interest in acquiring this song extends beyond the music itself. Thus, it cannot be evaluated solely based on the standards of pop music. With proper management, this song could easily generate over 100 million in value within 3 years. I trust Goose Factory's marketing team understands this better than I do. Zhao Hui was taken aback. He intended to leverage the characteristics of pop music to negotiate a lower price, but he hadn't anticipated Lu Chen and Oppo's keen understanding of the market, which completely derailed his preconceived strategy. Chen Geyao was equally astonished. How had Lu Chen, who had been preoccupied with household matters, become so well-versed in market dynamics? Typically, a musician would be overjoyed to sell their song for over 100,000, yet Lu Chen remained composed in the face of a 6 million offer. Chapter 72. How did I not think of selling usage rights only? Lu Chen cast a proud glance at Chen Geyao and chose not to elaborate further. The subsequent matters could be resolved by Chen Geyao. At this moment, Zhao Hui appeared flustered, expressing his reluctant stance. 8 million. It truly cannot go any higher. Chen Geyao took a delicate sip of her coffee, her expression indifferent, her tone uncompromising. It seemed Mr. Zhao was merely putting on a fade. He still did not grasp the situation. In that case, we can discuss this further once you come to your senses. With that, she folded the contract and gracefully stood to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Hui panicked and hurriedly interjected, President Chen, 1 million. 1 million is truly our bottom line. Su Bo Ran, beside him, felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that if Chen Geyao were to leave at this moment, their negotiations would likely collapse. Chen Geyao turned, a confident smile gracing her lips. 12 million. If you cannot step beyond this threshold, then there is no need for further discussion. Su Bo Ran felt a tightening in his chest, secretly admiring Chen Geyao's astuteness. The song Unstoppable had been appraised by the marketing department of Goose Factory at a maximum valuation of 12 million. Yet Zhao Hui's budget could only stretch to 10 million. After all, Goose Factory needed to leave themselves some margin for risk. However, if 12 million were to be agreed upon, Zhao Hui would have to report to the marketing department of Goose Factory. Securing this contract could jeopardize his standing within the company. Zhao Hui clenched his teeth, filled with rage. He was now cornered by Chen Geyao. Yet retreating would only worsen his predicament. Very well, President Chen, I agree. Let us finalize the contract. A glimmer of light flickered in Chen Geyao's eyes as she swiftly retrieved the contract and inscribed her name upon it. Su Bo Ran finally comprehended that the 12 million figure had been established prior to Chen Geyao's arrival, and she was evidently confident in securing that amount. Indeed, the youngest female president was formidable, her audacity and strategy truly commendable. Chen Geyao and Lu Chen were indeed a match made in heaven. Zhao Hui received the contract. Though arrogant, he was not yet irrational enough to overlook the gravity of signing such a document. Unsurprisingly, he soon discovered an issue. Usage rights. President Chen, is this not excessive? We at Goose Factory have spent 12 million, yet only acquired usage rights? Zhao Hui and Oppo's outburst instantly drew disapproval from those around him. Discontented glances were cast his way, causing him to feel a sense of dread. This was a high-end CAF situated directly beneath the Star Entertainment building. Shouting at the president of Star Entertainment was utterly foolish. Chen Geyao curled her lips in disdain, retorting coldly, Mr. Zhao, I genuinely question how you attained your current position. My husband has already informed you that the market value of this song is at least 100 million. If I were to sell you the copyright for 12 million, would I not be a fool? Furthermore, I never claimed to sell the copyright. I am merely selling the usage rights. I believe that selling just the usage rights would yield greater profits for Goose Factory, would it not? Of course, Mr. Zhao may not comprehend this, but surely Mr. Su can. Su Bo Rant's understanding blossomed. If Unstoppable were to be utilized solely for the promotion of King Solvent at Goose Factory, it likely would not even recoup the $12 million cost. However, under Star Entertainment's ongoing management of the song, its influence would amplify over time, possibly not only recouping costs, but yielding substantial profits for King Solvent. Chen Geyao lightly touched her brow, glancing at her watch, and calmly stated, Mr. Zhao, your time is running short. You may call your superiors now. I trust that Mr. Su will provide me with a satisfactory response. Fuming, Zhao Hui slammed his hand on the table and dialed a number. He thought to himself, what does Lu Chen know about the market? Claiming a song is worth over 100 million? Absurd. Su Kaiming would never agree. What? Chairman, you agree? The response from the other end of the line shocked Zhao Hui, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that Su Kaiming had lost his senses? How could he accept such terms? Su Kaiming's voice emerged from the phone, chillingly calm. Zhao Hui, expedite the contract signing. You have worked hard during this period. I'm granting you an extended leave to rest. I will arrange for others to take over your responsibilities. Zhao Hui felt as though struck by lightning. His phone slipped from his grasp as he stood there in a daze. The term lost soul aptly described his current state. Su Bo Ran approached gently, reminding Mr. Zhao, it is time to sign the contract. Lu Chen, witnessing the contract in Oppo's completion, beamed with admiration. Wife, you are incredible. How did I not think of selling usage rights? Chen Geyao squinted slightly, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Did you truly not think of it? Lu Chen quickly raised 3 fingers, swearing earnestly to the heavens. I genuinely did not. But now that the contract is signed, shall we not go out and have some fun? It has been ages since we enjoyed an outing together. Chen Geyao was about to decline, mindful of the myriad of tasks awaiting her attention. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoyu's pleading eyes, her heart softened. Indeed, all her relentless efforts were for Lu Xiaoyu's happiness. If she could not fulfill even this modest wish, what was the point of her endeavors? Lu Xiaoyu clutched Chen Geyao's hand tightly, her face alight with a sweet smile as she coaxed. Mommy, just for today, please? Yi wants to go out with you. A warmth enveloped Chen Geyao's heart, and she resolutely decided that regardless of the circumstances, she would accompany Lu Xiaoyu today. Very well. Mommy will take you out to play. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu jumped with joy, exclaiming, Hooray! Long live Mommy! Lu Chen, seizing the moment, pulled out 3 amusement park tickets from his pocket, proudly declaring, I indeed foresaw this. I had prepared them in advance. Chen Geyao playfully swatted Lu Chen's arm, chiding, Oh, so you had this planned all along. Lu Chen chuckled, scratching his head as he replied, How would you call it scheming? Come on, let us ride the roller coaster. Zhao Hui's apology video, once released, detonated across the internet like a bomb, rapidly trending. The reasons were straightforward. Every individual involved was a hot topic at the moment. Star Entertainment's president Chen Geyao, Goose Factory executive Zhao Hui, and the versatile husband, nanny, Lu Chen. As the news spread, the internet erupted into fervent discussions. Isn't Lu Chen the infamous kept man? How could he make a Goose Factory executive film a personal apology? That's astonishing. Latest news, Goose Factory executive Zhao Hui has been placed on mandatory leave. It seems his position is untenable. Zhao Hui brought this upon himself. His arrogance and disregard for others make him a toxic presence in the company. And Oppo's, Unstoppable and Oppo's, is officially launched. Goose Factory has spent $12 million on a year in Oppo's usage rights. It appears they are resolutely entering the international market. This is truly remarkable. It certainly brings pride to our nation. Chapter 73. I am not wronged at all. The signing of the contract between Xingchen Entertainment and Goose Factory quickly stirred a tempest across various media outlets, igniting a fervor throughout the internet. It was evident to discerning eyes that Goose Factory had sounded the clarion call for its foray into the international gaming market. In the wake of this announcement, Goose Factory's stock prices surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Xingchen Entertainment, as the copyright holder for Unstoppable, also reaped substantial profits. As a result of this series of events, Lu Chen's fanbase skyrocketed, propelling him to become one of the most sought-after personalities online. As the saying goes, fame brings with it a host of controversies. Following Lu Chen's meteoric rise, a deluge of criticism and doubt began to proliferate across the internet. Comments such as a man living off his wife, yet he enjoys such glory, and Lu Chen is a disgrace to men. Why doesn't he forge his own path? Echoed through the digital landscape. Others chimed in with disdain, questioning his worthiness as a man for shoving all the burdens of life onto his wife. While some accused him of harboring a penchant for foreign admiration due to the soaring price tag of a mere English song. The chorus of voices clamored for Lu Chen to issue an apology and demanded a thorough investigation into the Mama is Not Home show, suspecting underhanded dealings on his part. Chen Geyao observed the malicious remarks directed at Lu Chen online, her brow furrowing in discontent. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, she was acutely aware of the origins of such vitriol. It was utterly inconceivable that these comments were not orchestrated by hired hands. It was not difficult to deduce who was behind this campaign. Such tactics were all too familiar to her, and she had often chosen to turn a blind eye. However, with Lu Chen now embroiled in this mess, having been unwittingly signed up for Mama is Not Home by Chen Geyao herself, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Lu Chen, perceptive to Chen Geyao's disquiet, gently embraced her from behind and inquired softly, "What's wrong? Who has upset my wife? I'll take care of them." With a hint of remorse, Chen Geyao replied, "The slander against you online." Lu Chen chuckled. "I was wondering what the fuss was about. I'm not a part of this industry, nor do I rely on it for my livelihood. If I don't look, it won't bother me." A warmth surged within Chen Geyao at his words. But Lu Chen tenderly brushed aside a few strands of hair from her face, offering gentle reassurance. "Without concrete evidence, this will blow over in a few days. Just don't engage with it." Chen Geyao recognized the wisdom in Lu Chen's words and was touched by his understanding. "All right." Before bed, Lu Chen, passing the restroom, overheard Chen Geyao deliberately lowering her voice. "Let the PR department handle those most vocal trolls. Slandering my husband? They're asking for trouble. Also, let us find some people to steer public opinion. Those who embarrass themselves on the show have the most motive to slander him. The public isn't foolish." Lu Chen sighed. His wife, though gentle at home, was also a renowned diva and a powerful someone who held grudges. If all went as expected, given Chen Geyao's character, she would undoubtedly seek to settle the score with those individuals. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu had already garnered a substantial following, and with the halo of Chen Geyao as celebrity status, public sentiment began to shift in their favor within a day. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qing ran seethed with anger, while Zhao Hui smashed a water cup in frustration. That evening, Chen Geyao returned home in markedly better spirits. The atmosphere at the dinner table lightened considerably. After dinner, Chen Geyao made an uncharacteristic move. She volunteered to help Lu Xiaoyu with her homework. In the past, due to her busy schedule, such moments with Lu Xiaoyu were rare. Lu Chen felt a mix of surprise and concern. He was delighted that Chen Geyao finally had time to spend with their daughter, yet worried that Lu Xiaoyu might falter under pressure, potentially leading to Chen Geyao hiring a tutor. After all, he had always favored a joyful approach to education, sacrificing much practice time in the process. Nevertheless, maternal love plays an irreplaceable role in a child's development, a gift he, as a father, could not fully provide. Lu Xiaoyu, naturally, was overjoyed. During her study session, rather than exhibiting the anxiety Lu Chen feared, she completed her work swiftly and flawlessly. Chen Geyao, too, felt a tinge of unease. After all, Lu Chen's approach to education could impact Lu Xiaoyu's academic performance. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu's grades had not only remained stable, but had shown significant improvement. It appeared that entrusting Lu Xiaoyu to Lu Chen was indeed a wise decision. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen leaned closer to Chen Geyao, grinning as he asked, "So, how do you feel about Xiaoyu and Oppo's as current performance? Are you pleased?" He plopped down beside her, fruit in hand, radiating joy. Chen Geyao turned to him, overwhelmed with happiness and excitement, and impulsively kissed him. A startled Chen Geyao realized she had intended merely to peck his cheek. The couple, having shared years together, suddenly found themselves enveloped in a sweetly awkward atmosphere brimming with affection. It was Lu Xiaoyu who broke the tension. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, covering her eyes and scampering back to her room. Before bed, as Chen Geyao nestled in Lu Chen and Oppo's embrace, she broached the subject of Unstoppable. After the signing, the market value of Unstoppable has indeed risen, yet I still feel somewhat unsettled. There was no pressing need to rush into this contract. We could have held off or even declined. However, the company has recently encountered some difficulties, and I must expand our influence swiftly, ideally partnering with a major corporation like Goose Factory. But that has placed you in a compromising position. As she spoke, Chen Geyao resembled a small fox that had faced injustice, seeking solace in Lu Chen and Oppo's arms. Lu Chen held her tightly, placing a gentle kiss atop her head, and replied with a smile, "It's all right. Now that you mention it, I don't feel wronged at all." Inside, Lu Chen and Oppo's helped but chuckle. Wronged? What was there to feel wronged about? Such songs are plentiful if one knows where to seek them. Chen Geyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet his, earnestly stating, "In the past, when I suggested you manage the household while I took the lead in the outside world, I underestimated you, thinking you were merely handsome without any real capability. But now it's different. Lu Chen, I must ask, do you wish to debut?" As someone entrenched in the entertainment industry, she recognized his potential for stardom and reassured him regarding age concerns. Lu Chen tightened his hold on Chen Geyao and Oppo's arm, his tone growing slightly serious. "I truly do not wish to debut. You are already working so hard out there. If I were to step into the limelight, who would take care of you and Xiaoyu?" Chen Geyao seemed to have received a definitive answer, responding softly, "I just feel it's such a pity." Lu Chen then chuckled, "What is there to regret? My life's ambition is to be by your side and Xiaoyu's. And I genuinely enjoy this so-called living off my wife lifestyle." "Dear wife, you don't want me to live off you, do you?" Chen Geyao burst into laughter. "I merely wish to make it up to you." In a swift motion, Lu Chen flipped over, pinning Chen Geyao beneath him. "Make it up to me? Do you know how to do that?" Chapter 74. Absolutely not allowing Xingchen Entertainment to flourish. As the online discourse gradually subsided, Chen Geyao let out a sigh of relief. Lu Chen continued to care for the family and guided Lu Xiaoyu in her studies. It was only after paying closer attention to Lu Chen that Chen Geyao realized how profoundly he had changed, yet he still bore a resemblance to his former self. Perhaps participating in the recent program had shifted her perspective on him. Even the most illustrious of stars long for a partner who is multifaceted. Lu Xiaoyu was evidently more vivacious than before, showing significant progress in her studies, particularly in piano. Under Lu Chen's tutelage, Lu Xiaoyu's advancement was remarkable, and Chen Geyao had received numerous commendation calls from the piano teacher. Chen Geyao understood that Lu Chen had no aspirations of debuting and that he was genuinely devoted to caring for her and Lu Xiaoyu. This arrangement was indeed beneficial. Had both she and Lu Chen been preoccupied with their careers, they would have inadvertently neglected Lu Xiaoyu. Both Chen Geyao and Lu Chen shared the belief that Lu Xiaoyu and Oppo's development took precedence above all else. While domestic matters provided Chen Geyao with peace of mind, a weight burdened her as she made her way to the company. She had yet to disclose to Lu Chen that Xingchen Entertainment was far from its previous smooth sailing. Had it not been for this, she would not have participated in the program to seek solace. Upon arriving at the office, Secretary Lin, she entered with a file in hand. "Mr. Lu and Oppo's reputation has improved. Congratulations, President." Chen Geyao smiled faintly, her gaze fixated on the computer screen. Lin, she quickly surmised the underlying cause. Indeed, the company had recently faced a talent drought, with a new batch of artists far inferior to those from several years prior. Chen Geyao felt a pang of worry. Yes, the artist's professional capabilities are crucial. Lin, she sighed softly. "President Chen, I understand your expectations for the newcomers in Oppo's skills, but there are currently so few capable artists. Perhaps we should consider recruiting a new generation of talent?" Chen Geyao firmly declined. "Merely relying on appearances is not sustainable. My standards remain unchanged. We adhere to the principle of quality over quantity at Xingchen Entertainment. Lin, she nodded earnestly, handing the file to Chen Geyao. Here is the performance assessment of the new batch of artists. The top candidates possess commendable skills. After reviewing the document, a look of satisfaction finally crossed Chen Geyao and Oppo's face. Arrange a meeting for all the executives to attend. Lin, she complied and departed. Chen Geyao glanced at the family photo on her desk. With Lu Chen having resolved the pressing matters at home, she was determined to work hard and provide a prosperous life for both Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. In the company conference room, Chen Geyao occupied the main seat, while the executives attentively listened. The training period for the newcomers has concluded, and this month is crucial. The most proficient newcomers need to be launched immediately. I have asked Secretary Lin to prepare the documents for your review. The creative department head promptly stood, assuring President Chen, "Rest assured, we will not delay the timeline." Chen Geyao then directed her attention to the promotion department. In addition to the newcomers and Oppo's launch plan, we must also generate buzz for the cultivation of the new Little Queen and Little King. The promotional efforts must keep pace. Meanwhile, at Li Xiaolu and Amp, Oppo's company. In the vice president's conference room, Vice President Zhao Wei comforted her, sensing her discontent. "Sisterly, please understand. Although Xingchen Entertainment is a new generation company, the employees we hire are seasoned veterans in the industry. Their public relations department is no less formidable than ours. Moreover, the Goose Factory has just signed a contract with Xingchen Entertainment for Unstoppable, which is currently a sensation. They would not wish for any negative news regarding Lu Chen and Chen Geyao." Li Xiaolu, an industry veteran, knew that relying solely on defamation to undermine Lu Chen and Chen Geyao was futile. "Vice President Zhao, I acknowledge that I have been overly emotional." With that, Li Xiaolu exhaled, and Zhao Wei and Oppo's furrowed brows eased. "Sisterly, let an Oppo's refocus. When it comes to dealing with Xingchen Entertainment, if defamation fails, we must explore alternative strategies. I have heard that the first batch of newcomers at Xingchen Entertainment has completed their training and will soon debut. You know how stringent they are. This batch possesses commendable skills and professionalism. Furthermore, Chen Geyao is preparing to cultivate new Little Kings and Little Queens." The mention of the Little King and Little Queen plan alarmed Li Xiaolu. Given the current industry trend of a talent void, few could shoulder the responsibility. If young singers were to ascend as the new Little King and Little Queen, barring any scandals, and by consistently producing works and gaining experience, it was virtually guaranteed they would eventually become the reigning stars. All major companies were fervently striving to create new icons. It was no exaggeration to say that the first company to produce a new Little King or Little Queen would be at the forefront of the entertainment industry. Now that Chen Geyao had such plans, how could Li Xiaolu, as the most envious competitor, possibly tolerate it? "Vice President Zhao, we cannot allow Xingchen Entertainment's newcomers and their Little King and Little Queen to rise. If they succeed, the ramifications for us would be considerable. We absolutely cannot permit Chen Geyao to elevate Xingchen Entertainment to our level among the four major entertainment companies. That is impossible." Zhao Wei and Oppo's expression darkened. He certainly understood this truth and subtly implied, beyond their image and company packaging, the most crucial element for newcomers is the presence of exceptional new songs. "I have heard that Sister Li is acquainted with numerous renowned lyricists and composers. Perhaps you could." Li Xiaolu immediately grasped Zhao Wei's intent. They shared a common goal and merely needed to introduce each other. "Rest assured, Vice President, we are all from the same company, and I am more than willing to promote new talent." The Vice President beamed with delight and promptly poured tea for Li Xiaolu. "Sister Li, do not worry. No matter how talented Xingchen Entertainment and Oppo's newly signed artists are, they remain merely new signings. With the current caliber of their planning and promotion departments, they will struggle to make an impact. After all, most entertainment companies have already solidified their structures. Xingchen Entertainment? They will not prevail." Li Xiaolu smiled in agreement, certain of this outcome. Now, let us observe the unfolding drama at Xingchen Entertainment. Chapter 75. How could he resist the temptation to change it? Lu Chen noticed that Chen Geyao appeared somewhat despondent. During dinner, he meticulously prepared a feast of her favorite dishes, yet her demeanor remained unchanged. Rather than probing further, Lu Chen turned to Lu Xiaoyu and said, You, with the new school term approaching, let us take a break from gaming. How about I help you review your homework? Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Yes. We've been playing for quite a while. It's time to buckle down and do some homework. Lu Chen served Lu Xiaoyu a delectable piece of braised pork, exclaiming, Such a good girl. Here, as a reward for you. Lu Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, devouring the morsel and murmuring, Thank you, Daddy. By the way, Lu Chen continued, There's also piano class. If I recall correctly, there's only one lesson left, right? Lu Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Yes, tomorrow is the last class, and the teacher assigned us to perform a piece. She added, Usually, Daddy helps me practice, but today I want Mommy to help. Turning to Chen Geyao, Lu Xiaoyu asked sweetly, Mommy, is that all right? Chen Geyao did not respond, her gaze lingering on the dishes before her, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to contain himself, Lu Chen waved his chopsticks in front of her. Startled, Chen Geyao quickly inquired, What is the matter? Dear, what are you thinking about? You seem rather troubled, Lu Chen remarked. Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, Mommy, are you tired from work? Chen Geyao smiled gently at Lu Xiaoyu. Mommy just zoned out for a moment. What were you saying? Today, I want Mommy to practice piano with me. Tomorrow is the final class, and the teacher will be assessing us. Chen Geyao glanced at Lu Chen. Let Daddy handle it. Shall we? Lu Xiaoyu pouted, clearly displeased. No, Daddy has helped me practice so many times already. Mommy hasn't tea yet. Lu Chen agreed. Yes. You should accompany you today. Reluctantly, Chen Geyao acquiesced. After dinner, as Lu Chen washed the dishes, Chen Geyao took Lu Xiaoyu to the piano room for practice. A noticeable wrong note echoed through the air, causing Lu Chen to furrow his brow, initially thinking it was Lu Xiaoyu's mistake. He then heard her voice from outside. Mommy, are you tired? How could you hit a wrong note? Peeking in, Lu Chen caught sight of Chen Geyao. Her expression flustered. Mommy might be a bit fatigued. Should Daddy step in to help? Lu Xiaoyu cast a reluctant glance at Chen Geyao and said softly, All right. After escorting Chen Geyao back to her room, Lu Chen inquired with concern, Darling, is something troubling you? Is it something at work? Chen Geyao shook her head slightly. No, I'm just a bit tired. You go on and keep you company. I'll rest for a while. After practicing the piano, Lu Xiaoyu went to wash up. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter her room, he heard Chen Geyao's voice from inside, tinged with frustration. Zhao Xinjin's stage presence is so strong. How could this happen? Did the host give her a hard time? How could the host possibly do that? Is the host Fu Qingran? I see, but what about Chen Lian? I personally reviewed her song. How could it not even make the top 10? Did someone push her down? By whom? How could that be? Where do they find the songwriters? All right, I understand. I will handle this. Lu Chen quickly pulled out his phone to search for information. It turned out that Chen Lian and Zhao Xinjin were two of the most promoted artists by Xingchen Entertainment. Recently, Zhao Xinjin participated in a program where the host was Fu Qingran, while Chen Lian's new song had just launched but was overshadowed by three newcomers from Li Xiaolu's company, Heijin Entertainment. After listening to the three songs, Lu Chen noted their lackluster vocal abilities, yet the arrangements and lyrics were undeniably impressive, crafted by top-tier songwriters in the industry. One coincidence might be just that, a coincidence, but two coincidences suggested a deliberate scheme. A cold smile escaped Lu Chen's lips. He thought the media storm had died down. It appeared these individuals were still up to no good. However, this was merely the nature of competitive business. To alter the tide, one could only rely on strength. Lu Chen perused the latest announcements from Xingchen Entertainment. It was evident that the company was at a critical juncture, yet their newcomers were lacking. No wonder Chen Geyao felt so burdened at present. Since victory depended on strength, Lu Chen felt undaunted. After all, this was his forte. Midnight, Lu Chen awoke and climbed out of bed. Chen Geyao stirred from his movements, her eyes fluttering open to find him not heading to the bathroom, but approaching her desk to pick up her composition notebook. In the darkness, Chen Geyao watched silently as Lu Chen took up a pen. The rhythm of its tip dancing clearly reflected the melody of her composition. Suddenly, Lu Chen paused, and Chen Geyao's heart raced. Was he about to revise her piece? She had been anticipating this moment for so long, yet he made no markings, placing the notebook and pen back in their original position before returning to bed. With her eyes closed, Chen Geyao and Appos, as heart pounded. Why did he halt? Was there something wrong with her composition? Why did he not make any changes? How could someone skilled in songwriting resist the urge? Confused and filled with questions, Chen Geyao drifted into a restless sleep. The following morning, Chen Geyao chose not to go to the company, instead allowing herself to wake naturally. She longed to ask Lu Chen why he hadn't revised her piece last night. That pause had clearly indicated he had detected an issue. Upon finishing her morning routine and stepping out of her room, she found Lu Chen in Lu Xiaoyu's room, assisting her with an essay. To write a good essay, you must not only read extensively, but also examine various exemplary works. However, don't rush. Patience is key, understood? Lu Xiaoyu took her essay, responding earnestly, "Daddy, I understand." Lu Chen ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair affectionately. "Then I'll go prepare breakfast." Turning away, he caught sight of Chen Geyao, standing at the door. "Darling, you're awake. I'll make breakfast right away. Just a moment." Chen Geyao nodded slightly. As Lu Chen passed her to head to the kitchen, a smile crept onto his face. Chen Geyao approached Lu Xiaoyu, affectionately inquiring, "Is Daddy teaching you to write an essay?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Daddy's teaching is excellent. I've made great progress lately." Chen Geyao smiled, gently tousling Lu Xiaoyu's hair, her gaze drifting to the scattered papers on the desk. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, locking onto a particular piece of paper. In the past, when I first encountered this world, I lingered endlessly, gazing at the horizon as if it were before me, willing to traverse fire and water to experience it once more. Chapter 76. This is already quite perfect. Is this the lyric penned by Lu Chen? The words are simply exquisite. Lu Chen's recent compositions have uniquely captured the allure of contemporary pop music. However, the lyrics on the paper before me starkly contrast with his previous works, evidently infused with elements of nostalgia. Seizing a moment of distraction from Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Geyao stealthily tucked the note into her pocket. After breakfast, Chen Geyao eagerly drove to the company, bypassing her office to head straight to the creative department. The head of the department, Qin Shui, promptly rose to greet her. Chen Geyao handed the lyrics directly to Qin Shui. "This is a set of lyrics. Please take a look and promptly compose a melody." Qin Shui and Appos' gaze fell upon the words Chen Geyao had provided. As the head of the creative department, her discerning eye quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of the lyrics. "Is this your work, goddess? These lyrics are magnificent," Qin Shui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she immediately instructed her team to prepare for composition. A group gathered, fervently discussing the lyrics, each voice echoing praises for their brilliance. Qin Shui, in particular, was effusive in her admiration. "Goddess, how did you manage to craft such wonderful lyrics?" Chen Geyao chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly responding, "These aren't my doing. I'm not that talented. This is the creation of someone very important to me. Please, expedite the composition process based on these lyrics and submit it to me once completed." Qin Shui assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Chen, I will personally lead the team and strive to deliver an excellent piece." Chen Geyao nodded slightly and departed from the creative department. Throughout the day, Chen Geyao found it difficult to concentrate on her work, her thoughts consumed by Lu Chen's lyrics and the ongoing composition. While the creative department was busy composing, she too had written a version of the melody in her office. However, after several listens, she sensed something was amiss. As the workday drew to a close, she could no longer resist the urge to return to the creative department. It was bustling with activity. Qin Shui, who had been vibrant in the morning, now bore visible signs of fatigue. "I have reiterated countless times that this section is crucial. The cadence must have a sense of ebb and flow. Do you truly understand what I mean?" Qin Shui rejected yet another version of the melody, her frustration palpable. "Still not satisfactory?" Chen Geyao inquired. With a look of sincere regret, Qin Shui replied, "I apologize, Miss Chen. It's my oversight. I never anticipated it would be so challenging. We have a fairly mature version, but it still feels lacking." Chen Geyao nodded in agreement, echoing Qin Shui and Appos' sentiment. Although a commendable melody had been crafted, it seemed unworthy of the exquisite lyrics. "I have also created a version. Let us set our works aside and listen," she suggested. As the audio from the creative department filled the recording studio, Chen Geyao instinctively furrowed her brows. It wasn't that the department's composition was poor. Rather, she felt an intangible essence was missing, something ethereal. Next, they played Chen Geyao's composed melody. Qin Shui's expression softened considerably. Yet she too sensed a lack of that elusive charm. With a deep sigh, Qin Shui advised Miss Chen, "It may be worth mentioning that the writer of these lyrics could provide invaluable insights to enhance the melody's essence." Chen Geyao wholeheartedly agreed. Had Lu Chen been tasked with the composition, he would likely have crafted an exceptional melody. However, the thought of asking him made her reluctant. After spending half an hour in the company, she ultimately decided to head home. On her journey back, Chen Geyao felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Did she truly fall short compared to Lu Chen? Was she really inferior? With this troubling thought, she returned home, her mood still clouded. Lu Chen, sensing her disquiet, knew the source without needing to ask. The lyrics had been completed, but the composition remained a challenge for Chen Geyao. He understood her well. She was a perfectionist. Most musicians often focused solely on lyrics and vocal performance, neglecting the significance of the melody. Yet, the melody's importance was just as vital, if not more so, than the lyrics and vocal prowess. Those truly attuned to music could glean an artist's essence through their melodies. Chen Geyao's silence did not escape Lu Chen. He recognized her stubbornness. Unless she inquired directly, she would not disclose her thoughts, regardless of his queries. After dinner, Chen Geyao's worries persisted, and she could no longer contain herself. "Lu Chen, did you write those lyrics? I stumbled upon them while at UU's today." Lu Chen glanced at the note in her hand and smiled gently. "Yes, I wrote them while teaching UU to compose. Is there an issue?" Chen Geyao feigned indifference. "I believe these lyrics would make a splendid song. I attempted to compose a melody. Would you care to listen and provide your counsel?" Exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen responded, "Of course." In the living room, Chen Geyao strummed her guitar and began to sing. "I once struggled to extricate myself from the vastness of the world and became enraptured by its dreams. No pretense, no struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once named my youth with fervor and played the summer on the tips of my fingers. Where the heart stirs, let flow with fate." A simple yet heartfelt performance. Lu Xiaoyu clapped enthusiastically. "Mom, you're amazing. That sounds wonderful." Lu Chen joined in the applause, clearly pleased. It was evident that Chen Geyao had developed her own interpretation of the lyrics, as her melody was commendable. "Do you truly think my melody is good?" Chen Geyao asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Lu Chen smiled warmly. "Absolutely. I have faith in your abilities. Are you sure it doesn't need any alterations? You genuinely don and amp. Oppos. Do you see any flaws?" Chen Geyao pressed once more. Lu Chen nodded earnestly. "I genuinely find nothing amiss. It is already perfect." Relief washed over Chen Geyao. Perhaps the lyrics were so exceptional that Lu Chen had not anticipated she could truly compose a song. After all, she had poured her heart into that work. If Lu Chen had identified flaws after a single listen, both she and the creative department would have labored in vain. Chapter 77. The melody of this song is truly exceptional. As night descended, Chen Geyao reclined against the headboard of her bed, her eyes filled with concern. In her delicate hands, she grasped several pages adorned with musical notes, the fruit of her earnest labor. Despite Lu Chen's repeated praise, the subtle imperfections within the composition pricked at her heart like thorns. Though she understood that the song was ready for release, she could not bear the thought of such a splendid piece being anything less than perfect. With a gentle sigh, Lu Chen settled beside her, tenderly tucking the blanket around her. He was acutely aware that with Chen Geyao's perfectionist nature, if she could not find a piece that satisfied her, even if the song were to debut as planned, she would not truly feel joy. Sigh. His beautiful wife was indeed too demanding, leaving Lu Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed about his supportive role. This quiet sigh, however, was interpreted differently by Chen Geyao. Her eyelashes fluttered. Did he think it was terrible? Morning arrived. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the crack of the curtains, illuminating Chen Geyao's face. As she sat up, still drowsy, a melodious tune wafted in from the kitchen, instantly banishing her sleepiness. A sudden thrill surged through her, and her eyes widened in surprise. This was. Hastily donning a robe, she followed the sound with quick steps. Lu Chen, clad in an apron, hummed as he expertly prepared porridge, occasionally swaying to the rhythm. His demeanor quite comical. Without pretense, without struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her, and my fingertips brought forth the midsummer. When the heart stirs, let flow with fate. As Lu Chen turned, he caught sight of Chen Geyao standing at the door. Her hair tousled and exuding the languor of someone just awakened. "My dear Empress," he half joked, "you might want to mind your appearance. Has a breeze swept through our home?" "Tousling your hair? A breeze?" Chen Geyao's heart skipped a beat at those words. She fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, urgently inquiring, "Say that again." Lu Chen, sensing he had inadvertently upset her, quickly reassured, "I misspoke. No matter your appearance, you are stunning." Chen Geyao waved her hands in a flurry. "Not that line. The one that followed." Lu Chen looked puzzled, scratching his head. "Is our home truly breezy? That can't be right. We spent a fortune on soundproof windows." He even dashed off to check the bedroom. Unable to contain her laughter, Chen Geyao exclaimed, "I meant the song title. A breeze. The name is simply perfect for the song." Returning from the bedroom, Lu Chen muttered, "There's no draft." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Geyao leapt forward, enveloping him in an embrace, followed by a fervent kiss landing on his lips. Lu Chen's heart raced. Just as he was about to respond, their daughter Lu Xiaoyu's bright voice rang out, "Daddy." "Mommy, what are you doing?" Chen Geyao quickly disentangled herself from Lu Chen, while he instinctively covered Lu Xiaoyu's eyes and ushered her toward the bathroom, saying, "The first thing you do upon waking is to wash up." After breakfast, as Chen Geyao set aside her dishes, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Lu Chen, the melody you hummed this morning, it wasn't the one I wrote yesterday, was it?" Lu Chen nodded, explaining earnestly, "Your piece from yesterday was too laden with artistic nuance. It sounded somewhat obscure. I pondered over it last night and made a few alterations. If it's not to your liking, please don't hold it against me. Sing it again. I want to listen closely." Chen Geyao and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she leaned forward instinctively. Suppressing a smile, Lu Chen feigned innocence, saying, "Very well. I humbly seek your guidance, dear Empress." Clearing his throat, he began to sing. "Wait a moment," Chen Geyao exclaimed, hurriedly retrieving a guitar. "We need accompaniment." Delighted, Lu Chen took the guitar and began to play. "This journey, we walk in pause, tracing the path of youth's drift. Just before stepping off the train, an unexpected hesitation arises. I can't help but smile at the timidity of returning home." As he sang the opening line, Chen Geyao excitedly interrupted, "Wait, is this a new line you added?" "It wasn't in amp. Amp, Appo's, in what I wrote yesterday." Feeling a bit sheepish, Lu Chen scratched his head, explaining, "I enriched the main verse. Is it not fitting? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." Chen Geyao urged, "Continue singing. I want to interrupt you." Quietly, she activated her phone's recording function, eager to capture the moment. Lu Chen sang with heartfelt emotion, "This journey, we walk in pause, tracing the path of youth and Appo's drift. Just before stepping off the train, an unexpected hesitation arises. I can end amp, Appo's, help but smile at the timidity of returning home." As the last notes faded, Chen Geyao and amp, Appo's, eyes glistened with unshed tears, fully immersed in the atmosphere crafted by the song. She was certain that once this piece was released, it would undoubtedly create a fervor among audiences. Not only would it secure a spot in the top 10 charts, but it might even contend for the top 3, or even challenge the #1 hit, Unstoppable. "I finished eating. I must hurry to the company." Chen Geyao quickly tucked her phone away, brimming with anticipation to share the song with her team and bring it to the audience. Watching her hurried departure, Lu Xiaoyu innocently asked, "Daddy, did you make mommy cry?" Smiling, Lu Chen ruffled his daughter and amp, Appo's hair, saying, "Silly girl, those are tears of joy. You and amp, Appo's, LO understand when you grow up." At the creative department of Starry Sky Entertainment, Tsinghua was in a frenzy of activity. Chen Geyao had personally visited the department for 2 consecutive days, intensifying the pressure on her as the department head. Renowned for her perfectionism, Tsinghua and her team had spent the entire night laboring over the composition to meet Chen Geyao and amp, Oppos as high standards. Ms. Chen, our team has been diligently working on this piece. Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, Chen Geyao raised her hand to interrupt. I've resolved the issues with the song. Is the recording studio prepared? I need to use it immediately. Her voice was urgent, her gaze filled with eagerness. In the recording studio, Chen Geyao played the recording of Lu Chen's morning humming. The unique melody of the guitar and the innovative lyrics captivated everyone present. Chen Shui was left speechless, her mind racing in astonishment. Is this truly a demo completed in just one night? Did the boss accomplish this all alone? When did her talent become so formidable? A sense of anxiety crept into Chen Shui and Amp, Oppo's mind, worrying about her position as the head of the creative department. Ms. Chen, this piece is simply extraordinary. Did you compose it yourself? The harmony with the lyrics is impeccable. Chen Shui couldn't and Amp, Oppo's help but praise. With a humble smile, Chen Geyao replied, "It's not me. I'm not that talented. This piece was created by Lu Chen." Chapter 78. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Chen? Chen Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't he just completed Unstoppable? How could he produce such an exceptional piece so quickly? Did he not experience creative block? Before Chen Shui could recover from her shock, Chen Geyao began to organize the work. This matter must remain confidential for now. Complete the arrangement of this song as soon as possible. I want it to be released in the shortest time. The title will be The Wind Rises. Once the lyrics and melody are finished, notify Chunlian immediately so she can familiarize herself with it. The group nodded in agreement and immersed themselves in their tasks with great intensity. After a day of diligent effort, when Chen Geyao finally listened to the complete version of The Wind Rises, a satisfied smile broke across her face. However, before that smile could linger, her brow furrowed once more. The coincidences became increasingly unsettling. She just happened to need a suitable song and unexpectedly obtained the lyrics for The Wind Rises. Just when she was troubled about the melody, Lu Chen conveniently provided it. Was it all merely a coincidence? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. What if it was not coincidence, but rather Lu Chen and Amp, Oppo's meticulous design? To clarify her doubts, Chen Geyao, for the first time in her life, grabbed her bag before the end of work hours and hurried home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she was about to enter when a familiar piano melody wafted from inside. She froze, realizing that it was indeed the very song she had been listening to all day. Aha, so you were the one orchestrating this. A slight smirk crept onto Chen Geyao's lips as she gently pushed the door open. Inside, Lu Xiaoyu was seated at the piano, diligently playing, while Lu Chen patiently guided her. Hearing the door open, the father and daughter turned simultaneously, and upon seeing Chen Geyao standing at the entrance, they were momentarily paralyzed as if under a spell. Lu Chen awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Honey, why are you home so early today?" Chen Geyao narrowed her eyes and forced a smile, saying, Mommy needs to talk to Daddy for a moment. So you play by yourself for a bit, all right? Mommy will come out soon to practice with you." A sense of dread washed over Lu Chen as he cast a desperate look at Lu Xiaoyu. However, Lu Xiaoyu was entirely captivated by the notion of practicing with her mother and failed to notice Lu Chen's plea, cheerfully responding, "Okay, Mommy, hurry back." Chen Geyao seized Lu Chen by the ear, dragging him into the bedroom as if he were a small chick. The bedroom door slammed shut with a bang, extinguishing Lu Chen's last flicker of hope. Chen Geyao raised her leg and pressed Lu Chen against the wall. He lowered his head, locking eyes with her. At this point, Lu Chen continued to jest, "Honey, isn't it a bit too hasty? We've only just finished work." Chen Geyao snorted dismissively. "Stop diverting the topic. Answer my questions." Lu Chen quickly raised 3 fingers, solemnly assuring her, "I swear, I am not deliberately hiding anything from you. I have always possessed these skills. I just never had the opportunity to showcase them. Or perhaps, when I did, you weren't paying attention." Lu Chen became somewhat self-satisfied, thinking, "This only proves how exceptional I am. So remarkable that I am overlooked, great talents hidden in plain sight." Chen Geyao's beautiful eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, reflecting on it, Lu Chen had always been like this. His cooking was so delectable that she lost interest in extravagant meals elsewhere. Their home was impeccably clean, making even five-star hotels seem less comfortable than their abode. Even Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's education, which she had attributed to various study plans, was actually the result of Lu Chen and Appo's tireless efforts and attentive care. When she chose Lu Chen, it was precisely because of his exceptional qualities. Yet, after Lu Chen stepped back, she became pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu, and Xingchen Entertainment entered a phase of rapid growth. She had mistakenly believed she was adequately caring for their family, only to realize that she had unconsciously overlooked her loved ones. Lu Chen keenly sensed the shift in Chen Geyao's expression, a pang of pain tightening in his heart. Chen Geyao was a strong and competitive individual, yet deeply sensitive. Ultimately, she was but a woman in need of affection. He pulled her into his embrace, softly saying, "You are remarkable as well." Tirelessly striving to support a company, providing for so many employees, while also caring for our family. In the eyes of both me and you, you're a superhero. Chen Geyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Chen grasped her hand earnestly. "Geyao, you are so accustomed to being strong, always striving for perfection. While that is commendable, it can also be exhausting. Your competitive spirit makes you engage in constant struggles with yourself. You think you disguise it well, but both you and I see right through it. Honey, we want to help you share the burden. We are a family." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Tsinghua tightly embraced Lu Chen, weeping openly. Just as Lu Chen prepared to kiss her amidst the poignant moment, Lu Xiaoyu barged in at the most inopportune time, holding Lu Chen's phone. "Mommy, Daddy and I have already prepared the melody for the wind rises." However, upon lifting her head and seeing Chen Geyao weeping on Lu Chen's shoulder, Lu Xiaoyu froze, her face turning crimson. "Daddy, did you bully Mommy? Why is she crying?" Lu Chen felt like crying without tears, utterly helpless. Yet Chen Geyao, overwhelmed with joy, lifted Lu Xiaoyu high in the air, laughing, "Yes, your daddy has bullied me. Shall we punish him by making him cook?" Lu Xiaoyu placed her hands on her hips, puffing up her cheeks, and proclaimed, "Daddy, you better hurry." Lu Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, you win. I'll go. Chapter 79. A masterpiece as a label and calling card. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Geyao had risen early to prepare. She donned a sharp professional suit, hastily organized her documents, and set off with a cheerful heart. Lu Chen rushed forward to stop her, questioning her haste, urging her to have breakfast before leaving, insisting that one must not skip a meal. Chen Geyao shook her head and explained, "I cannot. The arrangement for and Appo's, the wind is rising and Appo's, must be organized immediately. Qinling needs to familiarize herself with it quickly, and the creative team is waiting. Time waits for no one." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu emerged from the washroom, toothbrush in hand, mumbling, "Mom, not eating breakfast is bad for your health." Lu Chen, shaking his head in resignation, affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said gently, You must not emulate your mother. I will prepare breakfast for you right away. You love your father's cooking, don't you?" Lu Xiaoyu eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming that she adored her father's meals and wanted breakfast. Chen Geyao bestowed a gentle kiss on her daughter's forehead, assuring her, "Mom will buy breakfast, so don't worry." In the recording studio, after the arrangement for and Appo's, "The Wind is Rising" and Appo's had been completed, Chunling received the full score of the song. Upon familiarizing himself with it, he stood frozen in place, overwhelmed. This piece seemed tailor-made for him. Chunling's exhilaration was beyond words as he gazed through the studio glass at Chen Geyao, who was dining outside, filled with gratitude. "President Chen even skipped breakfast to create such an exceptional masterpiece for me. I must strive to honor this expectation." For a newcomer like Chunling, while fan count and personal traffic are undoubtedly significant, possessing a signature work is of paramount importance. Having a representative piece is akin to possessing a dazzling business card or label. Conversely, lacking one would confine him to the shadows of being a newcomer, making it difficult to stand out among numerous artists. "The Wind is Rising" was undeniably a crucial step towards his success, marking the inception of his journey to fame. After a morning of intense and focused recording, Chunling felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. Upon leaving the studio, he approached Chen Geyao with enthusiasm. bowing deeply and sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your assistance, President Chen. I will exert every effort to perform this song well, repaying your kindness and the company's nurturing." No leader would overlook a grateful subordinate, and Chen Geyao felt a sense of encouragement as she replied, "Practice diligently. This is merely the beginning. The road ahead is long, and I believe you will succeed." As everyone departed the studio, she exclaimed excitedly, "The artists at Black Gold Entertainment are at the peak of their popularity. This song will surely overshadow them." Chen Geyao smiled slightly, but shook her head. There's no need to rush. While a direct confrontation may be satisfying, allowing the waves to push the previous ones is a more sustainable approach. Let them enjoy their moment for a while. I will personally guide Chen Ling in the coming days. Simultaneously, ensure the publicity department is on standby. When the moment is ripe, we must strike decisively, leaving no room for error. In the office of Black Gold Entertainment, the laughter of Li Xiaolu and Zhao Wei resonated. Li Yingho truly is the pillar of our Black Gold Entertainment. Recently, we have suppressed Xing Chun Entertainment to the point where they cannot even break into the top 10. I wonder how Chen Geyao will manage to launch her Little King and Queen. Zhao Wei boasted proudly. Li Xiaolu, clad in a splendid gown that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, had devoted considerable effort to assist the company in undermining Xing Chun Entertainment. Now, witnessing the notable results, she felt it was time for the company to recognize her, and thus she dressed splendidly to showcase her charm, reminding them of her undeniable prowess. Li Xiaolu chuckled lightly, her expression tinged with disdain. Chen Geyao is simply too young. How can her Xing Chun Entertainment compare to our Black Gold Entertainment? Defeat is the inevitable outcome. Zhao Wei promptly poured her cup of tea, flattering her, "Li Yingho, please do not be modest. Without your communication with those songwriters and lyricists, how could Tsinghua rise to fame so swiftly with her limited strength?" Li Xiaolu's expression grew even more self-satisfied, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Zhao Wei grinned. "Li Yingho, the company has always valued you. We are currently preparing several excellent new dramas for you, so be ready." Li Xiaolu beamed, raising her teacup in gratitude. "Rest assured, I am always prepared to charge into battle for the company and create new glories." Zhao Wei laughed heartily, moving closer to Li Xiaolu and adding, "However, there's a small issue. Although Su Hua has gained popularity, Fan Xiangxiang lacks a standout song. After all, she's also a junior of the company. What do you think, Li Yingho?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Xiaolu and Appo's face. She had already utilized much of her connections to find a song for Su Hua. Moreover, as a vice president of an entertainment company, why should the onus be on her to seek out songwriters? Was it merely to save money and avoid losing face? Rest assured, no problem. Supporting juniors is our duty as seniors. Li Yingho and Appo's magnanimity truly earned Zhao and Appo's admiration. "Thank you, Li Yingho." As 2.5 days passed, Su Hua and Appo's songs steadily climbed the charts on various music platforms, swiftly reaching the 5th position. In stark contrast, Xing Chun Entertainment remained silent, seemingly fading into obscurity. In the office of the president of Xing Chun Entertainment, Chen Geyao glanced at the music platform rankings, a slight smile gracing her lips. She understood that the time had come. In recent days, under her guidance, Chen Ling had practiced diligently, making rapid progress. The online buzz continued to escalate, and everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. Now is the perfect moment for the wind is rising to make its debut. She entered the office, accompanied by 2 others. President Chen, the head of the publicity department, Zhou Yang, has arrived. Zhou Yang greeted respectfully President Chen, with a calm demeanor yet a resolute tone. Chen Geyao declared, and Appo's, the wind is rising, and Appo's is ready for launch. You have had ample time for preparation. The publicity must be executed flawlessly. Increase the budget by 30%. Do not hesitate to spend and ensure this song and Appo's popularity skyrockets. After 3 days of preparation, Zhou Yang was eager to commence. Please rest assured, President Chen, we will give it our all. Chapter 80. The singers of this era, Chen Geyao, swiftly convened a meeting with the planning department and made a decisive choice. Chen Ling would replace Zhao Zhenjin as the featured guest on Chase Your Dreams. Youth. This program, specifically tailored for the youth of today, enjoys immense popularity and support online. It invites outstanding young individuals from various fields to engage in interviews, aiming to establish a proper perspective on striving among young people. Currently, Zhao Zhenjin lacks a personal representative work, while Chen Ling and Oppos. As the Wind Rises requires such a high-profile platform to maximize its exposure. At Black Gold Entertainment, Zhao Vida fixed his gaze on a young, handsome man adorned with heavy makeup, admonishing him. Li Xingxing, the company has invested considerable effort and connections to secure your role as the main guest on Chase Your Dreams. Youth. The script has been meticulously refined for you. Do you remember it all? Li Xingxing nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Zhao. I and Amp. Oppos. He memorized it all. I will not let you down. Zhao Vida grunted in acknowledgement. Seizing this opportunity will solidify your status as a little king. I am grateful for your guidance, Mr. Zhao. Li Xingxing replied solemnly. I wanted Oppos to remind you further. You know what to do. Seeing Zhao Vida produce a cigarette, Li Xingxing quickly retrieved a lighter from his pocket to light it. Zhao Vida cast a sidelong glance at him. You are a singer. It would be wise to reconsider this smoking habit. Yes. Li Xingxing replied respectfully. Mr. Zhao, I heard that the flying guest from Xingxin Entertainment has changed. Should I? You decide. Backstage at Chase Your Dreams, youth. Li Xingxing entered the room. Fu Qingran glanced at the mirror and instructed the makeup artist. You may leave for now. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, Li Xingxing settled behind Fu Qingran. Teacher Fu, it's been a while. Aren't you the main guest today? What brings you to my backstage? Fu Qingran inquired with a smile. Li Xingxing, wearing a sycophantic expression, responded. I merely wish to greet Teacher Fu. I hope you will be lenient with me. Fu Qingran smirked, reassuring him, do not worry. Mr. Zhao has already contacted me. Li Xingxing and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. I appreciate your assistance, Teacher Fu. Fu Qingran and Oppos' smile faded slightly as he reminded. The flying guest from Xingxin Entertainment is now someone named Chen Ling. Are you aware of this? Li Xingxing replied, I hold your program in high regard. So I certainly made it a point to familiarize myself with everything. At the program and Amp, Oppos' venue, Fu Qingran, clad in a white suit and adorned with exquisite makeup, commenced. Welcome everyone to the 7th episode of Amp. Oppos, Chase Your Dreams, Youth, and Amp. Oppos, previously we have invited outstanding representatives from various fields. Today, we are honored to host one of the foremost young singers of our generation, the Little King, Li Xingxing. With dazzling lights illuminating the stage and the audience erupting in cheers to the tune of Li Xingxing and Amp. Oppos' signature song, he appeared in a simple white shirt, resembling a friendly neighborhood boy. With a warm smile, Li Xingxing waved, greeting the host and flying guest before settling onto the comfortable sofa reserved for the main guest. The interview commenced in earnest. Li Xingxing, we welcome you. Fu Qingran exclaimed. Li Xingxing rose, smiling. Thank you, Teacher Fu. Hello, everyone. I am Li Xingxing, your star boy. He made a heart gesture towards the camera, deliberately showcasing his refined jawline. A wave of shrieks erupted from the audience. Chen Ling clapped with a hint of envy. When will I become a little king? Fu Qingran praised. Indeed, Li Xingxing is far more amiable than typical guests. Li Xingxing, intentionally donning a thin shirt with an open collar to expose his collarbone, remarked, knowing it in Amp, Oppos' your program, I certainly feel at ease. Who doesn't in Amp? Oppos. Know that Teacher Fu is a top-notch host. Fu Qingran, pleased, stated, we all know Li Xingxing is a little king in the music industry, with formidable talent. Many fans are curious about the untold stories behind your journey. Li Xingxing and Oppos' expression grew nostalgic. When I first debuted, I was quite naive, with many immature songs. I owe much to the company for crafting my development path, which led to who I am today. My family was very poor during my childhood. Thankfully, my academic performance was decent. After entering high school, I participated in a band performance, and from that day forth, I harbored a dream of music. Eventually, as many know, I gained admission to a music academy and signed with my first company, Black Gold Entertainment. To this day, I remain profoundly grateful to Black Gold Entertainment. Fu Qingran definitely sees the opportunity to add Li Xingxing and AMP. AMP, Oppo's S experience aligns perfectly with our program in AMP. AMP, Oppo's S theme. One must have dreams, recognize oneself, and more importantly, make the right choices. While hard work is undeniably crucial for success, the importance of making the right choices cannot be overstated. A reliable entertainment company can often save one from taking many detours. As Fu Qingran spoke, he casually glanced in Chen Ling's direction, eliciting a flicker of unease within her. Not only her, but the audience also sensed an unusual tension. Had it not been for Zhao Jinjin's rather unfavorable treatment by Fu Qingran in the previous episode, they might not have perceived the subtle jab aimed at Chen Ling. Are you unaware? A whisper spread among the crowd. Fu Qingran has harbored grievances against Chen Geyao from Xingchen Entertainment since a previous episode. He has not forgotten. Understanding dawned upon them. It seemed this episode would not be comfortable for Chen Ling either. Fu Qingran continued. Would you be willing to share your experiences? There are many music enthusiasts present, including Chen Ling from Xingchen Entertainment. Aren't you also a recent debut? The camera suddenly focused on Chen Ling. Adorned in a simple sweatshirt and minimal makeup, appeared merely delicate. Li Xingxing smirked internally. Were it not for the need to ingratiate himself with Zhao Vida, would he even acknowledge such a novice? Since everyone wishes to hear, I shall sing a piece. After all, I have established a persona that cherishes my fans. Staff members brought forth a guitar for Li Xingxing. How about a sentimental piece and AMP? Oppo's, Rainy Day and AMP. Oppo's. The audience erupted in cheers, especially the female attendees, their eyes sparkling like stars. Yes, Xingxing is so handsome. Li Xingxing, overflowing with confidence, began strumming the guitar. However, as the melody commenced, Chen Ling and AMP. Oppo's S brow instinctively furrowed. The previous chord was evidently flawed. Many within the music circle present recognized the inconsistency, but remained silent. Chen Ling began to comprehend why Chen Geyao was unconcerned. These singers, propelled by packaging, could hardly compare their works to The Wind Rises. While Li Xingxing's guitar skills may not be exemplary, his singing was undeniably commendable, eliciting cheers from the audience. Although Chen Ling clapped along, a tinge of disappointment brewed within her. Given Li Xingxing's current standing in the music scene, his vocal prowess seemed insufficient to sustain it. It appeared Chen and AMP, Oppo's S observation was astute. The current music industry is heavily reliant on packaging. As the final chord reverberated, Li Xingxing stood to bow. Following his performance, the fans erupted in applause once more. Let an Oppo's S applaud for Xingxing and Oppo's S performance. Fu Qingran led the applause. Li Xingxing set down the guitar, humbly asserting, "Some of my earlier songs were rather juvenile. I hope you can forgive me for my past performances." Chen Ling was left speechless. Is this a matter of lyrics? Fu Qingran continued to query. During the process of your songwriting, did you encounter any challenges? How did you resolve them? Certainly. Li Xingxing nodded slightly. When I first joined Heijin Entertainment, my unfamiliarity with the business subjected me to considerable criticism. However, in retrospect, I am truly grateful to the mentors at Heijin Entertainment. Without them, I would not be who I am today, nor would I have my new song. Fu Qingran understood the implication. This was an opportunity to promote her new track. Oh, I wonder if Xingxing would be willing to share it with everyone on our show? Li Xingxing then glanced towards the audience. Do you all want to hear it? Fans enthusiastically shouted, "Yes." Great. Then I present to you a song titled To the Best of Me. Chapter 81. The Wind Has Risen. A triumphant debut. Li Xingxing's performance of this song was significantly improved. However, Chen Ling still noted that certain details were not handled adequately. Had it not been for the swift adjustments made by the sound engineer, issues could have easily arisen. After all, this was a recording, and the production team was keen to avoid any mishaps. Chen Ling was utterly convinced that Li Xingxing was merely a package star. He felt immensely fortunate to have encountered a responsible manager like Chen Geyao. As the singing concluded, the fans erupted into fervent applause. Li Xingxing cast a discreet glance at Chen Ling, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Fu Qingran praised, "A heartfelt thank you to Xingxing for the splendid performance. From a newcomer to a rising star, I believe Xingxing has traversed quite a path." He continued, "We are fortunate to have a newcomer singer, Chen Ling, among us, who will also present his new song." Li Xingxing feigned surprise. "Really? I'm looking forward to it." Fu Qingran promptly added, "Since Xingxing is here, any questions can be addressed by him." The other guests discerned the underlying tension. What appeared to be seasoned artists mentoring newcomers was, in fact, a subtle rivalry between Black Gold Entertainment and Starry Entertainment. Should Chen Ling falter in his performance, it would reflect poorly on Starry Entertainment. This evident targeting made the audience feel somewhat uneasy. As Chen Ling took the center stage, his modest attire starkly contrasted with the exquisitely styled Li Xingxing. The audience did not seem to hold high expectations for this unassuming individual. However, having familiarized himself with Li Xingxing's capabilities, Chen Ling felt at ease. "Hello, dear audience, esteemed host and Teacher Li. It is an honor to share the stage with you. I resonate deeply with Teacher Li and Amp, Oppo's journey, and I believe every dream chaser can relate to it. The path to pursuing our dreams is fraught with obstacles. I am fortunate to be part of an excellent company, under the guidance of a wonderful manager. At Starry Entertainment, I feel as though I am part of a warm family. Today, I will present a new song titled Amp, Oppo's The Wind Has Risen, and Amp, Oppo's, which perfectly aligns with today, and Amp, Oppo's theme and resonates with many dreamers." The words "the wind has risen" appeared prominently on the big screen. Unlike the upbeat and sunny tone of "To the Best of Me," "The Wind Has Risen" conveyed a sense of nonchalance born from enduring hardships. As the accompaniment began, the previously noisy audience fell silent. As the first line of lyrics appeared on the screen, Chen Ling and Amp, Oppo's voice resonated. "On this journey, we have wandered, tracing the path of youth. Just before stepping off the train, I hesitated. I couldn't end Amp, Oppo's help but smile at the bittersweet feeling of returning home, which remains unavoidable. Yet, the sky in the countryside is still so warm, and the winds carry memories of the past." With the conclusion of the verse, the chorus elevated the audience's spirits to a crescendo. The arrangement melded seamlessly with Chen Ling and Amp, Oppo's unique voice and lyrics. Each word and note carried a delicate emotional expression, as if every note possessed its own distinct charm. The audience became immersed in the music, and the atmosphere was starkly different from the enthusiastic cheers that accompanied "To the Best of Me." The audience was eerily silent, fearful that even the slightest noise might disrupt the song. Countless hearts marveled at how perfectly the arrangement complemented Chen Ling and Amp, Oppo's voice. It was this gentle melody and refined vocal quality that allowed the song's emotions to unfold layer by layer, intertwining familial love, friendship, and romance. Li Xingxing appeared restless, clearly flustered. Fu Qingran had not anticipated Chen Ling's formidable talent. Wasn't he supposed to be overshadowed by a newcomer from Black Gold Entertainment? Wasn't Amp, Oppo's their lack of good songs? What was happening? When did "The Wind Has Risen" even come about? There had been no prior news of it. Indeed, while "To the Best of Me" was a commendable song, it paled in comparison to "The Wind Has Risen." The audience and Amp, Oppo's emotions were completely captivated, with some even softly weeping. Chen Ling raised a microphone, his gaze profound and resolute. "With this song, I wish for each of you to cry tears of joy next time." It was not until the venue fell completely silent that the audience erupted into fervent applause. What a marvelous song. It brought me to tears. Who could depart from their hometown with unwavering determination? Stepping off the train, one would inevitably feel hesitant. Whoever composed these lyrics and melodies is simply extraordinary. At this moment, the audience was astonished to discover that not only was the singer Chen Ling, but the lyricist and composer were also the same person. Morning Fishing Song. Who is Morning Fishing Song? Such talent, the ability to write lyrics and compose music, is on par with the greatest lyricists and composers. Starry Entertainment had never mentioned this exceptional talent. This was destined for greatness. The singer and Oppo's skills were remarkable, perfectly complementing the song. A viewer stood up from the audience, calling out, "Sing it again." Others joined in, "Sing it again. Sing it again." Chen Ling began to understand the meaning behind Chen Geyao and Appo's assurance that everything would be fine. He had exerted his utmost effort and still managed to overshadow the main star, Li Xingxing. The frost on Li Xingxing and Fu Qingran's faces flickered for a moment. What was intended to be a trap for Chen Ling had instead backfired. The subsequent performances felt like a mere formality. The impact of Chen Ling and Appo's "As the Wind Has Risen" was overwhelming. Even as Li Xingxing exerted himself to sing several more songs, the audience in Appo's response was tepid. Aware that he had stolen the spotlight, Chen Ling chose to remain quiet, cooperating with the recording without excessive chatter, simply sitting there in silence. Even when Fu Qingran deliberately steered the conversation to set traps, Chen Ling adhered to the principle of speaking less to say less wrong. Yet, even while quietly seated, Chen Ling received gestures of goodwill from the other flying guests beside him, and many cameras seemed to intentionally linger on him. Backstage, Li Xingxing wore a face of frustration. It and amp, Appo's. All Chen Ling and amp, Appo's fault. Were it not for him, I would have been the brightest star today. Chen Ling disregarded decorum and stole my limelight. Fu Qingran and Appo's expression was equally discontent. Chase Your Dreams, Youth is a currently popular show. She had invested considerable connections and effort to secure the hosting job. Now, due to The Wind Has Risen, Fu Qingran appeared indifferent, yet internally felt the sting of defeat to Chen Geyao once more. At Starry Entertainment, Chen Ling and Amp, Appo's manager, Meng Fan, stood tall and proud, every smile and frown exuding confidence. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Meng Fan approached, showering her with praise. "Let me tell you, today Chen Ling has achieved legendary status. Just wait for this episode of Amp, Appo's Chase Your Dreams, Youth and Amp, Appo's to air and watch other managers turn green with envy. Who was it that said my judgment was poor? My foresight is exceptional." Meng Fan finally had a chance to boast, releasing all the grievances from when Chen Ling had been overshadowed by Tsinghua. Lin Shi sincerely congratulated a victorious debut. "Mr. Chen, you have earned recognition." Chen Ling blushed with modesty, humbly stating that the credit belonged to everyone. Without them, he would not have had the opportunity to shine. As Lin Shi approached Chen Geyao's office, she overheard him on the phone. "I can't do anything about you. You don't want to be a singer. And even as a lyricist and composer, you and Amp, Appo's, unwilling to let me credit you." Lin Shi and Amp, Appo's heart trembled. She knew Chen Geyao well enough to recognize that he only spoke in such a tone when on the phone with Lu Chen, leaving her somewhat astonished. So, The Wind Has Risen was written by Lu Chen? Hadn't he just penned Unstoppable, and now he had another song? Is this songwriting or a production line? Chen Geyao said, "What do you seek in your altruism, like lay foam?" Lu Chen's mischievous voice echoed from the phone. "Who says I seek nothing? I seek you." Chen Geyao and Amp, Appo's face flushed, and she playfully retorted, "Go away. Focus on taking care of the child." Chapter 82. The Sweetness of Soft Rice. The Queen's acting skills leave much to be desired upon disconnecting the call. Chen Geyao gestured for Lin Shi to enter. "President Chen, I did not intend to eavesdrop." Lin Shi spoke with an air of discomfort. Chen Geyao offered a gentle smile. "There is no need to be so anxious. This matter must remain between us and Qin Shui." Lin Shi nodded vigorously. Lu Chen truly deserves the title of a master as bestowed by netizens. His prowess is astounding. Unstoppable and The Wind Rises are both masterpieces. I genuinely envy you, President Chen. Chen Guyao's cheeks flushed at the compliment. Lin Shi produced a video clip. The response for and Amp, Appo's, Chase Your Dreams, Youth and Amp, Appo's, has been quite favorable. This is footage from the live recording. Moreover, director Hong Bo from Amp, Appo's, Mom is Not Home in Amp, Appo's, has called again, wishing to invite you to record the second season. Chen Geyao furrowed her brow and shook her head. Please respond as I instructed you earlier. As the 7th episode of Chase Your Dreams, Youth aired, it rode the wave of The Wind Rises popularity, achieving substantial momentum. Chen Geyao promptly announced the release of The Wind Rises, seizing the opportunity. The The song swiftly ascended into the top 10 of the New Songs chart, garnering remarkable results. The four major entertainment companies immediately reacted, hastily releasing new songs to counteract. However, in amp, oppos, The Wind Rises in amp, oppos, proved too formidable, crashing into the top 5 within merely an hour of its release. Netizens were ablaze with excitement, flooding the internet with comments. I have my sights set on this graduate student. Tomorrow, I will marry my first love. May we find happiness. This year, as the gardenias bloom, may we celebrate our success. Mom and Dad, I got into college. As the fervor continued to escalate, netizens predicted that attaining the #1 spot was merely a matter of time. Chen Geyao breathed a sigh of relief, having finally regained some ground. During dinner, Lu Chen had already noticed the release of amp, oppos, The Wind Rises in amp, oppos, and anticipated that Chen Geyao would be overjoyed, preparing an extravagant feast in advance. Chen Geyao, filled with delight, served Lu Chen a piece of meat. The success of amp, oppos, The Wind Rises in amp, oppos, is largely due to your efforts. This is your reward. Lu Chen devoured it in one bite. Is this all the reward? Chen Geyao retrieved an exquisitely crafted black box from her bag. Certainly not. Open it and see. Is this a Patek Philippe? Lu Chen and oppos' eyes sparkled as he immediately donned the watch and flaunted it before Lu Xiaoyu. You, how do I look wearing this watch? Am I not more handsome? Lu Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Yes. Daddy is the most handsome. Chen Geyao watched the father and daughter with immense joy. What could be more precious than a warm and harmonious family? Lu Chen took a hearty bite of rice. I told you, soft rice is indeed delightful. While harmony reigned in Chen Geyao's household, her competitors were engulfed in frustration. The Wind Rises had burst onto the market, decisively overshadowing the new songs from the four major entertainment companies. Despite various anticipated releases, none could shake The Wind Rises from its dominant position. Remarkably, just one day after its release, it surpassed amp, oppos, Unstoppable and amp, oppos, to claim the top spot on the New Songs chart. The new song market transformed drastically in a brief period, with Xingchen Entertainment emerging as the sole victor, and amp, oppos, The Wind Rises in amp, oppos and amp, oppos, Unstoppable and amp, oppos, solidified their positions at first and second place, respectively. Competitors could only watch in despair, rendered speechless. Unexpectedly, the immense popularity of amp, oppos, The Wind Rises in amp, oppos, led many to view the singing segments featuring Chun Ling from amp, oppos, Chase Your Dreams, Youth and amp, oppos, Episode 7. The viewership for this episode skyrocketed, even surpassing the cumulative views of the previous 6 episodes, elevating the show and amp, oppos' ranking significantly, with the 7th episode and amp, oppos' success. Netizens not only praised Chen Ling's singing, but also took notice of Fu Qingran and Li Xingxing. Various captivating and controversial clips were preserved unaltered by the editing team. How can Li Xingxing, with such terrible singing, still be called a little king? I initially thought Li Xingxing had considerable talent, but in comparison to Chen Ling, he seems just an ordinary internet singer. His singing skills are mediocre, the lyrics and arrangement are appealing, but such songs only please the fans. Is this really a little king? The main act song is still better than the guests. The company has packaged him well. Nowadays, as long as one looks good, they can become an idol, regardless of their singing ability. Li Xingxing, what on earth happened? Zhao Vida glared at Li Xingxing, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. Li Xingxing stood frozen, unable to meet Zhao Vida and oppos' gaze, stammering Zhao Zhao, I was wrong. I will work hard to write a new song to defeat The Wind Rises. Zhao Vida nearly burst into laughter from anger. Li Xingxing, do you really think you're something special just because others call you a little king? You can't even compete with Unstoppable, yet you aspire to defeat The Wind Rises? Zhao Vida stubbed out his cigarette and tightened Li Xingxing and oppos' collar with a firm grip. Do you understand that in this society, competition is fierce and only the fittest survive? Li Xingxing and oppos' expression shifted. Zhao, what do you mean? You cannot treat me this way. I've contributed greatly to the company. Zhao Baida Flung Li Xingxing Asida. Don't get too cocky, you brat. With a cold snort, Zhao Vida lit another cigarette and blew a ring of smoke at Li Xingxing and Appo's face. Rest assured, the company has invested heavily in you and will not abandon you so easily. Go back and prepare for a public relations announcement on Weibo. Now leave. Although the 7th episode and Appo's rating soared, Fu Qingran did not share the same enthusiasm. She had grown afraid to go online, as it was filled with insults directed at her. What a coincidence that Chen Ling's appearance coincided with the release of such a hit song as The Wind Rises. Surely, Chen Geyao was plotting against her from behind the scenes. Chen Geyao was envious of her career success, and Star Entertainment had been undermined, so she sent Chen Ling to create discomfort for her. It had to be so. The more Fu Qingran thought about it, the angrier she became, her expression growing increasingly fierce as she cursed. Wretched woman. Ma Xiaobao reluctantly squeezed through the door. Mom, what are you yelling about? I need to sleep early. I have school tomorrow. At that moment, Fu Qingran, seething with rage and seeking an outlet, found herself confronting Ma Xiaobao directly. Oh, you have school tomorrow, do you? Well, let us see how I deal with you today. Daddy, I have finished organizing my summer homework. Lu Chen praised. Yu is truly wonderful. Chen Geyao, clad in a silk robe and emanating a delicate fragrance after her shower, appeared with a hint of shyness. Lu Chen felt somewhat awkward. Dear, is it not a bit too early to sleep at this hour? Chen Geyao rolled her eyes. Oh please, I'm here to find you. You go tidy up the room. Lu Chen felt a wave of disappointment, but complied. I'll do it right away. Lu Xiaoyu with wide eyes curiously asked, Mommy, what do you need me for? Chen Geyao and Appo's expression turned apologetic. Yu, I'm sorry. I might not be able to accompany you to school tomorrow. In the room, Lu Chen was at a loss. The room had been tidied perfectly. What else needed to be organized? Approaching the dressing table, Lu Chen discovered the answer. No wonder she is the queen of the music scene. Her acting skills leave much to be desired. Lu Chen picked up the neatly arranged lyrics and composition drafts scattered on the dressing table and smiled helplessly. Chapter 83, Daddy. You and Appo's. Read my idol now. School begins. Outside the school gates, a continuous stream of parental vehicles formed a long queue. As it was a public school, unlike elite institutions where butlers typically handled transportation, parents arrived early. Lu Chen was dressed in simple, unadorned attire, while Lu Xiaoyu was adorned in lively and endearing clothing. Both were clean, yet neither wore designer brands. To prevent Lu Xiaoyu from developing an overly materialistic mindset from a young age, Lu Chen and Chen Geyao refrained from selecting excessively expensive luxury items for her wardrobe. This expectation extended to Lu Chen himself, who opted not to wear the Patek Philippe watch Chen Geyao had recently gifted him. Daddy, you and Appo's. Practically a celebrity at our school now. Lu Chen expressed surprise, inquiring, Why is that? Yesterday, while chatting with classmates on QQ, everyone in the class asked if you would be dropping me off. You and Appo's. Read their idol now. Lu Xiaoyu grinned. My classmates are so envious of me. They all wish they had a daddy just like you. Lu Chen was flattered. It sensed that the start of school might not be entirely peaceful. He quickly donned a pair of sunglasses. Sure enough, while waiting in line, someone abruptly cut in front of them. Lu Chen and Appo's expression shifted slightly, and he felt a pang of unease. Excuse me. Please wait your turn, Lu Chen calmly reminded her. The parent who cut in adjusted her sunglasses, her ostentatious pearl necklace catching the light. Noticing Lu Chen's unassuming attire, she adopted a disdainful expression. Who said I cut in front of you? Don't make false accusations, okay? False accusations? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Are there still people like this in modern society? Lu Chen didn't and Appo's. T want to argue, but Lu Xiaoyu couldn't and Appo's. T stand by while someone falsely accused Lu Chen. Auntie, Daddy didn't and Appo's. T falsely accuse you. You clearly cut in line. Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's. S voice wasn't and Appo's. T loud, but attracted the attention of many nearby. The parent who cut and cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Xiaoyu. Hey, watch your child, will you? It's always the poor who make the most trouble. This is a school, not your home. Many of the surrounding parents had witnessed the incident, But the woman's opulent attire suggested considerable wealth, and no one wanted to cause offense. Lu Chen could tolerate others bullying him, but he wouldn't oppose, to allow anyone to mistreat Lu Xiaoyu. Madam, several people around us saw you cutting in line. The woman flared up. Who saw it? Who here saw it? She shouted at the crowd. Unwilling to get involved, no one responded. The woman became even more arrogant. They're an oppose. There's always so much drama at public schools. I need to transfer my son to a private school as soon as possible. Being around people like you every day will negatively influence my child. Such presumptuous words finally provoked the surrounding parents. Hey, madam, we and oppose, all here to drop off our children. And you did cut in line, okay? One person spoke up, and others followed suit. That an oppose. That's right, you cut in line and still have the nerve to argue. If you look down on public schools, why are you even here? Hurry up and go to your precious private school. More impulsive individuals even shouted, get to the back of the line. Don and oppose, block the way here. The parent's face grew increasingly unpleasant, and she quickly grabbed her child's hand and fled. Lu Chen sighed in relief. Thank you all for speaking up. We must stand together against parents like that. The surrounding parents blushed, feeling ashamed for their previous reluctance to intervene. Someone in the crowd recognized Lu Chen. Hey, RN and oppose, to you Lu Chen? ISN and oppose, T that Lu Xiaoyu? You and oppose, really Lu Chen. Lu Chen? The Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. The word spread among the parents, and Lu Chen had no choice but to remove his sunglasses and greet them. Hello, everyone, I and oppose, am Lu Chen. The parents were incredibly excited, and the children were even more thrilled. It's really the Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I'm your fan. Lu Chen, please sign my autograph. I want to take a photo with Lu Chen. The parents were more reserved, but the children didn't and oppose, hesitate to surround Lu Chen. The parents, using their children as an excuse, frantically rummaged through their children and oppose, backpacks for paper and pens. Others pulled out their phones and began snapping photos of Lu Chen. The enthusiasm overwhelmed Lu Chen. As expected, being too famous is not a good thing. After signing autographs and taking photos, Lu Chen hastily excused himself and fled as soon as Lu Xiaoyu entered the school. Inside the classroom, Lu Xiaoyu also received considerable attention. Yu, why didn't you tell us your dad was so awesome? Yu, can you ask your dad to play Kings of Glory with me? I'll give you all my candy. Yu, let in oppose. Let's be best friends. Yu, is steak delicious? I and oppose. LL trade you my mom and oppose. Has egg tarts for it, okay? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't and oppose. Get a word in edgewise. As her desk was already filled with various snacks, all offered by those seeking her favor. In Lu Xiaoyu's homeroom teacher's office, Teacher Li Hua is third in our class. Can I exchange him for Lu Xiaoyu? Li Hua's grades aren't as good as Zhang Mingming in our class. Teacher Li, I'll trade with you. Teacher Li, we joined the school at the same time. Li Ming grabbed his teaching materials, looking as if he feared Lu Xiaoyu would be snatched away. No way, Lu Xiaoyu is mine. None of you can have her. The homeroom teachers all left disappointed. It's a pity we didn't see Lu Chen. Yeah, I heard he's even more handsome in person than on TV. Do you guys want to see him? He's not a public figure. You can't just see him whenever you want. Many were disappointed and even more envious of Li Ming, since Li Ming could visit his home. Hey, I have an idea. The lower grades just started. We can organize a parent-teacher conference. Then we can see Lu Chen. The teachers and oppose. Eyes lit up. Great idea. Although Chen Geyao couldn't drop off Lu Xiaoyu, she was still very concerned about her first day of school, constantly monitoring the activity in the parent group. Many parents had posted videos and photos of Lu Chen being surrounded by people asking for autographs. Chen Geyao was stifling a laugh when her assistant suddenly walked in. Come quickly. Chen Geyao beckoned. Look at Lu Chen and oppose. Expression, it and oppose. Hilarious. Lin, she was professional and generally didn't and oppose. Laugh unless she couldn't and oppose. Help it. It's not just the parent group. Lu Chen is in the entertainment news now, look. A few striking words were printed on the front page headline. Heavenly Queen's husband Lu Chen surrounded while dropping daughter off at school. Even more handsome in person than on TV. As expected of entertainment reporters, Their angle was sharp, capturing Lu Chen and Appo's awkward and helpless expression in its entirety. Even the fake smile during the photo was lifelike. Going home in the evening, Chen Geyao walked into the kitchen, teasing ISN and amp Appo's. This the great Lu Chen? The great Lu Chen is very famous today. Lu Chen walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and affectionately stroked Chen Geyao and amp Appo's nose. Whose fault is this? Chen Geyao shyly smiled. My fault, my fault. No, it ain't amp Appo's your fault. Who told you to be so handsome and outstanding? At the dinner table, Lu Xiaoyu was full of excitement. Daddy, I love you so much. You're my idol now. The teachers and classmates all like you so much. So many classmates gave me delicious food today. Lu Chen never expected to be so famous. And couldn't an amp Appo's help but glance at Chen Geyao. Chen Geyao never expected Lu Chen and amp Appo's influence to be so great. After Lu Xiaoyu went to bed, she pulled Lu Chen aside for a small meeting. What? Regretting letting me become famous? Chen Geyao nodded obediently. Yu is just a child. Will it have an impact if she's exposed to the public eye like this? When we initially decided to enroll Yu in a public school, it was to shield her from our influences, yet it seems she could not escape them after all. Should I arrange for her to transfer? Chen Geyao felt a pang of regret for signing up for Mom is Not Home. Lu Chen embraced Chen Geyao reassuringly, saying, do not worry. Yu is quite popular among her peers now, and a sudden transfer could impact her. However, Chen Geyao hesitated. Lu Chen smiled gently. Rest assured, this situation may indeed be for the best. Yu will be safe within the school, and outside of it, she will have my protection. Everything will be fine. Chapter 84. Who was the morning fishing song? In the days that followed, Lu Chen continued to escort Lu Xiaoyu to school as usual. As his news dwindled, the public and amp Appo's enthusiasm gradually stabilized. At school, Lu Xiaoyu received mostly positive attention, and Chen Geyao began to feel more at ease. Xingchen Entertainment persistently intensified the promotion of the Wind Rises, with various videos surfacing on major platforms, and the short video covers became immensely popular. Such vigorous marketing caused the entire music industry to take note of the Wind Rises. As a result, Chen Ling emerged as a recognized powerhouse among the newcomers in the entertainment realm, with countless offers pouring in. Chen Ling was both astonished and thrilled by the company's level of attention. Could it be that they were grooming him to become a little king? This thought significantly raised Chen Ling's standards for himself, and he was determined to work even harder than before to refine his craft. Over the past few days, Chen Ling's dedication did not go unnoticed by the company. As the boss, Chen Geyao greatly appreciated such a diligent employee and frequently praised him. The online discourse surged alongside the popularity of the Wind Rises. Xingchen Entertainment is set to rise. Though the covers are delightful, Chen Ling and amp Appo's voice is the perfect match for this song. Speaking of which, Li Xingxing from Heijin Entertainment seems to be faltering, doesn't it, amp Appo's? Teehee? What kind of nonsense is his new song? It's the difference between being propped up by money and having genuine talent. In the Xingchen Entertainment office, Chen Geyao donned a suit that was not overly formal, her smile more radiant than usual. With both family and career flourishing, her spirits were high. She felt as though the fish in her aquarium appeared more vibrant than ever. During this period, she often brought home drafts, and Lu Chen would assist her with revisions. Based on those suggestions, Chen Geyao realized that the Wind Rises was far from Lu Chen and amp Appo's limit. Perhaps he had not even reached half of his potential. Furthermore, she gleaned numerous arrangement techniques from those revisions, significantly enhancing her own abilities. Having compiled Lu Chen and Appo's feedback, she instructed Lin Shi to deliver it to the creative department. As Chen Ling was currently in the limelight, and it would not do to neglect others. With these insights, expediting the creation of new songs became imperative. At Heijin Entertainment, Zhao Vida was in a state of distress, smoking one cigarette after another as the office became shrouded in smoke. The explosive success of Chen Ling and the Wind Rises left Li Xingxing and, to the best of me, facing widespread criticism from netizens. Discontented voices grew louder. prompting those whom Li Xingxing had previously offended to step forward and voice their disapproval. Zhao. President Zhao, the internet is abuzz with people berating me. What should I do? Li Xingxing and Oppo's expression was frantic. Zhao Vida snorted derisively, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette. How dare you say that? The company has invested heavily in you, and yet you show no ambition. Zhao Vida turned in his chair, his disdain palpable as he regarded Li Xingxing's heavily made-up face. If you had devoted half the effort you put into your appearance to refining your craft, you would not be outdone by a nameless nobody. Li Xingxing felt a wave of grievance. When he was just starting out, Zhao Vida had emphasized that maintaining an image was more important than business acumen. How had that changed? Zhao Vida waved his hand in irritation. Enough. Just get out of my sight. In the Heijin Entertainment Conference Room, Zhao Vida slammed his hand on the table. I am spending so much money to support you all for this very moment. I want your plan for rehabilitation. The head of the PR department lowered his head, his expression grim, while other team members exchanged silent complaints. They typically held lenient standards for artists and oppos, business performance, relying on the PR department to clean up any mess. No matter how capable the PR team, they could not compensate for subpar talent. President Zhao, the momentum of and oppos, the wind rises and oppos, is too overwhelming. And with Li Xingxing at the center of controversy, it will be impossible to rectify the situation without significant expenditure. The deputy head chimed in. Indeed, we discussed a two-pronged approach. First, charitable donations to restore public image and stabilize the fan base. And then have the creative department produce a great song to rehabilitate the artist and Oppo's image. Zhao Vida and Oppo's brows furrowed in frustration as he regretted his initial support for Li Xingxing, now realizing it was a costly endeavor. However, if he refrained from spending, all previous investments might go to waste. The donation aspect was relatively straightforward, but the issue of the new song posed a challenge. The creative department's capabilities seemed lacking. The PR head sensed Zhao Vida's underlying concerns. If you have something to say, just say it. Leaning closer, the PR head suggested, President Zhao, I still recommend that we hire a reputable lyricist and composer from within the industry. Was it how Tsinghua defeated Chen last time? Those individuals are all highly sought after, and their fees are exorbitant. Do you think they are easy to hire? Zhao Vida retorted, clearly displeased. The PR head explained, but we still have Li Yingho, don't we? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Vida and Oppo's face. Although Li Xiaolu was an esteemed actress, her influence in the entertainment industry was considerable. Yet, they had already utilized her assistance last time, and now. Zhao Vida sighed deeply. Let us proceed as you suggest. But Xingxin Entertainment must not slacken. We must remain vigilant regarding their movements. Li Jia, how have you been? Are you satisfied with your new drama? Li Xiaolu sensed that Zhao Vida and Oppo's sudden request for a meeting was likely not about anything positive, yet she maintained a smile. The script is quite good. I must thank President Zhao for the introduction. As long as you are satisfied. By the way, Li Jia, are you aware of the recent happenings in the music industry? Zhao Vida shifted the conversation. Li Xiaolu and Oppo's alertness heightened. What does President Zhao mean? The momentum of Xingxin Entertainment is formidable, and the new talent Chen Ling and Oppo's the wind rises in Oppo's, is receiving immense popularity, while our Li Xingxing finds himself in a rather awkward position. Zhao Vida's gaze subtly scrutinized Li Xiaolu as he continued. You are also aware that our creative department has been exceedingly busy. Preparing a new song for Li Xingxing is a significant undertaking. I'm afraid I have no choice, and I still hope for Li Jia's assistance. Li Xiaolu correctly deduced that this was not a favorable request, and indeed, she was right. Are you suggesting? Zhao Vida smiled ingratiatingly. Securing a song from Huang Ci is quite difficult. In Oppo's, it's not merely a matter of finances. I will not skimp where it and Oppo's. That's necessary. But since he has a close relationship with you, I need you to make the introduction. Li Xiaolu nodded in understanding. As long as it could undermine Xingxin Entertainment and Chen Geyao, it was worth any effort. President Chen, here are 3 new songs from the creative department for Zhao Xingxin. Additionally, and Oppo's, The wind rises and amp. Oppos continues to dominate the charts, garnering considerable attention online. And many industry insiders are speculating about the true identity of and amp. Oppos, morning fishing song. And amp. Oppos, Chen Geyao pondered for a long moment. With the explosive rise of the wind rises, conjectures surrounding the lyricist and composer morning fishing song had proliferated across the internet. She herself had received numerous private messages throughout the day. The incident from a few days ago, where Lu Chen was surrounded while taking Lu Xiaoyu to school, had made her realize that Lu Chen should not be excessively exposed to the public eye. However, remaining silent was not an option. People were already speculating that morning fishing song was Lu Chen. Nevertheless, Chen Geyao had a plan. Prior to the launch of The Wind Rises, she had registered an account for Lu Chen under the name Morning Fishing Song on a music platform, intending to conceal his identity. Lu Chen was unaware of this, and naturally, had never logged in. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. Chen Geyao instructed, "There is no need for extensive explanations. Lu Chen's identity is not suitable for exposure at this time. If anyone feels uncomfortable, simply say you found on the music platform." Chapter 85. Perhaps we should change UU's school at the entrance of the primary school. Lu Chen adjusted his mask and sunglasses, ensuring he was thoroughly concealed. The enthusiasm of the parents had waned significantly, as most were settled in their families and less fervent in their idol worship. However, a rather vexing situation had arisen recently. Numerous entertainment reporters, paparazzi, and relatives of students had been congregating around the school. The moment he made an appearance, these individuals would swarm him like cats chasing a mouse, making the task of picking up Lu Yu exceedingly challenging. As school dismissal approached, Lu Chen scanned the area, only to see a bespectacled man with a camera hanging around his neck approaching him. Had he been recognized? How could that be, given his meticulous disguise? Just as Lu Chen contemplated leaving, the man jogged over. "Hey, buddy, got a light?" Unable to recognize him, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Sorry, I don't smoke." The man looked somewhat disappointed but lingered by Lu Chen and Oppos. S sighed. "How about we stick together? What is your gear? Don't hide your tools." We can't miss any expression when Lu Chen shows up. Lu Chen and amp. Oppos. S heart raced. Who brings a camera to pick up a child? This man was a paparazzo. His mind raced, and to avoid detection, Lu Chen reluctantly pulled out his phone, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. What kind of paparazzo uses a phone? The man gaped in astonishment. "Buddy, you're using a pineapple?" Panic surged within Lu Chen. This was it. He had forgotten to conceal his skills. The man's excitement was palpable as he attempted to throw an arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, only to realize he couldn't reach. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he hefted his camera. "I lug this hefty thing around daily, and stars run away from me. I've been wanting to switch to a phone for ages." "So, you must be a veteran." The man extended his hand, and Lu Chen, wary of exposure, shook it. "Pleasure to meet you." The man grinned widely and produced a business card, which he handed to Lu Chen. Surprised, Lu Chen thought it curious that someone in this line of work would carry business cards. The man glanced at his watch and muttered, "It's almost time. Lu will be out soon. Let us connect later." With that, he turned and vanished from Lu Chen's sight almost instantaneously. Truly, a paparazzo was adept at disappearing. As school let out, throngs of children streamed from the gates, with many young parents waiting on either side. Lu Chen quickly advanced, eager to usher Lu Yu away. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Hey, buddy." Turning around, he spotted the bespectacled man peeking from behind a small tree by the low wall. "You're too conspicuous here. Find a different spot." Instantly alert, Lu Chen adjusted his mask and moved to a less noticeable position. Spotting Lu Yu in the distance, his eyes brightened. Just as he prepared to approach her, he noticed several young parents starting to move as well. Anxiety gripped him as he hastened toward Lu Yu. Despite his careful disguise, Lu Yu spotted him from afar. "Daddy, I'm over here." Her enthusiastic shout drew the attention of nearby paparazzi and parents alike. They began scanning the area. "Where is he? Who has seen Lu Chen?" The bespectacled man emerged from behind the tree. Lu Chen, disregarding everything else, rushed toward Lu Yu, seizing her hand and making a beeline for the car. The homeroom teacher, Li Ming, sensed something amiss and quickly approached to intervene. "Who are you?" Li Ming inquired, suspicion etched on his face as he blocked Lu Chen and Amp. Oppo's path. What do you intend to do with Yu? Security? In a hurry. Lu Chen removed his sunglasses and mask. Li Ming froze in shock. Lu. Mr. Lu. How come you're here? Before Li Ming could finish, a throng of parents and paparazzi surged forward. Mr. Lu, we're from Star Entertainment. Are you interested in signing a contract with us? Mr. Lu, did you compose all of Chen Geyao and Oppo's songs? Mr. Lu, could you discuss your educational philosophy? Lu Chen held Lu Yu tightly as they navigated through the crowd, with reporters and parents trailing closely behind. It was only when they reached the car and the taillights began to fade that the crowd's expressions shifted to disappointment and regret. The bespectacled man had not taken a single photograph throughout the encounter. He was utterly astonished. Buddy, it's actually Lu Chen, and I got his business card. Later that evening, during dinner, Chen Geyao received a call. Upon returning, she bore a grave expression. Lu Chen, are you hiding something from me? Lu Chen averted his gaze. No, why would I have anything to hide? After returning home, Lu Yu remained sullen. At that moment, she exclaimed, Daddy, you're lying? You're upset because of those strange aunties and uncles. Chen Geyao's heart ached, and she moved closer to ask, why didn't you tell me? Lu Chen sighed. I didn't want to worry you. Chen Geyao raised her phone, showing the screen to Lu Chen. The internet is flooded with news about you. Take a look. Lu Chen glanced curiously at the headlines. Lu Chen is arrogant and displays a terrible attitude. Lu Chen bullies others, showing disrespect to teachers. Lu Chen drives recklessly, nearly hitting pedestrians. Chen Geyao gazed at Lu Chen, her concern palpable. To her surprise, he chuckled. You still find it amusing? She asked, worry etched on her face. Lu Chen pointed at the screen. Look at this person. He is arguing with these bloggers. It's rather entertaining. Chen Geyao took back her phone, her expression filled not with reproach, but with sympathy. Lu Chen, perhaps we should consider changing a U.S. school. You pick her up every day, and this could negatively impact you. Moreover, these events will affect her as well. Before Lu Chen could respond, Lu Yu interjected, clearly displeased. Mommy, Teacher Li Ming and my classmates are all very nice to me. I'm happy at school. I don't want to change schools. Chen Geyao's gaze softened as she gently patted Lu Yu's head. Sweetheart, at a new school, there'll be new teachers and classmates. Lu Yu lowered her head, visibly upset. Lu Chen felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps we should just let it be. Maybe this will pass in time. Chen Geyao shook her head firmly. What if it doesn't? Yu is only in the 2nd grade. She is easily influenced by her surroundings. She comforted Lu Yu. Darling, listen to mommy. I will arrange for you to attend a good school with excellent teachers and classmates. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Chen, then at the anxious Chen Geyao. Well, I'll listen to daddy and mommy. Chapter 86. Parents do not want to regret for a lifetime. In the days spent searching for a school for Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Geyao found herself equally occupied. While tending to Lu Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppo's needs, she could not afford to neglect her responsibilities at the company. With the phenomenal success of The Wind Rises, it was the perfect moment to capitalize on the momentum. Zhao Zhenjin and Oppo's new song, upon its release, swiftly ascended to the 24th position on the new song chart. Such achievements are quite remarkable for a newcomer, especially given the relatively short span since debut. A period of maturation was still warranted. The majority of Chen Geyao and Oppo's focus remained on the Little King and Queen initiative at Xingchen Entertainment. The primary artists, Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian, were currently in the process of producing their new songs, and to ensure flawless execution, Chen Geyao was involved in every step of the way. Despite the hectic schedule, the company continued to progress steadily. Until a new school was found, Lu Chen was responsible for escorting Lu Xiaoyu. To avoid disrupting her studies, he often left early and returned late. Yet, even under such circumstances, encounters with paparazzi and reporters were unavoidable. The school had enhanced its security measures, but it was impractical to deploy an excessive number of staff for a single student, rendering their efforts somewhat ineffective. As the school day drew to a close, the bespectacled man from earlier spotted Lu Chen. Lu, buddy. Instinctively, Lu Chen was about to leave, but the man lowered his camera, allowing Lu Chen to feel at ease. In a hushed tone, he remarked, Lu, are you picking up the child? Yes. Then it's best you don't go over there. The reporters you see are merely a decoy. There are many more lurking in the shadows. A wave of apprehension washed over Lu Chen, prompting him to inquire, "Do you have a plan?" The man nodded, gesturing with his hand to indicate the number 8. "Rest assured, I guarantee it will be worth every penny," he declared earnestly. Understanding his implication, Lu Chen transferred 800 yuan. The man's expression brightened. "It's all for the sake of survival. I need to eat too, you know. Have a bit of empathy." Lu Chen replied quietly, "You'd better be professional." "Absolutely professional." The man swayed his body, signaling an okay towards a direction behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned to look, and, in the distance, he saw a man who bore a striking resemblance to him quickly donning sunglasses and a mask. The bespectacled man then shouted, "Lu Chen is over there," as chaos erupted. The other paparazzi and reporters sprang into action, quickly surrounding the school entrance. Lu Chen suddenly realized the multitude of reporters in his vicinity. He witnessed the fleeing Lu Chen scaling a wall with agility, his money not wasted. At the elementary school entrance, as the second-grade students were about to be released, Lu Chen prepared to greet his child, assuming the bespectacled man had successfully diverted the reporters. He had not worn a mask and was soon accosted by parents seeking autographs and photos. "I'm Oppos. I'm sorry, I need to pick up my child," Lu Chen politely declined. The crowd persisted. "Mr. Lu, we have been waiting for several days. Please, it won an Oppos. Tea take long." "Yes, we are all fans of the Tsinghua, and we truly admire you." Feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Chen reluctantly acquiesced. As Lu Xiaoyu emerged with her classmates, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask approached her. "You, hello." Instinctively, Lu Xiaoyu took a couple of steps back. The man removed his mask and sunglasses, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm your father's friend here to pick you up." Lu Xiaoyu, suspicious, replied, "Why didn't my daddy come himself?" The man hesitated, quickly responding, "Your father. He busy, so I came to get you first." As the man reached out, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly ran towards her classmates and their fathers. The father, aware of Lu Xiaoyu's situation, shot a disapproving look at the man. "Who are you?" I and Oppos. Am someone sent by Lu Chen to pick up Lu Xiaoyu." Lu Xiaoyu urgently interjected, "You're lying. Daddy would never send a stranger to pick me up." Furrowing his brows, the father called out towards the security office, "Security, there's an unidentified individual here." Upon hearing this, the man began to panic, stammering, I really was sent by Lu Chen." As the security approached, the man's anxiety escalated. "I really am." Lu Chen, seeing the escalating situation, the father promptly contacted the police. Turning to Lu Xiaoyu, he instructed, "Little one, wait at the security desk for your father. Do not leave until you see him." Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly and followed the security personnel to the desk. Lu Chen arrived at the security office shortly thereafter. As Lu Xiaoyu sprinted towards him, she leaped into his embrace. Initially expecting a joyous reunion, Lu Chen sensed her trembling and lifted her into his arms. "You, what happened?" "A stranger tried to take me away, but thankfully a classmate's father and the security uncle helped." Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated events escalating to this point. Reflecting on it now, the fans who had blocked him were indeed suspicious. On their way home, Lu Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, observing her father and Oppos' grim demeanor in the rearview mirror. "You, your father may truly have to transfer you to another school." Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head, clutching her backpack tightly. "But I don't want to change schools. I understand that you have formed bonds with your teachers and classmates, but your father cannot risk coming to pick you up and drop you off every day wearing sunglasses and a mask." Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoyu with concern. Today's incident, while we cannot be certain of the man and Oppos' intentions, continuing your studies here will undoubtedly pose risks. Your safety is my utmost priority, and this is non-negotiable. Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head even further, murmuring, "All right, I'll listen to Daddy." Lu Chen and Oppos' heart stirred. You, this is a matter between your father and mother. Don't worry, we will find you a good school." Lu Xiaoyu nodded silently, refraining from further conversation. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoyu obediently went to her room to do her homework, though it was evident her mind was elsewhere. When Lu Chen reviewed her work, he discovered numerous mistakes. Understanding that Lu Xiaoyu was upset about the prospect of transferring schools, he chose not to dwell on her errors. Yu, while I can be lenient in other matters, you are the most precious person to your father and mother. We cannot afford to gamble with your safety. If anything were to happen to you, we would regret it for the rest of our lives. Lu Xiaoyu listened attentively, nodding earnestly. Daddy, I understand. I'm willing to change schools. Though unhappy, Lu Chen felt a deep pang of compassion for her. It was only now that he realized, having been given a second chance at life. He had initially believed that as long as he provided a joyful education, everything would be fine. However, in reality, there were many more challenges he needed to confront. Chen Geyao returned home quite late, and upon hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoyu dashed out of her bedroom to embrace her. Mommy, I promise I will change schools. Chen Geyao was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Lu Chen with confusion. Lu Chen offered a strained smile. Yu is very understanding. Chen Geyao turned her gaze back to Lu Xiaoyu, and before she could inquire, Lu Xiaoyu immediately responded. Daddy explained everything to me. I don't want to worry Mommy and Daddy. With tears welling in her eyes, Chen Geyao enveloped Lu Xiaoyu in a tight embrace. Lu Xiaoyu then mumbled, Mommy, can I sleep with you and Daddy? Chapter 87. Even if we part for 5 days each week, it is still parting. The next day, Lu Chen requested a leave of absence for Lu Xiaoyu. Although he did not escalate the events of the previous day, the principal had learned of the situation, prompting a call to Lu Chen's mobile phone early in the morning. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize regarding Lu Xiaoyu. How is she faring now? Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, who was having her breakfast, and smiled gently. There is no need for you to feel remorseful. Xiaoyu is perfectly fine, and we are quite satisfied with the school and Oppos as security measures. Ultimately, this incident bears no relation to the school. However, we believe it is best for Xiaoyu to attend a boarding school, and I hope you can understand. The principal and Oppos' tone was tinged with regret, yet he responded, Lu Xiaoyu is an excellent student, and we are equally disheartened. We appreciate your understanding, Mr. Lu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Following breakfast, Lu Chen held up 2 mobile phones in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Today, we have no other tasks. How about a trip to Tsinghua, just the 2 of us? Lu Xiaoyu's previously sullen expression brightened with excitement. Yay! At Xingchen Entertainment, Chun Zong said, I have compared several boarding schools as you requested, and this mall school stands out for its environment, faculty, and accommodation. Here is the information about the school. After handing over the materials to Chen Geyao, Lin she continued, I visited the school, and it closely matches the description. I took some photos and have sent them to you. Having completed her tasks, Lin she tentatively inquired, President Chen, if I may speak frankly, boarding school students can only return home on weekends. Is Mr. Lu willing to accept that? Chen Geyao sighed heavily. Whether I am willing or not, there is no alternative. I cannot be seen escorting Lu Xiaoyu as if I were a thief. She set aside the materials. You have done well. How are Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian doing? Lin, she replied. The creative department is preparing new songs for both of them, but they have recently faced setbacks due to competition from other entertainment companies. Chen Geyao nodded, acknowledging the situation. You may leave for now. I will call you if anything arises. After spending 2 days at home with Lu Xiaoyu, her spirits had improved significantly. Aware of Lu Xiaoyu's unhappiness, Chen Geyao made it a point to finish her work at the company early and return home. After a lengthy gaming session as a family, night had fallen completely. Chen Geyao presented Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Chen with posters and photos of the new school. Xiaoyu, here are the images of your new school. Take a look and see if you like it. Lu Chen and Oppos' heart stirred. He had intended to console Lu Xiaoyu, but at that moment, he too felt a profound sense of reluctance. Lu Xiaoyu attentively examined the materials from Chen Geyao. The new school looks wonderful. I really like it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Geyao finally spoke. The school implements a closed management system, allowing students to return home only on weekends. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly turned to Lu Chen, her expression filled with intense sorrow. I don't want to leave Daddy. She clung tightly to Lu Chen, as if fearing he might disappear. Lu Chen felt a lump in his throat, sharing her reluctance. In a past life, he had faced separation, and now, after finally reuniting with his daughter, The thought of another departure was unbearable. Chen Geyao likewise felt tears welling up. In that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's unspoken words echoed in her mind. She had not called her mama. Indeed, Chen Geyao realized, even with weekends together, her time with Lu Xiaoyu was limited. Throughout the week, if there were no business trips, she could only spend evenings with her. Before Chen Geyao entered the picture, Lu Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to being with Lu Chen alone. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyu's bond with her father ran deeper than her own. This had little to do with the school. It was her own circumstance. On the third day, it was finally time for Lu Xiaoyu to attend school. Chen Geyao drove, while Lu Chen sat in the back seat, repeatedly confirming various details with Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, living in the dormitory is not much different from being at home. At home, you are with daddy and mama. In the dormitory, you will be with your classmates. It's the same. Remember to drink plenty of warm water. I've placed a cup in your backpack. Even though the weather is still warm, be sure to cover yourself with a blanket at night. And eat well. If the school food is unpalatable, just tell daddy, and he will bring you something delicious. Upon arriving at the school, the principal welcomed them personally at the entrance. As Lu Chen gazed at the school before him, his heart ached. While Chen Geyao discussed important matters with the principal, Lu Chen meticulously checked Lu Xiaoyu's room, given that it was a prestigious private school with high tuition fees. The accommodations were well appointed. The dormitory for two had a separate restroom and even a small living room. Lu Chen paid special attention to the separate bathing facilities, relieved to find the maximum water heater temperature set at 40 degrees, easing his concerns. Children and Oppos, as skin was sensitive and burns could be troublesome. He busily arranged Lu Xiaoyu and Oppos as belongings, while Chen Geyao understood that Lu Chen was keeping himself occupied to stave off his sadness. Even after Chen Geyao had meticulously detailed everything, Lu Chen continued to confer with the principal and the dormitory supervisor, exchanging contact information. At last, the moment of parting arrived. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling despondent, hid under her blanket and cried. Lu Chen's eyes glistened with tears, while Chen Geyao remained in the car, hesitant to step out, fearing her emotions would overwhelm her. Chen Geyao realized she found herself at a loss for words with Lu Xiaoyu. On the way home, she leaned against the passenger seat, her gaze fixed out the window, tears dampening her collar. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating. Lu Chen struggled to suppress his emotions, driving in silence. He understood that at this moment, anyone could succumb to despair, but he could not afford to. Finally, at a long traffic light, Chen Geyao turned to him. Lu Chen, should I have refrained from participating in the Mom is Not Home program? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be under such scrutiny, and Xiaoyu could continue attending public school. We would be the same as before. Lu Chen grasped Chen Geyao and Oppos' hand, aware that no words could assuage her guilt. He could only offer comfort through this physical connection. Chen Geyao turned back, overwhelmed with self-reproach. She felt that everything that had transpired was her fault, while Lu Chen bore her no resentment. Regardless of the criticisms he faced, no matter what others said, whether it was about being a kept man, a house husband, or relying on a woman, he met it all with a carefree smile. Chen Geyao felt troubled. She understood that Lu Chen was not devoid of talent. On the contrary, his abilities rivaled her own. Reflecting on it now, Lu Chen's focus was solely on her and Lu Xiaoyu. Could she truly claim that her attention was equally devoted to them? Chen Geyao recalled a remark made by netizens. She was entirely consumed by her career. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Chen glanced sideways and smiled gently. Silly, how could I be angry with you? There's no need to apologize. For some reason, Chen Geyao felt an immense weight lift off her shoulders. Lu Chen, now that Xiaoyu is in school, would you consider coming to the company to assist me? Lu Chen paused for 2 seconds, contemplating. Let's see. Chen Geyao nodded slightly, understanding that Lu Chen feared that if he began working, he might be unable to attend to Lu Xiaoyu during her breaks. As the light turned green, Lu Chen started the car. Chapter 88. The dilemma of Chen Geyao days have passed, and Lu Xiaoyu gradually acclimated to her boarding life. Lu Chen remained devoted to his family, refraining from working at Chen Geyao's company. In an effort to distract herself from thoughts of Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Geyao worked tirelessly, putting her all into her job. During this time, Xingchen Entertainment experienced steady growth. The songs Qi Feng Liao and Unstoppable continued to dominate the charts, garnering attention online. Such success led many investors to adopt an optimistic outlook towards Xingchen Entertainment, which had thus far emerged as a dark horse in the entertainment industry. However, challenges soon confronted Chen Geyao. 4 entertainment companies launched personal singles for their respective rising stars before Xingchen Entertainment could. These singles quickly captured the public in Oppo's favor. Notably, Beijing Entertainment's Li Xingxing, who made headlines for donating to impoverished, disaster-stricken areas, regained considerable public goodwill. Shortly thereafter, Li Xingxing released a new single, penned by prominent songwriters, which rightfully propelled her back into the top 10, effectively shedding her previous image of mediocrity. Despite the competition, Chen Geyao remained resolute. She understood that sustainable development relied on individual prowess rather than the misfortunes of peers. During a meeting at Xingchen Entertainment, Chen Geyao paused the video, her expression grim. "This is insufficient," she declared. "What we need are songs that can elevate our artists and Oppo's status, not mere fillers." Stagnation equates to regression. The creative team exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to respond. Qin Shui cautiously interjected, "President Chen, with all due respect, the influence of Qi Feng Liao and Unstoppable is substantial. The market is closely watching us. Moreover, the 4 major entertainment companies are launching relentless attacks. This is the best music we can offer at this moment." Chen Geyao's gaze flickered. Qin Shui's words held merit. The impact of Qi Feng Liao and Unstoppable set high expectations for Xingchen Entertainment's upcoming works. This was not something the creative department could simply remedy through overtime. Returning home after work, Chen Geyao intended to seek Lu Chen's counsel, but found him in a state of despondency. Ever since Lu Xiaoyu entered boarding school, Lu Chen had been notably downcast during the weekdays, often losing interest in meals and conversations that veered towards Lu Xiaoyu. It was only on weekends, when Lu Xiaoyu returned home, that his spirits seemed to lift. Observing this, Chen Geyao refrained from burdening Lu Chen further, recognizing that such a mood would not yield fruitful artistic creations. She increasingly suspected that the initial songs had been the result of Lu Chen's accumulated talent, and creating another might not be as effortless. Suddenly, a sense of alarm gripped Chen Geyao. From Ji Xiang Sanbao to Qi Feng Liao, she seemed increasingly reliant on Lu Chen. Her competitive spirit flared within her, and she resolved, "You have contributed so much to our family, taking such good care of us. Pursuing my career is my responsibility. I cannot always seek your assistance." With that thought, she strode purposefully towards her bedroom. Wasn't it merely a song capable of elevating her status? Hadn't she succeeded in the past? If she could do it once, she could surely do it again. Lu Chen sat uneasily on the sofa, occasionally glancing towards the bedroom. What was troubling Chen Geyao? Why did she cast so many expressions his way? 2 months swiftly passed. Chen Geyao had initially worried that Lu Chen would succumb to despondency in Lu Xiaoyu's absence. Yet she discovered that this was not the case. As Lu Xiaoyu settled into her school routine, Lu Chen began to occupy himself with various activities at home. He would sometimes chat online or watch movies, while also tending to household responsibilities. Chen Geyao felt reassured. She did not expect Lu Chen to earn money, but merely hoped he would find fulfillment in his pursuits. However, Lu Chen noted that Chen Geyao returned home increasingly late each day, appearing utterly fatigued. When he inquired about her well-being, she would often deflect the question, offering no explanation. At Xingchen Entertainment, Chen Geyao donned a formal business suit, her hair styled in a sleek ponytail, and her makeup minimal. The new songs by Fang Wen and Lin Qianqian were unremarkable, failing to shine amidst the fierce competition among rising stars, which left Chen Geyao in a state of anxiety. The public's scrutiny was intense. Lackluster performances signified regression, and many questioned whether Xingchen Entertainment had exhausted its creative resources. She entered the office briskly, urgency evident in her demeanor. "President Chen, Fang Wen and Lin Qianqian's rankings have dropped yet again." Chen Geyao pressed her forehead, exasperated. If this decline continued, they might soon miss the opportunity presented by this wave of rising stars. They needed to secure a hit song quickly to boost Fang Wen and Lin Qianqian's popularity. She tentatively suggested, "President Chen, Perhaps we could engage with some entertainment media to enhance their profiles during coverage. It might divert public attention and buy us some time. Chen Geyao shook her head in refusal. Such a strategy requires representative songs from Fong Wen and Lin Qianxian. Presently, we have nothing substantial to offer, and failing to deliver would further tarnish our image. Lin, she fell silent. As her assistant, she recognized that the final decisions rested with Chen Geyao. With a deep sigh, Chen Geyao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Chen's profile. Should she seek his assistance? The thought was swiftly suppressed. Lu Chen's state of mind had only recently stabilized, and whether he could compose a noteworthy song remained uncertain. She did not wish to impose further on him. At Heijin Entertainment, Zhao Weida radiated delight, his demeanor noticeably warm. Xing, I knew I had not misjudged you. He praised. You have successfully eclipsed Fong, one of Xingchen Entertainment, firmly securing your position as a rising star. What reward do you desire? Li Xing's smile was insincere, her expression overly ingratiating. This is merely my duty. Besides, Heijin Entertainment is one of the 4 major companies. Outshining Xingchen Entertainment is only natural. I cannot take sole credit. Without your guidance, President Zhao, and the support of Liang Ho, I would not have advanced so swiftly. Zhao Weida exchanged satisfied glances with Li Xiaolu. As far as Zhao Weida was concerned, as long as they overshadowed Xingchen Entertainment, he was content. For Li Xiaolu, as long as Chen Geyao was displeased, she felt triumphant. Yet, the identity of the mysterious morning star remained elusive, a source of frustration. Zhao Weida's brows furrowed slightly in concern. Li Xiaolu scoffed dismissively. It's likely just a flash in the pan. Chen Geyao is probably unfamiliar with it. Otherwise, why hasn't she released a song yet? Zhao Weida chuckled heartily. Indeed. At 9:30 p.m., Chen Geyao returned home late once more. After hastily eating dinner, she rushed to her room. Lu Chen, ever observant, could hardly miss the shift in her mood. He had previously recognized her competitive nature, but over time, he too began to feel concerned. Chapter 89. How can you be both the master of the home and the world? Lu Chen stood quietly outside the bedroom door, initially intending to discuss something with Chen Geyao. However, he overheard her speaking on the phone. How is the progress with Lu Wei? 500,000. All right, if that's the case, one must be willing to sacrifice the child to catch the wolf. Yes, please send me the information. Once Chen Geyao ended the call, Lu Chen stepped inside. Chen Geyao was startled and asked, "How did you get in?" Lu Chen, with a puzzled expression, replied, "I came back to sleep. Have you been working too hard lately? Why such a big reaction?" Chen Geyao sighed in relief, cautiously inquiring, "How long have you been standing outside?" Lu Chen smiled gently. "I just arrived." "Why are you so anxious, dear? Are you hiding something from me?" Chen Geyao instantly became alert and stammered, "No, not at all." Lu Chen did not press further and climbed into bed. Chen Geyao felt relieved that he had not discovered anything. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Chen woke up. Chen Geyao was still asleep, softly snoring. He quietly got out of bed and carefully picked up her phone. Chen Geyao was an ambitious person. The fact that she chose to spend money on songs indicated she was facing difficulties. Putting on headphones, Lu Chen listened to Lu Wei's song repeatedly, his brow furrowing slightly. The songwriting was exceptionally well-crafted, showcasing the creator's solid foundation. Yet, it was evident that the lyrics and melody were tailored to the creator's preferences rather than designed for a specific singer. "Oh, my strong-willed wife," Lu Chen mused. He opened the music app and attentively listened to several songs performed by Fong Wen and Lin Qianxian, quickly identifying the issue. Although the songs were good, they did not entirely align with Fong Wen and Lin Qianxian's style and vocal characteristics. For a singer, a unique style is of paramount importance. Fans are often attracted to an artist primarily because of their distinctive style. Turning to glance at Chen Geyao, Lu Chen felt a pang of sympathy. With Lu Xiaoyu at boarding school, she must be feeling down as well. After completing his observations, Lu Chen silently placed the phone back and returned to bed. It was not until Chen Geyao left for work that Lu Chen approached his computer. Chen Geyao had always believed that Lu Chen was unaware of the account Morning Fishing song, but he had taken notice as soon as The Wind Rises was released. Based on the vocal characteristics of Fong Wen and Lin Qianxian, Lu Chen composed 2 songs and registered the copyrights. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, an influx of private messages flooded his inbox. Big shot, you released a new song. Incredible. Your debut is a masterpiece. Big shot, I'm offering 100,000. Can we discuss collaboration? I'm Zhao Weida from Black Gold Entertainment. We're willing to offer 300,000. How does that sound? I'm from Jiangnan Xingyu. The price is negotiable. But we'd like to know more about the full version. At that moment, within the offices of Chen Entertainment, Chen Geyao was leading a meeting. My idea is simple. We urgently need new songs, quality new songs. Since the creative department cannot deliver, we should purchase them. We cannot delay the release of Fong 1 and Lin Qian and Amp, Oppo's, new songs. Chen Geyao understood that as a burgeoning entertainment company, Chen Entertainment had neither rising stars nor established superstars. Although Chun Ling and Amp, Oppo's, The Wind Rises was powerful, relying solely on young, new singers was insufficient in a competitive landscape. Qin Shui, the head of the creative department, felt uneasy under Chen Geyao's gaze. As Chen Geyao's subordinate, she understood her character well. She would never opt to spend money on songs unless absolutely necessary. Qin Shui, the creative department's development is too conservative. We are a new company, and the creative department is the foundation of our artist strength. You must take it seriously. Qin Shui quickly responded, President Chen. The creative department has been searching online for capable creators, but we Haven and Oppo's found suitable candidates. I think, before she could finish, she rushed into the meeting room, exclaiming, President Chen, Morning Fishing Song has released new songs. 2 at once. Chen Geyao and Qin Shui exchanged puzzled glances. The others present were also familiar with Morning Fishing Song, and their eyes lit up. Zhou Yang from the publicity department quickly stated, President Chen, Morning Fishing Song collaborated with us on The Wind Rises, and the response was exceptional. We're the only company that has worked with them, which is a significant advantage. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been a while since Morning Fishing Song released a song, and this sudden launch must be of high quality. With 2 songs available, if we can secure them, Fong 1 and Lin Qian's issues will be resolved. President Chen, should we quickly reach out to Morning Fishing Song? Chen Geyao could no longer sit still. Lu Chen had released new songs? How was she completely unaware? She hurriedly left the meeting with Lin Shi and returned to her office. Upon opening the Good Song website, she saw the 2 updates for Morning Fishing Song, showcasing the new songs, Actor and Invisible Wings. Chen Geyao also noted that the copyrights for both songs had been registered. Lin Shi murmured, President Chen, Mr. Lu even understands copyright registration? Chen Geyao was equally astonished. Lu Chen continually reshaped her perceptions. She had always regarded him as someone solely focused on family matters, lacking knowledge of external affairs. However, Lu Chen's recent accomplishments in songwriting and arrangement had already left her astounded, and now he was knowledgeable about song copyrights as well. Call Qin Shui here. Tianye Yi instructed. Qin Shui, eager to hear about Lu Chen and Oppo's video release, was already impatient. Chen Geyao presented the lyrics and music to Qin Shui and then played the audio. After listening to the complete songs, both Chen Geyao and Qin Shui were left speechless, stunned. As the directors overseeing the company's rising stars, they were intimately familiar with Fong 1 and Lin Qian's singing styles. These 2 songs felt as if they had been tailor-made for them. President Chen, this is simply perfect, Qin Shui exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. These 2 songs will undoubtedly become hits once they are released. Chen Geyao nodded. Actor and Invisible Wings are entirely different from The Wind Rises. Each song encapsulates unique emotions. These 2 songs are certainly on par with The Wind Rises. Qin Shui, expedite your preparations. Qin Shui immediately agreed. I'll arrange it right away. Chen Geyao sighed in relief, the clouds of worry dissipating from her face. Yet, just as she was about to call Lu Chen, she suddenly paused. Once the excitement subsided, an inexplicable sense of discontent washed over her. Hadn't and Oppo's they agreed that the man would be the master of the home while the woman ruled the world? How was it that Lu Chen was now both the master of the home and the world? Chapter 90. The Invisible Wings launches like a rocket. For the first time in 2 months, Chen Geyao finished work early and returned home before sunset. She did not immediately confront Lu Chen, but quietly stood by, her gaze fixed upon him. Sensing her scrutiny, Lu Chen asked, somewhat uneasily, "Wife, why are you staring at me?" Chen Geyao slowly approached, narrowing her eyes. "How did you know that morning fishing song was the account I registered for you?" Lu Chen's lips curled into a warm smile. "I guessed. It an amp. Amp? Oppos. It's not a hard name to figure out, and I thought of you immediately." Chen Geyao pressed on with her inquiries. "And what about an amp? Amp? Oppos. Actor and amp? Amp? Oppos. And an amp? Amp? Oppos. Invisible wings and amp? Amp? Oppos." Lu Chen glanced upward, feigning nonchalance. "Those two songs? I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and wrote them." He added with a playful tone, "What do you think? Isn't your husband particularly talented?" Chen Geyao promptly turned off the gas, pivoted, and pressed Lu Chen against the dining table, her tone urgent and laced with accusation. "These two songs were written specifically for me. Wearing an amp. Oppos. They were meant for Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian, right?" Lu Chen chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Yes, I knew I couldn't and amp, oppos, hide it from you." Chen Geyao momentarily froze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart a tumult of emotions. She wanted to say something, but merely continued to gaze at Lu Chen in silence. Lu Chen gently stroked her head, speaking softly, legally. "This can be considered joint property of the couple. Moreover, while I may have written the songs, it's you who will truly make them shine." Tears shimmered in Chen Geyao's eyes as she realized Lu Chen had done all this with her feelings in mind. Noticing the atmosphere becoming overly sentimental, Lu Chen hurried to the stove, turned on the gas, and said with a smile, "If we get any more moved, this pot of food will burn, and it won't taste good." The following day, Chen Geyao hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the office. Her upbeat mood relieved the tension among the staff, making the work atmosphere considerably lighter. The busiest person was still Qin Shui, who had worked tirelessly overnight to deliver the new songs to Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian just in time. The two had been anxious due to the lack of new releases, and little did they know that Chen Geyao had prepared such a grand surprise for them. Upon receiving the songs, Lin Qianqian was astonished after hearing just a snippet. "Sister Qin, this song is tailor-made for me." Fong Wen nodded vigorously beside her. "Rest assured, Sister Qin, we will practice diligently and live up to Chen's expectations." Qin Shui smiled at their excitement. "These two songs were written by Morning Fishing Song, and Chen worked hard to secure them for you. You must perform well." "Written by Morning Fishing Song?" Both Fong Wen and Lin Qian exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were well aware of the immense popularity of The Wind Rises, and while Chun Ling's voice matched the song perfectly, everyone understood that good lyrics and composition were also crucial to its success. Exchanging glances filled with confidence, they knew that songs penned by Morning Fishing Song would not disappoint. Once released, these songs would undoubtedly create a storm in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, in the Black Gold Entertainment Conference Room, Zhao Weida beamed as he enthusiastically praised Li Xingxing. "Let's congratulate Li Xingxing. His new song has garnered a great response, firmly securing a spot in the top 10, an achievement worth celebrating." Li Xingxing quickly stood, a modest smile on his face. "This is all due to everyone's efforts. I couldn't have done it alone." Zhao Weida waved his hand dismissively. "Xingxing, don't be humble. Recognition must be given where it's due." Others in the room exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. They all understood that Li Xingxing's ascent to the top 10 was largely due to his previous donations that earned him considerable goodwill. His own talent insufficient for such success. Just as Li Xingxing eagerly awaited Zhao Weida to announce his reward, the secretary quietly approached him, presenting a tablet. Initially, Zhao Weida and Amp Oppo's expression remained calm, but as he continued to read, his smile vanished, replaced by a grim countenance. Li Xingxing and Oppo's song had barely reached the 10th spot on the new songs chart when it was suddenly ousted. The culprit? Lin Qianqian and Oppo's newly released song and Oppo's Invisible Wings and Oppo's. Moreover, this song's popularity was rapidly soaring. Zhao Weida glanced at the song's lyricist and composer, Morning Fishing Song. The grim look on Zhao Weida's face alertedly Xing to the shift in atmosphere, sending a chill of foreboding through him. He discreetly pulled out his phone to check, and was instantly struck as if by lightning. Lin Xian and Amp. Amp. Oppos. S and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Invisible Wings and Amp. Amp. Oppos had climbed to 10th place shortly after its release, pushing him off the chart, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Fuming, Zhao Weida slammed his cup onto the floor, yelling, "Who can tell me who this and Oppos, morning fishing song and Oppos, really is?" The room fell silent, everyone too frightened to breathe. One song and Oppos, The Wind Rises and Oppos, had already proven difficult to surpass. And now Morning Fishing Song had released two remarkable compositions. How could they compete? After the meeting, Zhao Weida, still seething, paced back and forth in the vice president's office, growing increasingly irritated with Li Xing get out. "I don and Oppos. Do you want to see you right now?" On the other side, and Oppos, Invisible Wings and Oppos, had detonated like a bomb upon its release, swiftly climbing to the 9th position on the music charts. But this was merely the beginning. It skyrocketed to 4th place, as if propelled by a rocket. The internet erupted with excitement. Star Entertainment has released a new song. Are they on track to dominate the charts? Invisible Wings is absolutely stunning. Everyone, go listen to it. It's phenomenal. Who is Morning Fishing Song? The songs are incredible, each one a marvel. Lin Xian's talent is simply of a celestial caliber. As Zhao Weida read these comments, his anger intensified. He turned to his secretary and commanded, "Quickly, find someone to boost the rankings. We must get Li Xing Song back into the charts at any cost." The secretary shook her head helplessly. "President Chen, Li Xing and Amp, Oppos. S-Team is already trying to boost it, but they can only manage to stay at 7th place on the new songs chart. They can end Amp, Oppos, to go any higher." Meanwhile, at Star Entertainment, Chen Geyao leisurely sipped her tea, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Lin Shi burst into the room, her steps noticeably lighter with excitement. "President Chen, here are the latest statistics for and Amp, Oppos, Invisible Wings, and Amp, Oppos. Our promotional efforts have been tremendously effective. We don't even need to advertise ourselves. Many are already calling Lin Xian the new generation diva, and various media outlets are preparing to report on her." Hearing this, Chen Geyao smiled with satisfaction. She understood that titles like and Amp, Oppos, Diva and Amp, Oppos, or and Amp, Oppos, King and Amp, Oppos, were never self-bestowed by the company but rather a recognition of true talent by the public. With such an honor, Lin Xian's rise in stature was bound to follow naturally. In Lin Xian's studio, the agent and assistant were engrossed in a whirlwind of activity. Yet their faces radiated excitement. Lin Xian herself, confronted with this sudden surge of attention, felt somewhat bewildered, even a touch overwhelmed by the unexpected acclaim. Although she had consistently garnered a degree of attention, she had always remained grounded, progressing steadily with unwavering determination. However, this deluge of recognition and honor caught her off guard. The agent, brimming with enthusiasm, embraced Lin Xian and exclaimed joyfully, "My little ancestor, do you have any idea how far ahead your schedule is booked?" Meanwhile, the assistant, equally exhilarated, shouted, "Ha, I and Amp, Oppos, I'm going to be swamped with work, ha." Chapter 91. Lin Xian has finally become a rising star. Following her explosive popularity, Lin Xian's schedule is filled with an endless stream of invitations. In accordance with Chen Geyao's strategy, her appearance fee has significantly increased. Despite this, no organizer has deemed it too expensive. After all, Lin Xian has become a veritable goldmine, and everyone is eager to seize this lucrative opportunity. Everything is progressing steadily according to Chen Geyao's meticulous plan. As the primary contributor to her success, Lu Chen has received a flurry of affectionate gestures from Chen Geyao. In stark contrast, Zhao Weida of Black Gold Entertainment is facing dire straits. In an effort to boost Li Xing's song rankings, the company has invested a considerable sum, only to see the song plummet to 8th place on the new song chart. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to Zhao Weida, whose simmering rage finds no outlet. leaving Li Xingxing too frightened even to enter his office. To make matters worse, negative sentiments about Black Gold Entertainment are proliferating online. What on earth is happening with Li Xingxing? First, he was overshadowed by a newcomer from Xingchen Entertainment, and now he's being thoroughly outshined by the little diva Lin Qianqian. Does he possess any genuine talent? Li Xingxing's song was penned by a renowned artist. How could it possibly be so inferior to Lin Qianqian's? It seems that even among little kings and queens, the quality varies greatly. Faced with these comments, Zhao Vida and Amp oppose as countenance darkens further. After a prolonged silence, he dials a number. Hello, is this President Lu? Zhao Vida and Amp oppose. S voice is low and strained. On the other end, it is Lu Lei from E Entertainment. President Lu, you must have heard about Lin Qianqian and Amp oppose. S new song and Amp oppose. Invisible Wings and Amp oppose. Released by Xingchen Entertainment. Lu Lei and Amp oppose. S tone is equally grim. The recent rise of Xingchen Entertainment has not only overshadowed Black Gold Entertainment, but has also placed immense pressure on E Entertainment. President Zhao, let us be frank. Everyone knows about and oppose. Invisible Wings and oppose now. It's an absolute sensation. Zhao Vida's expression turns venomous, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. The momentum of Xingchen Entertainment grows stronger by the day. They no longer regard us old entertainment companies with any respect. We at Black Gold Entertainment might continue to release songs, but we alone cannot hinder Lin Qianqian from rightfully claiming her title as a bona fide little diva. After a moment of silence, Lu Lei cannot help but concede to Zhao Vida and oppose as words. The quality of and oppose, Invisible Wings and oppose, is indisputable, bolstered by Xingchen Entertainment and oppose as formidable promotional efforts, maintaining its exceptional popularity and swiftly ascending to the top of the charts. Chen Geyao is an astute individual, undoubtedly aware of how to elevate Lin Qianqian to even greater heights. Therefore, we at Black Gold Entertainment must join forces with E Entertainment. What do you think, President Lu? Zhao Vida extends an olive branch for collaboration. Meanwhile, after the success of Invisible Wings, Chen Geyao is acutely aware that for Lin Qianqian, who is on the rise, participating in variety shows is an exceptional opportunity to enhance her visibility. Without hesitation, she arranges for Lin Qianqian to appear on the trending show Voices Unceasing. This program features collaborations between a new generation of talented singers and established artists, presenting an invaluable platform for the rapidly ascending Lin Qianqian, providing her the chance to gain favor and guidance from seasoned performers. Backstage at and oppose, Voices Unceasing and oppose. Even though Chen Geyao has meticulously arranged everything for Lin Qianqian, the newcomer still feels nervous, her gaze darting around. You must be Lin Qianqian? A gentle voice calls from behind. Lin Qianqian turns to find an elegantly poised woman standing there. It is Feng Fei, a renowned singer who rose to fame alongside Chen Geyao and now stands as a queen of the music industry. To ensure Lin Qianqian and oppose, as performance goes off without a hitch, Chen Geyao has proactively contacted Feng Fei, asking her to lend support. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Feng Fei smiles softly, exuding warmth. Lin Qianqian and Amp oppose. S anxiety eases considerably. Being invited to participate in and Amp oppose. Voices Unceasing and Amp oppose is a testament to your potential. It signifies that Geyao has high hopes for you. Feng Fei gestures for Lin Qianqian to sit beside her. I was incredibly nervous the first time I participated in such a program as well. Just relax. I have heard your singing and am thrilled to perform alongside you. Lin Qianqian's eyes widen. Prior to this, Chen Geyao had only mentioned that she would be collaborating with a major figure in the music industry. Without disclosing who it was, she never expected it to be Feng Fei. Feng Fei is the dream of countless top-tier stars and a revered figure among many accomplished singers. The entertainment industry has often referred to Feng Fei as one born to sing, placing her just below the immensely popular Chen Geyao. Feng Laosher, it is truly an honor to sing with you. Lin Qianqian's voice trembles with excitement. On stage, as Feng Fei and Lin Qianqian make their joint appearance, the atmosphere ignites, with the audience erupting in waves of cheers. It's Queen Fei Fei. and the little diva Lin Chen. Will they be performing Invisible Wings? I can't wait. Oh my. The sight of these two together is breathtaking. This is the essence of legacy. The host strides energetically between them, launching the performance with fervor. Let us offer the warmest applause for the Queen Feng Fei and the little diva Lin Chen. The host deliberately emphasizes the titles Queen and Little Diva, further ingraining Lin Chen's image in the hearts of the audience. We all know that Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's latest song, and Amp, Oppo's Invisible Wings, and Amp, Oppo's has caused a tremendous stir online, consistently dominating the new song charts. I'm sure you have all felt the impact while listening to it online. Today, we are extremely honored to have our Queen Feng Fei performing this song live with our little diva Lin Chen. The host then turns to Feng Fei, microphone in hand. Queen Feng, what are your thoughts on the song we will be singing today? Feng Fei smiles and nods at the audience, gently stating, to be honest, after so many years in the music industry, and Amp, Oppo's Invisible Wings and Amp, Oppo's is truly one of the few exceptional songs I've come across. The lyrics and composition are outstanding, and I am very much looking forward to singing it with our little diva Lin Chen. After saying this, Feng Fei's gaze shifts to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with encouragement. With Feng Fei and Amp, Oppo's support, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's tension dissipates instantly, and she candidly replies, I am also incredibly honored to sing this song with Queen Feng. I would like to express my gratitude to the song and Oppo's lyricist and composer, Chen Geyao, as well as to my company and boss, Queen Geyao. The mention of Queen Geyao sends the atmosphere soaring once more. The host seizes the moment, refraining from further elaboration, and hands the stage back to Feng Fei and Lin Chen. Their subsequent performance is nothing short of perfection. Feng Fei and Amp, Oppo's rich and emotive voice melds seamlessly with Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's unique tenacity, perfectly aligning with the song and Amp, Oppo's style. Their harmonious voices resonate like celestial music throughout the auditorium, captivating the audience, many of whom are moved to tears. After the performance, the sight of Feng Fei and Lin Chen exchanging microphones and embracing tenderly becomes an epic moment in the show, fervently shared by both the live audience and online viewers. With the airing of Amp, Oppo's voices unceasing, and Amp, Oppo's, the video of Feng Fei and Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's duet quickly goes viral, garnering millions of views across various platforms in no time. The constant references to Lin Chen and the title Little Diva solidify public recognition of her newfound status. In an instant, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's star shines brighter than ever. Her title as a little diva firmly established. Chapter 92. The Frenzied Bidding, a Sensation Before Release. The meteoric rise of Invisible Wings and Endless Echoes has once again thrust the composer of Invisible Wings, Chen Geyao, into the limelight. Discussions surrounding Chen Geyao and Oppo's true identity have sparked a fervent wave of speculation online. Who exactly is Chen Geyao? So mysterious. Could it possibly be Lu Chen? After all, Lu Chen composed in Oppo's Unstoppable and Oppo's, which boasts top-tier quality. Very likely, Lu Chen and Oppo's previous songs have been quite stunning. He possesses such talent. Is that so? If it were Lu Chen, he could have simply handed the song to Chen Geyao. Why resort to selling it on Good Song Network? All morning, Chen Geyao and Oppo's phone has been incessantly ringing, with countless industry friends reaching out. The motive is clear, currently. Only Xingchen Entertainment has had any dealings with Chen Geyao. In the office, Chen Geyao is on the phone with Feng Fei. Darling, I and Amp, Oppo's VE successfully completed the task you entrusted me. Feng Fei and Amp, Oppo's sweet voice emanates from a speaker. Chen Geyao nods eagerly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much, darling. I truly owe you one. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal prepared by Lu Chen. Feigning disdain yet clearly excited, Feng Fei retorts, you're lacking sincerity. You get to eat Lu Chen's cooking every day. Is one meal enough to show your gratitude? Chen Geyao playfully adopts a haughty demeanor. So, does that mean you don't wish to eat? Wait. Who said I wouldn't eat? I'll eat. At least 3 meals. Feng Fei exclaims anxiously. Having watched the show Mom is Not Home, she finds Lu Chen's cooking visually appetizing. Chen Geyao can't help but chuckle softly. All right. 3 meals it is. Just then, Lin Shi enters the office with a tablet in hand, accompanied by Qin Shui, her expression serious as she reports. President Chen, the data for invisible wings is exceptionally impressive, but discussions about Chen Qiyu online are intensifying. She presents the relevant data to Chen Geyao. Qin Shui adds, indeed. Both songs by Chen Qiyu have been given to our company, leading many netizens to speculate that Chen Qiyu is Lu Chen. Yet, some believe otherwise. After all, composing 1 or 2 hit songs is not uncommon for many songwriters, unless they are top-tier songwriters, who might produce more masterpieces. However, even the best cannot guarantee that every song will be both popular and of high quality. Currently, opinions seem evenly split, but I've noticed an increase in derogatory remarks about Lu Chen, claiming he merely got lucky to have written a few good songs. Regardless of the discussions online, the topic surrounding Chen Qiyu remains remarkably high. As Chen Geyao browses the comment from netizens, her brow furrows with concern. Qin Shui suggests again, President Chen, I think we should bring Lu Chen into our company. Chen Geyao shakes her head, exasperated. Do you think I wouldn't want that? Lu Chen simply doesn't wish to come. Besides, it's better this way. After the lesson learned from and Oppos, Mom is Not Home, and Oppos, I'm hesitant to expose Lu Chen to the public eye. As for these discussions, let in Oppos. Let's not engage for now. The more we respond, the greater the risk of exposure. Only the 3 of us need to be aware of this. If anyone inquires, we'll uniformly reply that I purchased it from Good Song Network, and my connection to Chen Qiyu is solely mine. If pressed further, we'll just say I spent a considerable sum. Lin Shi and Qin Shui exchange glances and nod in agreement. Originally, Good Song Network was merely a platform for creators to transact, but with the success of The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, it has suddenly become the focus of public attention. Oh, how painful! Had I known Invisible Wings would be this popular, I would have added more money back then. Don't even think about it. Black Gold Entertainment couldn't secure it, so how could you afford it? What a blunder. Back then, I thought Chen Qiyu only had a couple of songs and assumed he wasn't a notable figure. Now, I realize I've missed out on a fortune, but there is still one song, actor, right? Exactly. I want to buy it. I'll offer 500,000. At Black Gold Entertainment, Zhao Vida is chain-smoking, his expression dark and foreboding. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approach, causing him to frown in annoyance. Why the rush? What is going on? He scolds his secretary loudly. The secretary, too flustered to apologize, urgently states, President Zhao, about Chen Qiyu. I don't want to hear that name. Zhao Vida erupts in frustration. No, President Zhao. The secretary hastily clarifies, Chen Qiyu has another song. And amp. Oppos. Actor in amp. Oppos. It's currently up for bidding on Good Song Network, and everyone is vying to purchase it. The secretary quickly hands over the computer to Zhao Vida. Zhao Vida angrily brushes off the ash from a cigarette, his eyes lighting up. Buy it. Get it for me. On Good Song Network, the bidding for and amp, Oppos, actor in amp, Oppos skyrockets. Within just an hour, the price surges to 1 million, marking one of the highest prices ever on the platform. After all, no matter how exquisite the lyrics and melody, a suitable artist is essential to realize its fullest potential. Yet, this is the work of Chen Qiyu. Following the sensational impact of The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, countless music critics believe that and Oppos, actor in Oppos, is worth far more than 1 million. Forget 1 million. As long as an Oppos, actor in Oppos, achieves 80% of the popularity of an Oppos, Invisible Wings, and Oppos, selling it for 10 million would be justified. Bids quickly escalate to 3 million. Just when it seemed that no one would bid further, Black Gold Entertainment suddenly offers 5 million, a sum that leaves many in disbelief. Such a high price makes the public suspect that Black Gold Entertainment is out of options and has gone completely mad. In the office of the deputy general manager at Black Gold Entertainment, the secretary, visibly anxious, queries President Zhao, "Isn't 5 million too risky?" Zhao Vida shakes his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Not enough, far from it. I just learned that Xingchen Entertainment paid a whopping 4 million for Invisible Wings. Do you still think 5 million is excessive? If I bid 5 million, someone will surely bid 600,000. Keep a close watch, and if anyone bids, increase our offer immediately. This song must be ours." At Lu Chen's residence, he watches the fierce bidding war on Good Song Network and cannot contain his laughter. Lu Chen is genuinely impressed by Chen Geyao and Oppo's marketing prowess, which is nothing short of genius. Throughout the entire process, only Chen Geyao has liaised with Chen Geyao, leaving others completely unaware of her bidding. Acquiring Invisible Wings for 4 million was clearly a bait and switch. Now, the bidding for Actor is breaking industry records, garnering widespread public attention for Good Song Network. In short, Actor has yet to officially launch, yet its popularity is already soaring. As the bidding continues to rise, repeatedly surpassing industry peaks. The ultimate owner of Actor has even captured the top trending spot on Weibo. Did I just see that correctly? Millions for a song's lyrics and melody? This is the work of Chen Geyao. If you're unaware, just check out an amp, Oppo's, Invisible Wings and amp, Oppo's. The competition among the 4 major entertainment companies is fierce. I wonder who will ultimately acquire this song. It seems clear that this song is definitely not written by Lu Chen, otherwise it wouldn't be up for public bidding. No matter how much you invest, we, at Black Gold Entertainment, are determined to succeed. Chapter 93. An interest in the music industry. As the weekend arrived, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. For today marked the day he would bring Lu Xiaoyu home. Lu Xiaoyu attended a prestigious private school, considered an elite institution with a limited number of students. The parents of these students were all distinguished figures from various professions. Even those who recognized Lu Chen merely exchanged polite greetings, devoid of any fervor. After all, in the eyes of these elites, Lu Chen was merely someone who earned a bit more or a bit less compared to them. However, he did have his fans. Several young teachers at the school were admirers of Lu Chen. Yet, due to the school's strict regulations, the teachers did not exhibit overt enthusiasm, which in fact worked to Lu Chen's advantage. For instance, their fondness for him translated into special care for Lu Xiaoyu, alleviating Lu Chen's worries when he could not be there for her. "Dad." From a distance, Lu Chen spotted a group of young female teachers surrounding Lu Xiaoyu, waving at him. Lu Chen courteously acknowledged them. "Thank you, teachers, for personally accompanying Xiaoyu while waiting for me. Who wouldn't amp, Oppo's. To appreciate a modest, polite, and talented man who also happened to be quite dashing. It is our pleasure. Xiaoyu is very considerate. We hardly have to exert any effort." Another teacher chimed in. "Indeed, Xiaoyu is exceptionally well-behaved in class, learns quickly, and is well-liked by her classmates. She excels in her studies and is very active in physical education. Rest assured, Dad, Xiaoyu has adapted splendidly." Lu Xiaoyu beamed with joy, bouncing beside Lu Chen. "The teachers are so kind to me, and my classmates are too. I was even elected class monitor. It wasn't amp, Oppo's, the teachers and amp, Oppo's choice. It was a vote from my classmates." Leaning closer to Lu Chen's ear, Lu Xiaoyu whispered, "Actually, the students here really enjoy playing King of Glory. I'm a star rank, the highest in our class." Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, so you have won the hearts of the people. Let us play King of Glory this week to solidify your status," he whispered back. Lu Xiaoyu joyfully hugged Lu Chen tightly. "Yay, Xiaoyu loves Daddy the most. Let us say goodbye to the teachers and head home." Lu Chen smiled as Lu Xiaoyu turned around obediently, waving at the teachers. "Goodbye, Teacher Li, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Su, Teacher Chen, Teacher Ma, see you." A chorus of cheerful goodbyes echoed from the group of female teachers. "Goodbye, Xiaoyu." Lu Xiaoyu recounted the names of her teachers, and Lu Chen felt a swell of happiness. It seemed that transferring schools was indeed the right decision. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyu eagerly fiddled with the car and amp, Oppo's audio system. Just then, a song filled the speakers, and amp, Oppo's, Invisible Wings and amp, Oppo's. "How'd you come to know this song?" Lu Chen inquired, intrigued. "All the teachers at our school love this song. We even had a group listening session," Lu Chen was astonished to discover that the song he had casually composed had garnered such popularity. Do you like this song, Xiaoyu? He probed gently. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Of course. I sing it the best in our class. Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? Would you sing it for Daddy? Of course. Lu Xiaoyu turned off the car music and pulled out her phone to play the accompaniment. She began to sing. I know I have a pair of invisible wings. They carry me to fly, giving me hope. I finally see all my dreams bloom. The youthful voices I chase are so resounding unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Chen secretly activated the recording function and sent the audio to Chen Geyao. The weekend flew by in a blink. Soon, it was time for Lu Chen to return Lu Xiaoyu to school. Unlike Friday, Lu Chen and Oppo's expression today was notably displeased. Lu Xiaoyu mirrored his discontent as they traveled along the road to school. Are you unhappy, Xiaoyu? Was breakfast not to your liking? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. Breakfast was delicious, but Mommy didn't send me to school, and that makes me sad. Lu Chen reassured her. Mommy is busy with work and couldn't make it. She truly wanted to send you. But why is Mommy so busy? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Lu Chen echoed what most parents would say. Because Mommy wants to provide you with a better life. Isn't our life good now? Lu Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. I don't want a better life. I want Mommy to accompany me to school, she added. Lu Chen paused, realizing that during her time at the boarding school, Lu Xiaoyu had matured considerably, lacking only the love that Chen Geyao provided. With a gentle smile, he said, Mommy is a remarkable person. Why? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because Mommy not only strives to give you a good life, but as a business owner, she also works to provide for many others. Isn't that quite admirable? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded vigorously. Yes, she is great. I want to be as great as Mommy when I grow up. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Yet Lu Xiaoyu continued, I've seen other great people like Mommy. The chubby boy in my class has a dad who is also a boss. He said his dad's company has hundreds of employees. Unconsciously, Lu Chen slowed the car an Oppo's speed and asked Xiaoyu, do you wish for Daddy to be a successful person too, like the chubby boy's father? To Lu Chen and Oppo's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. No, it's enough for one of you to be great. If both of you are great, you won't have time to be with me. Lu Chen had never been particularly attentive to the entertainment industry's developments. In the past, he would only pay attention when Chen Geyao was feeling down, although he occasionally indulged in stock trading out of boredom. It was merely a pastime since he primarily handled domestic affairs, while Chen Geyao managed external matters. However, ever since the songs The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings emerged, along with actor, Lu Chen discovered an unexpected interest in this realm. Particularly intriguing was witnessing Chen Geyao's involvement in the operations behind The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings. With Lu Xiaoyu occupied at school and household matters not overly burdensome, Lu Chen found himself spending considerable time online. Much of this time was dedicated to browsing the Good Song website, particularly the comment section for Oppo's, actor and Oppo's. When will Oppo's, actor and Oppo's, be released? I'm so looking forward to it. Boss, when will you sell actor? Boss, who are you really? 500,000. I'll offer 500,000 for actor. Previously, Lu Chen had been an observer. But once he immersed himself in the discussions, he found it to be quite engaging. The online discourse surrounding actor was updated daily. Yet, Lu Chen had only released a small demo, coupled with the moniker morning fishing song, which ignited a wave of inquiries. The fervor was akin to that experienced by a rising star, with numerous singers expressing their desire to collaborate with morning fishing song or purchase actor. Even his private messages were flooded, exceeding a staggering 99. However, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to one particular message. Boss, what is your real Weibo account? Chapter 94. Imposters on the Internet. Starlight Entertainment. Chen Geyao searched the office frantically for a hiding spot. Where is it? She inquired anxiously. Hiding from whom? A haughty voice echoed from outside the office, followed by the graceful figure of Feng Fei entering. Dressed in a purple dress that accentuated her curves, she approached. Chen Geyao cleared her throat twice. No one is hiding, she stammered, her small hands clasped behind her back, glancing at the ceiling and then at the floor tiles. Feng Fei promptly pushed Chen Geyao onto the sofa, their gazes clashing with a spark of intensity. Speak quickly. Who exactly is Chen Geyao? Feng Fei demanded. Chen Geyao surmised that Feng Fei had come for this very matter, as she was not the only one inquiring about Chen Geyao in recent days. He is merely a personal creator I met online, she replied. Feng Fei leaned in closer, their eyes almost touching. Something in amp, oppos, SMS, you seem flustered. What are you hiding? A realization flickered in Feng Fei and amp, oppos, his eyes. I understand. Chen Geyao is Lu Chen, ISN and amp. Oppos, T it? Chen Geyao hurriedly denied it. How could it be Lu Chen? You know his limited talent. Feng Fei chuckled. Oh, limited talent? He composed Yishang San Baoen Unstoppable in just a flash. Are you trying to deceive me? Why not ask Lu Chen to write another good song? Chen Geyao smiled. That's not quite accurate. Lu Chen merely had a moment of inspiration and wrote a couple of songs. It doesn't reflect his overall ability. Besides, he doesn't even work in the industry. How would he understand our entertainment circle? Feng Fei considered this, nodding thoughtfully. Chen Geyao silently apologized to her husband. Darling, you must forgive me. Feng Fei settled beside Chen Geyao, still somewhat unconvinced. Even if Chen Geyao isn't Lu Chen, you cannot deny you have some connection. Feng Fei's eyes sparkled with insight. I see. Tian Yok. Here I was, thinking you were my confidant in the industry, and yet you've fallen into this trap. Chen Geyao was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Feng Fei glanced around and whispered, quickly sever ties with Chen Geyao. Lu Chen, a man, is bearing the burden of public scrutiny while taking care of the child. How could you? Chen Geyao interrupted. Feng Fei, your imagination is too wild. Lu Chen is so handsome and talented. How could I betray him? Are you out of your mind? Listen to me, it's not like that. To prevent Feng Fei from spiraling further into her thoughts, Chen Geyao explained, Chen Geyao is just a fan of mine. He wrote these songs for me to sing, which I found quite good, so I passed them on to Chen Lingfeng and Lin Qianqian. Chen Geyao emphasized, you know how our entertainment industry works. If I expose him, there will be countless rumors. You understand, right? I truly feel helpless and sorry for him. Feng Fei scrutinized Chen Geyao and amp, oppos, his eyes. This time, Chen Geyao widened her eyes, her sincerity evident. Feng Fei finally seemed to believe her. All right, that's more like it. Otherwise, I would have felt embarrassed to accept those 3 meals you owe me. Chen Geyao earnestly implored, please keep this a secret. Never mention it in front of Lu Chen. Feng Fei made an okay sign. Rest assured, I'm the best at keeping secrets. At Black Gold Entertainment, Zhao Vida was under immense pressure. Invisible Wings had become such a sensation that even with pressure from 123 Entertainment, it could not be suppressed. I refuse to believe that a song like an amp, oppos, Invisible Wings and amp, oppos can stir any significant waves. Just as he ranted, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller, Zhao Vida and amp, oppos, his expression changed dramatically. President, he addressed respectfully, his tone softening. Recently, Chen Geyao has gained considerable traction, and Starlight Entertainment has profited multiple times. What have you been doing as the executive vice president? Zhao Vida and oppos, S face darkened. President, I've done my utmost, but Chen Geyao is impervious to pressure. I've invested $5 million, yet the response remains tepid. The president's voice was low and commanding. Music is a vital part of Black Gold Entertainment. The emergence of new entertainment companies is fierce. We must produce quality songs to restore our reputation. We must secure the rights to actor. Also, regarding Li Xingxing, rumors of him smoking have resurfaced online. We cannot afford to neglect our artists and oppos, public image. Zhao Vida and oppos, S expression soured further. This Li Xingxing can never give us a pleasant surprise, always finding ways to create trouble. Don't worry, I will do my utmost. After hanging up, Zhao Vida angrily sat at his computer, logging into the Good Song website. During this period, he had communicated with Chen Geyao and scoured the site for good songs, but to no avail. The window for Chen Geyao and oppos' emergence was too brief. Discovering him was purely a matter of luck. Suddenly, Zhao Vida and oppos' eyes brightened. Hello, I am Zhao Vida from Black Gold Entertainment. I am willing to pay 5 million to purchase your actor. I hope you will give it serious consideration. After sending the message, he anxiously tapped his leg. Lu Chen had just logged onto the Good Song website to check today's posts and noticed a message from Zhao Vida. He chose to ignore it. The song actor is for my beloved wife. I wouldn't sell it for 500 million. However, Zhao Vida sent another message. If you find actor too expensive, feel free to write another song. You need not worry about the price. Our Black Gold Entertainment has ample resources, and I assure you will be satisfied. Satisfaction guaranteed? Lu Chen grinned, appreciating the offer. Since they were so eager to invest, why not accept? Nonetheless, Lu Chen's primary purpose for logging on was to register a social media account. He had been following the news on the headlines, which felt a tad slow. Chen Geyao often posted updates, so he naturally wished to stay informed. Yet, as he registered the username Chen Geyao, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Numerous accounts bearing the name Chen Geyao had surfaced online. After a thorough review, he soon discovered a troubling trend. Since the identity of Chen Geyao had gained popularity on the Good Song website, many fraudulent accounts had begun to appear on offline platforms and social media. Initially, they sought attention and notoriety, but now they had devolved into scams. Lu Chen frowned. The communication between the Chen Geyao account and Starlight Entertainment would likely increase, leading to potential repercussions. Furthermore, this trend of fraud must not be encouraged. Lu Chen pulled out his keyboard and quickly typed, publishing 2 posts titled The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, sharing his creative insights on the songs, alongside critiques of the music and the performers. Chapter 95, Is This Song Too Corny? Following the release of Lu Chen and Oppo's news, public attention swiftly gravitated towards him. Numerous imitations of the morning fishing song had surfaced online, but they were easily debunked. However, Lu Chen and Oppo's rendition was distinctly different. His meticulous analysis of the wind rises and invisible wings, even delving into the vocal characteristics of the performers, unveiled details that many esteemed music critics had overlooked. Such an intimate familiarity with the song could only be possessed by someone profoundly knowledgeable about music, likely the author himself. As anticipated, Lu Chen's account rapidly garnered a significant following, with many users eagerly sharing his posts. Brothers, the esteemed morning fishing song has finally launched on Weibo. I believe this is the real deal. Absolutely true. More genuine than gold. Even I, who know nothing about music, find his insights reasonable. A true giant among men. Ordinary folks simply cannot impersonate him. Exactly. Let those fraudsters roll away. The authentic morning fishing song has arrived. As the owner of Xingshan Entertainment, Chen Geyao had developed a habit of keeping an eye on trending topics on Weibo. Lu Chen's account soon gained a modest popularity on the platform. Upon reviewing the analytical data, Chen Geyao couldn't help but smile knowingly. This had to be Lu Chen. She commented, "Your analysis is spot on," and promptly liked the post. The national goddess, a diva of the music industry, was herself a magnet for attention. Within half an hour, Lu Chen and Oppo's post had surpassed 10,000 shares. Noticing Chen Geyao and Oppo's like and comment, Lu Chen followed her back, marking her as the first account he chose to follow. The morning fishing song only followed Chen Geyao, and her like and comment nearly confirmed that Lu Chen's account was indeed that of the morning fishing song. Thrilled, Lu Chen immediately posted a clarification online, asserting, "I'm a morning fishing song and am willing to bear legal responsibility for this statement. This is my only account on Weibo. Please do not trust any other fraudulent accounts." Chen Geyao looked at Lu Chen's post with satisfaction, slightly taken aback that he was capable of such public relations. It seemed she had underestimated him. However, the fact that Lu Chen had only followed her made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. After all, they were like an old married couple, and such gestures were rather endearing. Sitting at his computer, Lu Chen could easily imagine the expression on Chen Geyao's face. Yet, he seemed too preoccupied to dwell on this. His identity had been confirmed, and his Weibo notifications exploded. Fortunately, his home computer was of high configuration, allowing him to navigate through the flood of messages with ease. The messages were largely similar to those on Good Song Network, primarily entertainment companies and popular influencers and stars requesting collaborations. Among these private messages, Lu Chen also spotted one from Zhao Vida. Hello, Mr. Morning Fishing Song. I noticed you Haven T replied to my message on Good Song Network. I hope you will seriously consider collaborating with me. I assure you our offer is significantly higher than that of Xingchen Entertainment. Lu Chen chuckled to himself. This aggressive message was clearly from a rival of Chen Geyao. Wiping his finger across his nose, he quickly replied, Morning Fishing Song. Hello, I have seen your message. Upon receiving Lu Chen's response, Zhao Vida's eyes widened in shock, causing him to spit out his drink. He hastily typed back, Hello, Mr. Morning Fishing Song. I, from Heijin Entertainment, am willing to pay 5 million, no? 6 million, to purchase the copyright for and Oppos, actor, and Oppos. I hope you will consider this seriously. Morning Fishing Song. Sorry, and Oppos, actor and Oppos, has already been sold. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Vida. Who did you sell it to? Morning Fishing Song. I sold it to Chen Geyao. Zhao Vida was furious. He could accept selling it to anyone but Chen Geyao. This meant Heijin Entertainment was falling behind yet again. Sir, we at Heijin Entertainment are one of the 4 major entertainment companies, with substantial strength, surpassing Xingchen Entertainment in status. We also have more established artists. Please reconsider. Morning Fishing Song. Chen Geyao is an artist I've always admired, and I value integrity in my dealings. Money is not my primary concern. Zhao Vida slammed his fist on the table in frustration. This Morning Fishing Song was impervious to reason. Then I would like to request you to compose a song for Heijin Entertainment. Morning Fishing Song. No problem. Name your price. Zhao Vida was not foolish. Since actor has been sold, I need to hear a sample of the new song first. This is an industry norm. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, No problem. Morning Fishing Song. Please wait while you listen to a sample on Good Song Network. If you're satisfied, we can finalize the deal today. Lu Chen pushed his desk away and stood up. Since Chen Geyao was a singer and Lu Xiaoyu loved music, they had a simple studio at home. Although the equipment was not professional grade, it sufficed for Lu Chen's arrangements. An hour later, Lu Chen returned to his computer. Good Song Network and Weibo were both buzzing with excitement. Morning Fishing Song has released a new song. No way so soon. A true giant indeed. But this title seems a bit corny. I can't shake the feeling that the content is also a bit cheesy. It may be corny, but it's catchy. Zhao Vida hurriedly opened Good Song Network to listen. His initially expectant expression turned to calm, followed by utter disappointment. After waiting for an hour, this was the result? How could this song compare to Actor and Invisible Wings? Zhao Vida was seething with rage. Are you kidding me? Do you have something against Heijin Entertainment? Is this corny song a joke? Lu Chen laughed heartily, relishing the moment as he was alone at home. Morning Fishing Song. Not at all. I wrote it with sincerity. The price is fair, and I don't even want 6 million or 5 million. I am reluctantly letting it go. Zhao Vida was nearly frothing at the mouth in anger. 5 million, and he was reluctantly parting with it? If he actually purchased it, he would be a complete fool. We are willing to increase the offer. But please take this seriously. Is this song worth 5 million? Morning Fishing Song. Do you think creation is that simple? And why ISN and AMP, Oppos, T my song worth 5 million. If you don't and AMP, Oppos, T buy it, others certainly will. After ending the chat, Lu Chen suddenly received a phone call. Hello, dear, do you miss me? Chen Geyao replied tersely. Stop joking around. I just saw you released a song on Good Song Network. I logged into your account to listen to the full version. You really went all out. But this song is quite corny. ISNT it? Lu Chen lamented. Wife, your words wound me deeply. Do you realize Heijin Entertainment is willing to pay 5 million? Chen Geyao was taken aback. Zhao Vida was indeed throwing money around. But for a song like this? After hanging up, Chen Geyao played the song repeatedly. It was undeniably corny, yet it was also undeniably catchy, and she found herself subconsciously moving to the rhythm. Lin, she awkwardly approached her and asked Director Chen, should we find a singer for the most dazzling national style? Chen Geyao hesitated. While there were currently no songs of this kind in the market, it didn't mean the public wouldn't enjoy it. She still had confidence in Lu Chen's creations. I'll give him another call. Chapter 96. The vast horizon is my love. Ahem, hello? Chen Geyao cleared her throat. Lu Chen chuckled. Wife, Are you missing me again? Chen Geyao tilted her head, teasing, aren't you the great Lu, known for your analytical prowess? Why not analyze your song the most dazzling ethnic style for me? Lu Chen surmised that Chen Geyao was calling specifically for this matter. Thus, he replied, actually, this is a duet. Stylistically, you may consider it agricultural heavy metal, which gives it a somewhat earthy feel, yet it is undeniably catchy. But what inspired you to write such a song? Chen Geyao inquired. Lu Chen grinned and sent her a screenshot of the messages exchanged with Zhao Weida. After a quick glance, Chen Geyao burst into laughter, completely shedding her demeanor as the stern CEO. I bet Zhao Weida was furious. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. That's just the beginning. I'm Zhuge Liang, and he is not even a match for Xing Tairong. Chen Geyao whispered, I had no idea you were so cunning. I won't dare to offend you again. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Too late. You've already crossed me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Chen became serious. I recall your company has a male singer, Zhou Yi, right? I believe he could form an excellent duo with Zhao Zhenzhen. Her vocal timbre is more extroverted than that of typical female singers. Perhaps a fresh approach would yield remarkable results. Why not establish a group named Zhuge Legend? Lu Chen spoke enthusiastically, and after Chen Geyao nodded in agreement, she ended the call. Lin, she inquired again, CEO Chen, should we release an oppose, the most dazzling ethnic style in oppose? Chen Geyao held no high expectations, as she assumed it was merely Lu Chen and Amp, oppose, as playful jab at Zhao Weida. Let us go ahead. Zhao Zhenzhen hasn't released a new song recently, which is indeed an issue. If they are willing to publish it, let us provide them with this track. Forming a group isn't out of the question either. Zhuge Legend. Lu Chen truly possesses talent. By the way, given the current market hype, the actor can officially be released. After issuing her directives, Chen Geyao saw Lin Shi leave. Overnight, the much-anticipated the actor was officially launched. The publicity department practiced day and night, eagerly awaiting the release. In just one night, the song the actor was being played throughout the city. Its ascent on the charts was nothing short of miraculous.